ReactJS Crash Course 2021. Are you excited about building projects like Tesla, Clubhouse, Disney, and LinkedIn? These are some of the most powerful apps out there in the world. And we will show you how to build these applications completely from scratch using ReactJS. Now, ReactJS right now is the #1 most popular JavaScript library. It is also the #1 demanded library out there for jobs. So if you want to get a job as a front-end developer, learn this library, build projects like these, and you're on your way to getting your first job as a front-end developer. Now, an average ReactJS developer makes over $110,000 with a lot of potential to get that up to $150,000 and $200,000. Now, if you are someone who wants to take this seriously and become a developer in 90 days, we have a completely free training for you where you will learn the necessary skills it takes and the step-by-step process you need to take every single week to actually get that first job. Just click the link below, pop in your name and email, and we will send you the whole training. But guys, it would be amazing if you can smash that like button. We worked really hard to make these videos. Really appreciate that, so that this video can get out to a lot more people. Really helps us out with the YouTube algorithm. Now, to thank you for smashing the like button, we got a baby kitten right here. You see? There you go. All right, continue watching the video and enjoy.
Let the game begin.
What is up, everybody? This is Naz from Clever Programmer, and today, I know you're ready, I know you're excited. We are building the Tesla clone. Check out this amazing Tesla clone. Here's what we got here. It is a Tesla clone webpage. You guys know Teslas are amazing. They're really amazing cars. So what have we got? We're gonna use ReactJS, right? That's part one. We use ReactJS to build this, okay? With all this happening, we're going to do a few things. To style all of this, we're going to use styled components. That's the one thing you need to understand, right? So styled components are going to be used throughout here. On top of that, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the pages we got. Model S page, the Model 3 page, so forth. If I go to, for example, this Model 3 page right here, if I scroll down, oh, look at this beautiful page that we can see. Now you can see how we have all these animations right now, right? How when I scroll down, we have these beautiful animations that kind of pop up. Well, that's using something called React Reveal, which is a really cool module that we're going to use in this one, of course. As well, we have ourselves a nice sidebar right here. Okay, and to make all this work, of course, to save the data, the car info data, that will also be saved in where? Well, in something called React Redux. So you guys get the chance to kind of create your own React Redux component here as well, right? So like, this is going to be one of the most amazing clones you get to build. We should be able to build this in one take, no problem whatsoever, right? So if you're ready, let me know. Give it a thumbs up. Go ahead and smash the like button for us. It honestly means the world to us. It tells us that you are excited, that you are, that you like what we're doing. And this allows us to do more of it as well, of course, right? And this, of course, allows YouTube to get this out to more and more people. So, of course, we can go ahead and teach more people at the same time and so forth, all right? All right, other than that, let's go ahead and get started right away. Who's ready? I see all of you amazing people right there. All right, let's go ahead. So the first things first that we need to do, let me go ahead and put this beautiful music kind of in the background while we're working. Let me see, make sure how is everybody doing? Oh, hello. We have so many amazing people. We have Penguin, hello. Hi. We have Pumped, Bhavik says. Beautiful. I love it. Naz, what's up? How you doing? Good. Let's go. Hello, Diggity Adrian. I like it too. All right. Let's go ahead and get this party started. To build something like this will, of course, require a few different things, right? We just start up with first is the React Redux application, right? This is the code, as you can see. Nothing crazy. We have the home page, the header page, the section page. This is our goal in terms of where we need to get to. But for now, a few things. Let's go and open up Finder right now, right? If you're on Windows, of course, it's going to be for you, it's going to be a different situation. Just open up your, what is it called? My computer, whatever it has to be. And let's go ahead and create a new folder. I'm going to open up a new folder inside where? Well, inside pretty much something called a terminal. Hopefully you guys can have that. It's at the terminal right there. Beautiful. And I'm going to zoom in so you can see it much better. Okay. All right. And let's go ahead and do the following thing. For this, you of course need Node.js, right? So hopefully you installed that. If you have not installed that, install Node.js on your computer and everything will be good from there. All right. So we'll do npx create dash react dash app. We'll give them a React a name. So let's go ahead and do Tesla clone. Tesla-clone, beautiful. And we'll do dash template, and Redux is the name of the template, right there. Hit enter. There we go. It's gonna compile. It's gonna do all necessary things it needs to do. It's gonna work. It's gonna go this and down. Okay, anyways. I'm just, passing time as it's kind of loading. So as you can see, it's creating the initial repository that you need, right? For what? Well, for basically for your application, okay? That's what it specifically needs. Somebody said, hi, my name is Tesla. That's funny. Happy hacking is what we currently have. Happy hacking. Beautiful. It's exactly what we need to get to, right? That means our application has been not completed, but it's installed. All right. Once that, you can go ahead and close this out. No problem. And at this point, let's go ahead and open up VS Code. I will do new window on my side. I do not need this portion of this right here. That portion goes somewhere else. For me, I can probably do it somewhere else. Let me go ahead and put this portion in desktop too. There we go. All right, beautiful. All right, so this is our VS Code. Let's open this up on the left-hand side and put my Tesla clone on the right-hand side, so it's a little bit better. All right, I like it. And let's do file open. Beautiful. Go to GitHub and then go to Nas, and then there's the Tesla clone that we just opened up, right? So I will open up Tesla clone here. Okay, beautiful. All right, so okay, and let's see what we've got so far. All right, there's a Tesla clone. There you go, beautiful. What do we have? Well, to actually start this, let's go right click this, go ahead and open in the integrated terminal. All right, and what we will do is we'll do yarn yarn start. So we're going to use yarn this time because it's okay, you can use both. npm and yarn are both amazing. So, and yarn start. Ooh, boom. That's going to start our application. Hope you guys can hear me all well. Yes, going to start our application. This is not pre-recorded. This is actually live, guys, by the way. I'm live. I can see you. I can see you right now in the comments. If you say hi, I say hi back to you. It's as simple as that. All right, let's go ahead and do that. Beautiful. Nice. Okay, let's see. Okay. All right. So this is our web page that we have right now. This is not the Tesla call. Don't you worry. Okay. This is just a starter application that React usually comes with, right? So at this point, what are we going to do? All right. We need to erase some of this stuff. Let's go ahead and go to app.js right here. And let's go to the header. And let's remove this stuff. Honestly, we don't need any of this stuff right here. Sayonara, baby. Done. You're away. All right. Now we have a white screen, which is pretty good too, right? We've got ourselves the white screen. All right. Hit enter. All good. Let's go to some index.css. Some of this stuff we don't need as well. So we can remove some of this stuff, which is just unnecessary too. Okay. All right. Beautiful. And so here we go. Now, at this point, a few things that we need to do as well is we need to divide this application into a few different pieces, correct? And what kind of pieces would you divide this into? Well, let's think about this, right? If I have something like this, right? Here's we have this application. This might be like the whole app, right? So this is the whole app. After that, what do we have? Well, we have the header, right? We have the header, which is this one. Right, this header might be divided into a few different parts as well. We've got the logo. We might have ourselves the menu, like maybe we call it like the left menu icon or the left menu bar. And then we have the right menu right there, right? Underneath that, we have the actual content, or which is this, we'll call it like a section, right? And now this section now has a few different things, right? Let's think about it. Okay, well, the first tab is like this text component. So this contains like the Model S, the order online, and stuff like that, right? So that's, we'll call a text component, okay? Then what do we have? We have a button component right here, okay? It's a button component that will contain the buttons like custom order, existing delivery, and so forth. And our last one is gonna be this really fancy bouncing arrow, okay? And that's pretty much it. And our goal is to repeat these components, so forth and so forth, as you kind of go forward and so forth. I see right there, see? Right? So that's pretty much it. And as we repeat, you know, there's nothing else to it. And of course, after that, we'll figure out how to create the other pages, like the detail page and so forth, okay? All right, beautiful. So let's go ahead and get started. All right, beautiful. So as we said, the first thing we need to create is going to be the header component, and let's go ahead and do that. So I will do source, new folder, and I will say components. Not component, components. Componentos. Okay. Let's go do a new file, and we'll say header.js. Okay. All right. And I'm going to use something called React snippets. As you can see right here, we have something called ES7 React snippets. So hopefully you guys can install that as well on your side. Right? If you install those, don't have them, go ahead and click install. I already had them installed. But what they will help me to do is if I go to header.js, check this out. All I gotta do is type in the following: RFCE. Done. Hit enter. Boom, voila. Right? Like this is pretty cool. What do we have ourselves? Well, we have ourselves a function component. That's what we had ourselves right here. Okay. And if I say header here, right here, right? And then I'm going to import the header into app.js. So let's do that right now. So we'll go ahead and do import what? Import header from what? Well, a few things. Components. So we'll have to hit the components folder /header. Voila. Beautiful. All right. And we'll use the header now, like so. Okay. Save that. And let's go ahead and see our new beautiful, what is it? Our beautiful header component, which is just pretty much just a header text. Let's actually make it much better, right? So here's what we can do now at this point, guys, is let's go ahead and go to index.css. And a few things I want to do is to change, right? Let's go ahead and target everything right now, right? So again, nothing crazy so far. Let's go ahead and target everything. And the first thing I want to change, I want to change the font family, right? To make it more robotic. You know, it says Rubik's Cube, whatever it's going to be. All right, that could be the first one. Let's go ahead and change the color of this specific of this web page. So this will apply to everything pretty much, right? This color will apply to any type of text. Right? So we want to keep it consistent. I'll give it a margin of 0 so that there's all these headings do not have all these crazy margins, which I don't like. And give it a padding of 0 as well. Okay, good. All right, awesome. And we're going to use something called border size. Oh no, box sizing border box. Now, for those of you who don't know what this is, it's basically when you say the width of something, it's going to include the padding within that div. It's a little bit confusing, but basically, this will allow us to better control the width of the actual divs. That's what that will allow us to do. Box sizing, we'll say border box. Border dash box. Border dash box. There we go. So, you know, I have a hard time typing sometimes, guys, so you can see. All right, let's go ahead and focus on the body now. So we'll do body, and we'll give it a width of what? Width of 100% right here. Okay, good. And honestly, that's pretty much it. Okay, with 100%, that's all I need so far. Okay, good. Let's go back to this. Okay, you see our header now looks a little bit more different, which is completely okay. After the header, what do we say we need to create? We need to create the actual home page, right? So we have the home page and we have the header. Okay, let's create the home page now. And components, do a new file, and we'll do home.js. Beautiful. All right. All right, and we'll do RFCE again. I love this one, RFCE, and you got yourself a seat. I don't know, whatever. All right, same thing with this one. Let's go ahead and do home. Okay, we'll import inside app.js right here, and so forth. Home dash like this. Okay, import it right here. So import Importante. Import home from what? Components. Componentos. Component dash home. Okay. Don't judge me. All right, good. Let's see what we got so far. And we got ourselves the home components. Now, I'm going to comment the header one for now, just temporarily, because I'm going to focus only on the home component right now, okay? And again, I just want to make sure this is clear. If you cannot follow along, don't worry about it. This is, this will be available after, this is done. So don't worry about it if you cannot follow along. Just go ahead and review it again. All right, beautiful. So the home component is there, which I really, really like. Now let's focus on a few different things within the home component. And let's go to home.js. Now, for the styling, we're going to use something called style components, and we need to install them first. So go to your terminal. Let's go ahead and click plus on it. And we'll do yarn add, and we'll do style dash components. Style dash components. There we go. Nope. Yarn. Oh, yarn add. My bad. Yarn add. Yarn. There we go. Beautiful. Yarn add. Okay. So it's going to go ahead and add the yarn. All right. Save that. That's all good. And we will now import styled from what? Okay. Import from styled dash components. Good. Save that. All right. Now, for this component, the first one we're going to create is something called the container component. So we'll do this. Container. No, not container. Container. Okie dokie. Container. There we go. Container. So that's going to be our first component we'll do. And with the container component, let's go ahead. Is equal to style. So this is basically will allow us to style the specific div, right? That's the power of style components. Instead of doing it inside CSS, we do it inside JavaScript. And so it just makes things a lot easier for us, right? And now we'll do height. Height of what? 100 VH. Boom. 100 VH. Good. How are you guys doing, by the way? All doing good? Is everybody doing good? Everybody's still kind of on track with me? If you guys are, let me know. Let me see. Everybody's doing amazing. Somebody says, I like how Naz uses the different boxes to show us the different things. That's amazing. Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. All right. So height of 100 VH. So let's go ahead and save that. And let's look at what we have so far. Nothing. Okay. It's kapusta. It's pretty much nothing right now. Okay. Again, what we're making right now is the what? Well, we're making the component that's going to be this component right here. So it's this whole component, right? Which is this yellow component. That's what we're working on right now, right? This whole yellow component. That's the home.js, okay? And within this home.js, let's think about kind of, well, how are we going to create all these sections, right? We have this one section, another one section, another section. And you can see the style of them is just pretty much the same. You see, they're pretty much the same right there. So logically speaking, what if we just create another component called section, and that will allow us to reuse it every single time? So if I right click on it, let's do a new file, and I say section.js, okay, good, section.js, and we'll do RFCE here too, and enter. Okay, section is what we need to type in. Go to home.js and let's import our first section. So we'll say import section from what? From what? Well, because our current home.js is inside the components folder, we don't need anything else besides that, right? We don't need anything else besides that. Instead, what we need is just simply /section like this, right? Because we're already in the components folder. Okay, let's go ahead and type in section to actually use it. Okay, good. Beautiful. All right, awesome. And then let's see what we've got so far. Nothing. Well, we've got this section, which is good. All right. In this section.js, now I promise now, this is where the magic happens, okay? The magic happens now here. All right. Okay. So if we go to our section.js, a few things that we need to really consider, okay? Just how we consider this, what do we say? Let's go ahead and create this text component first. That's the first one. But before even doing that, I'm going to create a wrap. So here's what I'll do. I'm gonna create a wrap here, right there, wrap, and that's going to be component. We'll just call it a wrap. We can call it the container, whatever it has to be, and so forth. All right, let's import style components. So import. I'm gonna use, here we go, import importante, import styled from what? From style dash components. Okay, good. All right, that's all good. And then let's go ahead and create the wrap. So const wrap is equal to what? Styled.div. Okay, style.div. Now this is where, again, our fancy styled div component, you know, is gonna happen. By the way, we're almost at 496 likes. If you can get us to 500, let's do that, guys. 500 likes, that'll be amazing. And I just want to also let you know, guys, by the way, one really important thing down below, what's going to happen right now is we have a full stack mastery bootcamp that we've launched a while ago, and we have a new class starting in June, and so there's limited spots to go ahead and join. And so we have a limited availability for new students to join full stack mastery. We've had a lot of students join full stack mastery in the previous classes, and it's been amazing. So many positive results, so many people getting jobs, and so many people just getting results in general. If you yourself are interested in actually becoming a developer, and you want something that will push you, give you accountability, give you some guidance, give you proper guidance, a proper roadmap, like a full-on roadmap for 6, 7, 8 months, right? Where you will stick with us the whole time. You get mentored by me, by Kazi, and the whole team here at Clever Programmer, right? Like I said, Full Stack Mastery Bootcamp is what we've created to help you do that. If you're interested, go ahead. We have a seat reservation down below to reserve your seat. All it is just a seat reservation, and then we figure out all the financing later. This tells us you're serious, and that's pretty much it, right? Like I said, link is down below, right? But the most important part, I just want to let you know, not everybody gets in. Some people get denied, unfortunately, because, you know, you might not have either good energy, or you might not be positive, or you might just be, you know, might not be a good fit. So we look at a lot of different things for people to be able to join something like this. It's a very serious thing that we you know, of course, we take this very seriously, of course. So if you're interested, come in there with good energy, right? Put down your seat reservation, link down below, and after that, we'll get a call, and then we'll figure out how to actually get you into the bootcamp. Okay, awesome. That's pretty much it. Let's go ahead and continue on. Beautiful. All right. Section. Okay. What's gonna happen? In this section, the wrap is nothing crazy. The wrap is going to be width of 100%. Width of 100 V, we'll call it VW. VW, it's like the car VW, you know. By the way, that was my first car, actually. 100 VW, which is the full view width, right? That's the full view width. That's what it means, okay? Then we'll give it a height as well. And we'll give it a height of what? Of 100 VH, right here. 100 VH, so 100 vertical height, pretty much, is what it says, okay? All right, let's give the background of like orange, just so you can see exactly what we are working with. All right, there we go. Right, so this is what we're working with, right? The whole view width, the whole view height. Okay, all right. At this point, let's go ahead and give it a background image, and the background image should be this one right here. Now, where do you get this background image? Again, what's gonna happen is we have a Google Drive folder with all the images down below. Right, so if all you have to do is just simply open this one up. You open the Google Drive folder, the images folder, and you put it inside your public folder like so. So right now I have no images folder, of course. I can actually open up the Google Drive folder inside my application. Let me go ahead and take a look at it where I can do that. Let me see, where do I have it? 1 second. I think I have it right here, actually. Yeah. I have the images folder right here. Open and find, reveal and finder. There we go. So I have my images folder right here, right? So this is the one that you guys will get. If you go ahead and download the Google Drive folder, just go ahead and go description below, download it from there, and you'll be all good. And then all you need to do is to unzip it, of course. And then once you've got that, just grab that and then drag it into the public folder, right? Like so. Just drag it in. Done, right? And now it's all in here, right? This has a lot of different stuff for you, you know, between the Model S, the Model 3, all these different images that you need to use, okay? So if you got that, let me know down in the comments, and then we'll make sure to take care of you, okay? Beautiful. All right. Let's continue on. Okay. All right. So when we do the background image, well, we have a background image called models.jpg. So hopefully everybody was able to get those images. Like I said, link is down in the description below. All right. Background image, so far, nothing showing up, which is completely fine. Let's go ahead and remove this background. No, I don't want that. It's hideous. There we go. The image is actually there. We just don't see it because we need to center it vertically. So we need to center the actual background image. And to do that, what I like to say is something like background dash size is equal to cover. Not covered, but cover. Boom, you see? Now, all of a sudden, this becomes a very different image. Right there, see? Okay. Now, at that point, let's go and center this image, the background image. And to do that, we'll do background position. So background dash position, and we'll give it a center. Boom, voila. Center, right? And back position, I did this one. Background position. There we go. See, now this car is positioned in the center, which is exactly what we want to do. Then let's go ahead and make sure it does not repeat itself. So we'll do background repeat, no repeat. So we'll do background dash repeat. I will say no. Sorry about that. Repeat. There we go. Not repeat, but no repeat. No, right there. No repeat. All right. So nothing's going to change at this point, right? We still have ourselves everything we need to have. And that's pretty much it. Okay. Okay. That's what I want you to focus on for now. Now let's go ahead and add in the text component stuff. Okay. What we need to create, of course, is not going to be this text component, which is right here. And we're going to call something called like ItemText. So ItemText. Boom, voila. Okay. And inside this ItemText, a few things we need to go ahead and create is, of course, if we look at our Tesla clone, what do we have? We have a header and we have like a subheader. And to make that happen, here's what we'll do. We'll do an h1 tag, h1. And this h1 will have the title. For now, let's just say the title will be Modal S. This is the one, the title. So Modal S for now. This is temporary data, placeholder data, okay? Modal S, okay, beautiful. And then we'll do another one that's gonna be what? The P tag. The P tag. Ooh, let's go ahead and remove that. All right. The P tag. And this one's gonna have order online for touches delivery right there. Boom. And I'll be honest with you, it actually is touches delivery. When I ordered the Tesla, it's like literally, it was like Christmas morning. I woke up in the morning and the car was there on my driveway. It was pretty insane. I will say, like they bring it into you and you don't have to do nothing. You just sign in on your Tesla account and then you just say, okay, take delivery. It's pretty cool, I will say. Okay, order online for touchless delivery. All right, and then once we got that, let's go ahead and save this, of course, and we need to create the ItemText component here. So we'll say const ItemText is equal to what? Styled, right here, styled.div. Boom, boom. Okay, good. All right, and with this one, what do we need to do? Nothing too crazy. We're gonna give it some padding top. So you can see we already have it here. It's pretty good. That's all we need. So we'll do padding top. Dash top, and that will be 15 VH. 15 VH. VH. It's like 15 VH. That's pretty funny. Okay. And then we'll do text align center because, you know, just to align the center. Technically it already is centered, but it's okay. Okay, that's not centered. There we go. You see, now Model S is right here. All right. That part is done. Let's look at our next part that we need to figure out, which is going to be the what? That's going to be now the buttons, right? So that's going to be these buttons right here, okay? Button group, okay? All right, let's go ahead and create that component. We'll create the component that will actually wrap these buttons, right? So the buttons that we need to go ahead and wrap are these buttons right here, right? So this is going to be the button group that we're going to create right now, okay? Called the button group, right? Button. Sorry, my horrible handwriting, but I'm trying my best. Button group, okay? All right, so we'll say button. Button. Well, I like to say button in Ukrainian means bread. Button group, you know, button group. And then there'll be a few buttons that we need to create inside here. The one is going to be left button, and then it's going to be a right button as well. So we'll say left button, no, right button. You like my accent? And then the right button. Right button. Okay, good. And then, of course, all these buttons will have a few different, there'll be one is going to be custom order. So let's go ahead and do the custom order one. So it's going to be custom order. No, not, I don't know what that was, honestly. Custom order. Save that. And then the last one is going to be existing inventory. Existing inventory. Inventory. Existing inventory. That's the one that we're looking at. Okay. Beautiful. All right. Existing inventory. And let's see what we have so far. Well, that we need to create the actual buttons groups, of course. So let's do that right now. All right. So we'll do the what? We'll do const button group is equal to styled.div. .div for now. Okay. Nothing crazy so far. Let's go ahead and now create the button, the actual that button. So we'll do const left button is equal to also style.div. Okay. Boom. And now for the right button, we're going to now use the left button as a reference. So what does that mean? If I say right button is equal to, instead of saying style.div, it's going to be styled button, left button. You see this left button? Why? Because this allows us to inherit all the CSS of the left button. That's pretty much the reason. Okay. Now, with the button group, what are we going to do with the button group? Nothing too crazy so far. Let's go ahead and actually focus on the left buttons. That's what I want us to focus on right now specifically. Okay. Okay. So left button. All right. Okay. Let's do the following. Let's see what happens here. Nothing. Oh, we have some stuff. We have custom order and stuff like that. Okay, that's fine. All right. For this specific section, well, here's what we'll do background color of this left button is the following. Right. Background color is this color right here. Okay. Good. That's the background color. All right. Remove this stuff right here. That's the background color. And then what do we need to do is let's do a height of 40 pixels. Height of what? 40 pixels. Okay. And then we'll give it a width of 256 pixels. Width of 256 pixels. Okay, good. All right, save that. Okay, make sure it's all good. And let's see what we have so far. And so far, like it's nasty, right? So, but it's okay. Don't worry about it, right? And then what we'll do is we'll give it a color. So color of white. So white. Okay. Now, yeah, white. So that's gonna be the text color. So you can see now we have the text color right here. That's white text color. Okay. Now these are two divs, and let's go ahead and center them in the center, right? So the mini, we'll do display flex on them. Flex it. Always flex it. Display flex. And then we'll do what? We'll do justify content to center it horizontally, right? Horizontally means justify content center. So we'll do justify. Let's go ahead and do it this way. Justify content. That's going to be center. Good. All right. And then we'll do align item center as well. All right. Items center as well. Okay, good. Okay. Now what do we have so far, right? Justify content, align items center. Okay. Now these are two buttons, right? So let's go ahead now to make them more look like buttons. Let's go ahead and add a border radius. So we'll do what? Border dash radius, right? And that was gonna be what? Let's go give it 100 pixels. Oh, would you look at that? Now we have ourselves something now we like to look at, right? Let's go ahead and get an opacity. Oh, that's gonna be 0.85, right? Okay, so now we have an opacity that just kind of stays there, which is pretty cool, okay? All right, then the next one is gonna be what? Well, let's do text transform, make sure it's all uppercase. So text transform, all uppercase. Okay, nice, that looks sick, that looks amazing. Let's give it a smaller font size as well. So font dash size is gonna be what? That's pretty much just 12 pixels. Something's nothing crazy. Yeah, there you go. Good, good, good. I like it. I like it. All right. So that's the font size. And then what? We need to stack them from left to right. That's what we need to figure out how to do, right? How do you stack them from left to right? That's the big question, right? So to do that, well, a few things. We need to go to the button group and say display flex on this one. Boom. Boom, right there. You see, right away we know what. Right away it stacks from left to right. That's what this display flex allows us to do. Okay. Now, how do we put this custom order, this existing inventory, kind of from more at the bottom? That's the question I want us to ask, right? Well, this happens a few ways. Well, because if we go to the wrap, right? The wrap controls what? Let me go ahead and remove this portion now at this point. The wrap controls what? Controls this whole thing, right? This whole thing, right? This whole thing, right? And if I do display flex on it, I can actually push these away so that this goes all the way to the bottom, right? That's what my goal is, right? So on the wrap, I'm gonna say display flex. Display, I will say the flex. Flex it, flex it, flex it, flex it, don't forget it. Display flex, beautiful. And then at that point, what's gonna happen is we'll do what? Flex direction column, right? So basically column means we're gonna put it from top to bottom. That's what that means, okay? Flex direction column. There we go. See, now it's back to normal again. Now, to actually fully make it work, all I gotta do and actually push this to the bottom, well, I do something like justify content space between. So justify content, right? And then space dash between. Boom. Oh, would you look at that? It's like all the way over there. You guys see that right there? That is beautiful. All right, let's go ahead and do align item center to align it horizontally. So interesting part is you need to know is justify content usually does alignment for horizontal section, right? So if you want to align something horizontally, right? That's what justify content is for. And usually align items is going to be a vertical alignment, okay? But when you switch the flex direction, it switches, it flips. Now justify content is going to be for this one is going to be for vertical alignment. Vertical. And then align items now. If I do center right here, that's going to be for horizontal alignment. Horizontal. You see what I mean? So it flips when you do flex direction column. You can see now the custom order, they are actually properly aligned, right? Now, okay, beautiful. What I want us to focus on now is going to be the button group. Let's go ahead and take this button group. Let's give it a margin bottom. Margin bottom of 30 pixels. Nice. So it's a little bit better now there too. Okay. So I like that a lot better now. Right. And what else do we have? For these specific buttons, let's give them what? Let's give them a cursor pointer as well. So left button. This could be cursor pointer. Okay, save that. All right, so now there I can, let me see, cursor. Okay, save that. All right, you see it now exists as a cursor as well. All right, now a few things. Opacity 0.85, that's all good. Opacity is good. A few things I want to focus on. Let's add this specific portion. Remember this one? This like Well, that is just simply an arrow. That's all it is. Nothing too crazy. So to do that, what we'll do is we'll create something called a down arrow. And all it is just an image, right? So here's what we'll do. We'll create it outside the button group. And we'll say the following. We'll say down arrow, like so. Source is equal to what? Source is going to be equal to images down arrow svg. So we have that inside the images folder. Again, if you want the link to it, down below. Okay. Boom. Down arrow. Okay. Down arrow, images, down arrow right here. It's not defined. Again, let's go ahead and create that. Let's create that down arrow. We need to create too. Create. So we'll do here, we'll do what? Const down arrow, okay, is equal to what? Is equal to styled dot image, right there, okay? On this image, a few things we need to go ahead and create. You'll do margin top, margin dash top. That's going to be 20 pixels to give us some spacing, right? And then we'll give it a height. So a height of what? Of 40 pixels. Okay, nice. So it says styled. There we go. All right, so the arrow is now there, the custom order is there, so it's not the best solution as we need, right? So don't worry, we'll fix that in a second here. Okay, so you can see what do we have now. Here's the issue. This is now here, and this is now here. Bad, right? Because why? Because when we did justify content, we did space between, meaning it's going to create as much space in between every single component here, right? That's what space in between means, right? But how do we fix it? Well, very simple, by actually making this one component, right? So for example, if I say simply this, buttons, if I give it like this, buttons, okay, check this out, buttons, okay, boom. What's gonna happen now? What do you think? New component, correct, yes. Let's go and create a new component, so called buttons. So we'll say const of buttons equals equal to style.div. Save that. Right there. See, you see what just happened? Right? See, this just became like this, right? See? But they're beautiful, right? It's exactly what we need for this right there. See? Beautiful. And let's go back to now our page application. Now, how did that happen? Well, because this whole thing became one component. That's what happened, right? This whole thing became one component, and so this just pushed it down like this, all right? All right, up next, let's go ahead and create a little margin between every single button. So if I go to my left button, I will do margin what? I will go ahead and do the following, which is margin, I think we'll give it 20 pixels. I think that's pretty good. Either that or I think it's just maybe 8 pixels. Let's see, margin 8 pixels, like this. Okay, much better. Now, I would like for this thing to hop. So, we're going to make it hop. How? Well, we're going to create an animation. Okay. To make that happen, here's animation. It's going to be an animation called animate down. And if I go to my down arrow in here, boom, right there. Check this out. So right now nothing's happening because we have not created animation, you see? So it's just kind of like, it's like meh, right? It's meh right now. But don't you worry, we got you, okay? Don't you worry, we got you. What I'm gonna do now at this point is very simple, is I will go to index.css right here. And I'm going to create the animation myself, right? This is using keyframes, right? Using keyframes is what it's gonna do. And I'm just going to copy and paste this here because I'm gonna type it out all over for you, right? And what these are is very simple. Here's what's gonna happen. Imagine, like, for example, that, you know, so keyframes are like percentages of like of the actual text or the div, for example, right? So at 0 to 20%, you know, nothing. Now at 40%, we're gonna translate basically 5 pixels up. You see, right there. You see. Then at 60%, we're gonna translate 3 pixels up. Now, at 50%, we're going to translate to 0. So that's what creates this up and down feeling. So if I save this right now, boom. See? That's what creates this up and down feeling. You see? Right? That's what creates the up and down kind of like feeling type and so forth, right? This also creates a little bit of an issue with overflow, as you can see right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give overflow hidden on this specific down arrow right here. So this down arrow, you see how it creates an overflow? Well, we can fix that by just going to section, right? And I'm going to say overflow hidden. Overflow X, overflow -X is going to be hidden. Boom. Okay, overflow X is hidden. Let's see, down arrow is that. Let's go ahead, maybe fix it using what? What can we use? Fix it using what? What if I, maybe I remove this portion. Let's go and remove this. Okay, I kind of like that. I don't want that margin top. It kind of pushes way too much. All right, so that's good. Overflow X hidden. If I go to body, let's go to index.css. Oh, okay. I need to also do overflow. Overflow dash X. It's gonna be hidden. Boom, boom. See, to make sure we don't have the horizontal scroll bar that was there, which would look hideous, which I don't like. All right. So there you go. So we got now our translation, which is really good. Okay. So we have a translation. What's the next thing we are going to work on? And that's going to be, let me see what you guys are saying. Something says awesome. That's awesome. Sweet. SCSS is the way to go. Yes, we'll actually go into SCSS at some point as well on this channel too. Are you building that using React? Yes, I am. Strange, my buttons are not all the way down. They're what you put, but yeah, so now they're all down. Sweet. Now it's all good. Now it's all good. Now it's all good. Okay. Sweet. All right. Everybody still with me? Everybody still with me? Yeah, beautiful. Of course you are, because you guys are amazing. That's all I can say to you. All right. And again, guys, let's go and hit that like button, smash the like button, help us out with the YouTube algorithm. That's it. That really, we're at 673 likes. Let's get to 800. That'll be great. All right. All right. So we got that portion. Look at this. Let's go ahead and change up this button now, the existing delivery button, because it actually is different here. Pretty simple. Because we go to our section.js, here's our button. All we gotta do is just change the button color. So the right button, instead of doing here nothing, the right button will be the following. The right button will be background color of white. Background, that's gonna be white. Boom. Oh, let's go. And then we're gonna give it opacity too. Opacity, right? 0.65. There we go. Okay, and then we'll give it the color of the text. It's gonna be more on the darker side. Colors will be black. There we go. Nice. You see, there you go. Now we got these two buttons and they look pretty good. Look at that. Look at that. That's it. That's all we just did. We just did everything we need to do. Look at this. Huh? How cool is that, huh? Awesome. All right, so we're almost there. Now, here, check this out. All we gotta do now at this point is just replicate the same situation, right? So if I go ahead and go to sections now, home.js, if I copy this section and paste it everywhere, all right, if I paste this section, check this out. What's gonna happen? We have more sections of the same sections. There you go. That's it. Now, I want us to really figure out the one is like, for example, if I go small, you see how the custom order just kind of like goes outside the boundary. We can fix that too, actually. We can fix that very easily using like media queries, right? So basically what we can do is on, let me go ahead and take a look at it. Let's go to section here. You see this button group right here, this button group it's actually a flex direction row. But if I will go ahead on the media, well, here's what I can do. I can do media width like this. So on the max width, basically for like small max width of 768 pixels, those are like small screens. I do flex direction column, and so they go into column, basically meaning from top to bottom like this. All right. So check this out. You see that just happened. Look at there. Boom, 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 boom. You see? Boom. Boom, boom, right? And how did this happen? Because when the width becomes 768 pixels, you see, it applies this right here, CSS, flex direction column. That's what allows us to do this. And that's it. There's nothing crazier than that, honestly. All right, so now, here's the question now. How do we go ahead and make these Model S stuff and have all this stuff working differently, right? Because what do we have right now? It's just all Model S, and of course we have Model Y. By the way, this is the one. Oh, this is actually the one I have, by the way. Such a beautiful car. Look at this. Oh, so good. Such a good car. I love it. Especially in this blue color, it's so good. Won't you guys agree with me? Like in the blue color. Like that's my favorite color, by the way. Yeah. Anyways, let's go ahead and do the following. We have all these sections, right? And they're all the same. So the question is like, how do we make them different, right? How do we make them different so that they're all different, I guess you can say. Well, we can just pass in something called props, right? And what are props? Props are like parameters for a function. That's pretty much all it is. It's a parameter for a function, right? So if we currently have the model S, right? And we have one section, we can reuse this, just change the title here. So here's what I'll do. I'll go to home, or I'll go to home here. And for the section here, look, we'll pass in a few parameters. It's just kind of like you're passing parameters for a function. That's pretty much it. Inside here, I will pass in 3 parameters. So let's go ahead and do title. Okay, not like this. Title is equal to what? And this is going to be model S, right? And then the description is all going to be, well, pretty much, delivery. So the description is going to be order online. That's the description right here. Let me go ahead and make this bigger for you. Order online with touches delivered. That's the description. After that, let's go ahead and do what? Let's do background image. Background image. That's going to be the model S one. Then we'll do the left button text. Right? We have a left button. That's going to be the custom order. And then the right button text is going to be existing inventory. There you go. Bum. Okay. Let's go ahead and comment this portion out for temporarily. Okay. Because I want to show you how we're going to do this. So this gets passed into props. If I go into the section itself, let's go ahead and go to the section itself. Okay. And I have props here. They're basically like parameters. If I just console log it, console log props, look at this. I'm going to show you this for a second here. Console log props, right click, inspect element on this one. And I will show it to you within the console right here. Good. All it is props is just an object. Like that's all pretty much is. And look at this. All this stuff has been passed in, right? The background image, the description, the title, and so forth. And so now all I do is something like, for example, I'll do this. I'll do the following. What do? I do props. Props dot what? Dot title. All right. I save that. Browser title, look at that. Look at that. Model S right here. See? The title. Like it was replaced by the actual title within the actual what? The actual component, right? That's all we pretty much had to do. Okay. Now we can even be smart about this by doing the following. We can unpack this using something like this. So I can do it like this. Title. Boom, right there. How cool is that? Okay. How cool is that? Check this out. So title is right there, and I can replace this with title. And all this done is basically just unpacks this whole object. This whole object has key and key like a background image and so forth. But this right here is called unpacking, and we're unpacking the object to actually just get the actual keys. That's all it pretty much does. All right. So that's it. Let's go ahead and stop this for now. Good. All right, so we have that. Next one that we're going to unpack is which one? That's the description. Good. Description, which is which one? Comma, description. And we can use that here now. Boom. Description. Boom, right there. Awesome. You see, again, shows up right here. Okay, beautiful. Just the way we like it, okay? Next step is going to be what? The actual left button text. So this is this one. Left button text right here. Left button text is going to be this one. And then right there. And then the right button text is going to be right here. Right button text. Boom. So we'll use that as a prop as well. Okay. Right button text. Of course, we do unpack them as well. So we'll do what? Left button text. Copy that. Left button text right here. Comma. Right button text. Command C, Command V. All right. So we have unpacked all of these items inside here. So if we save that, right, you can see, still and nothing really changes. But here's what can change. If I go to home and if I uncomment some of this stuff, okay, now I have 3 different sections. What I can do is just change the actual data. So here's what I can do here. Inside this one, I can give it the following. Here's my data here. Boom. This one is title model.py, model.y. That's the other one. description, order online, background image is now model Y image, and then left button text is custom order, and same thing here. So if I save this, ooh, look at that. You see, model Y has changed. Now, one thing has not changed is the actual image, and we'll fix that in a second here. Next one, let's do model 3. Okay, let's do model 3 now. Same thing, you see, so all we're doing is we're changing the props. We're just passing different props and we're using the same HTML. That's the coolest part about ReactJS. Good. Boom. There we go. Save that. Let's see. Model 3 now. Again, image does not change. We'll change that in a little bit. Okay. Next one, Model X. Let's do the Model X one. Model X. All right. We'll do the following there. So Model X. Okay. Pa. There we go. Dum, 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 dum. Okay, Model X. All right. Same thing. Look at this. Model X. You see, it all just kind of works, automatically. No problem whatsoever. Now, the one big thing we need to figure out is okay, well, how come the images are not showing? Well, in the section, because the image is the same, right? The image is which image? It's this image right here. That's the background image, right? To fix that, it's pretty simple, actually. Let's go ahead and go to the home.js. And inside, actually, let's go to section.js, my bad. Section. And we need to pass in the actual background image. You see, we pass in this background image. Let's go ahead and copy this background image. Go to section. And let's go ahead and unpack this right here. Comma, unpack it. Right here, unpack it. So now we have it. We actually have it inside our component. And we need to use it somehow, actually. Okay. How do we use it? Well, we use it by actually passing in, passing in an actual component or a prop into a style component, because you can do that too. So here's what we'll do. BG, background image, and we'll say what? Equal, boom, right? BG image is equal to background image. That's all. And now all we do is inside what? Is inside our actual what? Our actual BG image, so wrap. You see how we have the wrap here? Basically, instead of doing this, here's what we'll do in this case. Do it like this. We'll say background image, background this image. Okay. Let me just do it properly so you guys can have it. So right here, background image. Okay. And instead of doing like this, I'll do like this. Pom, pom, pom. Okay. Props. So we can actually get props inside style components. We'll do props. Okay. And after props, what are we going to say? Check this out. Okay. We'll give a URL here. So we'll say URL. Actually, we'll do like this. We'll say URL. And we'll be dash images. Dash the actual prop that we just passed in. Dash what? Huh? Boom. Look at this. Look at this one. That's pretty cool. I will do props dot what? .bg image right there. Props.bg image. Props.bg image. Okay. So let's see what happens now. So, okay, we have this images URL, and that has images is inside of that. Okay, good. Okay. Let's see. And then we, of course, I think we need to close it as well. Let me go ahead and make sure that it's all good. So that's all good. That should be all good. URL is right here. That's the URL. Background image. Yeah, I don't think that's an issue. All right, let's go and save this. Background image. Okay. Cool. Now you're ready? Let's see if it actually changes anything. So what's going to happen here? We pass in the background image here. Voila. Okay. Then what happens then is that gets passed into the wrap style component. Right there, see? BG image. Then that gets passed into the prop. So we get props from the actual style component. Now we have props. And we set the background image using the prop. So props, URL, images, props.bg image. That's it. Save it. Oh, let's go. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Model Y, Model 3, Model X. How cool is that, right? We just pass in the props, and now we have all of these different components that are there for us to use. Look at this. Ooh, oh, it's so good. Oh my God, somebody help me. How cool is that? That is pretty insane, I will say so. What do you guys think so far? What do you guys think so far? Let me see. What are you guys thinking? Oh, everything's working. Everything's working. Almost 800 likes. Let's go. Let's get to 1,000, guys. You guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. 800 likes. Let's go. So again, we're passing in props at this point, and here's what we build. Look at this. We build ourselves a full-on Tesla. I mean, we haven't built the Tesla clone just yet fully, but it's getting there. It's getting there. It's pretty cool. All right, let's finish up the actual sections. So I will go to here, and I will do the following. So let's go ahead and go to home.js, and we have a few more sections we need to finish up. Right. Next one is going to be the solar panels section. So let's do a section. Boom. All right. It's a solar panel section. Okay. And I have it right here for you guys. So you guys can just copy this out yourself. Boom, right there. Okay. All right. Title, lowest cost solar panels. Description, money back guarantee. Background image is this one. Order now. This. Done. Let's see it now. Let's see it. Oh, it's so good. It's so good, guys. It's just so good. So good. Okay, next one. Solar for new roofs. So that's another one we're going to also create right now. So here's another section we're going to create. You see how now easy this stuff is so easy to create now, right? Because all we're doing is just we're using the same component, but with different parameters. Look at this now. Ooh. Oh, it's so good. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's so good, guys. I don't know. I just love these images. I love these images, though I can tell you. Next one, last one is going to be the accessories section, which is going to be this section right here. Last section. Right there, accessories. So feel free to cover this on your own by yourself as well. Title accessories, description is nothing. Left button is nothing. And then right button text, we don't have any of that as well. Let's go ahead and remove that. Next. Let's go ahead and see. Okay. Now here's one issue that we found, right? So here's an issue. We have the shop now button, right? Shop now button. And then because we only have one button here, this created what issue? Well, the fact that this shop now button is not in the center, which of course is bad. So how do we fix that? Pretty simple. If I now go to my section.js, basically, here's what I'll say. If the right button exists, only then will I go ahead and showcase it. So here's what I'll do. Check this out. I will say right button text. Okay. Then I will go ahead and do the following. And then, only then, will I do this. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. 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 Right there. That's all. Save it. Look at this. You see, shop now button is exactly in the middle. Because why? Before the right button was always there, just it had the empty right button text. But now what happened is we just said, hey, if the right button text exists, only then do you show the right button, the actual right button. But if it does not exist, forget about it. Don't even show it. And the left button is going to be the only one that's left. And that's pretty much it. Okay? Look at that. Look at this. It's so good. Oh my God, you guys. This is amazing. Yes. Okay. Next portion we're going to work on is the header. Are you ready with me? Yes or no? Yes. Hey. All right, let's see who's here still with us. Let me see. Beautiful. Everybody says, let's go. If you guys still with me, let me know down in the comments below. Car animation. Yes, there's a car animation. Yes, correct. Beautiful. Let me say cool. Let's go. Really good. Yes, thank you. Cute. Thank you. Yes. Everybody's still with me. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. Let's go. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Awesome, guys. Let's go. It's like chicky picky. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. All right. Next up, here's what we got. We're at 780 likes. You guys are amazing as always, and I want to thank you. I want to open up some water for myself here, and you can take a break a little bit here too. There we go. So good, so good. Always drink your water, guys. Okay. I also have this. All right. If you're still with me, let me know in the comments below. One reminder. Dance it out. Okay, we're ready now. Let's continue on. Okay? Continue on. Okay, so, don't mind me. Alright. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. One last thing. Like I said, before I move on, we have a bootcamp that's starting June 1st. Our ending date comes in a few days for you to be able to reserve your seat. So if you are someone who's really interested in becoming a developer, and maybe you're stuck in tutorial hell, maybe you are just stuck in you really want to become a developer, or you've never got the chance to become a developer, and you really need that proper guidance. Full Stack Mastery is something we created a while ago to go ahead and get that for you, right? We have Ankh, for example, who just got his first job making $70,000. We have, for example, Martin recently, who got his first job making $56,000, right? It's crazy, right? And they finished the bootcamp. They're still in the bootcamp. And we have 2 more people who currently have ReactJS internships are in the bootcamp as well. We have another one by name Liz. She got her first freelancing client making $50 an hour. It's pretty insane, right? What you can do. We focus a lot on foundation. We focus a lot on building up your developer skills and just giving you the proper knowledge and giving you the proper guidance, basically the whole way through. You get taught by me and then 5 other coaches. It's pretty insane. If you're interested in doing something like this, like I said, it's a very serious matter. You have to be dedicated with a minimum of 20 hours a week, 20 hours of work per week. If you're not ready for that, don't even bother. If you're not ready to put in time, don't even bother. Also, if you're someone who really thinks that, I am just can do this by myself, I don't need anybody else's help, don't bother as well. We are here to help people who want to be helped. That's it. If interested, like I said, see reservation down below. Doors are closing very soon to be able to reserve your seat. They're closing actually in the next few days. So if you're interested, go ahead and click down below and we'll be all good, all right? Awesome, guys. All right, let's continue on. All right. There we go. So what do we got? We've got this. Now I want us to focus on the header. That's what I want us to focus on now at this point, all right? Let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and in our, this whole git, do add, and we'll say sections for the Tesla. That's pretty funny. For the Tesla. Okay, save that. Beautiful. All right, section for the Tesla. All is good. Next up. A few different things. What are we gonna say? What are we gonna do? We're gonna do header.js. Here's what we're working on now. Let's go ahead and put the header inside here. Right, go. Let's go. The header is pretty big actually, and will require a good amount of work, guys. Okay, will require a good amount of work. Oh, 800 likes. That is pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. All right, header. Let's go ahead and import style components. So import styled from style components, style dash component. There we go. All right, sweet. Good. Let's go ahead and do the following. We'll create a container here, like we always like to do. Container, right there. All right. So create a container here as well. All right. Let's go ahead and create this in div. So import styled, const container is equal to what? Style.what.div. There we go. That's going to be the container. Okay. And now, for this container, a few different things. And this container will have, the first thing it will have is, of course, let's think about it. What does it have initially? Well, a few different things. Let me go ahead and show this to you. We'll have the header. And so we need what? We have the kind of like the, we have the logo. That's part one. We have the menu, that's part 2, and we have the right menu, that's part 3. Okay, that's part 3. So we'll divide them into 3 parts. Let's do first. Let's go ahead and do the logo. Okay, we'll create an A tag, right? Because that logo will have a link, and we'll give it an image right here. Look this out, image right here. This is the image. Their image. That's all you need. So image source, images, logo.svg. That's it. Save that. Let's see. Does it show up somewhere? Not really. Why? Because in the home.js, actually inside the app.js, we're not importing this. There we go. Let's go ahead and comment the header.js so we can actually use it. Beautiful. Hey, we got ourselves a Tosa logo. Look at that. It's a beauty. It's such a beauty. Yes. Ooh, something happened that's really interesting. I don't want that. Okay. Header. Nice. All right, let's go ahead and create down the menu. So we'll do menu, 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 menu. Okay, sweet. So that's the menu. Okay. Menu is not defined because we're going to create this right now. So we'll say const menu is equal to what? Styled dot div. Const menu style dot div. Okay. Also, nothing crazy here. Let's go ahead and give some data or some styling for the actual container, the actual header. So the header will have a few things. Number 1, let's give it a min height. Min height of what? Of 60 pixels. There we go. Okay, 60 pixels. Okay, good. That's the min height right there. See? So it's a little bit bigger now. That's good. And you see it's white, but we actually kind of want to be on the one position fixed. So we actually want to be actually have fixed positioning. And so to do that, here's what we'll do: position fixed. Right? Position fixed means what? Means that it will just be here, right here. You see, it's always there on the top, no matter what it is, no matter what, no matter where you are. Okay. Next, let's do the following: display flex to align a vertically center. So display flex right here, flex. Okay, good. All right, next up, we'll do align items center. Ooh, another one. Good. Now see the Tesla centered. Okay, good. Let's go ahead and give some padding. So we'll say padding 0.20 pixels. Done. Ooh, okay, good. Beautiful. All right. All right. So now look at that. It's pretty much there. Look at that, the Tesla clone. Okay. All right. So that's all good. The next thing we need to work on is going to be the what? The menu. The menu has a few different things. What does it have? Well, we've got ourselves what? Model S, Model 3, Model X, Model Y. That's what it has, okay? That's what it's got. To make that happen, let's go ahead and do this. Okay. In the menu, let's give it a P tag. P tag, and inside that will be an A tag. href is equal to currently nothing. Nada. Okay. Boom. Okay, good. And so that has the following. That has, let's go ahead and say, for example, like Model S. Model S for now, okay? That's the model, that's the P tag that we're going to use, all right? All right, let's go ahead, Command C, Command V, Command D. And so there might be what? Model X. There's going to be model, what is it? What are the models here? What is it? The Model S, Model 3. Model 3. Who's excited for the roadster, by the way? That's going to be really cool. Model X. I'm really excited for the roadster. That's going to be a crazy car. If Model Y is a crazy car, Model S is a crazy car, I mean, all of them are pretty much crazy. I just can't imagine what the roadster is going to be. All right. Okay, good. Awesome, sweet. So that's pretty awesome. All right, let's see what happens now. Okay, there we go. Okay. So what happens here is you can see we have the A tag, which kind of makes it, has an underline. We can very much easily fix that by going inside the index.css. Boom. Let's give the A tag. So let's target all A tag. And we'll do text transformation or text transform none. What does that mean? Or text decoration none. So text decoration. Because by default, it's underline. Where is it? Right here. That's the default one. But instead, we'll just say what? None. So if I save that, see? It's gone. Nice, beautiful. All right, next one is in the menu. You see how they're kind of like one on top of each other? We can fix that also by using display flex. Let's go to menu. Okay. And in the menu, all we got to do is the following. Is just display flex it. Display flex. Display flex it. That's how we do it. And we'll do align items. No. We'll do display flex, which let's go ahead and save that. Nice, beautiful. We will do align item center. Good. Beautiful. That's amazing. Okay, nice. Align up center. That centers it. Let's go ahead and also give it maybe some spacing. I would say so as well. And to do that, let's go ahead and target the actual, let's see, P within this here. So we'll do what? Font weight. I will do what? Can I do it here? Let's do font weight. Weight is going to be 600. Okay, good. Nice. Beautiful. And we'll do a text decoration. Text decoration. That's going to be uppercase. Boom. Did not work out. Text decoration. Text transform actually. Text transform, my bad. Transform. There we go. Model S, Model 3. Beautiful. Nice. And then let's go ahead and give it some padding. So for every single P tag, we'll give it padding. So padding is going to be 0, 10 pixels. 0, this in this case means top and bottom. So basically top and bottom is 0. Left and right is 10 pixels. That's what that means. Boom, right there, see? Right there, see? Let's also do flex wrap. Flex wrap. Let's do no wrap. Alright, to make sure there's not wrap, because I don't like the fact that it's wrapping, like, you know, and so forth. I think it's just no wrap like this. I feel like that. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyways, so here's what we got so far, which is pretty good. All right. A few different things I want us to focus on as well. What we're gonna do is we're going to make this menu basically a full width. So flex 1. So, but given a flex 1, we're given a full kind of weight. Flex 1. And then if I say something like this, for example, if I say justify content center, check this out. Justify content. Boom. Now justify content center. What happens here? No, nothing. Justify content align item center. Let me see here. Container display flex. Let me make sure it's all good. Why is it not doing? So justify content center flex 1. Why is it not? Because here's the goal. I want it to also fully be the full width here. So if I do inspect element, let's see what's happening here right now. Okay, we have this. Oh, it's actually not the full width. It's unfortunate. It's actually because this is not the full width. Oh, so you see this right here? This is why inspect element is so important sometimes, guys. You see? The full header is not the full width of the actual page. Now, to make that happen, it's pretty easy actually. Check this one out. Check this one out. So to make that happen, all we have to do is the following. Is we give it right here. So this container, you see this container, the header, is I do the following. I say top 0, right? That will stick it to the 0 to the top. Okay, that's left 0. We'll stick it to the left. Okay. Now right 0 is we'll stick it to the right, meaning it will expand. You see right there. It says what happened. It will expand the header with the full width. That's what just happened. You see that right there? The header is the full width. How cool is that, right? How cool is that? So that's what just happened. So now we have these specific models. Okay, great. The next thing you need to work on is going to be what? Well, that's gonna be this shop Tesla account. Let's go ahead and make that one happen too. So that's pretty easy as well. And again, some of this stuff is also gonna be like, we'll change it up later on to make sure it's actually like, you know, the menu's right. So now we'll do the right menu. Right menu. Okay. And inside the right menu, there'll be a few different things. We'll have, first we'll have a href is equal to what? I'm gonna go ahead and actually, I think there shouldn't be P. I think we should remove this stuff. I think there should be just A tags, honestly. That's what I'm thinking here. Same thing with this. Boom. Remove this just so we have an A tag. There's no reason to have all these P tags. So it just will consistent throughout the whole thing, okay? And you can use Command D to make sure it's all consistent, okay? So a href, and then it's gonna be nothing, of course. And this will be a shop. Okay. Okay. Next one's gonna be a href. A href is gonna be equal to what? Is equal to a href is equal to which one? Which is actually Tesla account. So let's go ahead and do that. Will be Tesla account. Good. And the last thing we need to do is we need an icon that's like a burger icon right here. So we'll do that in a second here. But first, I want to focus on the right menu. That's what I want to focus on for a second here. Okay. So let's do right menu. So save that. Of course, we do have that is not defined right now, so that's not a problem whatsoever. So we'll do menus, this menu. Okay. So we'll do a tag here. Instead of P, make sure you're targeting a tag now at this point, you see? Okay, good. All right, let's go ahead and do const right menu is equal to what? Style.div. That's all it is. Okay. Let's see here. Right menu is not defined. Yes, it is. You just need to refresh it. There we go. All right. Same thing. We can do also the same thing on this one and also target the actual individual what? The individual A tags using something like this. Boom. You see? Save it. Hey, let's go. Beautiful. All right. So that's pretty good. I kind of like that. So that's font weight 600, text transform uppercase on the right menu, padding. Let's go. The only thing I will remove probably is going to be like the padding. And I'll set I'll do margin right 10 pixels. So now the shop is kind of more closer. That's the only thing I'll do at this point. And then let's go ahead and remove this. Don't need this. Okay, good. I like that. The only thing that's pretty much we need to do is let's see. It's gonna be the little hamburger menu. That's what it's called. So if I go to my Tesla account, you see there's a hamburger menu. We can fix that. So we can actually make that work. It's pretty cool. Check this one out. To make this one work, it kind of works like this. We're gonna use Material UI. So Material UI icons. Let's go install that one. Let's go to here. Beautiful. All right, and here's our Material icons, and you just type in menu. Done. Here's our menu. See right there? Done. Let's go import this. Command C. Okay, and import it into our actual what? Right here. So import that. Now, how do you actually need to install, of course, in Material UI? So to install install Material UI core and Material UI icon. So let's go ahead and do install Material UI right there. There we go, right here. So the first thing to install is going to be, I'm actually going to use yarn. So I'm going to say yarn add Material UI core. So to do that, let's go ahead and open inside integrate terminal. Right there, beautiful. And we'll do yarn add Material UI core. So that's the core basically Material UI. Save that, add that. Beautiful. Very, very beautiful. We're almost at 854 likes. Let's go. Let's get to 900. You guys are amazing as always. 900 likes. That'll be awesome. Okay, next one is going to be material UI icons. And to do that, we'll do yarn add material UI icons right here. Okay. Okay, Command K. Boom, boom. Chicky picky. Voila, we're done. Okay. While I do this, I want to drink my. So good. So good. So good. Alrighty, beautiful. Nice, 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 nice. While that's doing, hope you guys are still with me. Hope you guys are enjoying the build. Hope the Tesla clone is going to be interesting. One other thing I'll be really cool to build is actually the Tesla clone dashboard. You know how there's a dashboard where the Teslas use inside there? That'll be amazing to build, and we're working on that one as well. So that's going to be really cool. But yeah, so many exciting things happening, guys. You have no idea. Ooh, there we go. All right. Let's see. So that's all good. Now to use Material UI, we've done that already here. Look at this. We install Material UI, and now we just import the menu icon. That's the only thing that we now need. Okay? Let's see.
Appreciate your sound, needed renovation.
I thought that was pretty funny. Don't you guys think so? Yeah, I think so. Pretty funny. Alright, guys, let's go ahead and continue on. You guys are always, as always, are amazing. Time said party code. You know it. That's how we do it. Hey. Alright, guys. So is math important for coding? No, it's not. I'll just answer that for you. Math is not important for coding at all. In fact, you don't need it at all. Like zero, zip, not knowledge, nothing. Just so you know. All right. Whew, beautiful. All right. Now, at this point, let's go ahead and add the menu icon. We're going to create our own menu icon because we'll change the styling of it. So we'll say custom menu, right here. Right here. And we'll use the menu icon like so. So let's go ahead. We'll do right here. So const custom menu is equal to styled what? Styled what? Styled menu icon. Style menu icon right there. See? Style menu icon. Okay. Now what can I do with the style menu icon? Really nothing. I'm kidding. I can do a lot. So here's what happened here. Check this out. Ooh, it's so good. That's so good. All right, beautiful. I like it. For the right menu, let's go ahead and do display flex it. So display flex to make sure it's all aligned center. So display flex. Okay. Beautiful. And we'll do align items. Center. Just under center. There we go. Display flex center. Align item center. There we go. It's right there. On the menu icon, we'll do a cursor pointer. Cursor that is going to be pointer. Good. Cursor pointer. Refresh it. Ooh, let's go. And nothing's happening so far. Don't worry about that just yet. Okay. Now, another thing I want us to focus on is going to be, look at how, by the way, guys, just want to say how good this look already. Look at this, guys. This is sick. This is amazing. So proud of us. One thing I want to change, you see how this model actually gets squished? Well, we're going to make the change that, whenever you get to a small screen, you just remove it. Now, to remove it, again, how did we do the last time? We're also going to use media queries, just how we did the last time, right? With media queries, it's pretty simple. You just do it like this. Check this out. So on the menu group, on the menu right here. So we'll say what? Media. Again, max it with 768 pixels, meaning basically when we get to 768 pixels browser width, we say display none on the full thing. So save that. Boom, right there, see? Ooh, let's go. Boom. Now what's happening here? You see that shop Tesla account for some reason is doing this thing where it's like going all the way to the left hand side. And we can fix that by what? Going to the container, and currently we say align items center. But to make them space out, we say justify content, and then we just space between. That's it. Between. There we go. Look at that. Oh, yeah. There we go. So beautiful. I love it so. How cool is this, guys, huh? That's pretty amazing. 893 likes, guys. You guys are amazing. 900. Let's go. Okay, so that is all good. That's all good. All right. The next thing I want to focus on is, you know how if I refresh this page, it has like this really slick animation, and it's pretty cool. I kind of like it. You guys want to install the animation? I think so too. So how do we make this animation work? It's going to use something called React Reveal. Check this out. React Reveal. And all this is just a module. It's basically just a module for React for animation library. You see? Look at this. Pretty much anything you want. I mean, we can even use different effects if you wanted to. There's a zoom effect. And so to actually add a fade effect, it's pretty simple. You just, you install React Reveal like so, right? And then you do what? Then you do, basically you add, not zoom, but you do, let me see, where's the fade? I want to do fade. Home, fade effect. There we go. Right there, fade left, you just give it a fade. That's pretty much it. That's it. See, that's all happens. So let's go ahead and make that one work. That's pretty cool. If I have my Model S here, no, Model Y, yeah, let's go. All right, so open up in terminal right here, and let's do yarn add, and what? React Reveal. Let's see one more time. Tutorials, instructions, React Reveal right here. React Reveal. So yarn add, React Reveal. Boom. Adding that to the React. Good. Beautiful. Nice. Okay. All right, now that that's happening, all it's going to happen now at this point, let's go back to our React Reveal. Let's go into the fade effect. We need to import the fade right here. So import fade. Okay, let's go and import fade here. This is let's go ahead. This needs to be done on a section. So import fade here. Boom. And all we need to do is now just basically, group the fade of what you want it to fade. It's as simple as that, right? So here's what I'll do. On the item text, I will say the following. I will say fade. Where is it? I will say here, fade. Faded, I'm so faded. Fade bottom, from the bottom. Boom, and I will give it around, that's gonna be around the item text. Boom. Okay, let's see it now. Ooh, how good is this? Check this one out, guys. All right, I like that. Next, let's go ahead and do around the button group right here. So we'll do the following. So we'll do fade. Same thing. Also bottom. Boom. Oh. God. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, so good. Oh my God, I love this. This is so good. Oh. I love that. That animation is so good. I mean, who doesn't? Come on, guys. Come on. Come on. Give me a break. Come on. How good is this, huh? How good does this look? I mean, if you don't agree with me, I don't know what's going on with you. So we're getting very close, okay? The next thing I want us to work on is going to be what? It's going to be the actual kind of sidebar, right? So the sidebar that kind of comes up from here. When I click on this, we need to have a sidebar that comes up on the right hand side, okay? So let's make that one happen. Sidebar is we'll call it a burger nav menu. And for now, let's go ahead and just create the burger nav menu, and that will be done. So the header.js right there. So let's do this. So burger nav, okay? And this one will just have a bunch of for example, items. So here are the items they should look like. So we'll create a few items like this. For example, we'll use li elements. So we'll say li, like this. and we'll give an a tag. So we'll say a href is equal to nothing so far. Okay, nothing so far. But inside there, for example, we have things like existing inventory, right? We have also things like, let's go ahead and copy this right here. So Command C, Command V, Command V, right? We have a few different things that we're gonna say. So as the same inventory, we have used inventory, right? So for example, used inventory. We have, for example, trade in, right? Trade dash in, you know, and so forth and so forth. Let's go ahead and maybe modify some of these right here. Maybe, oh, the Cybertruck. Who's excited for that one? Cybertruck right here. There's maybe the roaster. That's gonna be a pretty cool one too. Right there. And so what we're building right now is pretty much the following, right? We're building this menu. Boom. This menu on the right hand side. That's what we're building right there. Ooh, this menu on the right hand side. Everything else we'll build. Now we just need to go ahead and focus on that one, okay? You can see these were the Modal X, use inventory. That's just pretty much those items right there. All right, awesome, sweet. So we got that portion. That's all good. And the burger nav, of course, not existent right now, so we need to create that. So we'll say const what? Const burger nav is equal to what? Burger nav is equal to styled.div. Right there. All right. Oh, that looks hideous. Don't worry about it, guys. Okay, so don't worry about this. So the burger now, right now, let's go ahead and do the following. We'll just put it on top of everything else that's kind of needed. All right. So for one, it's gonna be position fixed. So position fixed. Why? Because it's always on the top, no matter what. Right? It's always gonna be where? On the right hand side. Right? Always gonna be here, no matter which page you're on. Okay. So position is fixed. Now where? I'm gonna just say top 0, right? I'm gonna say bottom 0 to stretch it all to the bottom. And then I'm going to say right 0. That will take it all the way to the right hand side. Boom. Okay, you see now it's on the right hand 0. Good. Next. All right. At this point, let's go into background color. Background white. Nice. You see, so it's kind of getting there a little bit. All right, so it's background white. Let's give it a width of 300 pixels. Good. Nice. Okay, I like it. Good. Let's also give it a z index, because obviously it's like kind of like, I think it's kind of like z index. So the z index of like 10, 100. Let's see. Is 100. I think it's because in that case we need to go ahead and make everything else is the index of smaller. That's what we need to do in that case. So that means that everything else. Oh man, that's a lot. Gosh darn it. Okay, so the whole section now. Let's do this. Let's go to section how, and this right here will say z index of 10. Let's just say. Will that change anything? Because I want this to be on top. You see what I mean? I want it to be on top is what I'm trying to get to. Let's think about it here. Z index 10, that's gonna be maybe -1. -1. No, that's not it. Z index of, let's just say Z index of 10. So what's being overwritten? So let's see. Okay, let's see. So, well, for one is the ItemText. So I think we need to focus on the ItemText here. So let's do ItemText. Let's do this one. It's gonna be Z index. It's gonna be 10. Come on, give me something. So ItemText Z index -1. Does that mean the home just needs to have a smaller Z index? I'm just trying to think here, guys. What do you guys think here? So home, maybe this is gonna be a z index of 10 maybe. No, did not change nothing. Okay, let's see. How do we go ahead and make sure that this kind of works the way I want it to? So z index of 10, what do you guys think? Have any suggestions? Anybody have any suggestions? So let's have refresh. No. Home 10, it's max, but do 10 for sidebar. Okay, so for sidebar, let's try that. For the header, for the Horburger nav, let's try that. I mean, I can fucking do anything. Like, let's see. Still not nothing. How do we fix the z index issue? Z index of, let's try this. Z index of 16. I'm just thinking here. Let's see. Z index. Oh, maybe it's this. So the contain. Really? Let's see. If I go to here and I say this container is z index of 1. Oh, what the heck? Oh, that makes sense. Oh, so we actually, so it was competing, the weight was competing not with everything else. It was actually competing with the actual header, which is the container, which is above it. Because this, remember, this burger nav is within this. So in order to have this show up above this, the container, we need to give this a small z index and give this one a z index of like 16, let's say. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so there we go. All right, so cool. We kind of got that. That's pretty awesome. I kind of like that. Would you agree? Okay, so now let's go ahead and focus on, we have z index. Okay, let's do the burger nav and top 0 width. That's good. That's good. Now, okay, let's go ahead and remove this list style because it's horrible. List as style. It'll be none. Okay, good. Next, let's do padding 20 pixels to give it some padding all around. Good. Nice. Nice. Okay. Paint 20 pixels. Then let's go ahead and do the following. Then we'll do background. No. So the list style is kind of like not the way I want it to, because why? Because it's centered, which is not what I like. So to make that work, I just do display flex on this one. Display flex on this puppy. There we go. Good. And then we'll do flag direction column. Good. There, it's still okay. Don't worry. And then we'll do what? Flex. Justify content. Justify content. Okay, flex. Start. Good. Oh, like this. Flex start. Justify content. Really? Come on. Really? Nothing? Is it text align? Text align. What? Start. Okay, never mind. You don't need this flex direction column in that case. I mean, that could still be useful actually, but we don't need this one. So text align start, which is good, which I like. Okay, let's see, where are we at? So on this one we have model 3, model S. Okay, I like that. So now let's go ahead and focus on each li. So li. Okay, so li. On this one we'll do the following. On this li we'll do so we'll have padding, top and bottom padding of 15 pixels for every single one. And then left and right is going to be 0 for now. Okay. And we'll give it a border bottom. Boom, right there. Good. Okay. Good. And then we'll give it an A tag. So on the, let's go ahead and see. Let's see now. Oh, let's go. That looks good. That looks good. Okay, I like it. Let's go ahead and give it, and for the e tag, let's just give it a more of a font weight. So we'll do font weight, font weight. By the way, we're almost at 1,000 likes, guys. Come on, let's get this party started. Font weight 600, good. Let's go. Now, of course, now the thing we need to work on is how do you actually make it work so that it actually shows up properly? You know what I mean? Because right now, it's just kind of there, right? So right now, it's just kind of there. Yeah, it's top right, bottom 0, you know, and we need to hide it somehow. So how do we hide it? Well, for one, let's go ahead and add an X button. So in the Material UI icons, let's go and find Material UI icons. So let's do Material UI icons. Material. And let's find an X button. X. There we go. Close. Okay, good. That's exactly what we want. So close icon. All right. Oh, look how good this looks, guys. Oh my God, this is so good. Okay, let's go ahead and import our close button here. Okay. So inside the burger nav, we'll actually go ahead and do this close button right here. Oops. So we'll do what? Custom close. So we'll say this: custom close. So let's go and create a custom close button. And how we're gonna do that? Well, by using style components. So let's go here. Const custom close is equal to what? Styled. No. Styled what? Let's see. Style close icon. Right there. There we go. Close icon. Good. Nice. Okay, good. I like it. Okay. Let's need to actually make sure this one gets aligned, not there, but actually somewhere else. So to do this one, we'll do, let's see. Just kind of thinking here, and this one, we need to wrap it in that case. So we'll create a close wrapper. Because we need to actually shift this to the right hand side, right? So if I go ahead and do it this way, so get this needs to be shifted here, right? We need to put that here. In order to shift that properly, how's it gonna work? Well, to shift it properly, right, I'm going to create a div around it, a wrapper, and then display flex it and put it here. That's how I'm going to create it, okay? Just so you know. And that's a pretty good way of doing this kind of stuff, right? So just so you know, custom close, okay? So if you wanna like align something, remember this rule, wrap it. If you wanna align something, wrap it. There's always needs to be a parent wrapper in order to align something. Vertically, horizontally, left, right, whatever it might have to be, right? Okay, close wrapper. Let's go ahead and create that close wrapper right here. Okay, so close wrapper. So const close wrapper is equal to styled.div. Now, look at this one now. You see? Check this one out. Okay, all I do at this point is very simple. I say the following. I say display flex, and here's what I do. Check this one out. Okay, display flex, and we'll say justify content what? Flex end. Boom, right there. See? Just as simple as that. That's it. And now that's there. Okay, next up, let's go ahead and do the following. We'll do let's do on the actual custom close, we'll do what? Cursor pointer, save that. Nice. Right there. There you go. Beautiful. Good. Awesome. Sweet. Look at this. Oh my gosh, this looks good, guys. This looks so good. All right. Who's still with me? You guys still with me? I hope so. Let's go. All right, so we got this portion. Now we need to figure out how do we close it. Well, We're gonna use useState to make sure that we understand when there is a closing factor or when there is an open factor, right? So, for example, let's go and do this. Let's use useState to figure out when I click on this, I'm going to trigger a useState to say, hey, close it, right? If I open it, I'm gonna say that we have an open state now. That's what's gonna happen now, okay? So let's do this. I'm gonna say useState. Let's go and import useState here. useState, beautiful. Okay. All right, nice. And at this point, a few very simple things. Okay. God, this is so clean, guys. By the way, such clean code, which I really love. By the way. All right. So we have useState, and the side here. Let's do the following. Boom. And we'll do const here. I'm going to create our useState. So we'll say burger status. So we'll say burger. I'll say open. Burger open. Or set. I'll just say burger status. I think is good. I kind of like that one. Status, right there. And we'll set burger status. Set burger this right there is equal to what? Use state. Initially we'll set it to false. So right now it's actually closed. So burger status is closed. Right there, right? So that's what's gonna happen, okay? So burger status is closed. Now, how do we go ahead and make sure that that this stuff is actually closed or open? Well, very simple is what we can do is the following. So look at this. On the burger nav, I'm gonna pass in a wrapper here, or pass in a parameter here, and this is gonna be show is equal to the status of the burger status. Say burger status. Burger status, right there. Burger status. And inside the burger nav, all I'm going to do is check this one out. I'm gonna say, for example, here, if we have, so look at this one. I'm going to transform it. So I'm gonna say transform. Check this one out. Transform. Okay. I'm going to look for the props. So props, like so. But just have done before. And basically, here's what we'll say. If it says props.show, right? If it says props.show, we're going to do what? Transform, nothing. So here's what we'll do. We'll do, if it says props.show, we'll just make it, show basically, translate x0. So here's what we'll do. So translate x, it need to be like this right here. Translate x 0. And what does that do? So if I go to translate x, go ahead and do it this way. Otherwise, we'll do translate x 100%. Translate x 100%. Okay. Okay, let's see. So right now it's false. Okay. Oh, now it's false. Okay. So what just happened? Let me see and make sure it's all good. Let me see. I think I need to actually. There we go. Hey, let's go. So now look, you see? So we're now translate x, basically if it's show, we have translate x 0. So translate x, what does that pretty much do? Let me go and show it to you. Translate x. Right here. Look at this one, guys. This is pretty cool, right? So I can move something basically. So right here, for example, I can translate x 10 pixels. I'm going to translate 10 pixels to the right hand side, right? And so what's going to happen is the following. If I go ahead and actually, if I do, for example, if I do show and I say here 100%, boom. Let's go and see this. See this. Props.show, is it working at all? Let's see. Am I missing something? Props.show should be false. If it's false, I think it should be translate 0. Yes. There you go. So let's check this out. So here's what we'll do. If props.show, basically right now props.show is false right now, of course. So what's gonna happen is it's going to translate what? 0. It won't move it at all, right? Right? So that's gonna happen. If it's false, it won't move it at all. That's kind of what happened, of course. But we need to say like this: if it's false, what happens? Actually, if it's true, if we say props.show, right? Then we actually need to move it nothing, because basically we do nothing, right? So if it's true, we don't do nothing to this, right? This stays the way it should be, right? But the second this is false, we need to move to the right hand side. It's full width right here. See, that's why he shows it that way. Now check this out. What we can do now at this point is we can have an unclick. So when I go ahead and I click open, so this unclick button, so unclick is equal to what? Right? When I say right? Well, I'm gonna say what? I'm going to do the following. I'm gonna say set burger status to true. Status to true. So set it to true. Okay? True. So means if I click on this new icon, set the burger status to be true meaning open. So let's try this right now. Oh, look at that. See, that means open right there. How cool is that? So that means open, okay? Now close does not work right now because of course close is nothing, right? So now to actually change that, to make that fully happen, what to do? On the click of this one, what are we gonna say? Is equal to what? Boom boom. We'll say what? Bada bum, bum bum. We'll say set burger status. What? Set burger status to what? To false. There we go. Look at this now, right? So now we change it to false. If I do this, oh, Ooh, how cool is this, guys? Burger status is now officially what? Officially now true or false. Now, again, this is where we now make it very beautiful. Look at this one. Let's go ahead and make it very beautiful now, okay? Guys, how good is it starting to look? Aren't you pumped? Aren't you like excited for this? And by the way, we're almost at 1,000 likes, guys. 977. Let's go ahead and make sure we have that, you know. Let's get to 1K. It's not that much. Come on. You guys got this. We've been working really hard now. All right, so that's good. 977 likes. Let's go. All right. To make it flow very nicely, we just add a small transition tool. Check this out. You see this transform? All I do is look. Transition. I say the following. Transition. Transition. And I do what? On the transform factor. Transition transform. And I will say what? 0.2 seconds. And I'm going to say ease in. Right? Now, you ready for this, my friend? Are you ready for the reveal? All right? Ooh! Ooh! Look at that. Boom, 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 boom. I kind of want to make it even better, though. I kind of want to make it look even better. Let me see. Let's see. I want to say ease in, ease out. I want to say ease in, ease dash out. I don't like that better. No, here. Ooh, that's not it. Hold on. Let's see. There we go. Much better. I like. Ooh, let's go. That looks so good. How cool is that, guys? Let's go ahead and give us a thumbs up for the following. And we're at 1,000 likes. You guys are amazing as always. Just want to say. Some say easy now. Thank you. Hey, let's go. How cool is that? Ooh, beautiful. It looks so good. Okay, now let's go ahead and actually add some data to this, right? We're gonna add some Redux to this, right? But pretty much look at this. We're almost pretty much done. We're so close to finishing this Tesla clone. It's so clean. The code is clean. That's the really cool part about this, all right? a few things now we're going to do is the following. Let's go ahead and add some data to it about like our cars, right? So as you can see here, we have, for example, you know, we might have cars, for example, car titles. So here, for example, Model S and so forth, right? Model S, Model 3, Model Y, and so forth. Now, let's go ahead and create our Redux store that will contain the cars that we will be using here, okay? We'll be using here. So here's what we'll do. Let's go ahead and look at the Redux, the component that we need to create. So let's go features. And the one that we have currently is like a weird one that's like a counter feature. We don't need that one at all. So we can actually fix that one. Let's go put it to the hand side. We can fix that one. Don't need the counter. Instead, let's go ahead and create a new folder on the features folder. And let's call it, for example, car slice. Car slice, right there. Okay. Counter, you can remove that one. So let's go ahead, right click, delete. Move to trash. Now we only just have car slice. That's the only thing we need. So inside the car slice, go ahead and create a new file. And what? Actually, no, let's see. Let's rename this to car. Rename this to car, not car slice, car. And inside here, we'll create a new file called car slice. Car slice.js. Beautiful, okay? All right, let's go to our app, go to store, and I'll remove this counter reducer because we don't need that one, okay? Okay, good. On the counter slice, on the car slice, all right, we need to, of course, import Redux toolkit. So let's go ahead and import Redux toolkit for create slice. And what slice is basically in Redux is, imagine Redux is like this whole state of data that you have, right? Imagine Redux is like, for example, you know, Redux is this whole state, right? And a slice is just one small state, right? One piece of a state. So in our case, our slice will be, for example, just car for now. And that's why it's called slices, right? It's like a slice of pizza, right? And every single, for example, when you're trying to save data in the global state of the whole website, right? You might have a car slice. You might have an inventory slice. Who knows, for example, right? Inventory, you know, and so forth and so forth. And all of that is just data that's shared across all your web pages, websites, all your pages on your site. That's pretty much it, okay? So when we create the slice, that's what's happening here. All right, beautiful. Let's go ahead and go next. The next one we'll go ahead and do is, we've got the car slice. That's great. Let's create the initial state. So we'll do const initial state. And we'll give it a few cars. So we'll say cars. I'm giving the cars right here. And this will be an array of objects. Honestly, just an array of cars. So we'll say, for example, model, which one? What do we have? Model S, Model 3, right? Model S, Model 3, Model X, and Model Y. So Model S, Model S, Model 3, okay? Model X, Model X, and then Model Y. Ooh. Model Y. There we go. All right, so we got ourselves the cars. Okay. Let's go ahead and now get these cars. So to create the actual slice, we'll do const car slice. Car slice is equal to, let's go and create the slice, right? We're creating a slice of pizza, right? Create slice right there. And that takes in a few different things. The amount we're going to name the slice right there. This could be car for now. Okay. And then we'll give it initial state. Initial state right there. Okay. And then we'll give a few reducers. Now we don't need any reducers at this point, right? Because our goal right now is just to get the cars. That's it. So we don't need anything like that of that sort. That's way too complicated. Instead, what we will, however, do is we'll get the cars themselves. So we'll say export const. And the trajectory, or how usually you do it inside slices, inside Redux Toolkit, is you, for example, do select. So it's like selecting a piece of object, selecting a piece of data. So in our case, I'm selecting cars right here. Okay. Is equal to what? Is equal to state is equal to state, and then it's going to return to me. It's going to return to me the state.car. The car is the name of the slice right here. Dot cars. That's it. And that's going to be this right here. That's going to be this whole array. That's pretty much it. Okay. So this right here is mapping directly to this right here. And select cars will have that for us. That's it. And of course, we're going to export now. Default. We need to export the reducer because we need to actually export some kind of reducer, even though it's empty. Default, and we'll say car slice dot reducer. Beautiful. Nice. All right. Once we've got that, we need to actually import this. So let's go ahead and go to store, and we'll do import, and this will be the car reducer. So we'll say car reducer right here. From what? Okay. We need to go back. Then we need to go into features. I'm gonna go ahead. Let me see this. We need to go back. Then we go into features right here. After that, we need to go into the car right there. Car. And then we need to go car slice. Beautiful, right there. And so instead of this kind of reducer, we just change it to car reducer. Car is going to be car reducer. Right there, right? So that's pretty much all you have to do on the Redux reducer side. Okay, so just keep that in mind always, okay, guys? The store, you tell what reducers you have, okay? The slice is basically every individual reducer you can see, right? Individual slice, and this contains the actions. And I'm not going to go deep into Redux, of course. That there will be another video of itself. But Redux, there's always a few different things. We always have the initial state. That's a state that you will have when you initially start the application. And you will have reducers. And reducers are just functions you can use to manipulate the state. Maybe you have a function that will add a new car, or something else. So that's what kind of the Redux reducer is there for, right? There's also actions, but we'll talk about those later. Most important thing is the fact that we have select cars, which will get us the cars individually, okay? Nice, okay, so, all right. At this point, we are pretty much almost done. Let's go to home.js. And what we need to do is the following. Let's go to section here. No, actually not here. Header right here. We're going to import our car slice. So let's go import, okay, and we'll say select cars, right? This will get us the actual cars. Select cars from what? From features right here /car slice. Good. And we need to actually import use selector. So in order to select something, you have to use something called a use selector, which is a hook, which is a React hook right here. Good right here. So use selector, and then we're going to select the actual car. So we'll say const cars is equal to what? Use selector from what? Well, select cars. Boom, done. You see, that's it. Right? We've selected the cars from the actual use selector, right? So if we now console log it, let's go to console log the cars. Okay? Console log it right now. Let's go ahead and right click inspect them on this one. Console. Let's go ahead and see how this works out. Let's go ahead and refresh it. It says legacy context API has been detected within a strict model tree. Don't worry about this one. But look at this. Here it is. Model S, model 3, model X, model Y. Beautiful. That's all we need to do. See? This is some fade stuff. We don't need to do this one. Should mitigate to the new version. The old API will be deployed. That's fine. Right? So right there. Here's our array. And now all we do is, for example, for this, so now here is we'll do if cars and cars dot map, right? We're gonna get the individual car, and then we're gonna get the index. Boom, done. All right. into a card with the index, and then that's gonna give us what? Okay, good. So then now we'll go ahead and do a href doom right here. I will give it some kind of a thing like this. Okay, that closes that. Beautiful. There we go. So model S. Okay, now check this out. All we gotta do now at this point is just give it a car. Oops, car. And I can remove this now. Done. So now, let's see. Oh, let's go. Another thing we want to figure out is give it a key. So, because if I right click the inspect element on this one, go to console here. See, it says each child in the list should have a unique key. The reason why they do that is because React actually tracks individual child by the key. So let's say any changes happened, it will know where to make those changes. And we can do that by using the index, like this. Right there, see? So if I inspect them now, okay, the console, and then let's go ahead, I refresh this again. See? The child is no longer, that issue is no longer there. Beautiful. Let's remove this console of cars. Guys, we're almost done. So close to being done and finishing up this Tesla clone. That is pretty insane, I will say. All right, and the next thing I'm going to do is we'll do the same thing with this specific situation here with this cars, and I'll put it in here. Cars.map, but in my case, I'm going to use it like this. Boom. And this will be the actual car itself. Car right there. And again, a lie, and then I'm going to give it a key is equal to the actual index. Boom, 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 boom. Don't need any of this stuff. Boom, right here. That's it. That's it. And so this is going to be that. Let's go ahead and take a look at that one. So cars.map. So let's go and see. Oh, would you look at that? Whew. Guys, look at what we have got for ourselves. Let's go ahead and do add. And that's going to be Redux for cars. Right there. Good, yes. Good. B. Look at what we have got for ourselves. Whew. Oh my God. Look at that, guys. Look at this. Model S, Model 3. We have some beautiful animations. Look at that. Oh my God. Accessories, all this stuff. And if you compare it to an actual Tesla page, I mean, let's go ahead and take a look at the Tesla page, actual Tesla page. Let's take a look at it here. Look at that. Like, what? Like, okay, just compare it here. Like, hold on, look. Like, what? Guys, do you see the magic that we have just done? Like, can you tell the difference? I mean, yes, we have this fancy feature like the scrolling feature. We can work on that later. But look, it's there. I actually hate this kind of features or like where they don't allow you to scroll. I hate that. Oh, let's go. Look at, oh my God. How good is this? Guys, this is so fresh, so clean. You know it. Guys, that is pretty insane. Wow. Looking dope, Nas. Jessica's dope. That's awesome. Sweet. Howdy. Hello, Colleen. Let's go. Beautiful. So what we've got, like I said, we've got everything. We finished the application. It looks so good. It looks clean. Model S, Model Y, Model 3, Model X. Guys, you put this on your portfolio. It's going to be a winning portfolio for yourself. This is going to be a winning portfolio. Put this on your portfolio. You're going to it's going to be so good. That's all I can tell you. All right. Look at that. Oh my God. Yes. Oh my God. It's so good. That's so beautiful. Guys, that's pretty much it from me. Hope you guys enjoyed the build. Like I said, guys, if you're interested in actually joining the bootcamp and actually become a developer, link is down below in the description to go and reserve your seat. All it is you just put in a small deposit just to go ahead and join the bootcamp. More information about the bootcamp is on cleverprogram.com. On cleverprogram.com, which is actually right here. If you go to cleverprogram.com, let's go and see this right here. go to Coding Bootcamp, and you can learn more about the Coding Bootcamp right here, right? So we've been at this for quite a while. So many of our instructors and students have joined so many amazing companies. Look at this, right? And so forth. So if you're interested, go ahead and check this out, and then you click the link below to go ahead and put in and reserve your seat. Like I said, seat reservations close very, very soon. Actually, by June 1st, we have seat reservations closing, so you won't be able to join anymore at this point. But that's it from me. In that case, hope you guys have an amazing day. Let me see how you guys are doing. Let me go ahead and comment with you guys. Show store.js. Everybody somebody said show store.js. Okay, sure, I can show that, no problem. Show store.js. Store.js, where is the store.js? Right there. That's it. There's nothing crazy about this, guy. Store.js, that's it. That's it. Store.js right here. Look at this. Car reducer. That's all it is. You have to import the reducer right here and then set it right there. That's all you gotta do. Okay? That's pretty much it, guys. And look at this, by the way. I don't know if you guys see this, but this is also oh, this is actual Tesla clone. This is actually also like user friendly too. Not user friendly, but mobile friendly as well, which is pretty insane. Ooh, so good, so good. Guys, who think this was an amazing build? Who enjoyed it? Let me know. Thumbs up the video if you enjoyed this specific build. I sure did. I really did, actually. It was really, really good. It was really good. Let me see. What are you guys saying here? All right. Nice. So we said building for Django clone. That's gonna happen definitely. Sweetness. Thank you. Awesome, Adriana. Happy you enjoyed it. Naz, let's go. Mohammed, let's go. Super. Thanks, Naz. Awesome. Sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Some said Louis said elbow cough. That's awesome. With portfolio, yes, I do mean GitHub. Put this on your GitHub. Put in your portfolio, because some people you might have portfolios where you showcase the actual application. So definitely put that there. Let's see. Super clean, super fancy. I agree with that. Nice, 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 nice. Now let's go, nice. Let's go. Luik is currently in full stack mastery. Let's go. Hey, hey. Let's go, Luke. Love you too, bro. Super clean now. That's what I'm talking about. Redux toolkit. That's an import. That's go ahead and take a look at this on google.com. It's an import, guys. It's a new way to do Redux. It's pretty awesome. Thank you so much. I'm Nas #1 fan. Oh shit. Let's go, Daniel. Okay, thank you. I'm your fan. I'm your #1 fan. Maybe number 2. Maybe number 2 fan. Oh my god. Alright guys, that's it from me. Hope you guys have a great day, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye bye. Disney Plus clone with ReactJS. That's what we're doing today. Look at this Disney Plus that we have right now. As you can see, look at this. Let me put this, make it this full screen. This is a beautiful app that we're going to build. We're going to use Firebase. We're going to use Redux. We're going to use React Router DOM. We're going to use, let me see, what else are we going to use? We're going to use things like, you know, a React Slick to be able to create this slick animation right here, right? So many different things. We're going to use style components. All this is going to be used here, okay? And of course, we're going to be using VS Code to be able to build this. Look at all these animations. If I go ahead and click on this, I can sign out. Beautiful. And then I can click login to log in again with this is, by the way, using Firebase Authentication. So I can log in like this. Boom. Oh, we're set. We're set. Hello, YouTube. Hello, everybody. I hope you guys are doing great. All right, so let's go actually get this party started. Let's get straight into it. So a few things we need to do to go ahead and get this started. Like I said, this is going to be a very detailed build. We might split this up into 2 parts, but this is how we're going to do it. All right, beautiful. All right. Okay, so now at this point, what we need to do is, the first things first is let's go ahead and build out our actual project by starting up a project using React. So what you need to do, of course, for this, you need a Node.js. So the first thing you need to do is you need to install Node.js. Hopefully you have that by now. So Node.js right here, very, very important, right? So that's gonna be what you need. That's Node.js, all right? So make sure you install the recommended version, okay? Once you've got that, of course, you need to install pretty much just VS Code. And once you're done with that, you're pretty much all set, okay? All right. Sweet. So let's go ahead and open up our Finder or something where we go ahead and actually open up a folder. I'm gonna go ahead, new Finder here, new Finder window. Hopefully I can find it here. Where's my new Finder window? Right there. All right, and then we'll go. I have a GitHub folder here, right here, and this is called Nas, and I'm going to do new services, new terminal at folder. So I'm going to open up a new terminal at folder. If you're in Windows, you might have to do it differently. You might have to use your terminal kind of like on Windows. So what I will do at this point is I will say type in npx create. I'm gonna go ahead and make this a little bit bigger so you can all see it. npx create dash react dash app dash template Redux, right? So we're going to use Redux for this specific application. So npx create react app dash template Redux is what you need to do. So click enter on this one, and there is a way with run to see all options. Please specify the project. I need to So the issue is I need to specify the project name here. So npx create react app, and we're going to call it Disney plus dash clone right here. So npx create react app Disney plus clone dash template Redux. Hit enter. All right, that's all doing. So what's happening here is very simple, guys. Okay, what's going on is basically it's building all the scripts. It's initializing the first project for us in order to be able to do something like this. And of course, hello YouTube, hello everybody. I see all of you guys. Whoa, we have a $20 donation from On. Let's go. Beautiful. Thank you so much, On. That is amazing. Let me go ahead and highlight you on here. Where are you? Oh, whoa, let's go. Beautiful. Thank you. Appreciate it. Because of Clever Programmer, I made over 100K a year. Thank you, On. Appreciate it. Yeah, he joined us actually. He joined Clever Programmer a while ago and actually joined our boot camp, and he was able to make Atlanta basically a 70K job and then make more money from other jobs as well. So pretty insane. All right, now at this point, that's it. So what we've done here is we've created our project. It says happy hacking. Once it says happy hacking, you're pretty much done. Okay, I'm going to put us some music here so we can all be listening to a little bit of music while we're coding. All right, so happy hacking, beautiful. All right, at this point, what we need to do is, you see how it created this folder called Disney plus clone right here. And all we need to do is very simple. We need to go ahead and open this up in VS Code. All right, so let me put this VS Code on here on the right hand side. And of course, hopefully you can do this by yourself as well. All right, I'm gonna open up a new window with VS Code. There we go. Beautiful. That's the new window I just opened up. I will do file, open. And then go to my GitHub, go to Nas here. And then the one that we just did is what? The Disney plus clone. That's the one that we just opened up. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Beautiful. All right, sweet. All right, and here's what we got now. So, right, this is the project that we start out with basically ReactJS. You can see we have source, and there's a few files that you need to pay attention to. The one file that you need to really pay attention to is kind of like, this one right here is, we have app.js. That's kind of like your main file right here. And what we can do is if we go ahead and let's do right click on the yarn.log and then say open inside integrate terminal right here. And then do npm start. Boom. npm start. So click npm start. Beautiful. That will start up your project, guys. Okay. That will start up your project. And then at this point, you should see it right here. Oh, let's go. This is our first ReactJS project. Okay. Of course, you can hit plus right here to add it. You can hit minus, and the way it's working with Redux is because we're able to, for example, click plus and minus with Redux, right? And Redux is a way for us to save state, and we'll talk about how that's done later on in a little bit, okay? So subtract number 3, 2, 1, 0, and so forth. That's pretty awesome. All right, so this is our first project right here, and what we need to do is very simple at this point is let's do some cleanup, okay? That's part 1. All right, in terms of cleanup, let me go ahead and make this right here. App.js, don't really need anything here now. Just remove that. Sayonara, baby. Let's go. That's done. All right, save that. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. So we don't need that. All right, so now it's clean, right? And I can type whatever I want in here. So I'll say hello, boom, right? If I say hello, okay? So really just anything I kind of want. All right. If I, for example, look at these other things, we have 300 views, 300 people on YouTube. Hold up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Amazing to have all of you guys here, as always, as always. Okay, beautiful. Hello, hello, hello. Great channel always helps me, somebody said. All right, so that's, if I say hello here, you can see we have hello on here. Next up, let's go ahead and clean up some CSS here. Add that CSS, just Command A, don't need none of this. All right, save it. Don't need none of this. It's all, I'm not going to say useless, but it's unnecessary for us, okay? So that's done. Test.js, don't need any of this. Delete this one right here too. Move to trash, okay? Do not need that, okay? Next thing, logo. You see this logo? Import logo from logo SVG. Don't need this either. Boom, right here, okay? Do not need that, okay? And that's pretty much it. Next up, let me see. I will go ahead and do the following let me go ahead and do this. So we have that. Next up, let's go. You see how we have this counter? We don't need this counter as well, so that's not too more important. Logo SVG, remove this one, unnecessary. All right, and now we have a pretty clean app. Now what I want to do is let's go ahead and create components. All right, I'm going to create a new folder here. I'm going to create a components folder. Right, so the reason why we like to do that is because just it makes things so much simpler, right? So it just creates a components folder, and that's where all of your components will live. Now let's really think about how are we going to build this application, right? This application contains a lot of different aspects. All right, and let's think about what it needs for us to actually build this. A few things. As you can see here, that part one is we kind of have the header right here. That's part one. And I always like to think about the structure of, anything that I'm building. So for example, if I do this, so this right here is my header, okay? So I know that I need to build a header. That's part one. Part two, I need to go ahead and build a slider. That's going to be another component that I need to go ahead and create, okay? That's part two. Part three is I'm going to basically then build up this right here, this viewer. It's called a viewer, right? That's going to be what we will do with that. So that's another component. After that, what we'll go ahead and do is we'll build this movies list. That's going to be a third component. And so what now has happened is we've just divided our application into multiple components, right? And this is how every single app works, or basically on this is how every single app kind of works, when we're going to build it in ReactJS, or honestly any app that you're going to build online. So let's see it. So these are the components we want to build. Let's actually go ahead and build them right here. Now we know there's multiple pages for here. Inside the app.js, we'll create a component called header right here. Boom, 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 boom. And this looks like a div, but really it's kind of like it's a component. Pretty much it is a div, but it's a div that contains another component. And what I will do is I will create a file inside the components folder, and I will say header.js. Boom, right there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the ES7 code snippets, which hopefully you have when you install extensions, which is this one right here. You see ES7 React code snippets right there. Right? See ES7 React code snippets right here. Hopefully you installed that at this point. And once you've done that, if I click on header.js, which is the file I created, I will do rfce. Boom, done. Donezo. Right? And you can see this is our app.js. So we have the header component inside here. Now that we've done that, let's type in header in here. So save that, go to app.js, and what's going to happen now at this point is, we need to import the header. So I'm going to say import header from what? Well, from components folder. From the components folder. So I will do like this. Components dash header. Done. Components dash header. Okay. I will go ahead and save this now at this point. All right. And once I've done that, if I look at my app, look at that. It says header right there. Header, right? That is the header. Right, so we've just created the header component using this. Okay, All right, beautiful. Now let's go to header.js. And inside here, we're going to use style components. Now, what style components are basically CSS within JavaScript. All right, let's try this out. To use style components, what I'm going to do is actually install them first. So let's go ahead and do plus on our integrated terminal right here. Now we'll do the following: npm install styled dash components. Style dash componentos. Done. Beautiful. Awesome. Style dash components. Okay, so this installed the components. Okay, that's awesome. There we go. Beautiful. That's amazing. And then what are we going to do now at this point is we need to import it now, right? So I'm going to import styled from styled dash components. Beautiful. Awesome. Import style from style dash components. Save that. And look, here's what we can do now. Check this out. Remember how we had this div, right? Remember this div? Well, I can replace this div with actually basically like a style component. So check this out. Container. Our name is to container. Like so, right? To literally container right here, right? And you see it says container is not defined. No problem whatsoever. We'll fix this in a second here. So I'm going to say now at this point the following: const container is equal to styled.div. So really we're creating a div with JavaScript. You see, instead of saying div here, we're saying container. So we name it whatever we want, but then we create a style.div. Now check this out. Well, what can we do with that? Well, a few things. We can give it a height. So let's give it a height. For example, let's give it a height of, let's say, for example, 70 pixels. 70 pixels. Okay, save that. All right, and then let's give it a background color. So I'm gonna say background color, and I'm gonna give it this color right here. And I want you guys to copy this as well by yourself. Okay, so this is 090B13. That's hashtag right there. All right, save that. Beautiful, and so forth. And look at this right here. Boom. Look, the header is pretty much created. You see? The header is now created right here, which directly maps to just this container. That's all we literally had to do. That's all we had to do, right? That's all we had to do. Okay, beautiful. All right, next up, once we've done that, so that's in the background color, right? All right, so let's go ahead and save this background color. So that's in the header, okay? Beautiful. Next up is the following. Let's go ahead and now create another component called home. Now, what is the home? Well, the home will be this portion, which is this whole thing, right? We'll call it home component, right? Why are we going to call a home component? Why do you think we're going to call the home component? Like, let me know in the comments below, right? It's because we have multiple pages. We have a home page, we have a login page, and we have a detail page. So when I click on a detail, we have a detail page as well. And so that's what we're going to call home. Inside components, new file. Let's create home.js. Boom, right there. Beautiful. So that's our home.js. Let's do RFCE again. And again, if you don't have RFCE, just go ahead and copy this portion right here to your terminal, into your VS Code, okay? And let's go ahead and call this home. Boom, right there. Awesome. Okay, app.js. Let's import home, of course. We need to import it. The cool thing about ReactJS is you can import and export things, right? Just kind of how you import and export with with trucks, and in real life, it's the same thing. We can export, just how you see if you go to home.js, you see you export a function or a component, right? You export it right here, and then inside app.js, we import it. So I'm gonna say here home from components. Dash what? Which one do you think we'll do? Home, right? That's the one we're going to create. Beautiful. All right. Next thing we're going to do is put the home inside here. Boom, right there. All right. Beautiful. So let's go ahead and save this one. All right. I like it. And if we go to home.js, we'll call it home. So really, if we go to our React app, boom, we have home right here, right? Nav bar is here, home is here. Awesome. All right, so part one, let's focus on just the header for now, right? Our goal is to be able to get to a header that looks pretty much just kind of like this. Pretty much just kind of like this right here, okay? It's pretty much just kind of like this. All right, so what are we going to do inside here? Well, a few things, right? Let's go and divide this up into a few different things. Well, we have here, this is the, if you think about this, the divs is we have, this is a div, this is an image, and then we have like a nav menu portion right here, right? And then we call this a nav menu. And then this is going to be like a profile image right here. So pretty much we're thinking about 3 divs that we need to go ahead and create. Beautiful. All right, 3 divs. Let's think about this now. Inside here, in terms of container, I'm actually going to change this name to not be container, but I want to change this to be nav. So nav. And by the way, to actually make it happen, check this out. You see how I just added it at the same time? Here's a cool trick. Click Command D in VS Code or Control D. Boom, boom, boom. And it will select all these things automatically for you, and you just change on the fly. See, for example, let me see. See, it changes everything on the fly. How cool is that, huh? Give me a thumbs up if you think that's cool. Give me a thumbs up if you think that's awesome. I think it's pretty cool. Yeah. All right, there we go. Beautiful, beautiful, sweet. All right, so now instead of doing style.div, I'm gonna actually do style.nav. So it's gonna be navigation bar, and that's just a little bit more user friendly with HTML5. That's pretty much the reason why. Once we've done that, let's go ahead and do the following. Well, let's go ahead and create our actual logo. So I'm going to create a logo here. Logo. Again, it's also going to be a style component, source, with a certain image. No image just yet, okay? Okay, logo. Let's go ahead and do this. Const logo, right? Const logo, style the image. Logo, right there, equals, styled dot image right there. That's an image, right? Again, and again, these quotes right here, these quotes are called template literal, pretty much, right? Called backticks, and this is where we put our CSS inside here. All right, beautiful. And then inside here, we're going to give it a width of 80 pixels. So width, 80 pixels. All right, now width, guys. Okay, width. I'm not the best, I'm not the best typer. I will say that. Width 80 pixels. Okay. All right, so we have the logo. I can see there's nothing, again, does not show up on here, but here's what we can do. All right, now let's go ahead and focus on the nav menu. All right, so we have the nav menu here. Nav menu. Let's create this other component, nav menu. Nav menu, and we're going to create it into a div. So it's the same thing here. You see, the cool thing about style components is that I'm creating CSS within the actual JavaScript file. I don't have to go back and forth between 2 files. Nav menu equals styled.div. Done. Donezo. Done. All right, that's awesome. Okay, no error so far. Now, how do we go ahead and get this image logo? Okay, now David or Manath, hopefully we have a link down in the description, basically towards a folder that has an images folder, and you should be able to download that folder. And maybe Manath or David, you can go ahead and send it to me. Can you send it to me on Slack or something like that? Maybe David, you can send it to me on Slack. The actual yeah,
Naz, and also I've dropped it in the Zoom chats.
Thank you. So I'm gonna drop it in the Zoom chat for those of you guys who are on YouTube. It'll be down in the description below. Okay, and of course, for those of you who cannot keep up right now, don't worry. You'll be able to watch this back for sure. Right, this is a recorded coaching call, kind of. Right, we'll be able to rewatch this, no problem. So if you cannot keep up with this, no problem whatsoever. If you can, all the best to you. Right, that's thumbs up. But if you cannot, don't worry. Right, just watch. It's about kind of understanding. Right, there's a lot that you will actually learn here just by watching. And then once you watch, just basically rewatch it a few times later on, and then and then do it by yourself, kind of maybe after we finish this coaching call, okay, or we finish this live. Right. So there's a folder right here. I'm going to open this one up for you guys. All right. This should be down in the description. I'm gonna do this. All right, this is the folder. Down description or down the Zoom chat. Just hit on that one, okay? There we go. And this has all the images and all the videos, and there's also like a JavaScript file as well. We will be using that tomorrow, actually, not so much today. What I want you guys to do is download this one. So download this one. So it's zipping up right now. Good. And like I said, if you cannot keep up, just rewatch this video and, you know, just do your best. That's it. It's about having fun and enjoying the build with us, okay? All right. All right, beautiful. All right, let's go ahead and continue on. So go ahead and with downloaded. That's exactly what I want. All right, I'm going to open this up in my Finder window. Let me find it. Let me find it. Downloads. Let me see. Downloads. Okay. I'm going to unzip it. So this is the one that's downloaded. I'm going to unzip it. And this is what I have. You see these images right here? And so what I want you to do is simply, you know where to put it? Here's where I want you to put it. So take out these images. You see this images folder? You need to put it inside the public folder right here. Inside the public folder, right? That's where you need to put that, okay? Let me go ahead and try that. But not just images. Let me see. No, we don't need just images. I actually need everything. Hold on, because I did not download everything. Let me see. Let me make sure I download everything. Drive. I only download the images. I should download the whole thing. To download the whole thing. That's what I should have done. Right there. See, I only select the images, but that's okay. Download the whole thing here. All right. Okay. Good. All right, awesome, sweet. And I'll bring this up again in Finder. All right, downloads. Where is it? Downloads right here. Okay, this is the one we want. Extract it. I'm going to double click it here on Mac. If you're on Windows, just go ahead and click on it as well. Just extract it, okay? Beautiful, all right? So all these things, I want you to select these things right here and just basically just move them into the public folder. So these videos and images. These ones, right, into the public folder. Done. Okay, now we have images inside here and the videos inside here. All right, that's it. That is it that you need to do. All right, beautiful. Because all these images that we're going to use they're all pretty much just here. Okay, they should be inside the public folder right here, as you can see. Public, then images, then videos, right there. All right, hopefully you guys got that. Thumbs up if you guys got that. Yes. Yes. Again, the folder is in the description below, okay? Description below. All right, let's go ahead and create the image, all right? So what I need to do is this for the source, it will actually be -images -logo.svg. Now, where's it coming from? You see images right here, logo.svg, directly from here. From here, right here. Okay, that's where it's coming from, all right? All right, let's go ahead and save this one. Refresh, boom, right there. We got the Disney Plus logo just like that. How cool is that, right? All right, beautiful. Let's go ahead and maybe add some padding to this. You see how it's all the way on the top? I don't like that. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to center it. So to center it, I'm actually going to focus on the main nav. The nav is this whole div right here, okay? That's the whole nav. And I'm going to tell it display flex, right? So display flex is going to allow us to very easily structure our code or structure our front end. Display flex. And so save that. See, that puts it right there. And I'm going to say align item center. To center it vertically. Boom. See, now center vertically right here. I'm going to give it some padding. I'm going to say padding 0.36 pixels. Right, padding is 0.36. Now, what is all this? 0 means top and bottom. This means 0 pixels for top and bottom. 36 pixels, this means left and right padding, okay? That means left and right padding, okay? That's what that means. All right, let's go ahead and save that. All right, beautiful. That looks so much better now, guys. Check this out. That looks so good. All right, I love that. So logo is there. Let's now focus on the nav menu. That one is a little bit going to be trickier, okay? The nav menu will have a few things, okay? The first thing is every single icon here that you see, right? Every single icon what it is basically this right here is an A tag. This is an A tag, and inside here we have a logo and a span tag. So let's go and take a look at this. So if I say here, for example, if I say, oops, let's go and remove this for a second here. Boom. I'm gonna say A. Boom, 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 boom. Right? I'm going to give it that logo, you see, which is this image right here, right? This image right here. I'm gonna say here, image source is equal to, beautiful, and let's do it. Go to images dash home icon dot svg. Done. Okay. All right, and then let's go ahead and do a span here. All right, and we'll give it home. Done. So A tag home. So if I say this, let's see what this turns out to. Oh, it looks so horrible. That's okay. No problem whatsoever. Okay, so you can see the icon is there, which is great, but of course, you know, the fact that home page is here, the home page we don't really see. That's mainly because of the color, right? We need to give it a color that's pretty much white. All right, so a few things that I want you guys to think about is the following. Let's go ahead and focus on this home icon. Partially, the span needs to be color white. So to make it color white, we need to go to the following. Let's make the whole thing color white. What I mean by that is, let's go to index.css, all right? And this body, let's give the full color to be white. See this one? White, right? It makes this home page now white. See right there, it just showed up. Just like that. Just like that. Beautiful. All right. Now, let's make this icon be the left side of this home icon, right? How do we structure from being like this to being like this, right? That's the question. Well, it's very simple. It's all using display flex. So I'm going to go back to my header. I'm going to back to my header.js. Okay. Header.js. And I will say the following. Where am I? There am I. Okay. Yes, now menu. So here, what I'm gonna do, display flex. Part 1, display flex on this, right? Now, that's not really change anything here, right? It's still home is like this. Instead, what I will do is the following. I will say A here, you see? And then here, I will say display flex. Again, the A, we're targeting this A tag. That's the link tag, right? So A will say display flex. Display flex. Awesome. Save that. Boom. You see? Now this icon, all of a sudden now, it's very different. It's left to right instead of top to bottom. Just simple as that. All right. So that's good. Let me go ahead and make this. All right. Beautiful. Right there. Okay. That's display flex. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to align this center. So I'm going to say align items. Items. Center. Save it. Done. You see now this home icon is centered right here together with the icon itself. Okay. Next up, let's go and add some padding to it. So I'm going to say padding. Padding 0, 12 pixels. And what this does is this is going to add padding on the left and the right hand side. Okay. Beautiful. Next up, let's do the image. Let's go ahead and change this image because it's way too large. Right. This is our image logo. So inside style components, I'm going to say image. Now, you may be wondering now, how the heck is are we able to target all these CSS like this? Well, that's the power of style components. What we can do is we can target it basically our elements like a tree. For example, here we're targeting the A tag within the nav menu div. Here we're targeting the image tag within the A tag. You see? So we can do that in style components. All right, for images, let's make the image here height of 20 pixels. And whenever we give a height, the width changes automatically. Beautiful. Oh, so much better. So much better. So much better. All right, so much better. I like it so much more. Beautiful. We got that portion. Let's now go to the span tag. Okay. So span. Okay. And then here, pretty much again, nothing much. Let's change the font size here. So we'll say font size, not don't size. Font size. Font size. Okay. Font size 13 pixels. You guys all good still on Zoom? Yes, you guys are still great. Yes, 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 yes. Beautiful. Yes. Give me a hands up. Hands up. Hey, let's go. Beautiful. That's what I'm talking about. Font size 13 pixels. Let's give it some letter spacing. letter spacing. And Amantha David, if you have any issues, just speak out loud and I'll be able to resolve anything, okay? 1.42 pixels. All right, and so forth. Let me see. So now you see it changes a little bit. There's a little bit of a difference now in terms of how it looks like, which is pretty great. All right, now let's go ahead. All we need to do now at this point is very simple. Well, I pretty much just need to copy this stuff. So let's go to here. Let's remove this. Let's put this all the way at the bottom. We don't need this at all. Actually, we don't even need this portion too either, honestly. So a tag, Command C, and I'm going to duplicate this, Command V, right? And instead of now do this, for example, this will be search, right? And this will be, instead of home icon, this will be search icon. All right, save that. Next up, look at that. You see how it's creating the search icon on the right hand side just as we speak right here. Look at that. Done. Beautiful. All right, next one. All right, I'll just duplicate it here. Boom. Next one is gonna be not the home icon, but it's gonna be the watch list icon. Watch list. Dunzo. All right, so we'll say watch list icon in here. Watch list icon. All right, same thing going to be for this, the third one or the fourth one. My bad. There we go. Ooh, another one. Look at that. Look at that, mighty. Look at that, crikey. Oh no, that's from a movie. All right, this is gonna be the original one this time. Original icon we're going to use, and we're going to say originals here. Originals. All right. Okay. Okay. Same thing again. Instead of doing this, now we're going to do movies here. Movies. Then we go to movie icon. Let's go. Movie icon. Beautiful. All right. Same thing. You see now we have movies on the right hand side. If I scroll down to the right hand side, it's okay. Don't worry about that just yet. You see? Beautiful. Look at that. Ooh. Oh. So good. So good. All right, and then the last one is going to be which one? It's going to be series. Last one's going to be series right here. So we'll say here, we'll say series, and then we'll say series-icon. Series-icon. Let's go ahead and save that. Oh. Beautiful. Look at that. Oh, that's so good. Whew. Let's go. That's amazing, guys. That's amazing. That's so good. There we go. Look at that. So that's going to be our navigation menu now at this point. Now, we're not done yet. You gotta have some fun sometimes, okay? All right, next up is going to be the user image profile. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead. All right, the next one is going to be this one right here, which is this this little small icon right here. That's all we are going to do. Let me do this here, and this is going to be called the user image. So here we'll say user image, right, and so forth. Now, with this image, let's go ahead and go down here, and we'll say const user image is equal to styled.div. Oh, no, not .div, actually .image. It's going to be an image type component, you see? So with style components, you can have different type components, images. You can have spans, you can have divs, right? Navbar, basically any HTML component you can have that with a style component. All right. Now on the user image, the image we're going to use for the time being is going to be just this one right here. It's going to be, you can use any image you want technically, but I have this one right here, and hopefully we can have a monitor David put it in the chat. There we go. And that's going to be pretty, that's actually my image. It's actually me. That's not. All right, let's see. Let's see, how does it look like? Oh, let's go. There's me. If you have your own picture, use your own picture. I highly recommend that you use a square picture. That's going to be very helpful to you, okay? All right, so that's going to be sick, okay? So do that. Now, of course, we're not done yet. What we need to do is, let's go ahead and make this a little bit better. Well, let's go ahead and set the width. So check this out, guys. If I want to edit the style for this, I hit Command and click on this, you see? And now I'm in the styles. Check this out. How cool is that, huh? Command click on the actual user image. I think in Windows it's control click. I think so. Or Windows click. I'm not sure. Try one of those. So inside the user image, I'm going to say width 48 pixels. Okay. Height also 48 pixels. Done. Save it. All right, now it's a bit smaller, which is great. And then I'm going to give it a border radius of 50%. Now, what that does is that gives it basically a circle, that makes it into a circle, because the border radius basically adds the most beautiful curvature on all the corners, right? You see right here, 50% of the full image is going to be basically curved up. That's what I mean. Next thing, I'm going to make it into cursor pointer. The reason why we do that is because it looks like, or it feels like, a button. Beautiful. All right, now, oh, let's go. All right, last thing. Look at this. You see how this icon is all the way to the left hand side? Well, what I can do is I can actually expand the nav menu right here, to push this icon all the way to the right hand side by using what? What do you guys think we can do here? Let me know. What do you guys think? Put in the chat. What do you guys think we can do to push this nav menu right here all the way to the right hand side? Well, that's very simple actually. I can go to the nav menu and I can say to the nav menu, hey, you know what? Let's give the flex of a 1. Look at this. Nav menu. I'm gonna say flex 1. And what that does, that basically says, look at this. That says, hey, this nav menu is the most important thing, right? And you want to expand it to as much as possible. And so that's what that does. Okay. I'm going to give it a small margin left 20 pixels. Margin left 20 pixels. Margin dash left. I'm gonna give it 20 pixels. 20 pixels right here. 25 actually. Give some spacing on the left hand side. There you go, just to give some spacing. And then the last thing I want to do is for each A tag, I'm gonna give it a cursor pointer. All right, cursor pointer. And what that does is gonna make it like a hand. There we go. Now it's a hand. You see that right there? Now it's a hand. Okay. But okay, we're not done yet. I also want to make this into a line item center. So this basically will center it vertically. So align items. Might not change a little bit. Just see that does not change much, honestly, right here. Beautiful, right there. All right, so align item center. That's looking pretty good. Wouldn't you say so? What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments below. Let me know in the chat. What do you guys think so far? That's looking really, really good so far. All right, I like it. Next up. All right. Next one, let's go ahead and make that beautiful animation that we have, which is this one. So this is gonna be really, really cool. The way we make this happen is really cool. Really cool. All right, Monique says beautiful. I like it. Thank you, Monique. All right. Let me go and check up on YouTube here for a second here. All right, that's what I'm talking. Nicholas says, awesome, sweet flex. You guys are amazing. I like it. Nice, bro. Javier says, nice, bro. All right. Now, a few things that we need to make it kind of like, to make that portion happen. So, check this one out. This is going to be like a really cool trick that maybe you have not learned before, but inside the inside the span, here's what we can do. We can use something called after. So what does it do right here? I'm gonna say here, I'm gonna say this after. Now, what this adds is this adds almost like a div. This adds a div right here. So I'm gonna say after. I'm gonna give it content, and I'll explain what it does in a second here. Content of empty string. Okay, and I'm going to give it a height. So imagine it like a normal div. Height of 2 pixels. Height of 2 pixels. And I'm going to say background is white. Background is white. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to position. Okay, well, for now, I'm just going to see what does that do. And let's see. Refresh. Nothing so much because we need to give the width. So let's give it give it a content of like hello jello. See, there it is right here. It's called Jello. See, and it's background color white. If I remove this background color white, Jello. Now what it does, if I inspect the element on this one, here's what it does, is it adds a div after the ending of everything. So check this out. If I go to span, you see there's home, and then there's an after. Imagine this after almost like a div. Like a div. You see? And it has the content Jello and a height of 2 pixels. And with that, we can actually be very, very, very useful. We can actually be very smart with that. Let's go and save this. Beautiful. All right, let's go and do that. Save that. All right. And of course, we don't need Jello at this point, right? No, I mean, unless you guys like Jello. Who likes Jello here? Anybody like Jello here? I like Jello. I'm a big fan of Jello. I love Jello. That's my favorite type of food, okay? Love Jello. All right, beautiful. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. So let's go ahead and do the following now. So how am I going to position this? You see how this is positioned inside here? It's positioned at the bottom. How do we make that work? Well, let's think about it. I'm going to use something called position absolute. So here's what I'll do. I'll do position absolute. Absolute right here. And I'll give it top of 0. And I'll explain how that works out in a little bit. Top left of 0. Right of 0. And then bottom is actually going to be -6 pixels. So why minus now, you might be asking? Well, a few reasons why. If I save this, and you can see right there, it's still not showing out. Because why? We need to give it, if you're going to position absolute something, it needs to be position absolute to what? To a relative object. Well, let's make the same, the span position relative. It's like you have to give it a parent to cling on to. Right? So let's go ahead and save that. Position relative. Content height 20 pixels. Okay. Opacity of 1. Background color white. Alright, let's go and refresh this. Still not there. Let me see. Make sure it's all good. Let me see. Inspect that one and this one. Home. Oh, because I did not put this correctly. There you go. Boom. Right there. You see? Now it's at the top. Okay, it's at the top. Why? Because I do this top 0. Don't need this. Remove this one. Top 0. Boom. Now it's at the bottom. You see that? Right there. Look. Now it's at the bottom. So we have this line here that was created. How? Well, we said that, okay, you have this div right here. It's called a span. Okay, we have this div. And we said, hey, you know what? Let's go ahead and create another div by using after. But let's make that div, which is this one right here. Let's make the small div. Let's give it a height of 2 pixels, a background color of white, and let's absolute position it to the left, where there's no space to the left, there's no space to the right, and from the bottom, it's like, for example, hey, from the left, create no spacing, from the right, there's no spacing, and then from the bottom, there's only -6 pixels, meaning it will push it down. It will actually push down the div below this span component. That's the really cool part you need to understand. Right? It will push it down below the span component. Okay, let's go ahead and continue on. All right, awesome. Sweet. You guys still good? Yes. Beautiful. All right, Derek, I think you're still good. Alex, you're still good. Jared, I think, look, you're still good as well. Beautiful. Leonard as well. And same as Christian. All right, sweet. All right, now, the way we need to start out now, of course, when we go ahead and build stuff like this, of course, you see how that does not show up until we actually do something about it, right? Until we hover over it. So how do we make that happen? Well, very simple. Let's do initially, we're going to give it a passive 0. Passive 0. And then we'll do transform skill x 0. So what does this do? Skill x 0 basically is going to scale let me go ahead and comments will pass it here for a second. So it's going to scale the div to 0. If I do 0.5, it's going to make it 0.5. You see that right there? 0.5. It's as simple as that, right? All right. If I make it, for example, 1, then it's going to be the full thing right there. See? But if I do 0, it's going to make it 0. Okay. Now, in our case, I'm going to make it 0 and also pass it 0. And then, well, here's what we'll do. On the hover of span, on the hover actually of the whole A tag, which is inside here, look at this. I'll do the following. This. We'll say hover. Boom, voila. All right. We'll do span after, right? Right. And the hover of this span after, we'll say transform scale x into 1. So we go from 0 to 1 scale. Basically from 0 width to the full 100% width. That's what that means. And then I'm going to give opacity of 1. Look at that. All right, let's try it. Oh, does not work. That's okay. Because we need to give it a transform from what to what. So check this out. I need to give this. Transform origin from left to the center. Let's try refresh again. Oh, true. That's not really happening here. Let's go ahead and see what's going on here. So we have a tag that's on here. On the hover of that span, we're calling the span, which is that one, right? After transform scale x 1. Oh, right here, right there. That's the one. That's the reason. Boom. Look at that. See? Boom. So it shows up on the hover. You see opacity 1 and transform scale x1. But let's make it even more beautiful. Look at this. All right. I'm going to add a transition. And here's the transition. This is a special transition, and this says transition everything, all attributes at 250 milliseconds. And this is a special type of transition, right? This right here basically says what type of a transition. There's like a linear transition. This right here number has a special type of transition. And maybe, for example, a month, maybe you guys can put it down in the chat and zoom this specific text right here, right? Cubic Bezier right here. All right. So it's a really cool transition that if I now apply this, let's go. Boom. Look at that, guys. How cool is that? Look at that. How cool is that? What do you guys think, huh? That's pretty awesome. What you think so? That's pretty awesome. You can actually have this. So like I said, it's this one right here, Cubic Bezier, right? Cubic Bezier. Use that one. You can do linear as well, but you can do linear, but we don't want that. That's not too much fun. All right, so save that, and that's it. Our header now at this point is officially done. That's it. It's done. Donezo. That's it. Comprende. All right. So that's all good. Header is finished. Okay, header is finished. And let's go ahead and go to here a git, and I'm going to actually save it. So I'm going to say add header. So I'm going to save this inside the git. And I want you guys to get used to doing stuff like this as well. So add header. That's going to save it into our git. All right. And that's it. We don't have to worry about anything else at this point besides that. That looks so good, by the way. That looks so good. Looks so good. Well, don't you guys think it looks awesome? Raise your hand if you think this looks amazing. Yeah. And it's the way it's done is very intricate too. It's all using CSS, you see, right? This transform origin is saying, hey, go from the left corner to the center right here. You see, kind of from left corner to the center. That's what that's saying. The transition say transition all of this, and the transform says scale it from 0 to 1. That's it. That's all it's saying. That's as simple as that. All right. Let me see. Now, this point on YouTube. We have 356 people on YouTube. Let's go. 423 people on YouTube. That is beautiful. Amazing. Excited to see all of you. Wow, that's actually pretty great. All right, so that's what we have this at this point, okay? I know, everybody looks, yeah, it's amazing, it's cool. I like it. Okay, so that's part one. Let's now look at the homepage, okay? The homepage now, let me go ahead and put this on the right-hand side and put it more on the right-hand side. All right, homepage is done, check mark. All right, next up, header is done, check mark. Next up is homepage. Homepage is gonna be a little bit more difficult, but that's completely okay. Let's go to the homepage. All right. So at the homepage we'll have a few things, all right? Of course. Let's start out with a container here, like we always like to do. So let's go ahead and import style components here. Import styled from what? Style components dash components. All right, sweet. Import style to the style components. Let's do the following. So const container equal styled dot what? Style dot div for now. Oh, actually no, style.main. So main is actually it's very HTML5 friendly, basically. It tells Google or any other browser that this is the main content, right? So it's the same thing as saying div, except that, underneath the hood, Google likes to read that. So that's why we say main. All right. Now, for this one, let's do the following for this one, okay? Few things. Alright, a few things we need to think about here. First things first, let's do a min height. So what we need to do, min height here. So what is the min height? Really it's the following. Remember how this height is 70 pixels? So this right here is 70 pixels. Okay, that's 70 pixels. Alright. Then that means that this will be what? The rest, correct? So that this right here means those will be the rest of the height, right? So that's what that means. Well, to make that happen, here's what we can do. I can say calc. So CSS can actually calculate stuff for you. I can say 100 VH. That means 100 vertical height. 100 vertical, that's the full width from top to bottom of the viewport. That's the browser height, minus 70 pixels, right? So that's the height. Min height is this full height. Beautiful, we got that, all right? All right, so we have that. And then let's add padding to it. Padding, and I'm gonna go to 0, calc here. And all this is saying is this is 3.5 view vertical kind of view width, 3.5 actually, 3.5 view width plus 5 pixels. That's just pretty much, it's nothing too crazy, just a very simple calculation. So this means top bottom 0 pixels, left and right is this one right here. So all right. Now how do we actually see this? Well, it's very simple. Let's go ahead and actually add a background color here, background blue. Let's see background blue. Okay, does not show up on there. Background color blue. Is it there or no? Let me see, inspect element in this one. Let me see, inspect element here. Body, roots, app, div home. Div. Oh, here's why. The reason why it's not working is because remember what we did here is we forgot to put the container. So container is actually being used here. Instead of div, container. Boom. Container. Nice. I like. Oh, that's cool. Let's remove this hideous color, please. I don't like that. Okay, so that's all good. Now, the color that we do want to use, however, is going to be like a home color, a background color. It's going to be actually this color right here. So what I want you guys to do to add a nice background color is go to index.css here, index.css here, and let's go to body and do here. Background color right here, hashtag 040714. It's a nice color that we're going to use for the Disney Plus clone, okay? That's it, right? See? Nothing too crazy. Just a very simple one, okay? Simple as that. All right, beautiful. All right, next up. So that's all good. Let's go ahead and go to home.js. All right, I like it. I like it like that. I like it like. Okay. Anyways, guys. All right, let me see. So that's all good. Next up is gonna be what? Next up is going to be, we need to now add the background image. Now, if you look at our Disney Plus clone, make it a little bit bigger. You see we have this background image that's in here. See this? As I scroll, you see it's there. You see that? As I scroll, there's a background image in there. You're gonna have to look very close in here. You see? It's a background image. So how do we make that work? Well, let's take a look at it. What we're going to use is we're going to use this after before stuff that we talked about before, okay? Before. that's a funny pun. Funny pun us. Before. All right. Done. Before. And it basically will add a div before the container. Check this out. I'm going to say background here. Now say URL. Boom. Done. Okay. I'm going to give it a dash images, a dash home, a dash background, dot png. Done. Okay. Now, so that's the URL. I'm going to say center. That's the vertically centered, horizontally centered, right? And then I'm going to say what? Center dash, where am I? Okay. Center. Then I'm going to cover. And then I'm going to say no repeat and fixed. So no repeat means do not repeat this. No repeat, do not repeat this image, right? And then it's gonna be a fixed image. Now how fixed, we'll talk about that in a second here. All right, now it's still not there, of course. It's not here, right? You only see, oh, that's not good. Right? You still see only this, no problem whatsoever, right? So let's do this, right? So again, it's URL, images, home background, PNG, center, cover, no repeat, fix. No changes so far, don't worry. I'm gonna do content here. Check this out now. Content, nothing, just how I usually like to do it, okay? Now again, if I add content, for example, like, yo, save that. Yo, see? It adds a before, right there, see? Let's go ahead and do it like this, right there. And then I'm going to position absolute it. That's the cool part. Position absolute, right? All right. Right. And I'm going to say now the following: top 0, left 0. Then I'm going to say right 0, right? And then bottom 0, right? Save that. Now, still nothing happens. Why? Because the following. Because we need to make it absolute to what? I need to make this position relative. Save that. All right, save it. Let's see. Position relative. Background is this. Content is this. And fixed. Let me see. Position absolute. Refresh this. I don't really see the background image. That's no bueno. Let me see. URL. Am I doing this right? Bottom 0. I'm gonna say z index -1. Alright, I don't see the background image just yet. Don't worry about that. We'll make that happen in a little bit here. Let's see. I think it has to do with this background. Let me try this. Try this for a second here. Boom. Boom. Okay, so there was a little bit of a mix up here. So I guess I did it wrong in terms of how we set the background. So here's what we'll do. Background, URL, right there. Images, home background.png, center. This is horizontal, vertical center. This is basically the type of positioning here, right? This is background position, cover, right? We need to add a dash here. So dash, cover. And after that, we say no repeat. And then we say fixed, okay? So fixed means basically fixed on the page. So if I scroll, it will always be fixed on there, okay? That's what that means, guys. If I scroll, it will always be fixed on there. That's what that means. Look how good this looks already. It's so good. It's so good. I like it. That looks beautiful. And again, how does it work again, right? Because if you think about this, let's look at our rectangle here. Boom. It's a rectangle, right? That's our home. Let me go ahead and force this here. This right here is our home component. You can see, right? Then what we did is when we did before, we added another div, right? There's no name for it, right? And we give it a content of nothing. And we did position absolute top 0, left 0, right 0, bottom 0. Meaning, here's what that means. That it's going to be 0 pixels from the left, 0 pixels from the top, 0 pixels from the bottom. Remove this. From the bottom, right? 0 pixels from the right. So when you do that, you stretch the whole div to the end of this div. Like so. Oops. To this div right here. That's what you do. And so now we have this extra div that's position absolute. It will not move anywhere and it will be behind all content all the time because we give it a z index of -1. That's why. Okay, so I want you guys to really think about that. Z index -1 is a big deal. This is z index -1. You will later on, if you will see, when I add content to it, like if I do, for example, if I forget this z, let's remove this for a second here. See, the home was gone. Right? If I do z index -1, home is out there. You see? That's why. That's why that's so important. Okay? And honestly, that's it. You're done on this container home. Now, of course, no, you're not pretty much done. But this is looking now very good. Raise your hand if you're still with me. Are you still with me? Raise your hand. Yeah? You guys still with me? How beautiful is this turn out to be? Just within the, what, 1 hour at this point? Within 1 hour? We've gone so far now. Exactly. It's beautiful. All right. And now YouTube guys, I know you guys are killing it as well. It's a lot of fun. All right. So we got that portion. We got this. This. I like it. I like it like that. I like it. Okay. Anyways. All right. So now next portion is going to be the image slider, which is going to be, oh, this is going to be so much fun, you guys. Are you ready for the image slider? Oh, that's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a fun one because I know you guys will be confused. That's why. That's why, exactly why. So, but it's okay. We'll do this together. Don't worry about that. So, image slider. So, what are we going to use for this image slider? Well, the first thing we need to do is we need to create the actual component. So, let's go ahead and do inside the components folder, right click new file, and we'll say what? We'll say image slider.js. Done. All right, let's do RFCE to create our component. All right, and we'll say image slider here. All right, save that. Beautiful image slider. And of course, it's not here because we need to import it. So let's go back to our home.js, which is right here, and let's import that. Right, just how we always import. We like to import. So import what? Image slider from what? From going to be from, what is it, guys? What is it? Component, right? What is it? Well, directly from here, because our image slider is inside this folder, components folder, and our home page is inside this folder. So we'll say .-image slider. Save that. Let's go ahead and create the component side here now. So say image slider. Done. All right. Boom. Image slider is right here. All right. So that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy about that, how that's turning out. All right. It's really, really good, actually. I like that a lot. All right, so that's really cool. So, and now let's actually work inside the image slider. Let's go into here. Boom, now we're inside here. Okay. All right. Inside here, a few things we need to do. What we're going to use to do image slider is something called React Slick. Check this out. Sorry. Let me get some water. I'm dying out here. Oh shit. Yeah. You know, you guys don't want me to die, right? I hope so. I hope not. All right. So there we go. So it's called React Slick, and it will give you some examples here. But basically, it's a React module that's been built for us to make beautiful sliders. So right here, React Slick documentation. Right there. Boom. See, right there. And this looks pretty much exactly the same as what we're trying to build. And it actually tells us how we need to build this. There's a settings. There's a component right here. There's settings we need to give it. And then we need to return the div. You can see we will use the slider component. That's this one. right? The slide component, and then we'll use it where? We'll use it inside here, right there. Right? So that's how we need to do it. So the first thing we need to do is we need to install image slider. And well, to make that happen, let's go back to here. React Slick. All right. So, okay. So npm install react slick -- save. Let's go and copy that. All right. Let's open up our terminal, which we like to do by right clicking and then open an integrate terminal. No problem. Right click on package.json or whatever you have to right click on. This opens up this. Okay. So do npm install react slick -- save. Done. Hit enter. Okay. That will install the React Slick module for you. Okay. Done. So that's all good. We're not done yet though. Now we need to do npm install slick carousel. This will install us the CSS we need to use. So next one is going to be npm install slick carousel. That's the next one. And enter. And look at this, guys. It literally has 746,000 weekly downloads. This tells me that this is a good module to download. Good module to download. Basically, it's very well supported. That's what that tells me. Okay. Okay, now what we do is we need to now import the CSS files here. Okay, and need to import, of course, import the actual as well slider. So let's do that. So here we'll say import slider from react slick. All right, save that. Right, and then we'll do the following. We'll save here. We'll say let settings. Let's not do that just yet. Actually, let's not do that just yet. Forget that for a second here. And then we need to import the CSS files right here. Import slick carousel right here. So these ones are really, really important. So import, and hopefully a month today you guys can take care of it. Maybe you guys can put in the chat. Somebody can put in the chat. Hopefully, import slick carousel slick.css right there. That's the one that we need to use. Okay. All right, save that. Beautiful. And we're not done yet. So now at this point, let's go ahead and use style components as well. So let's go ahead and import style components. Of course, we're currently here. Okay. Right there. So let's go ahead and do import style components. Import styled. From what? Styled - components. Done. Style - components. All right, so that's good. And instead of doing div, we're gonna say carousel. So Command D to select both carousel. Done. And let's create that style component. We'll say const carousel is equal to what? Not style.div actually, but check this out. Remember how we had to use slider? Remember how inside here we had to use slider component, you see, which came directly from here. Remember that? Well, watch this. Instead of doing style.div, I'm going to say styled slider. Basically, instead of doing slider directly inside here, I'm giving it a style component because then I can actually style it myself. Right? That's the whole reason why. Right? That's the cool part about this. So slider. Okay, so that's there. Everything's gone. Everything's deleted. That's okay. Don't worry. There's a reason for it probably. I know 100%. Hopefully. I think it's because of the fact that we imported slider and we have not given it any settings yet. So don't worry about that. So let's go ahead and create some settings. We'll do let settings equals the following. And there's a few settings we can set. There's like dots, infinite, true, speed, and so forth. And first dots, so that's the dots that will show up at the bottom. So we'll say dots that's going to be true, comma. Then we'll say infinite, that's true. Basically, you will should be able to infinite, that's going to be true as well. All right, then speed is going to be 500. So that's 500 milliseconds. That's basically half a second. Okay. Slice to show 1 to show. My bad. It's gonna be 1, comma, and then we're going to do slides to scroll. How many slides to scroll per scroll? Basically, slides to scroll is going to be 1 as well. Okay, and then auto play is going to be true. Boom. So this is our settings. Okay, outplay is equal to true. Let's get the settings now to here. Now, the way we do that is using something this called destructuring. You see how they do it here? It's called destructuring. That's what that does. So we'll say dot settings. Basically, it puts in basically all of these settings directly into the carousel div as a what's it called? So save that. Why is my thing not working? That's interesting. Right click it, inspect element. Where's my header? Where's everything? It's not there at all. The hell? Carousel. They're just going nuts on me. Let's go inspect element here. Body, the root. Oh, there's something happened here. It's very interesting. Something failed, which I don't like. Ooh. Slider. Bug error occurred in the div component. Element type is invalid. Expected string for built-in components of a class function React DOM got defined, but you likely forgot to export your component from the file it's defined in, or you might have mixed up a default or name view. Okay, imports. Interesting. Style import slider. Did I write through rightly? Let me see. Slider, import slider from carousel slick. Let me see. Import slider. Make sure it's all good, guys. And on YouTube, do you guys have the same? Do you guys have the same issue? Or is it just me? Maybe it's just me. It's okay. We'll be able to solve anything we put our mind to. Correct? Const carousel. That's fine. That's all good. We imported it correctly, which is correct, right? Maybe it's because we need to have an actual div inside here. Let's see this. Let me try this. Let me try this for a second here. Okay. Boom. Let me try this for a second here. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna do wrap as a style.div. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. I got you guys. So const wrap is equal to style.div. Okay, let's see. Okay, so all right. So the reason why it wasn't working, looks like, is all right. So I know it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's gonna get fixed. Okay. So the reason why it doesn't work is because when we put it into the slider, right, there's literally nothing here, right? There was nothing to slide, and so it gives us errors, right? Because it probably expects us to have some kind of a slider, right? Some kind of the actual image inside here. Because if you look at here, right, we need to give it a div, right? A div to slide through. So div h1 or h3, whatever it might be, right? And so what we're doing here is we're creating a div. Well, to create a div, what we're going to do is the following. So let's go back to here, right? Again, it's gonna be not gonna work, but we're going to create a wrap here, a wrap div. So that's gonna be, it's just a normal div, going to be a style component, which we create inside here, const wrap style.div, okay? And then inside here, we're going to create an image. That's the image that we're going to, that's going to show up basically. So we'll do the following. So we'll say image here, we'll say image, and we'll say source is equal to the following, okay? There's going to be dash images, dash slider, slider dash badging dot JPEG. There we go, and close it out. All right, so good. So that's image 1, and then we're going to give another image. Let's go ahead and do another image. There we go. Now we have ourselves a slider, right? I know it looks horrible. I know it's like bad. Boom, very bad, right? Now, would you agree with me that's bad, right? Right, raise your hand. That's bad, right? That's pretty bad. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Yeah, you guys want to make it better? Shall we make it better? Yeah, shall we make it better? I think so. All right. This pretty much just requires a little bit of CSS. That's pretty much all it does. All it requires. Okay. So let's go ahead and actually look at our CSS here. I'm gonna put this here. Boom, right here. Roll that here. All right. So we're gonna focus on the carousel here. Let's do a margin top here for a second. So margin top. So margin dash top is going to be 20 pixels. Boom. All right, that's gonna basically push a little bit. Oh, did it just go away? What the hell? Oh no, what just happened? So save that. So that pushes the slider a little bit to the bottom, which that's what I like to do. That's what I kind of like, right? So I kind of want to put it a little bit more towards the bottom, okay? All right, okay. All right, awesome, sweet. So that's that. All right, and then what I want to do is, well, a few things. Let's focus on the wrap here for a second here, okay? This wrap. Let's focus on this image. Okay, image. Let's focus on this image. And with this image, let's give it a width of 100% and a height of 100%. Okay, boom, right there. See, done. So with 100%, height 100%, and now it's a lot better. Would you give me that one? I would say so. Next up, for this one, let's change this one to not be slider badging. Let's change it to be slider badag. That's actually inside the images folder. Badag, the JPEG. All right, so that means we have now two different images. You see right there, badag. That's funny. Badag. That's funny. All right, on the image side, a few things. I want to give it a little bit of a curvature here. So let's do the following. So a little bit of a curvature. We're gonna do the following. So I'm gonna say image, and I'm gonna say border radius. Okay. Border radius radius of 4 pixels. It's going to curve a little bit of that kind of like this image a little bit. Maybe you see it. You see right there? Maybe you see that right there. See that? You see how it curves it a little bit? You see that curves it just a little bit right there? Just right there. Okay. Okay. And then I'm going to give it a box shadow. Now I want you guys to copy this one. Okay. This box shadow. Check this out. Okay. Right there. So RGB, basically, that's basically where the color it's coming from to the color to where it's going. So it's very simple, right? RGB right here. Maybe David or Manav, maybe you guys can put in this box shadow for everybody in the comments below. 0 pixels, 26 pixels, 30 pixels, minus 10 pixels. Maybe you guys, you can put it. It's basically just a box shadow style. That's all it is. Now, I know it looks horrible right now. It looks horrible now. Don't worry. Don't you worry at all. Okay? So box shadow. Oh, look at that. Ooh, that looks so good. It looks so good. All right. I mean, actually, does not look good. I'm sorry. Does not look good at all, actually. So the reason why it does not look good at all is because inside this right here, this slick component, it's called slick component, we call it. We don't see, you see how in reality, we're supposed to see all these other images. You see that all these other images on the right hand side and the left hand side. You see that? But we don't see that. The reason being is because there's an overflow hidden on this div. Overflow hidden. Basically, on any overflow, it hides the rest. So to prevent that, what we're going to do is the following. So I'm going to say inside the carousel, I'm going to target the slick list. Slick dash list. On here, I'm going to say overflow visible. Boom. Holy shit, that made a big difference, you see? Just like that. Look, see? Overflow visible to overflow hidden, right? So before initially it was hidden, by default, that was inside their CSS that they give you. You see? Now it's visible. 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 Done. Now it's visible. Okay? Right there. So that's going to be that. Right there, awesome, sweet. Oh, that looks so good. Okay, that looks so good. Look at that. Oh, that's so good. Guys, how cool is that? Raise your hand with me if you're still with me. Yes, yes, yes. Everybody, beautiful. I like it. It's looking so good. We're making such good progress. I love it. All right, so that's overflow visible. And then what we're going to do is a few things. I need to change up to make it even better, okay? Let's give it a small border. So we'll give it a border. I'm going to say border 4 pixels here on this image. I'm going to say border 4 pixels, solid, right? Transparent. Now, what does that mean? Transparent is the color. You see? It adds a small, like, just transparent color. Now, again, right here, just kind of like right here, and don't worry, we'll fix it kind of how it looks like. Again, it looks a little bit odd right here. I know. Don't worry about it. We'll fix that in a second here. I'll fix that in a second here. So it's going to be a transparent border, right? Next thing. Let's do the following here. On the carousel, on the carousel. So we have select list. And then we're going to add a color white on all these active buttons, right? So let's do the following. To do that, I'm gonna say li dot select active. So when there's an active button before, right? Now how does this work out? I will show you in a little bit here for a second here. And then I'm gonna say color white. Okay. Li select, that's actually inside. Let me see the carousel. Okay, I'm also going to do the following. So I'm going to say on every single button right here, I'm going to say ul li button. These are basically the next button right here. And I'm going to say like this, before. I'm going to say here font size. I'm gonna say font size. I'm gonna increase the font size, decrease font size just a little bit. So font size 10 pixels, right there. Okay. I'm gonna say give it a color. I mean, it can be just a white color, right there. So it's these buttons right here. See? Boom. All right. So, but I'm gonna give this a more gentle color. I don't like that actually too much. I like this color right here. This color is a little bit more gentler. I kind of like that a little better. Okay, so that's kind of that color white. Same thing with right there. Oh, you see how when it has like this white, more of a white look when on the active button. You see that right there. See right there, beautiful. All right, now you see how we have the next button, but we don't have the previous button. The reason why is because of the z index. So if I do button here, and I give it a z index of 1, check this out. Oh, let's go. You see it right there. That, my friends, is basically what we need, right? So that's pretty much that. All right, let me go ahead and zoom in on this. Let me see. How does this look like? What do you guys think so far? It's pretty good. I think so too. I like it. I like it like that. All right. That's looking pretty good. I like the way it's going. Oh, let me go ahead and not save this. I don't want that. That's pretty good. And then the next thing we need to do is to make it work a little bit better is the following. So check this out. You see how here, you see how this border is within this image? You see, it's like a little bit better, right? That's kind of how I like it a lot better. So what we'll do is, this is called because of box sizing. It's a little bit weird, but I want you guys to understand this a little bit here. It's all because of box sizing border box. So you see how these borders are on the outside here, on the outside. Well, to make them on the inside, to make the basically included part of the whole image, I'm going to go to app.css and I'm going to say everything that you have. Oops. They have box size and border box. Save that. Boom. See, big difference. Look at that. You see? Now, what happens with this is basically it's telling, for example, border box. When I say border box, it's saying, hey, the content should contain the border itself. Basically, the width contains the border. That's what that means, right? And so that's why when I say width 100%, right? The width actually is contained within the border. That's what that means, right? That's how we can see the border, which is much better now. And I like that a lot better, honestly. Yeah. Ooh, let's go. Look at how good that looks, guys. That looks so good. Oh my God, it makes me happy. All right, let's go back to home.js. Let's go to image slider back to here. We're not done yet. We're almost done, but not done yet. Almost there, but we're not there. We're so close, but we're not there yet. Let's go. All right. Next thing. I want to give it a small hover effect. So what do I mean by that? On the hover of the image fully, I want to change a few small things. I'm going to go ahead and Command B on here. Okay. So I'm going to say hover. I'm going to say hover. And I'm going to change the color of the border to be white. So I'm going to say border is going to be 4 pixels solid, but this time the border color is going to be this one right here. Well, we see this RGBA 249, so it's almost like a white color with a little bit of transparency. And then Save that. Let's see. Oh, let's go. Look at that right there. See? Okay, next thing. Let's give it a cursor pointer to the wrap. Cursor pointer to the wrap. Okay. So when I hover, it's actually like a cursor right here. You see? It's good, beautiful. And then the last thing is give it transition. So transition duration should be transition. Let's give it actual transition. So we'll say transition duration 27 seconds. Oh, look at that. So much better, you guys. So much better. That's so much better. What do you guys think, huh? What do you guys think? I like that so much better. I need to fix this portion right here. See, this is before. Actually, should be before in here. Okay. There's the color white. I'll refresh this. Oh, let's go. Whew. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. And guys, we have made ourselves a carousel. That's it. The carousel's right there. Now you might be wondering, I want to ask you a question. Does anybody have a question? Do you raise your hand if you think you're wondering, like, how the heck does this work? Like, raise your hand if you're wondering, how the hell does this work? Okay, good. So look. So because this is actually part of, this is within the actual, what's it called? This is within, what am I say? Oh yeah, we also need to fix this portion. We need to fix this. Don't worry, we'll fix this. I got it. We'll play this in a second, okay, here. So if I right click on this, inspect element. Let me put this here a little bit to the bottom here. Okay, I'm gonna put it here. This is the button here, you see? Button. See this button? So what's gonna happen? We have this, you see here, look, li slick active. So automatically, basically, JavaScript underneath the hood is adding a slick active class. You see? This to this li. Boom, forces here, then it goes to here. And so what we're doing here, we're targeting a CSS class called li slick active, right there. And then we're targeting the button. Now look at this. See, there's buttons. You see this? So button. Okay. Let me do autoplay false for now, so that it stops here. Okay. So it stops moving around. Right. So you see here, right there. So button here. So now this is a select active here. I'm gonna say button, and look. Before, you see. So li slick active button before, and we've done this. Actually is done through the slick carousel module, right? They do this themselves, and look at that. This before button has a color black. But what we did, we said no, make it color white. That's what we did. We overwrote the natural CSS that comes with React Slick. Do you understand that? Raise your hand if you understand it with me. Yes? Do you see what I'm talking about? Yes, we overwrote it. But because by default, the slick active, if you go to slick active, you go to then button, then you go to before. See slick active, button before. By default, it's just color black. See here? That's the default CSS that comes with the slick theme, which is this one right here. You see? With this slick theme CSS. But we said no. No. We're gonna change ourselves. That's what happened here. So that's what we did here. Color white. That's it. All right, and that's what happened. Now, funny enough, let's go ahead and fix this portion because that's pretty bad. You guys want to fix that? Yeah, raise your hand if you guys want to fix that. Yeah, I think so too. All right. Well, that's honestly not that bad to fix. So what we need to do is we need to go to actually index.css. But actually need to go to home.css. Home. So home.js. Let's go to home.js, and all you need to do on the home.js is just say overflow hidden. That's it. So overflow here. Overflow inside the home.js, overflow -x is gonna be hidden. Save it, and so save that. Refresh. Is it still there? That's it. And then also let's do the same thing on the header. Actually, let's go to header. Actually, so header.js, same thing on the nav. Let's do overflow x hidden. Overflow -x -hidden. And what really this does is very simple, guys. Overflow basically means when some content overflows what your view width. Like if a content overflows your view width, we simply just hide it. And you see right there, we don't have that weird camaraderie going on anymore. That's it. It's done. That's it. Awesome. Let's go back to image slider and let's go back to autoplay and we'll save to true now. Save it. There we go. Awesome, sweet. All right, we got that. That's all good. All right, so raise your hand. They're still with me. Everybody's still with me. All right. Next up, look, guys, we have made our own image carousel, and it looks sick. It looks so good. It looks so good. It looks so good. Boom, 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 boom. Wait, was it false or true like this? Yeah, to go true. Awesome. It looks so good. All right, the next thing we need to work on is going to be these portions right here. So this portion. So these portions are gonna be really fun to make actually. So we're gonna call them they're gonna be called viewers is what they're gonna be called. So let's go to here. Let's call them viewers. So let's create a new component here. And so new component, new file. Let's call this viewers. Viewers.js right there. Viewers.js. All right. So that's going to be viewers.js. And what we need to do with this one is very simple. Is let's go and do rfce and viewers right there. So save that. Awesome, sweet. Save that. And the following needs to happen now at this point is okay. And we need to, of course, now import this. I'm gonna say viewers here. Viewers. Let's go and import it inside where? Import inside the home.js. So import a home. Let's do import viewers. Viewers from where? From /viewers. This one. Viewers right there. Okay. Let's also go ahead and save this. Let's go ahead and do add image slider. Let's go and save that. All right, that looks so good. Looks so good. All right, sweet. So that's amazing. I like that. Import viewers, and let's go ahead and actually use this one. So we'll say viewers. Let's use this component. Let's use a component. I like it. Not viewers. Viewers. Let's go. All right. That looks sick. Okay. Boom. All right. So that's that one. And of course, now if we go ahead to our React app, boom, we have viewers right here. You see, of course, that's not what we want to do, but that's what we got so far. Understand? Comprende? All good? Good. All right, let's now work inside the viewers.js file, which is gonna be pretty simple. It's not gonna be anything too crazy. I think in terms of CSS, you'll just learn some stuff. So let's go ahead and do import style. You know the drill, guys. Import styled from what? From style components. Styled-components. Save that. Awesome. Okay. And let's go ahead and create a container. Container. And let's go ahead and create the container component. So I'll say container here. So const container is equal to styled.div. The div Dunzo. Okay. Simple. So, all right, now let's go ahead and do the following. Let's do at this point, let's give some padding for us. So the container, let's do padding. Let's do some stuff. Let's do container padding 0, 0, 26 pixels. And what is this actually on about? What is this 26 pixels? Well, if I go ahead and take a look at this here, let's go and say this. Right click viewers. Come on. Good. Okay, so this one here, right there. So 26 pixels means literally padding bottom 26 pixels. That's the shortcut for this one, right? Padding bottom 26 pixels. That's what that means. Okay. All right. Now, okay, so that's all good. Now let's go ahead and take a look at what we're going to put in here. Well, this one is gonna have a few things inside here. Actually, no, I need to be inside here. Container. No, actually, it's not padding bottom. My bad. Hold on. That's not right. Hold on. Something's not right here. Actually, let's do margin top. My bad. Margin top. And we'll say 30 pixels here. Okay, that makes more sense, right? 30 pixels. That pushes it more to the bottom. Let's do the following now. Let's do display grid. So this is gonna be really interesting now. We're gonna go into grid now. Now, what is grid? Raise your hand if you know what grid is. Anybody know what grid is? What is grid? Or just, yeah. So what is grid? So grid is basically, it's kind of like Flex, but it allows us to be very discrete. It's like it's basically like a, you know, Flex on steroids. That's what I'll call it. You know, that's what I'll call it. And we'll give it a grid. And we'll say here, we'll say grid template columns. So we'll have three. So we have 5 columns with template columns. And with grid template columns, well, actually, that before we do that, let me go ahead and comment this portion out just so I can show it to you. Inside the container, of course, we need to have all these images, right? So we need to do create the wrap. So I'm gonna say create wrap for this one, wrap, right? So every single thing is gonna be a wrap. So this is gonna be a wrap. That's gonna be a wrap. It's gonna be individual divs right here. That's what these are. Okay, understand? Comprende? Good. Right, wrap, and every single wrap will have an image. So we'll say image, and we'll say source is equal to, and it's gonna be this one. This is the image right here. So hopefully, maybe you guys see, you guys know where to get it, or maybe a month div can help you guys out and actually give you guys the image. Okay, so images, viewers Disney, wrap is not defined. Don't worry, we'll define it right now. So we'll say const wrap is equal to styled dot div. Boom. Style.div. That's what it's equal to. Okay. Okay, so style.div. Boom, right there. That's amazing. Okay. And oh my god, it looks so bad. Don't worry about it. So let's go ahead and create a few of them. Okay. So let's go ahead and create 5 of them. Oh my god, it looks so bad. Put 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Alrighty. Let's go. Look at this. It looks horrible. I know, it's okay, don't worry about it. So now to fix that, that's where grid is gonna come in. So let's go try this out. So grid, and I'm gonna give it columns now. So look at this, grid type of columns. I'm gonna say repeat. So what this says, create 5 columns. So 5, comma, min max. And what this does is basically gives it a width. Basically, what is the width we should use? Well, minimum is 0, basically, but the 1FR simply means stretch it out as much as possible. Basically, that's what 1FR stands for. Okay. Boom. All right. Okay, now it's kind of like in line, but it still looks horrible. And so that's where we need to actually go to the wrap and actually fix that, right? Because technically we have 5 grids. If you look at it, right? Look, you see? 1, see? 5 grids. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You see, it's there. It's just that the images are actually overflowing. That's what's going on right here. So to fix that, if we go to wrap and we'll say here, image, right? I'm gonna say width of 100%. So basically, the image should take up 100%. 100%. Done. Okay. Oh, boom, right there. Awesome, sweet, right? So I'm then going to say, height of also 100%. So I'm say height 100%. Boom. Right? Then I'm going to say object fit. So object fit means, hey, fit up the object as much as possible. So object fit cover. So fit the image as much as possible inside this div. Awesome. And that's honestly pretty much it. Now for this wrap, let's give it some stuff. Let's give this. So we'll say here, border. Let's give it a border. And the border will look like a little bit like this kind of. It's a very light border. Look. 3 pixel, solid. RGBA, that's the RGBA I want you guys to use, right? 249, 249, and 0.1. So it's a very light border. Let's go and save that. Okay, border is not showing up. Let's see. Not showing up, which is completely okay. Border. Oh, I didn't do it right. Here, border. Let's see. Border 0 pixels. Oh, solid. Solid. Right there. Awesome. So that looks great. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things that we have. Okay. Now, of course, let's add some border radius to this one. So we'll say border radius. Border dash radius. And let's give it a 10 pixel radius. Nice. Oh, it looks so much better now. Now, it still looks pretty bad. I don't like it. Did you guys agree with me? Would you guys agree with me that it needs some spacing in between? Like in between every single column? Would you guys agree with me on that one? Should we add some spacing? Yeah? Beautiful. All right, beautiful. So to do that, we're going to use a gap. We're going to use something called gap. So check this out. Okay, let's use grid gap, grid dash gap, and I will say 25 pixels. Boom. Oh, look at that. So grid gap is a very useful tool. Okay, it's a very useful way to add a gap between every single grid item. Boom, boom. See, so simple, right? And now let's go ahead and maybe add some let's add some padding inside this container. So say padding, let's say 30 pixels, 0, and we'll say 26 pixels. Boom. So push it a little bit to the bottom. So basically, if you inspect down button this one, if I go ahead and go look at this specific padding, you see, this literally just means it's very simple. Padding top is 30 pixels, padding right is 0, padding left is 0, and then padding bottom is 26. But this means top, this is bottom, this right here stands for left and right. That's what that means, okay? All right, beautiful. All right, so that's that. Now let's go ahead and give it a box shadow. Okay, I'm gonna give it a box shadow that looks a little bit kind of like this, right there. So again, you can copy this as well. Hopefully maybe David and Modal can put it for you guys in the comments, or maybe you can put it for you guys in the comments in there. So it's a box shadow, just kind of copy it for yourself here. All right, so that's that. So it gives it, you see, that gives it that box shadow, which is really good, by the way, which looks so good, which I like a lot actually. It's a very light box shadow. Okay, and then let's do a hover effect. So on the hover, I actually want to make it bigger. So let's do on the hover. Now, by the way, do you know what this does? What does this do? Raise your hand if you know what this does. Raise your hand if you don't know what this does. So this actually basically concatenates the hover to the parent, which is the wrap. It's kind of like doing, for example, wrap, hover. That's what it's doing. So basically, this is concatenating hover to the wrap. That's what it's doing, just so you guys know, okay? All right, on the hover, let's go ahead and change up the, let's do scale it. So let's go ahead and scale it in the X and Y direction. So transform scale. So scale just simply means make it bigger, okay? And then we'll change the border color to be a little more different as well. This, boom, okay? So now if I save this, boom, you see it's a little bit different now, but of course we can make it better. Let's add a cursor pointer to this one. Cursor pointer, save that. Okay, now it's a cursor pointer, which I like a lot. Awesome, sweet. God, it looks so good, guys. It looks so awesome. I love it. All right, that's cursor pointer. And then what I want to do is I want to go ahead and change up the box shadow here as well, just a little bit. Let's do box shadow. Change the box just a little bit here, not too much. So it becomes a bigger box shadow. But to make this actually cleaner, we're going to give it a transition. Boom. So this is basically transition everything with two. By the way, this number, remember this number. I want you guys to remember this. There's a big number right here. This number is actually used in a lot of transitions. This is if you give it a number higher than this, it becomes too slow. If you give it a number less than this, it becomes sometimes too fast. So actually, this number is actually used by a lot of developers. This number, 250 milliseconds. So just keep this one in mind, okay? And this is the transition we want to use right here. Cubic Bezier. All right, save that. And look at this. You guys ready for this? You guys ready? Are we ready? Hold on. Oh my God, that looks so good. Oh, so good. Oh, that looks so good. Oh, that looks great. That looks amazing. I love this one. I love that one. The border changes, transforms it. Oh, it looks so good. How cool is that, huh? So that's pretty much that for you. So look, we finished the views, but of course, let's go ahead and change up these images so they're a little bit better. A little bit better. So we have viewers Disney, and then we have what? Viewers then Pixar. Let's go ahead and do Pixar here. Pixar, okay. Let's do Marvel, and then we'll do Star Wars. Okay, and then we'll do national. right here. International. Boom, save that. Oh, let's go. That looks so good. Oh, look at that, guys. Ooh. But this is ours. That looks so good. Raise your hand with me if you're still with me and you're ready to continue on. Because that was pretty sick. Wouldn't you agree with me on that one? Wouldn't you agree? That was pretty sick, I will say. Hey, let's go.
Appreciate your sound, needed renovation.
Hey, let's go. Beautiful, beautiful. So we've got our viewers ready. We've got our slider. The next thing we're going to focus on is just basically the movies. So our goal is to get these movies right here. These ones right here. You see these ones? These ones. That's going to be our goal now at this point. And it's very simple. Let's go remove this React slick. Okay. That's the next one we're going to focus on. Okay. Let's do that. So let's go ahead and go to our VS Code here. Let's do add. Again, I want you guys to understand this one. So add viewers. Right here, let's go ahead and add this to git commit. Again, hopefully you guys used your git commit properly. All right, so let's go ahead and create a new component. Let's do this one. Should be called movies.js. All right, so RFCE, you know the drill. Okay, boom, create the movies. Let's call it movies. Awesome, sweet. So that's going to be a movie here. All right, so that's movies here. All right, save that. And let's go now to let's import this into the home page. Okay, so let's do back to the home page, and let's import it. So we'll say import movies from what? From movies. Right, that's the next one we're gonna create. Right there. And let's go ahead and use that one. So we'll say movies here. Okay, beautiful movies. All right, sweet. I like it. All right, so I like it like that. That's amazing. Okay, so just light music right here. So movies, that's all good. Let's go ahead and go now to the movies and let's focus on that one. So let's go ahead and save this. And boom, now we have, you can see, we have the movies right here. So we create a component. That's exactly what we need to do. All right. Now this component is going to be, again, not that hard of a component as well. Let's go ahead and do our normal thing we'd like to do, which is import style. So we're going to use style components, of course. Import styled from where? Import styled from style-components. Components. Okay. And then instead of doing return div, we'll do container. So we'll say container. Let's go. All right. At the bottom, we have const container. So let's do the following. Const container is equal to what? Styled dot div. Style.div. Okay. Okay, so that's good. All right, nothing too crazy here. Let's get a little bit of padding here. And this padding, what do you guys think? This padding is gonna be bottom padding, so don't worry about so much about that one. All right, all right. Next one is let's do H4. So we'll do an H4 here. H4. Let's do. So this is gonna be a H4 heading. Let's do here recommended for you. Ooh, no, that's not what I want. Save that. Oh, let's go. That's beautiful. It looks great. That looks great. I like that. I like it like that. I like it. Okay, beautiful. I like it. It's a little bit big, I feel like. No? I feel like it's a little bit bigger than what I like it to be, but it's okay. We'll fix that later. Don't worry about that. Recommended for you. That's okay. So next up, let's go ahead and create our content. So as you know, right, our content is actually going to be here. This is our content, right? That's our content. And that's going to contain the movie. So to do that, what we'll do is create a content component. So we'll create a content component, right? And the reason why we're doing this is because it's going to allow us to easily use a grid, for example, to wrap up our, list of stuff, right? So list of movies. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and create a content component. Say const content is equal to style.div. Boom. style.div. Okay, save that. Save that, that's good. All right, save that. Okay. And it's all good right there. Beautiful. So content styled dot div. That is pretty awesome. Okay, so let's do the following. So now we'll do let's create for that content. Now every single movie, just like how it was here, is going to be a div as well. You see how this right here? So every single movie here is also going to be a div, and we're going to call it a wrap. So let's do that. Here we'll say wrap. Okay, and we'll say here image source is equal to something. Well, our image is going to be the following. Maybe hopefully we can go ahead and comment this portion out for you guys. But this is going to be a temporary image that I'm going to use. It's this image right here. You see? Now maybe a month later you guys can put it into the chat right here, or put it into the YouTube comments as well. Nothing too much of a crazy situation, but wrap is undefined. Let's create a wrap right here. Const wrap is equal to styled.div. Boom. All right, save it. All right, this is the image we're going to use, the Simpsons image for now. Now you can get it pretty much anywhere you want, right? Just go ahead and, for example, I'll copy image address and I can put it to you guys in the chat. I'm gonna copy. Yeah, I could do that here. For example, I can put it to you guys in the chat, and maybe, for example, let me see. Let me put it to you guys in the chat so you guys can all have it. Let me see. Boom. That's the image we're going to use. There we go. That's the image we're going to use. Awesome. Sweet. And then maybe Monolith, you can paste that into the actual chat on YouTube. That'll be amazing, actually. If you can do that, that'll be very helpful for so many people. All right. So if we have this, let's do the same thing now, but let's do multiple times. Let's do it like, for example, how many times do we need? Well, we need it to be 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 times actually. So 4 times. So we'll do the same thing. We'll do 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Save that. Okay, you can see right now it's horrible. Of course, it makes sense, right? Why it's horrible. It's from left to right. Well, to fix that, again, we're going to use grid to fix that, right? Again, let's do that. So we're going to go on the content side and we're going to say display grid. Okay. I will say grid dash gap. Okay, it will be 25 pixels. Okay. 20 pixels. And then here we'll say grid template columns. So just how we done the template columns before, we'll say the same thing here. So grid dash template dash columns. Okay. And we'll say repeat for comma min max right there 0, 1 fr, right? So again, same thing, but just by repeating it 4 times. Boom. Look at that. So fast. We've got our thing finished. That's all great. Okay. So that's amazing. Awesome. All right. So that's all good. So now, of course, now we have the 4 columns, which is exactly what we want, but just now we need to fix the actual images themselves. That's not an issue whatsoever. So that means we need to go to wrap here. And now on the image side, just how we did it beforehand, let's give it a width of 100%. Width of 100%. That means it will fill up the full grid. See right there. See? Just like that, it's fixed. Height of 100%. 100%. There. Okay. That stretches the image a little bit. So to fix that, we do object fit. Object dash fit. Dash fit is going to be cover. Boom. See, it just object fit basically will cover up the image within a div. Okay, so it will stretch it out as much as possible while keeping the aspect ratio of the actual image. Okay, beautiful. So we got that. Next thing, let's go ahead and focus on the wrap. Let's give it a border radius because I kind of want that. So border radius is also going to be 10 pixels. All right, that's great. That's amazing. So I like that. That's 10 pixels. And then you can see now, I know technically if we save this, it doesn't show 10 pixels. Don't worry about that. We'll make it show in a second. If I do overflow hidden, then it will show it, the border radius. Boom. You see? You see what happens? Again, because the image just goes outside the border, right? And so when we do overflow hidden, well, then it's can contain inside the actual div. Beautiful. All right. Next thing, let's go ahead and do, let's give it a border. The border we want to use is this one. So border, 3 pixels, solid, RGBA with this one right here, right? So feel free to copy this one, maybe, or maybe a monolith David. Maybe you guys can go ahead and copy this one into somewhere. All right, next up, a box shadow. That's this one. Boom. So again, feel free to copy this box shadow in here. Feel free to copy this to anywhere you want it to be. Okay. Hopefully you guys can see that. All right. So that's box shadow. And honestly, that's pretty much it. That's nothing more crazy than that. That looks pretty damn good. Wouldn't you guys say so? I would say so. I kind of like that actually. It's pretty good. I like that a lot actually. All right. So now at this point, let's do the following here. Okay. I'll do the following here. So we have the box shadow, we have the border, we have all of that. That's amazing. That's awesome. Let me go ahead and wait. What is this? No, that's good. That's good. Okay. Next thing, let's do a hover effect. So on the hover, again, we're going to use this hover effect right here. On the hover of this, right? Boom. Right? Let's scale it a little bit, just how we did it before previously. Transform scale. Okay, save that. Boom. And then let's change the border color on this. So on the hover of this, all we do is we change the border color to be this. So it's basically, it's a similar border color, but it's a little more visible. See, it's a white color. That's what's gonna happen here. So it's a white color that's a little more visible. That's what's gonna happen. Okay. Okay. Then we're gonna change the box shadow to be a little bit more prevalent as well. All right. Actually, be a little more prevalent. So let's do that. Let's go. That's amazing. I like that. And now, see, now boom. Now, right there, that's exactly what we want. But of course, we don't see you way too much because we need to do a transition. So to do a transition, we're going to see you use the same transition we used before. Transition all 250 milliseconds cubic Bezier. It's funny. Bezier. So feel free to copy this for yourself right here. Transition all 250 milliseconds cubic Bezier 0.25, 0.46, 0.45, 0.94, 0 seconds. Right there. Okay, save that. Oh, look at that. And let's do cursor pointer to actually do that. So cursor pointer. Oh. Look at that. How cool is that, huh? That's pretty slick, guys. Okay, that's pretty slick. Okay, I love that. That looks so good. Guys. All right, looks so good. Look at that, the box shot. Look at the transition. It's so great. I love that. All right. So who's still with me, guys? You guys still with me? Yes or no? Yes. Beautiful. I love seeing all your beautiful faces. That makes me so happy. All right. So we got that portion. Let's go ahead and look at this. If I go ahead and copy this portion, this whole thing, and I paste it multiple times, basically I just create more Simpsons. So I create more movies. That's all I'm doing. So that is what our goal was to create, actually simply create this. All right. And well, the homepage, I will honestly say, is kaput, finite. I mean, in terms of design, of course, the logic not so much there yet, but in terms of design, it's kaput, it's finite, it's done. All right. So what I want to focus on, so that's awesome. So we have that. And of course, these images are actually going to be replaced later on by images that come from a database. So that's we're going to do that later on a little bit. But I want to work on the detail page now. So let's go and work on the detail page now, okay? So detail page. So I will save this and let's work on the detail page. Now, the detail page is basically going to be another component. So let's go ahead and do here, new file here, and we'll do detail.js. Okay? JS. So that's going to be the detail one that we use. So let's go ahead and do this. So we'll do RFCE, beautiful. Create the detail component inside here, which is exactly what we need. And this will be detail. All right, sweet. All right. Now, how do we go and switch up between detail page and the home page? Good question. Well, it's going to be very, very simple. We're going to use something called React Router DOM. So what we need to do is we need to go to app.js, and you see how we have the header home. So by default, it's just simply just throwing the header and the home. Well, we need to change that to use something called React Router DOM. So if I go to React Router DOM here, okay, right here. You see, that's what we need to use. So this is what we need to do is React Router DOM. So we need to install React Router DOM. Again, let's right click it, open and integrate terminal, right? npm install React Router DOM. Beautiful. Nice. I like it. That's awesome. Okay. All right. Let me set this. Okay, so I'm gonna do some food. I'm really hungry. It's a lot, you know. I understand why I do. So, how about stretch if you have to? Oh yeah, that's good. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Go left. Yeah. Beautiful. Okay. All right. So that's good. So we install React Router DOM. Now to actually use it, as you can see, we need to go ahead and actually import it, like so. So browser router and so forth. So let's go ahead and import that. So import, and you guys can do that on yourself here, right there. So you need to import right here, browser router, switch, route, and link. Now, the way this works is very simple, and I'll show it to you here in a second how this works, but React Router is pretty much going to wrap your whole application around a router. And so we go ahead and we got the router. Hold on. Right here. I'm going to do this. Router. So the whole application is going to be wrapped around the router. Okay. By default, every single route will have a header page. Correct. Yes, correct. Right? So by default, everything will have the header page, right? Then what's going to happen is then we'll have multiple routes where either the home page or the detail page changes. You can see, for example, if I click on the detail page here, right, the header does not change. But what does change is this portion, right? That changes, right? So that's what we will achieve with this. If I go ahead and if I click on this, I'm going to say here now, I'm going to say switch. And again, that's coming from directly from here. You see that? Switch. And switch just means okay, turn on this switch or this switch, this switch or this switch. That's all it means. And then we will go ahead and do route. So route. If we see there's the path is detail. If the path is detail, we will use the detail page. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to say import detail component from where? Components, right? Components / what? Detail. Boom. Voila. Chicky picky. All right. Next up. So then we do detail like so. Detail. So that will basically on the route where the path is /detail, we'll give it a detail page. However, if the route is a home page, for example, like this, where the path is actually just home, right there, right? Then it will have the home one, the home component. Are you starting to see how this works? It's very simple, right? It's very simple. We have a router, that's this, right? Anything that's inside the router will always be visible, right? So for example, the header here will always be visible. Anything inside the switch case will always change. So for example, if I have a route here with the path details, so path is basically the URL path, that's this path, okay? If it's detail, we go to detail page. If it's homepage, path is /, it's the homepage. Raise your hand if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Yes or no? Comprende? Yes, 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 yes. Beautiful, right? That's going to be the homepage. And now let's go ahead and take a look at that. All right. So if I save this now, technically I'm in the homepage. You see, nothing really changed. But if I go to /detail, boom, we are on the detail component. You see the header still stays, which is right here, which is exactly what we want to do, right? But the detail component, which is this one, says detail. How sick is that? What do you guys think? You guys like that? I think it's pretty cool. All right, so that's pretty cool. So on the detail page, now let's go ahead and focus on the detail page inside here. Well, the detail page is a little bit longer than some other pages. So here's what we'll do. Let's go ahead and do import styled from style components. Style-components. Okay. So import style from style-components. Okay. And a few things are going to happen here in the detail page, of course. Let's go ahead and make this a container, as we like to do all the time. So we'll say container, just like so. All right, beautiful. Not defined. That's not a problem whatsoever. So we say now const the following. We'll do the following. So const container is equal to what? Oh, is equal to style.div right there. Okay, style.div. Okay, and this style.div is going to be pretty simple. Same thing. We're gonna give it a min height, just how you did it for home. So min height, min height is gonna be calc 100 vertical height, 100 vh minus 70 pixels. 70 pixels is basically that's that top bar right there. Okay, awesome. And then we'll give it also a padding, just how we gave a padding to the homepage too. So padding, which is this one. So 0 calc 3.5 VW basically means width. So basically that's the viewport width. So 3.5 viewport width. Right there. Right there. Beautiful. See? Nice. All right. So that's all good. Now, of course, if you think about this, what does this have? Let's think about what does this specific thing have. Well, it has a few things. In terms of components, well, we have this is the main component, correct? But this component actually has a background. You see, it has a background image, right? So we can call it the background image. And then we have this kind of like logo. And then we have, I like to think of it as like a row. So right, you see, I see things as rows and columns. This to me is a row that contains multiple columns. Column of one button, another button, third button, and fourth button, right? Then we have another row that has this. Then another row that has the description basically of the thing. Do you understand that? Yes or no? Right? Yes, all good? Yes, bueno? Good. Awesome, sweet. So that's what that has, okay? All right, now, and we can simply just, honestly, based on looking at what we just have, you can see, we can do it. So the first thing we need to create is the background component. So let's create the background component. So we'll say background. Boom, background component. And we'll give the image source is equal to the following, right? And maybe if a month today, maybe you guys can help me out and actually give them this image source. And this image source, again, you can use any image source you want. But in my case, I have this one, which maybe I can give it to you guys in chat. Here, I'll give it to you guys in chat. Boom. That's the image I used, okay? That's the image I used. That's just basically just this image right here. All right. Okay. So that's the image. And then, so that's going to be the component. If I go ahead and save that, okay, we have an error, says background is not defined. So we'll say const background is equal to styled.div phone style.div. Beautiful. Okay. Oh, let's go. Look at that. I mean, it looks horrible, but it's kind of there, right? Now, just how we did our background image, we're going to position it also fixed to the whole page. So here's what we'll do the position fixed. Position fixed. You see? Boom. Change right here. We'll say top 0. Top 0. Right, we'll say left 0, just how I like to do it. Left 0, bottom 0, right? And then what? Right 0. Right 0. Okay? Okay, boom, right there, right 0. Okay, now again, it looks a little bit odd here. I can see that, right? Right 0. Don't worry about that. We'll make it work. Don't worry. And then here's what we'll do in that case, right? So, and then position fixed. But position fixed to what? Well, position fixed to the actual container. So we'll say here position relative. Remember, if you're doing position absolute, position fixed, you have to use position relative because it will fix it to the relative parent. It's kind of like you have to have a parent, kind of like you will have a parent, right? So position relative. Save that, right? Nothing really changes here in those terms, but what does change is the following. Look at this. I'm going to now target the image itself. Image, right? And then I'm going to say here, the image here is width 100%. Width 100%. Good. And height of what? Of 100% as well. Okay, I know it got stretched out, but don't worry, because what we can do is we can say object fit. Object dash fit is gonna be what? Cover. I want you guys to look into that. Cover. Boom. See? Oh, moly moly. Now you can see it just covered the whole thing, right? Which is, don't worry about that. Don't, so to prevent that from covering the whole thing, it's as simple as, well, I just put a z index -1 on it. So that's it. Look, z index -1. And now the header shows as well. And yeah, it's as simple as that. Nothing too crazy you had to honestly do. Let's add some let's add a small opacity too. So I'm gonna say opacity 0.8. Boom. So it's a little bit darker. You see that? It's a little bit darker. And honestly, that is our background image. That is done. Comprende? Yes, all good? Beautiful. Awesome. Sweet. All right, so I like that. Let's now go back to our Go back to our top and let's think about what else do we have. Well, we also have this thing, which I like to call it a title. So basically that's done. Now let's focus on this one, right? Focus on that one. So that's going to be the title, okay? And we'll call it image title. Title. Boom. And we'll also give an image source. And I also have that source for now. Again, this data will come later on from a database, so don't worry about that. Okay. Then we're going to copy this image so you guys can all have it. And I'll paste it in the chat as well. Maybe a month after div, you can paste it in the comments on YouTube as well. That'd be awesome. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to paste it here. Boom. Okay. All right, so that's going to be that. All right, let's go to our application here. So the image is not defined. Of course, we define it in using style.div. Nothing crazy here. Let's do the following. And we say what? Image title, and we'll define it first. So we say const image title is equal to styled.div. Done. Oh, let's go. That looks sick. I mean, not that much, but it's not bad. Again, we can also use some really, really cool things with that, right? So in the image title here, we're going to give it a height of 30 VH, vertical height. Okay, right? And don't worry about that. We'll fixate on the image, and then we'll give the image. So here's the thing. With images, give it a parent container, and then on the image say width 100%, height 100%, and do object fit. That is your recipe for any good image sizing. Give a parent container, right? A container to contain. Once you've done that, on the image, say width 100%, height 100%, and then give it an object fit. That is your go-to. That should be your go-to, okay? So do image, same thing. Width 100%. Okay, a height of 100%. And look at this, object fit. This time, however, contained. Right? Boom. Big difference, huh? Much big difference, right? Don't worry, we'll make it better even right now. So here's what I'll do width of this one is gonna be 35 BW. Viewport width right there. See, that makes it even better. And then we give it a min. Let's go ahead and give it a min height, just in case. Min height of 170 pixels. Beautiful. And then we'll do a min width of 200 pixels. Min width of 200 pixels. Alright, so nothing crazy that's changed, but all we know is that this is working. This image is great, right? So that's we're getting very close to where we want to get to. Alright, next up. What we need to do is, we need to go ahead and focus on what? That's going to be kind of like this content right here. All this content right here. I want to focus now on the controls. You see this? On the controls. So let's go ahead and focus on the controls here. So I want to say the following. I'm going to say here, controls. Let's go ahead and do controls right here. I'm going to create the controls controls container. Boom, controls. And all that will simply do is very simple. Let's go ahead and that will contain the play button and stuff like that, right? So let's go ahead and do style.div. So const controls is equal to styled.div. Okay. And inside here, it's very simple. We have 4 buttons here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. On that side, it's very simple. Now at this point, we need to create four buttons. One is going to be the play button. So I need here the play button. Okay. Gosh darn it. Then we do the trailer button. Okay. And then we have the add button. So let's go ahead and add that one too. Add button. Beautiful. And then we have the group watch button. Watch button. Group watch button. There we go. Awesome. Sweet. So that's kind of that. So group watch button is what we're focusing on right now at this point. Okay, let's go ahead and create all these buttons, right? So let's go ahead and do the bottom. Let's go to the bottom. We don't need any of this just yet. Okay, let's go to the bottom and we'll just go ahead and focus on the buttons themselves. So let's do the following. So here we'll say const play button, right, is equal to styled.div, right? That's that, okay? Next one is going to be which one? Next one is going to be the trailer button. So we'll say const trailer button, right, is equal to styled.div. Same thing here. Next one is going to be const, which one? The add button, right here. And that's going to equal to styled.div as well. .div. Boom. Nice. Last one is going to be the group watch button. Oops. Oopsie daisy. Group watch button is equal to also style.div. Boom. All right. Let's see what these now have inside. Okay. So let's try this. Let's go and take a look at this. Nothing. They have absolutely nothing. But also we made a small mistake because this actually needs to be a button. So we need to go call this button. Not this, but button. You see, button. Okay, so that's it. We've got ourselves a button that have nothing inside them right now, but we'll fix that here in a little bit. Okay, so let's go and take a look at the actual buttons on what we need to have inside them. Well, the button will part one. The buttons will have kind of like things inside of it, right? So every single button Well, let's look at the play button first, for example here. So play button has what? The play icon and the text play. So we'll give it an image here. So we'll do image. Image source is equal to what? Is equal to dash images, okay? Dash the play icon black button that we have actually inside our images, which we downloaded, by the way, right here. Boom, right there. So that's the one we need to use, okay? That's going to be our images inside the play button. And then we need to go ahead and create a span. And that's going to say play. Right there. Play. Let's put it in capital letters so it's easier for us. There, let's look at this. Oh, let's go. It looks so bad, but it's there. Right? Let's do the same thing with the trailer button as well, so we can focus on two at the same time, okay? So do the trailer button at the same time. Same thing with this one. Let's go and copy this image, put it in the trailer button, right? But this time the trailer button is gonna be play icon white. Not black, but white. This one. Hopefully you guys are still with me. All right. And then we have what? Then we have the span, right? And the span is is just a wrapper. And that will be what? The trailer button. That's it. Okay. All right, so now we have two buttons. You can see here, one is trailer, one is play. They have different styling for them, so that's what we need to focus on now at this point. Let's go now to our play button, and a few things that we need to focus on the play button. Well, a few things. Let's think about part one. Let's think about the border radius, right? So we need to go ahead because it kind of looks horrible right now. So let's do border radius, right? And let's give it 4 pixels border radius. So it's a little bit cleaner and so forth. So border radius 4 pixels and so forth, okay? Next up, let's change the font size of this. So we'll do font size, just a bit of more of a font size, okay? All right, so it's a little bit bigger now at the same time. Now you can see how these play buttons, let me go ahead and remove this portion right here. We don't need that. You see these play buttons, you see how they're not kind of like aligned horizontal, vertically correct. So we can do this, use display flex. So I'm going to display flex to vertically align them, okay? Oh, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. That's fine. And then we'll say here, align items. Align with their items center. Boom. Boom. You see now the play button is aligned. Now let's go ahead and make sure that all of these buttons are aligned horizontally as well. To do that, we do go to controls and I say here, display flex. And what do we say? You see that puts them in a row by row fashion, because by default the flex direction is row, not column. You see, and so we go, that puts them into like it's one row basically, right? Into one row. All right, so that's good. Flex direction is basically in one row. Now let's go ahead and do the following. For the play button, let's give it a height. Let's give it a height of 56 pixels. All right, so it's a little bit bigger. Okay, and let's do the following. Let's go ahead and give a let's think about this for a second. I will go ahead and actually say background color. Let's change the background color for this one. So say background color. I'll just do this. Boom. So background color should be that. Now, of course, it's not that just yet. Let's go ahead and remove the border. Can you see how we have the border that's hideous right now? Hey, there we go. So much better. Look at that. So much better. All right. Let's also add a little bit of spacing on the left hand side and the right hand side. And to do that, all we do is we simply just do padding, right? So we do padding. So padding 0 pixels on the top or bottom, and but on the left and right we'll do 24 pixels. Simple as that. Right there. See? And now let's go ahead and add let's add some margin. So let's do margin right, you see, to make sure that it pushes this trailer one. So we'll do margin right here, margin dash right, like this, and we'll give it a 22 pixel margin. Oh, boom, done. Look at that. It's already getting much better than what we want to do. Let's also, in terms of color, the black color, that's all good. I like that. Let me think about what else do we think should we do. Let's add some letter spacing. Let's change that up a little bit here as well. So letter spacing, just to space it out a little bit more. Spacing, and we'll do 1.8 pixels. Right, just spaces out just a bit more, just more, so it's, yeah, I like that a lot better actually. Yeah, I like that a lot better, and that's good. Okay, so that's awesome. And let's, of course, let's make it a cursor pointer too, right? So that means when I can click on it, when I can hover over it, because right now it's not a cursor pointer, right? So let's do cursor pointer, cursor, let's do pointer, boom. All right, oh, something happened. Oh, right here, right there. So now if I hold it, see, it's a cursor pointer now. Okay, good. So now we're not there yet. Okay, not there yet. I like that. Now let's go look at let's think about the hover solution. So on the hover of this, we're going to use this again. So on the hover of this, on this whole button, we're going to change the background color just a little bit, right? So here, background, see this? Boom. So now, oh, boom, boom, boom. You see that right there? Boom, boom. Okay, good. So I like that. That's amazing. That's awesome. Now, the same thing is going to happen with the trailer button, right? With the trailer button. Now, check this portion out. The trailer button, right, has the same style as this, except it changes a few things. Like, for example, the background color. Well, check out what we can do. We can actually import it. We can actually use, like, for example, it's kind of like polymorphism, you know, in classes. But in our case, we can actually kind of like import the style. So I'll do styled play button. Look at this. Style play button. Button. See, now it's the same. Great. Great. But all I gotta do, in order to change color, all I do is the following. I say background is gonna be the following. So the background is gonna be a little bit more darker here. Boom. And we're almost done, guys. We're almost done for today, by the way. Just want to let you guys know that. Almost done. Okay, I like that. Let's do a little bit, give it a little bit more of a border. So I like that too. More of a border, 1 pixel solid. So kind of like a white border as well. And let's go ahead and let's do the following. Let's do a color. So let's go ahead and do more of a white color. I guess like a more of a lighter white color. Boom. Look at that. Ooh, let's go. Now, of course, also I kind of want to, if I go to here, that's fine. That's great. Oh, let's go. Guys, how cool does that look now? All right. Let's make sure it's text transform, actually. Let's do text transform uppercase. So make sure it's text transform. Make sure it's all uppercase. Text transform. This form. Let's do uppercase to make sure it's all uppercase. Okay, save that. Boom, done. Holy moly, look at this, guys. That's so good. Okay, so I like that. So play, trailer, that's all there. I love that portion. Okay, let me go. I'll close this out. We have a few more ones, which is going to be the add button and so forth. Let's go ahead and focus on the add button, which looks a little bit more different, right? Has like just one icon, right? So in the add button, all we're gonna do is just an image. So that's all we'll do. So in the add and the add button, and all that will be is simply just like a background image. Let me think about this for a second here. Okay, cool, awesome, sweet. So in the add list button, it will just be like a plus that we need to go ahead and add, and that's pretty much it. So if you look at it here, look at this, inspect. You see here, we have this span. So that actually creates like a really interesting solution, but I don't want to do it that way. Actually, I actually want to do it a little bit differently. You see, we're going to just simply do a plus icon, or just simply a plus that we're going to use inside our thing. So look at this. I will say here, as I will say span. I will say here span. Oops. Span plus, right? I know, nothing crazy so far, right? But don't worry, it's gonna happen, right? So to make this one happen, what's gonna happen is we're gonna give it a height and a width as well. So let's go to the add button. Okay. Let's go ahead and give it a width of 44 pixels. Let's give it a height of 44 pixels. Okay, good. So that's awesome. Sweet. So that makes me happy. Next up, let's go ahead and just how we did it in the other one, let's go ahead and do display flex. Play flex. Right? Okay, and now let's focus on the span. Let's do span here. Let's do span, and let's change the font size of this one to be more. So font size, it's gonna be maybe 16 pixels, 18 pixels. Let's see. Maybe more. What do you guys think? 24 pixels? 26 pixels. Yeah, it's about that. I would say 30. There we go, much better, right? All right, so display flex, we're gonna do now align item center to align everything inside there horizontally or vertically. Align item center. Okay, and then we'll do justify content center to do align it horizontally, right? So justify content center. Justify content. Hold on. Justify dash content is gonna be center. Done. So that's a very nicely centered, so forth. Let's do border radius to give it a nice circular border. Border dash radius. 50%, of course. Nice. Look at that. It's starting to look a button, right? I like that. All right. So that's really cool. That's really cool. Border radius. All right. And let's go ahead and do a background. Let's do let's do background. Let's give it a border actually. Border of white. So border here is gonna be white. Okay, so it's a white border. That's awesome. Let's give it a different background color too. A background color should be this as well. Done. Look at that, right? Let's also do color white. Color white on the actual span. Oh, let's go. Look at that. And then we'll do a cursor pointer on the actual full button. So we'll do cursor pointer. Boom. Right there. And honestly, that's pretty much it. We'll do here. Again, there we go. And then we'll do a margin right of 16 pixels to push the other button away. So margin dash right will be 16 pixels. Good. So let's go ahead and save that. All right, save that. All right, let's go and refresh that. Beautiful. Oh, it looks so good, so good. Now you can see here that this button is not vertically aligned with all these other ones. You see how it's kind of more the top versus more centered. So how would we go ahead and do that to make sure it's fully centered? Well, that's a very, very simple solution, honestly. Again, display flex. So to do that, we go to our parent, which is the controls. The controls controls everything, right? So we go to controls, and where's the controls? Display flex, and we do align items. Look at this. Center. And watch it. Boom. You see? This just became centered. Just like that. It's so simple. Right? So that's right there is going to be our plus button. All right. Last button that we're going to focus on is going to be... That's our button right there. Let me see. Right there. Last one is going to be the group watch button, okay? And I think it probably is the similar button that we should use. Let me see, group watch button. But this one's going to have an image. So let's try that right out. So this one has an image right here. So group watch button, okay? Let's add an image here, okay? And we'll give it a source is equal to, okay, is equal to what? Well, we have a group icon that we can use right there. So this is in your images folder if you downloaded it from the drive. Right there. Okay. That's your image. Okay, so that's good. Group watch button. I like that. That's awesome. And again, we'll do the same thing. I think it's worth of doing like the same thing, which is also with 44 pixels and everything's pretty much similar. So let's try that. So we'll do, I think we can probably, let me see. We can probably use styled. Actually, this add button. Look at this, guys. Add button. Oops, no, that's not the one. Okay, so that's good. All we need to do is just differentiate the color a little bit, because you can see here, It's a little more darker color here. So we'll differentiate the color here just a little bit by giving it a darker background color, which is actually more of a it's actually more of a background color black. Boom. Boom. Done. 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 That's it. Done. Look at that. Oh, how good is that? What do you guys think? Are you guys still with it? Yes or no? We've got ourselves, you see, well, very slowly, we're turning out to have an amazing solution here, an amazing product. Like, you know, little by little, we have CSS going so forth. Look at this, guys. All right? Look at all this CSS we just did. All using style components. That's pretty epic, I will say so. All right, and we're not too far off from actually being fully done. Right now we have a subtitle, then we're going to do description, and that's pretty much it. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go finish this up. Let's finish it up with a bang, you guys. All right, let's take a water break. All right, beautiful. That's amazing. That's exactly what I'm talking about. All right, last thing that we go ahead and need to do is, well, it's the following, okay? So let's go ahead and take a look at it. All right. By the way, how is Facebook doing? How is YouTube doing, by the way? Let's see. We got 274 people on YouTube still. Let's go. That's amazing. Good to see all of you guys. So good to see all of you guys. So many people, you guys are commenting nonstop every single time. That's awesome. That's awesome. Simon said you had to hide the arrows. What arrows? No, I do not need to hide anything. I've got everything here I need. Fully. All right. All right, let's go ahead and do one last thing here that we need to go ahead and do. All right. By the way, guys, on YouTube, can we please get to 1,000 likes? Is that possible? Can we get to 1,000 likes on YouTube? That would be amazing. Those of you on Zoom, are you guys pumped? Yes or no with me? Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you're still with me. Yes, yes, yes. Beautiful. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Next thing we need to go ahead and focus on is going to be now this detail page, which is this page right here. I can actually just copy this for now temporarily. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to call it a subtitle here. So let's go ahead and create a subtitle component. So let's go ahead and do this. So we'll do subtitle here. Actually, not inside the controls, but actually it's outside of control. So we'll do subtitle. Subtitle. Okay. All right, subtitle. And that's going to contain the actual text, which is, this is temporary text, okay? Placeholder text. That's all we know, okay? And then inside there, we're going to create the description. And I'll give you guys, the actual text if you need text. But you can put anything you want in there, right? You don't even need just put anything you want. That's temporary until we actually get it from the database. So for now, just put anything you want in there, okay? So description, okay? All right, let's go ahead and copy this. All right, boom, done. Nothing too fancy, like I said, right? Nothing too fancy at all. All right, of course, if we go back to our application, says subtitle is not defined. That's the normal, usual thing. So what do we need to do? We need to define it. So we'll say the following. So we'll do style.div. So const subtitle. Go ahead and make sure you guys can see at the top here. Subtitle is equal to styled.div. Beautiful. Style.div. Awesome, sweet, nice. So style.div. That's amazing. And let's do something with the same thing with description. Const description is equal to styled.div as well. All right, mateys. Oh shit! What just happened? What happened? Description. The heck? I did not. Okay, good. I'm like, holy moly! I did not just kill the whole application with this. That'd be funny if I did, though. All right. So for the subtitle, it shouldn't be anything too crazy. Let's go ahead and change the color. Just be a little more of a lighter color. So I'm gonna do command click on this. Command click, and that stays with the actual style. So that's one thing you can use. Color, which is this color. Okay. Save that. It's just a very light color. Okay. Font size 15 pixels. So let's go ahead and make this a little bit, there we go, a smaller font size. Let's do min height min height of 20 pixels as well. Okay, let's also give a margin top. Let's do margin top 26 pixels to give it a what's it called? There we go. Just to push a little bit more to the bottom here. You see? Just to push it more to the bottom right here. I like that. Okay, so that pushes it more to the bottom. And then same thing with description. Let's go ahead and do that. So now if we're in description, let's look at description here. Okay, awesome. That's pretty simple. Similar one as well, right? We'll change the line height here for a little bit. So we'll do line height. We'll say 1.4. So it creates more of a spacing. You see, I kind of like that a little more. Let's do font size, give it more of a font size, a bigger font size. So font size 20 pixels. So it's a bigger text. Boom, beautiful. Let's do padding top is gonna be, so let's do margin top is actually gonna be margin top 16 pixels. Boom. Nice, I like that. Awesome, sweet. Let's do the same thing with the color right there. Same with the color. Ah, yes. And well, I mean, that's pretty much it. Look at that. Holy moly, let's go. That's pretty much it, guys. How cool is that? What do you guys think? We have ourselves a detail page. Now, yes, it does not connect directly to the thing. That's gonna happen. The connection is gonna happen tomorrow, by the way. The whole Redux, all of that, that's gonna happen tomorrow. All of Redux connecting, right? You know, the React router down with Redux, actually pulling the data from a Firebase. That's going to happen tomorrow. Who's excited for that? Let me know in the comments below. Who's excited for that one? That's gonna be pretty cool. That's pretty cool. It's not easy, but we'll do it. All right. And the last thing that I kind of maybe want to touch on is potentially the login page. So let's go and touch on the login page. I think there'll be a lot of fun as well, okay? Login page should not be anything too crazy. So we'll just touch on the login page a little bit as well. So what do we have here? Well, we have the detail page, which is here. Boom. Okay. We have ourselves the detail page. Oh, that's the home page. Then we have the detail page. Okay. And then let's go ahead and create a login page. A login page as well with this. All right, let me see. So to do this, let's go ahead and create a login component. So let's go ahead. First things first, let's go ahead and do add detail page in the detail page in our commit as always. Okay. And let's do this. Let's do components. Let's do login page. So right click, new file. We'll do login.js. Boom. Login.js. Let's do RFCE. Boom. That creates the login page and so forth, right? Okay, so that's going to be the login page. Okay. And then what we'll do is very simple. To make this happen, let's go to our home, to our app.js. And if there's a route that says the login route, we'll just take it there. So say route path is equal to what? Let's just say login /login. Then what do? Well, we import the login component. So we'll say import login from where? From -- component - what? Login. Donezo. Okay. So marginal file, you tend to import components. Let me see. Components login. Did I create one? Oh, it should be there. Let me see. Outside the project folder. Oh, because of this right here. Done. Ah, awesome. Sweet. Let's go and do that. Awesome. So that's good. And so now if we go to this, we should use the login component. So let's try that. Login component. Oh. Done. All right. Let's go ahead and let's go to our login component. Ooh, let's go. Login. Boom. Login is what we got. And if we go to login in our actual build function, sign out. Here's our login component. You can see nothing crazy so far. Okay, nothing crazy so far. And this is where we will be very smart. Okay, you can see how the header is still the same, but it changes when the login component is different. So we'll do that tomorrow. That's part of Redux. We'll make that tomorrow. But today we'll focus on this portion right here, right? We'll focus on this portion. We'll create this button, which is beautiful. We'll create this image right here, and then this stuff right here as well. So a few different things that we're going to create right now. So let's go look into, well, what components do we have for this? Well, a few things. We have the actual container. That's the width 100%, right? Okay. Then what I like to, let me go ahead and put a rectangle here. So we have this, okay? And then we have, I like to call the content section. Why? Because it gets centered horizontally and vertically. You see, if I go ahead and look at the brush, see, it gets centered horizontally, centered, and also vertically, right? That's that, right? And then, of course, inside that, we have a few different things. We have, well, what do we have? We have a few logos. So we have a kind of like, let me see, I'm gonna go to the rectangle here. So logo here, that's gonna be a component that we're gonna use as well. Then let me see. Then we have a button called get all there button. Okay. And then finally we have a description, get premier access. And then finally we have another logo called like this. That's it. That's pretty much it. So with that being said, let's just look into what we do. So let's go to login page. Our login page, our login page is hideous right now, but login page. Let's start up with the container. Okay, so let's go to import styled. So import styled. Guys, we're almost done. We're going to create the login page, and then we're almost done for today, and then we'll finish up tomorrow. Okay, so import styled from styled dash components. Okay. All right, from style dash components. Okay, that's awesome. And at this one, let's go ahead and create a container here. Okay, let's do const container is equal to styled.div. Beautiful, style.div. That's amazing. Okay, so now, okay, a few things are gonna happen here at this point. Let's do the same thing. Remember, in the specific container, we need to kind of change up this image, which is a pretty cool image. That's pretty sweet. And we need to add that background image in a little bit here. So let's go ahead and add a, well, we can do a few things here. The same thing we did before. Remember how we did that before? Let's do that right now. So inside here, got this. Let's do a before. Just we'll do before. So we'll do position relative here. Position relative. Okay. And we'll do the whole before thing, which is what we did the last time to add those background images, right? So we did like this. We did like this. Before, right? Like so, right? And of course, number one, I need to give this, the container need to give this a height. So the height for this one is gonna be just how I did the last time, is 100 VH minus 70 pixels. Done. Okay, 100 VH minus 70 pixels. That's gonna be just how we had it for all these other ones. We're gonna do the same thing for this one. Okay, good. Before, so that's gonna be position relative. Now before, with this specific one, is we're gonna add a background image. So let's go and do this. So we'll say here, we'll say position absolute. I will say top 0. We'll say bottom 0. Okay. We'll say content is nothing. Content will be nothing. Right? Just how we had it in the detail page, right? But inside, it's just that in this case, we had the background was like, we used an image inside that, which is completely fine. Don't worry about that. Right? Content is nothing. And then we will say, go ahead and then bottom left is 0. Right, 0 as well. Ooh. 0. Good. All right. And now check this out now, right? And then we'll do, of course, this the whole z index. Now at this point, that's pretty much good. So position relative on that, that's all good. I like the height here, nothing crazy here. Let's do a background image now. So say background dash image. Okay, and we'll give it this URL. That's the login. We have a background image. We have a special login background image that we have, which looks a little bit like this. Boom. Right now, you don't really see it right now. Don't worry about that. So what's going to happen now at this point is the following: position absolute, top 0, bottom 0, left 0, right 0. Okay, let me make sure it's all good. Good, that's all great. Position before. Did I create it before? Wait, let me see. Or maybe it's after. No. I think it's like this. Wait. Or maybe it's after. Hold on. Before. There's no before here. That's interesting. Maybe it's after here? Let me see. Maybe it's after. You guys see what I'm talking about? Let's see. Let's see. How did I do it before? Let me see. Am I missing something here? Before. No, technically it's good. Like this. Before, back on URL. Same thing happens in the image slider right here. Before. Alright, right there. So position fixed, position absolute, top right, content 0, position relative. Okay. Bottom 0. Okay. That's interesting. Alright, let's see. So before. Let's go back to our login page. Yeah, that's right. Let's go back to our login page here. Not that one. Let's do Command P to go back to login. Okay. So content nothing, top 0, bottom 0, left 0, 0, background image is that one. So do like this. Okay, let's see. Just don't understand why it's not adding it before content. Let me see content. That's very interesting. I don't understand why. Okay, let me remove this image for now. Okay, what if I do exactly the way I had it before? Don't understand why, otherwise it would just not work. Let's go to login.js. Login.js, let's see. Do you guys see any issues that I don't see or no? Or am I blind to this? Wait, now it has a before. Wait, now it did? So what was I doing before that was not right? What? What did I do before? It's same ampersand sign, same colon, same before. What? Oh man, this is not cool. Anyways, position absolute, good. Okay, well, I mean, I'm not sure why that happened. That happens sometimes. It's a colon, not semicolon. Absolute is a colon, not semicolon. Oh, is that why? Because I had this wrong? Okay, interesting. So probably because of the thing. Okay, that's fine. So let's go ahead and in our login, that makes sense. Okay, so we'll change the background image. I do not need this right now. Good. It's a background image. Dash image. Boom. Oh, there we go. So much better. We'll do a background position top. Position top. Okay, so we'll start from the top. We'll do a background size cover, so it covers the full thing. So background round size cover. Okay. Nice. I like that. It says cover. And then background size no repeat, so it does not repeat basically the whole thing at all. No repeat. No repeat. Beautiful. And that's it. We've got ourselves a background image, which just looks so good. Now again, this right here will change later on, okay? The most important thing is now let's go ahead and change up this stuff. So now we have this portion, which is great. Let's focus now on the the actual, what's it called? The actual content. So let's create the content, which I'm gonna call the content. Yeah, I'm gonna call it the content box. The content box. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna call it. The content box. Okay, so content box right here. Beautiful. Content box, and inside this content box is where, for example, our logos will be. So for example, actually maybe let's call it CTA box. How about this? A call to action box. A CTA, what do you guys think? Maybe we call it CTA for now. CTA. And inside here we'll have what? We'll have the following. We'll have CTA logo 1. So let's do this. CTA logo 1. That's gonna be an image. Papa. And then there will also be a CTA logo 2 later on. So let's start with a CTA logo 1, which has a source. We'll say source is equal to right here. And there will be right here CTA logo 1, which we have in our images folder. Boom, done. Right there, CTA. Okay. And I'm just folder. So if we go back to here, of course, we have an issue here. So CTA, that means we need to create a style component. So let's go ahead and do this. So we'll do const CTA equals styled.div. Okay, that's part 1. And then CTA logo 1 is going to be an image. So, okay, const CTA logo 1 is equal to what? Style.image. Boom. Boom. Hey, right there. It's okay, don't worry, just refresh this and it'll all work. Okay, good. Awesome. So that's fine. That's awesome. No problem whatsoever. So now with this specific thing, let's go ahead and I kind of wanted a let me think about this here. What height should we give it? I think we should give it a specific height. I think we should give it a specific height and width. So let's do this. For the CTA, let's do a max width. Max width, good to continue this. Max width of 650 pixels, for example. Okay, awesome. And I also want to give it a specific let's do a specific padding on specific padding. So let's do padding. So top is going to be 80 pixels, top, bottom 80 pixels. And then left and right are going to be 40 pixels. Boom, right there, you see? I like that, okay? Now, so you see this kind of becomes the whole dynamic here. But actually, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So now, to make it all work properly, what we need to do is, we need to, on this container, we need to give it a position, not position, but display flex to make sure it's all centered. And then, oh wow, where did this go? Display flex. I don't know where it just went. And then we'll do align item center. Where did the thing just go? Where'd you go? Don't leave. Hold on, so I'll bring you back. Okay, that's interesting. So if I don't do display flex, it's fine. Display flex. All right, that's fine. Let's justify content maybe as well. Justify content center. Max width. I don't like the fact that CTA is just not showing up, just kind of like that. So that doesn't make sense at all. Go ahead and spec down one on this one. So I have the div, that's this one. Before. Oh, it's here. Just that it does not have a width. That's why. That's fine. We'll give it a width. We'll give it a width right now. Let's give it a width of CTA. Let's give it a width of, let's just say 50%. There we go. Let's do more like 60% or something. There we go. Maybe 70. There we go. I like that. Okay, so that's good. I like that. Okay. All And of course it's centered right there, but you know, then once we put in the other stuff, it'll be centered normally. So, okay, just for kind of center. So that's basically, it's fully centered now in this position. That's amazing. I like that portion. The next thing we need to do is create the sign up button. So that will be inside here. So we'll do sign up. Sign up. So create a sign up button. So sign up right there. And then inside here, we'll say get all there. Remember, just like how we had it here. So get all there. Get all there. Let's increase this width a little bit more. Maybe like 80%, I would say so. Okay, same thing. Let's do const sign up equals styled dot what? Style dot. It's gonna be actually, it looks like it's an A tag actually. It's an A tag. Right there. Done. Right there. See? All right, awesome. Sweet. So that is all great. I like that portion. Nice. So that's gonna be good. Next thing, let's go ahead and actually make this into a proper button. Well, to make that happen, to get all there, we need to give it number one, a specific width. So let's do that. So we'll say width of 100%. Okay, that's fine. And we'll do background color. And we'll give it this background color, which is this one. Boom, right there. Boom. Save that. Okay, background color. Again, nothing crazy right now, right? But that's, again, nothing. Don't worry about that just yet, okay? We'll do font weight here, bold. Font weight, bold. Okay. And then what we want to do is inside this CTA is we want to display flex on this one. So to the cell. So if we display flex on this one, and no, that's the only way to make this A tag all the way fully full width. So display flex, check this out, right? So I know this font to the left hand side, to the right hand side, but to fix that, what we do is do flex direction. So flex direction, column, right? That's in order to fix the top to bottom. See, now it's fully kind of like top and bottom and so forth. Okay, so I like that flex direction column. And then what I want to do is I want to give it some kind of a, what's it called, the actual sign up button. I want to give it a padding, a top padding. So let's do this. So right here we'll do padding 17 pixels. Oop, to give it a top and bottom pixel, and then 0 pixels on the left and right. Oh no, not that one. Hold on, not here, not on the button here. My bad. Good. I like it like that. Oh yes, I do like it like that. Beautiful. So at that point, that's all good. Let's go ahead and change the color here just a little bit more. So we'll do color. That's awesome. Let's change the color just a little bit more. Boom, right there. Okay, I like it. Let's give it a border radius. Okay, again, to give those curvature a little bit. You can see, guys, like all we're doing is CSS right now. It's crazy, huh? Border radius, and then I'll make it 4 pixels. Nice, look at that. Next, let's go ahead and do a text align center. Oh, let's go. Look at that. Would you look at that? That's pretty awesome. Let's give it a what's it called? I don't know. Let's give it a border. Don't worry about the border just yet. So that's good. Let's do a font size. Let's change the font size here for a little bit. So font, their size. Font size 18 pixels. So it's a little bit bigger. Okay, I like that. Let's do a cursor pointer so that, let's do a cursor pointer on here. Cursor pointer. Okay. So that, boom, it's a button now. Awesome. So let's go ahead, and that's pretty good. So I like that portion. Let's do now at this point, let's go ahead and let me think about this here. Let's do a yeah, that's pretty good. Let's do a hover effect. So if I go hover over on this now, so I'm gonna say hover. What are we gonna change? Well, what we want to change is actually, let me think about this. You see, you want to change the background color a little bit here. That's what we want to do. So let's do it right now. So on the hover of this, let's change the background background to be this specific one. Good. Save that. Boom, 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 boom. We can do a small transition even at this point too. So we'll do, for example, transition all. And then you can do things like, for example, 250 milliseconds. There. Boom. You see? Much better. Okay, awesome, sweet. I like that. That looks to be all good. Let's do letter spacing. Let's space this out a little bit. So letter spacing of 1.5 pixels. Nice. So it's a little bit bigger now. You see that, guys? You see that? Beautiful. That's all there. Okay. All right. So that's, I like that. Let's go ahead, maybe add a margin top. Let's do margin top. Margin dash top, maybe like, let's just say 8 pixels. There we go. Just spaces that just a little bit more. And let's do margin bottom 12 pixels. So margin bottom for the next element. Done. All right, there we go. Awesome. So that's all good. Next up is we have this kind of stuff right here. Nothing too crazy here. So let's do the following. So we'll do description. That's called description. So let's do description here. So we'll call description component. Description component right there. Description component. And then I'm going to copy this. You guys can go ahead and copy this for yourself as well. Again, you can put anything you want in here. I have it right here. Description. And I'll paste it on you guys for the chat. Let's go ahead. Right there. I will paste the description for you guys here. Boom. Done. All right. That's the description. We need to create a description component. That's the next thing. So we need to do const description, right, is equal to what? Styled dot what? Dot div. Right? That's what we need to create. And then once we have that, actually no, let's do style.p, a p tag. Let's use a p tag. So you can see when you do style components, you can use p tag, a tags, pretty much anything at this point. That's awesome. All right, I like that. So that's good. Let's go ahead and do the following now. We do color. Color is good. Let's go do font size 11 pixels. 11 pixels. Make it a lot smaller. There we go. Let's do line height. Let's do letter spacing actually. Letter spacing. We'll make it 1.5 pixels. Just spread it up just a little bit. Nice. I like it. We'll also do text align center. Text align center. Nice. I like it. I like it like that. Oh, beautiful. Nice. And then let's see. Line height 1.5. Let's see. Line height 1.5. Save that. Boom. All right, so much better. I like that. And then we have, finally at that point, we have our last one. Let's go ahead and make this a little bit bigger. Again, I keep wanting to make this like 90% or something. You know, I know why. And then we'll move this up to the bottom. We'll move this up a little bit too later on, don't worry. Good, awesome. I like that. And then we have finally the last logo of the day. It's gonna be CTA logo 2. So let's do that right now. So we'll do here. So how we did the CTA logo 1? I'm going to copy this portion right here. I'm going to put it into here. So CTA logo 2, and this is gonna be logo 2, which is this one. 2. Done. Guys, we're almost done. Almost done. It's insane. Almost so close. So glad you're so far. So close, you're so far. All right. All right. Same thing with this one. CTA, basically it's gonna be the same one as CTA logo 2. Go ahead and do this. All right. Oh, wait. Now let's define as an image. So CTA logo 2. Const CTA logo 2 equals styled dot image. There you go. Check this out now. Hold on. Oh, it's not there. That's okay. Let's go and take a look at it again. CTA local to, oh, because PNG, not SVG. My bad. Ooh, let's go. Beautiful. Let's make it a little bit smaller. I want to make it just a little bit smaller. And to do that, I'm just going to add some padding on the right, the left and the right. Okay, so let's do that around this one. So I'm going to say here, Ooh, actually, no, this looks good. Honestly, I kind of like it though. I kind of like this. I want to center this more. This is centered vertically, but I want to center this better, a little bit better. So we did do align items center, but I'd rather do it kind of align items top here, right? Items top, just how we have it here. And then that's part one. And then I kind of want to do it where that's pretty good. I like that. I like that. And I'm going to do opacity here. Opacity here, let's say 0.8. Maybe more, 0.7. Just a little bit more of a darker theme. You see, I like that. Let's do a margin top actually on this whole shebang. So let's do, let me see, let me think about this. Actually, I kind of like that maybe. Let's do margin top on this specific thing. Margin top on the whole container. Let's do margin top. Oops, something just happened. Margin top, and we're almost done, guys. See this out. Margin dash top. Margin dash top. Let's do 200 pixels. No, not this one. On the content itself. CTA here. Check this out, guys. The goal almost done. No, let's do 150. No, let's do 100. And we're there, guys. That is pretty much it. Look at that. Woo! Oh, that looks good. Maybe make, actually, let's maybe make this image a little, maybe make this a little bit smaller, maybe. Let me see. A width of, let's see. Width 90%. And there we go. And then inside here, we'll go ahead and do justify content and CTA. So we'll do justify content and CTA to make sure it's all good. Justify, no, actually align item center. Align item center. You see how currently it's not aligned like this? You see? You see how, let me go ahead and remove this for you guys. You see currently it's not aligned horizontally. Well, we can fix it by saying align item center. But yeah, right there, see? But not, see, usually when you do horizontal align, you want to use justify content center. But because we did a flex direction column, right? And then they switch. Align items changes the horizontal direction, justify content changes the vertical direction. So it's actually they switch in terms of yeah, I don't know. It's just weird like that for some reason. But yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. Look at this. We have ourselves the image. We have ourselves everything. We have ourselves, I know it's a little bit weird because we have the login. So let's take a look at what do we have. Look at this. We have all you guys who are on. Hold on, guys. We finished the login, the homepage. We finished the detail page. All it's done is tomorrow we connect them all together. All that happens is tomorrow we create Redux to connect the data. We use Firebase to get the data from Firebase. Then we basically set the movies to actually basically, so when I go, for example, here, 2 movies here, let's go ahead and do the home page here, right? I want to be able to see actual movies in here, not just movies that are, you know, images. And then I should be able to log in, log out, no problem whatsoever. Like when I should be able to log out from here, log in using Firebase Authentication, and you guys will learn all of that tomorrow. How sick is that? Who's excited, guys? Check this out. We've done all this. Look at this. Let's go detail here. / detail page. / detail page. Boom. Oh, not that one. Hold on. Detail. Holy moly, this is exciting. Oh, so good. Let's give it a command. Boom. Oh, let's give it a, actually, I need to give this a max width actually. We'll do that tomorrow. Don't worry, guys. The max width. Let's actually give the max width of what is it? What is the max width of this thing should be? Maybe 700 pixels, 900 pixels. I think so. Let's go to the detail page. Let's fix this for a second here. Let's go here, detail, boom. Let's fix the description here. This one, max width. What is it? 500 pixels? What do you guys think here? Yeah, see? No, let's do 760. I like that better. Boom, right there. That's so much better. Awesome. Look at that. Oh, that looks so good. Let's actually give this logo a little bit more of a margin top. I like that. This image title. Let's give that image title a little bit more margin top. So let's do margin top. Yeah, let's do 20 pixels. Oh no, let's do margin top, maybe 40. Let's do 100. No, 60 pixels. Oh, let's go. There we go. That looks so good. If we now go to our homepage, what do we have? We have ourselves movies. Whoa, look at that. We can hover over them. We can go to next ones. This is our application that we built. I can hover over these. Look at this. Oh, that looks so good. Whoo! Let's go. Raise your hand if you thought that was epic. Raise your hand. Well, Juliana, were you able to actually fully finish it with me, Juliana? Yeah, partially. That's awesome, guys. For those of you who were not able to finish it, don't worry. The recording is, it's through Zoom, but it's also on YouTube. It's actually on YouTube right here. So if you were not able to finish it, no problem, guys. That is pretty much it for YouTube people, guys. We are currently what? We're still at what? 200 people watching, guys. This is insane. I will say, guys, pretty much the best thing I've done. Like, this is so much fun for me personally. Look at what we've built here. Look at what we have done. I mean, this is like, hold on. This is pretty much like the best thing I don't know. I have so much fun. Did you guys have fun? Raise your hand if you had fun building this. Raise your hand if you had fun building this application, guys. Yeah, there we go. All right. For those of you who are on YouTube, guys, for those of you who are on Zoom, stay tuned. Make sure you stay on Zoom, okay? I'm muted? No, it cannot be. Hold on. Hello. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me or no? Oh, there we go. I don't know what happened there, but for some reason I got muted on the thing. Let me make sure. I don't know why.
I just actually allowed everybody to unmute themselves so they can.
Oh, don't do it just yet, bro. Not yet, bro. Okay. Let me show, because I cannot hear myself at this point. Hold on. Okay, can you hear me? Can you talk, Manath? Okay, good. Yep. So yeah, guys, like I said, for those of you guys who are on YouTube, this was a ton of fun, right? Part 2 is going to be for tomorrow. If you want to join our ReactJS challenge, that is where we're building this whole thing, right? If you want to join us, go ahead and join us down below in the description below, right? Join the JavaScript challenge. We'll finish this up fully to the event. We did this Disney Clone Part 1. Tomorrow, Disney Clone Part 2. We're finishing up this whole thing. We'll be able to deploy it and actually use it together, right? On top of that, we'll be talking about how to become a full stack developer with ReactJS in 2021. So go ahead and click the link below. There should be a ReactJS challenge link to join if you're interested, guys. Other than that, it's been fun. I would say it's pretty fun, guys. For those of you who are on YouTube, like I said, a lot of fun. Thank you guys so much. 1,000 likes we reached. Let's go. That's amazing. Thank you so much for all the energy you guys put into this, right? It has been a ton of fun. I really enjoyed it, guys. So yeah, have yourselves a great day. Today, the Disney clone that you see right here. We had day 1 in the previous video where we focused on building up the home page like this. We focused on building the login page that looks like this right here. Login. We also focused on building the detail page. It looks like this as well. So right there. And we have done all this yesterday and day one. So if you're interested, we have a video down in the description below for you to go ahead and check out. But other than that, let's go ahead and continue on with what we're doing. So like I said, our goal is to be able to get to this, right? We are building a Disney clone. We have a React Slick for React Slider, which looks like this. We are using Firebase for authentication right here, right? We're using beautiful animations with CSS. If you scroll down right here, if you click on something to be able to get to the next page, we are using React Router DOM right here. Beautiful, right? And if we go to login, so let's go and sign out here for a second. If I click login, again, this is using Firebase authentication. Beautiful. And to make all this work, to keep the state managed, we are using Redux for state management. Coming together, it's all working so beautiful, so nicely. It is user friendly, it is mobile friendly, and so we're just going to continue on with building this. Beautiful. From the last time, what have we done? From the last time, we have our project that's basically like this right here, right? As our project, we have a few files. We have the main files. Let me go ahead and show it to you here. Detail, homepage right here, homepage, header, image slider, login, movies, and viewers, right? And all of this contribute to our application that is pretty much the way it is right now. Nothing crazy so far, because right now our goal is very simple. The number one goal I'm going to do is, you see how these movies right now are just static files, static images? We're going to be grabbing them now from the database to make sure we have them basically from the database is what I'm trying to say, right? We want to have them dynamic, right? We don't want to have them static all the time. All right. Okay. To make that happen, we're going to be using Firebase and database from there, right? On top of that, after we finish with that, part two we're going to focus on is go to the detail page. When I go to the detail page, of course, we don't want to see just static content. We want to see content that changes based on the move that I click, right? That's part two. Part three is going to be login. So we're focusing on the login, which happens to be right here. When I click on this, we should be able to log out and I should be able to log in. And honestly, that is pretty much it for today. And once we're done, we will go ahead and host our application straight on Firebase, and you'll be able to play with it and use it and just be so proud of it to put in your portfolio and so forth. All right, so our project is here. Okay, to do the whole Firebase getting movies, let's do the following. Let's go ahead and go to home.js. Okay, home.js. I will make this a little bit larger. Home.js. Home.js. On home.js, we need to go ahead and grab the movies. That's the functionality we're going to use. Now, to grab those, of course, we're going to be grabbing them from the Firebase. And right now, we have nothing with Firebase related. That means we need to install Firebase. So create a new terminal right here inside your what's it called? Your VS Code. And we'll do npm install Firebase. Done. All right. We will install that. And then we will also add the configuration for the Firebase. So let's do npm install Firebase-tools. Boom. Voila. Firebase-tools. We got those. So those two things. npm install Firebase right here. And then npm install Firebase tools. Both are needed for this to work. All right, awesome. Clear this out. All right. Next thing, we need to create a firebase.js file because we need the configuration. Now, usually what I would do is I will go ahead and actually show you how to go to Firebase, create your project and so forth. But in our case, we're not going to do that mainly because a lot of the data, all this movie's data is already pre-populated in our database. And so we'll just give you access to be able to pre-populate your data as well, right? So it just makes it easier for us and for you at the same time. Let's create a new file here. New file, we'll do firebase.js. And very important, make sure this Firebase.js is not inside any of these folders like app or components or features or anything like that. It needs to be inside the source folder. Very important. Next up, as you know, down below we have a Google Drive folder that has images and it has a few different things below it. Let me see. Let me go ahead. Right here. Where's that Finder folder? Ooh. Let's go to downloads here. And we had a Disney clone challenge. This was exactly the, what's it called? The folder you can download down below in the description below, okay? Download that and you have videos, images, and the next thing you have also is something called Firebase.js, okay? I want you to go ahead and actually open this one up. So it's going to open this one up either with Sublime Text or whatever that you use to open it up. So I'm going to open up inside VS Code right here. This is the Firebase.js we're going to use. All right. So copy this one, Command C, go to Firebase.js and paste it in there. Done. All right. And honestly, that's all you need. And again, it's inside the folder down below in the description. Okay. Inside that folder, the Firebase.js, okay? Download that and then paste it in, say it here. So what's going on here in this file? Few things. We are importing Firebase, part 1. Next thing, we have a Firebase configuration file right there. And this basically just gives us access to the actual database. Next thing, we initialize the Firebase app right here. Right? And then what we do is we need to tell Firebase what we're going to be using. Well, the first thing we're going to be using is Firebase firestore. So firestore is the actual database. We're going to be using Firebase authentication later on to be able to log in and log out. We're going to be using Google authentication because, like I said, Firebase can have like Yahoo authentication. There's like all these Amazon authentication, Facebook authentication. In our cases, it's just going to be Google Auth, okay? And finally, we're going to be using Firebase storage as well, right? So those 3 things is what we need to make sure tell our project to use. Once we get that, does everybody have that? Let me see. Does everybody see the folder or see the file? Everybody has the file on the Zoom there? Yes, 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 yes. Beautiful, awesome. All right. Next thing. Once we have that, let's go back to now home.js. All right, home.js. And here, we need to grab the movies from the database. And first is a few things. We need to use something called useEffect to be able to grab those movies. Let's go and import useEffect here. useEffect. Boom, right there. useEffect, which is right here. Now, what this is going to be used for is useEffect. It says, hey, whenever I load my component, whenever I load my page, or all that I will be doing is basically just running whatever you tell me to do, right? So for example, here, if I say useEffect, boom, and I say like this, dun, 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 dun. Okay, good. And I'm going to put nothing inside here. Check this out. If I simply just do comma and I do console log, okay, console.log, okay, hello, all right? Check this out. Console.log hello. Save that. And if I refresh this, all I had to do refresh this. Inspect element on this one. Go to console. See hello. So what this is telling me is this right here is being run whenever this component, this whole component, it gets loaded. Right? This whole thing is being run. That's the reason why we use useEffect. Otherwise, if we don't use useEffect, it will be very messy. A lot of calls being called. If you want to avoid that. All right. Next thing is, since we're using Firebase database, let's go ahead and import DB from Firebase. We need to use Firebase like so. So // means go back up the folder because currently inside the components, and then we need to go back up to the source folder to access Firebase.js. All right, that's part 1. All right. Since we got that, all right, let's go ahead and take a look at how do we grab the data. So we'll do db dot collection dot, well, collection of what? We have a collection called movies inside our database, and we will say something called on snapshot. What does this mean? On snapshot means whenever a snapshot is kind of like a picture, right? You take a picture of whatever it is, a landscape, or yourself, who knows, right? You take a picture and it's a still picture, right? And it does not move, but it's a certain point in time. Well, what a snapshot does is it says it's almost like taking a picture of the database and then returning that picture to you, right? At that point in time that you called it, right? The point in time that you called it. And now what happens also with it is whenever the picture changes, or whenever, for example, the database changes, it will actually send a new picture to you every single time. That's the cool thing about Firebase, is that's why it's called a live database. All right. On snapshot. All right. And we'll do like this. Snapshot, we'll call it a function. Okay. So it's going to get a snapshot, and then I will show to you what we get from it. Snapshot. Oops. Let me go and type this quickly. Snapshot. Okay, good. And, well, let's go ahead and console log what we actually get. You'll see it's a little messy. Check this out. Snapshot. Okay. Done. Okay. If I go ahead and right click this, inspect element on this one, console log, what do I get? Look at this. This is what I get right here. Like I said, it's really messy, but what do we have here? Here we have docs. We have empty, metadata, query, and then size, right? And the main thing we need to look into is docs. You see, look at this. You see this right here? It says an array of 16. What do you think this means? Well, this just means literally we have 16 items in our database right here. Look, right? 16 movies. But again, you don't see them fully. It's a little bit odd the way it's made, but you'll see that in a second here. But we have the 16 elements in the database, and we just received them, right? Once we receive them, well, what's going to happen is let's go ahead and capture them. We'll do let temp movies here. Temp movies is equal to snapshot dot docs. Remember how we talked about the docs portion? Dot docs dot map. And that map will simply loop through every single snapshot, and then we're going to return something from it. Check this out. Right? Here's what we'll return. So for every single doc that we have, let me put this on the right hand side. Boom. For every single doc that we are going to use, we're going to grab the ID and the data from it. So return, boom, ID, doc dot ID, comma, doc dot data. Hold the phone, Naz. I understand what you're talking about. This is very confusing. What are we doing here? Let me show it to you. Console.log doc.data. All right. Console.log, and check this one out. Okay. Inspect element on it. Boom. Inspect element on this. Go to console again. Look at this. You see, every single doc.data is what? Is the object. Look at this right here. Boom. You've got the background image, the card image, description, subtitle, title. These are all movies stored in our database, right? And that's exactly what we are doing here. And so we're capturing that by using doc.data, we're capturing that portion, but also separately, in order to capture the unique ID so we can later on use it for the detail page, we're capturing inside doc.id as well, right? And this since simply means basically, let's go ahead and unpack this object and put this whole doc.data object inside this new object that we created, which is simply just an object with the brackets, right? And then we'll return that back to the temp movies. So if we're doing this right here, let's go ahead and stop console log here. I will do console.log temp movies. Okay, save that. All right, boom, right there. Look, temp movies is exactly what we now need. We have the ID of the actual movie. The ID is used for identification inside the database. We have the description, the card image, the background image, pretty much everything we need for the detail page and also for this page as well. And honestly, That is it. That is it, my friends, right? But of course, we're not done, right? We have these movies and that's great, right? How do we go ahead and show them now on here? How do we do that? Well, this is now where Redux comes in. And this is the interesting portion, okay? And I want you to pay attention to this really quickly here. Redux is basically what's going to manage all the data. So if you imagine this, right? If you imagine the fact that if you have a rectangle here, and if you imagine that this right here is state, let me go ahead and make this force. This right here is state, okay? This is called state. And state is basically a database. DB for your app, but internal app, basically for your, it's basically DB for database inside Chrome, right? And inside state, we have what? We have things like, we have different values. Maybe we have movies inside the state. Oops, not here. Maybe we have movies. Maybe we have, user. Maybe we have, I don't know, some kind of other list maybe, right? All of that is actually being saved. So for example, here I'm gonna say movies. Maybe for example, we have user, right? The application state sees all that and manages all that, right? And because we save it in the global state, in the application state, we can access it everywhere that we need. That is the important part here. This is why Redux is so useful. Because otherwise, if we don't do that, then we have to pass down data from movies down to movies here, and you're passing down data every single time, and that's a lot, right? That is not very good. That's not very useful. And that's why Redux is so important. Okay, now at this point, since we do have Redux, let's go ahead and take a look at what do we create with it. Well, if you look at Firebase, and I'm sorry, if you look at Redux has a few things. When we did the Redux toolkit, when we used the template, Redux template right here, you see it created a temporary one called counter. Boom. Let me go remove some of that for me. Counter right here. And if I click into it, it has something called counter slice. And we have the initial state here and so forth. We're going to mock this up and I want to show you exactly how it works. Let's create a new file here, a new folder actually. We'll call it movie. Okay, movie. Oh, actually not inside here, but inside the features. So new folder inside the features, my bad. We'll call it movie. Boom. Not inside the counter. Remove this one, delete this one. I don't want that. Boom. Okay, counter, movie. Inside here, create a new file called movie slice. And I know you might be wondering, what is movie slice? Why is it called a slice? I'll explain a little bit why. All right. And inside movie slice, a few things we need to do is we need to import create slice. Create slice. There we go. From Redux toolkit. So from at Redux, right? JS /toolkit. Done. All right. So create slice from Redux /toolkit. And honestly, that's it. And so usually what we have with Redux is a few things. We always start out with initial state. Like when I say state is what do we have at first, what do we have in our data in our Chrome database or in our application database? Well, we always start out with nothing. So it's like const initial state is equal to, boom, initial state is equal to, and we're going to give a movies key. No, right, it's nothing, right? We start out with nothing initially. Okay. Once we have that, we're actually going to create a slice for the movie. So what does this mean? So let me take a look at this. Movie slice is equal to create slice. And you're like, holy shit, this is so much. I don't get it. This is complicated as heck. All right, don't worry. I'll explain this. Let's name this slice here. I'm going to name this slice called movie. So name, I'm going to name it movie. Boom, comma. And I'm going to pass it the initial state that's going to be loaded with. Initial state, boom, comma. And then I'm going to give it a reducer. Now, what is a reducer? Check this out. Okay. Well, very simple. Redux is made of a few things. Actions, reducers, users, and state, right? Actions, reducers, and state. There's also something called sagas, but we don't really care about that too much here. That was previous Redux, okay? Action, reducer, state. An action is basically the action that you want to do. So for example, right, if you want to, I don't know, create a movie, if you want to set the new movie, if you want to delete a movie, if you want to log a user out, if you want to log a user in, this is called the action. This is called actions, okay? You want to log them in, you want to log them out, you want to sign them in, you want to save the data, it's called actions, right? Now reducers are basically is what takes an action and actually changes the state. So kind of goes like this. Let me show you. Ooh, actions. It kind of goes like this. Actions call reducers change the state and so forth. That's honestly what happens, right? And honestly, it's nothing more complicated than that, right? One way I can show it to you is really cool like this. On the right hand side, you can see here that this right here is an action. It's called a dispatch. So we usually dispatch an action. It's like you dispatching your driver, right? You dispatch an action, it goes see the action right here. There's a type deposit. It goes to the store, the reducer right here changes the state to $10. See? So again, we click on something, dispatch is in action. Oh, let me go ahead, right? Dispatch is in action. Boom, boom. Reducer changes the data, the state, now it's $10. That's honestly it. This is the whole thing. Dispatch, right? Reducer changes the data in the state, and that is pretty much it. And we change it in the UI. And that's it. The coolest part about this is because whenever I change the state here, right? Basically the whole app knows about it. The whole app, right? So let's say, for example, I have a home page that has some data. Right? And the reducer said, hey, the movie's changed, right? So we uploaded new movies or whatever it might be. What will happen is every single component will get notified about that. And so now you can make the changes really fast and really quickly, and you don't have to listen on everything. And that's what makes it so powerful. Okay? All right, continuing on. So does that make sense? Is this a better description of kind of what Redux is? This is a Redux in a nutshell. Does that make sense? Raise your hand. Is that a little bit better to understand? Yeah, a lot better? Okay, good. I know it's a little bit hard. This one is usually a little bit hard to understand, but all you have to know is we have actions that they're basically what you want to do. So kind of what you want to do, let's say I want to walk. I want to walk. So I'm walking. And then maybe I want to, for example, buy something, or I want to buy something. Then the reducer is what allows me to do that. Okay? All right. So we have initial state. Let's create those reducers. Boom. Let's create those reducers. All right. All right. We're going to create a reducer called set movies. Movies. And what this will do is we'll take a parameter called state. So this is the current state, comma, action, right? Comma, action. And this is a function right here pretty much, right? And what's going to happen is this is where we change the state. So in the set movies function, we're going to pass in new movies that we get from the database. It's as simple as that. So state movies is equal to action.payload. Action.payload, all it is that's the actual parameter that we pass into the set movies function. You'll see that later on. That's what payload carries. So if I pass in an array into set movies, I will get it here. It's an action.payload. That's what will happen. Next up, in order to actually use the movie slice, we have to export the actions. Because remember, we dispatch actions, right? So I'm going to say export const. Right here, const. And I'm going to say here, set movies, right? Is equal to movie slice dot actions. Boom, there, right? So this is the action that we're going to export. Next thing is we need to now export the actual movie state itself, because remember, how do we use a component to access our movie state? Well, very simply, we have to export it. So export, and the gist of it is we usually like to say something like, for example, select movies, right? That's kind of like the tradition, not tradition, but that's the way you want to do it. Select something. So what are you selecting from the state? Is it movies? Maybe there was something else here, for example, like, I don't know, horror movies, right? Movies in here, right? Well, you would do select horror movies inside here, whatever it might be, right? That's it. Okay. So select movies is equal to, here, we'll take the state, and we'll say it's state, and all it is state, state dot what state? Well, the movie state, right? Movie state, this is the reducer, right? State dot movie dot movies. Done. Donezo. Okay. This will give us back the movies. Okay, next. Okay, we're going to export the actual slice itself. So export the actual reducer. Export default. So by default, we're going to export the reducer, movie slice dot reducer, right? The reason why we do that is because we need to tell the store, we call the store, the whole store, that we have this right here, reducer. Save that. Awesome. Sweet. Let's now go back to our app. Go to store.js, and we need to now import that store actually, right? We need to import that store or import that reducer. And we can do that very simply just by simply going, okay, let's do it like this. Opa. So import, we'll say movie reducer, right? Movie reducer from features dash movie dash movie slice. Okay, and then instead of this counters, because which came originally, we just say movie is equal to the movie reducer, and all you're telling the application is that we have this reducer at our disposal. That's it. That is all you are saying, my friends. All right, that's great. Let's actually see if this works. I'm going to save this. Gonna save this. Refresh it. All right, so nothing's broken so far, which is good. Nothing's broken so far. The main thing is gonna happen is when we actually use the movie reducer, which we will do inside the home.js. Basically, whenever we are getting movies, this is where we'll be able to set the movies for the whole state, because then it can be accessed everywhere inside our application, right? So inside our homepage, let's say we have a homepage here, right? That's the homepage. And then we have, for example, the movies component, right? Two different components. We have movies component and a home component. So let me say here, this is, for example, the home component. This is the movies component, right? Movies component. Well, they both share the same store, right? Which contains movies, right? So what happens is that inside the home functionality, okay, inside the home functionality, all I do is I set new movies, right? Using the reducer, and then because of that, I can actually get movies inside the movies component. That's it. That's all that happens, all right? Boom. Awesome. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. Now, to use the reducer, we need to use something called dispatch. So let's go ahead and do this. We'll say import, right? And we'll say use dispatch, right there. Use dispatch, okay, from Redux, React-Redux, all right? And then we will import the set movies action. So import, right there, set movies, okay, from, what is it, features, dash what, movie, dash what, movie slice, right? But there was a movie dash movie slice right there. Beautiful. Okay, we got the action, which is set movies. We've got the use dispatch, which we were going to use to dispatch that action. So dispatch is like basically calling it. It's like, hey, do this action. That's what dispatch is used for. All right. And then honestly, that is pretty much it. We've got dispatch. We've got that. All right. To use dispatch, we need to say const dispatch is equal to use dispatch. Oop, not that one. Dispatch. Dispatch. Let's go. Okay, dispatch. Good. Good. We got that. Now, so let's think about this, right? Once I get my movies inside, from the database, what do I need to do? Well, it's very simple. At this point now, I need to dispatch an action, right? Called set movies to set the movies for the whole store, for the whole database. That's what we need to do. Does that make sense? Anybody have a question? Does that make sense? Yes, yes, yes. We need to dispatch an action saying, hey, you know what? We got these movies from the database. Let's go ahead and then store them inside the whole state, the global state, okay? This is where we'll do like this. We'll say dispatch, right? Dispatch, and we'll say set movies, right? And this will have temp movies inside here, temp movies. Again, temp movies. Okay? And let's go and check out, make sure nothing's broken. Let me see, does anything break? Let's right click on inspect element, anything break. Oop, I forgot to share here. So here's what we did. We did dispatch. We did dispatch right here. Okay. And then we did dispatch set movies right here. Okay. That's what we just did. And we imported set movies and used dispatch. Beautiful. All right. All right. So if we go to console here, no bad errors, which is good. So this is a good sign. Nothing's going haywire, which is a good sign. Right? But of course, we still don't know how is this working. Well, let's actually now use the Redux in terms of actual using the state. Remember how I said that we can use the same state between the movies component and the home component? Well, go to movies. Okay. Go to movies. And let's use select movies. So we're going to say import select movies. That will get us the movies that we stored in the database. Select movies. From what? Well, features slash what? Movie slice, right? Movie slice. Again, where is this coming from? Go to movie slice here. Movie slice. Boom. Look at this. See? Select movies. Select movies, all that's doing is that's getting us the movie's state. That's it. That's all it is doing. That's pretty much it, right? Remove this to here. That's all that it's doing. So let's now go back to, where was I at? I was at movies component. Boom. All right. That's good. Next up is we need to use that selector. We need to use a use selector. So import. I know it's a little bit complicated, guys. There's so much to it, right? But once you know it for the first time, or once you kind of realize how it works, it's not that bad. Oh, come on. Use selector from, again, React-Redux. Beautiful. Okay. Redux. Save that. There we go. Use selector. And let's now grab those movies. Okay. We'll say constant movies. This is where we're going to get the movies. So constant movies is equal to use selector, the one we just imported from here, React Redux. Okay. And the selector will be select movies. That's the one we need to use. Select movies. Okay. And let's check this out. I'm going to console the log here. So the log right there. Right there. I'm saying this is movies. Right, comma, I'm gonna say move, just so you guys can see it, okay? Oh, no, not that. Boom. All right, save that. Inspect element. Console. Oh, look at that. This is movies. Array 16. We have the moves. You see how it traveled between the global state? We have the global state, right? So what do we do here? We went down to the home state, home component, right? Inside the home component, we grabbed here. So the home component, we grabbed the data right here. Okay, we grabbed the data from the database. We dispatched an action. We used Redux to save the movies inside basically the store, right? The React store, right? It's kind of like a store where you buy things, right? You can buy things, you can put things in there, and you can buy things from there, right? We put the movies to the store, right? Once we put that there, if we now go back to movies component, right? We just now grab from the store. We grab it from that store. That is it that's happening here. What do you guys think about that? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Kind of? Iffy? Yes or no? Raise your hand if it kind of makes sense. Right? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, good. I know it's a little bit iffy. To fully understand Redux, it takes a few days. It takes sometimes it takes a week to fully understand it. Okay, but we have the movies, which is great. All right, we have those. Once we get those, of course, we need to replace these static images now, right? Now, how do we do that? Well, that's pretty simple. We can do that by doing a wrap, basically a loop through them. So we'll do the following. Let's see this. So we'll do movies. So we'll check if the movies exist, right? And then if the movies exist, we'll say like this: movies, and we'll say this: movies.map. Check this out. Movies.map. Okay. And this will take in a movie. Okay. Oh, actually, no, not like that. Taking a movie, and it will actually, no, come on, Naz. There we go. Thank you. All right. And the wrap is actually the wrap, which is currently directly, the wrap is what? The wrap is this, right? That's the whole thing, right? Instead of doing it here, we'll put it inside here. Boom. Bum. Okay. Bum. Right? There you go. Okay. All right. So what's going on here? This functionality says, hey, if movies exist, then you can go ahead and proceed with doing something about it, right? But if movies is null, because in the beginning when the page loads, the movies is null, right? We haven't gotten it from the database yet. Once we did get it from the database, we simply just loop through it right here. That's it. All right. And as we loop through it, we use a map function to loop through it, get the movie. And let's now actually get the movie data, right? So we'll say the following: the source image. Remember how we console log the source image? Let's go ahead and remove this portion. Don't need this. Instead, it will be what? Movie dot what? Card image. Okay, let me go ahead and just, oh, do you see what just happened right here? Guys, look at that.
Oh my God.
Look at that. Just like that, it just worked, right? See, right? We looped the moves. Can you hear me, Jesse?
That's amazing. Yeah, I can hear you.
Beautiful.
Whoa.
Beautiful, right? So it's just all working the way it should be. Let me make sure that I want to give it to you. There we go. Awesome. Can you hear me, Jesse? Okay, good. You can hear me. Yeah.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
And what did we just do here? Like I said, we grabbed the movies from here, and then go ahead and console.log. Console.log movies. Okay. Right click this and aspect element, right? This give me what? Oh no, console. Ooh, something happened. Each child. Okay, we'll take care of this in a second. But here are the movies, right? We have the ID, we have the subtitle, right? And what we use from the movie is we use the movie.card image, right? So if you look at it here, the card image. So that's what we used. That's what we said. Card image right here. Card image. You see? Choo. That's exactly what we need to use right there. All right. And honestly, that's pretty much it. All right. But of course, we're not done yet. So a few things I want to fix together here. It says here, you see how there's an error that says here, well, each child in a list should have a unique key prop. What does that mean? Well, Redux underneath the hood tracks all of these components, right? If there's any changes that happen to them, but it tracks them through a key, like a unique key. And to give a unique key, we need to do something like this. So we'll say key is equal to, and we need to give a unique key. And what's the most unique thing that we have about a movie? What is it? Put in the chat. What is the most unique thing that we have about a movie? Individual movie object. It's the ID. That's correct. So we'll say to get the ID, well, actually, we'll grab the index here. I mean, technically, we can do movie.id. So we'll say movie here, movie.id. That's it. So save that. Boom. Let's see. Inspect element. And let's take a look if that error appears still. Let me see. Console. Okay. That's the old error. So if I refresh this, there you go. No error. You see? No more errors. Now it's all working perfectly the way it should. All right. So we have done that portion. We've grabbed the movies from the database. They're in our possession. We have it. All right. Only thing is left at this point is, But when I click on them, I should be able to go to a detail page so I can see the eventual movie object, basically. That's the whole goal about this, right? Right there. And of course, let's go ahead and remove all these Simpsons ones, because it just looks like our Disney clone is full of Simpsons, which is not the case. So let's go and do this. So wrap, let's remove all these Simpsons. Don't need that. Bye-bye. That's funny. All right, save that. Oh, what just happened? I just removed. Oh no, it's right here. There you go. All right, save that. Okay, good, good, good. No more Simpsons, thank God. I mean, nothing against Simpsons. I love Simpsons, guys, okay? Nothing against Simpsons, guys. All right, next up. What do we have is, let's go ahead and add our code here. So add grab movies from DB. We'll put that into our GitHub. Save. Beautiful. All right. All right. Number 2 that we're going to work on is let's work on the detail page. So we need to create a link here. When I click on this specific thing, I should be able to go to the detail page of the specific image, of what I clicked on. So the specific movie. Won't be that hard. We will use React router down for that as well. And the way we do it is something called a link. This also will say link here. So import link. We've used React router down previously, but now we're going to use the link portion of it. Link right here. Okay. From what? React dash router dash DOM. The DOM. Dash DOM, okay? And really what a link is, basically it surrounds the object with an A tag. Honestly, that's all it does. We can do that here. So I will say inside the wrap, I will say, let's link it. Bum, bum, bum. We'll do link like so. Boom. Put the image inside the link, of course. Okay. Save that. Put it like this. Comprendo, all bueno. Okay, comprendo, all bueno. Okay, and link to what? Specifically, this is where we need to specify we'll link it to what. Well, how do you think we're going to link it? Well, we had the detail page. Let me go to the app.js, right? Inside here we have a detail page. But what if we passed in a detail / ID? A lot of times we will do detail / and we'll do give an ID like this. Oh, come on, Rocket. I don't need you right now. Right? / ID. And this ID is going to be the parameter that we pass into our detail component. All right. Let's go back to movie. Yes, movies. Okay. And we'll say link and link to, and we'll give it the link. So here's the link, right? So let's think about this, right? We'll say it's detail. So / detail, right? All right. Detail / what? The ID of the movie. So right here, we're going to use template literals and then movie.id. Boom. Right there. So all it will tell us is it will link us to the detail and then the individual movie ID, right? So we're going to loop through every single movie, get the ID from the movie, and then put it inside the link towards the detail page. And honestly, that's it. That's it. We're done with that portion. It's as simple as that. Let's go and right click this. I want to show it to you guys. Right click on it, inspect element. Look at this. You see this href tag right here? Look at this. You see this? No, this one here. Right there. Detail page. And this 30AY is an individual link to the movie. If I go to a different movie, the link will be different because, of course, the ID is different, right? So this is 530AY. This is 5N. And honestly, that's pretty much it. That's all we got to do. That's it. Comprendo? That's it. Right? So if I go back to here, we have our link right there. Beautiful. Okay, save that. Okay, save that. All right, we have that. All right, so now if we click on it, it should technically take us to the detail page. Okay, are you ready for this? Are you ready? Are you ready? I hope you are. Let's go. So click on it. Oh, let's go. Look at that. It took us directly to the detail page, but of course it's not the correct image still, right? So like it's not the correct one, so it's just the same one. But the reason why that's the case is because if we now go to the detail page, what? Right? Of course, it's all static content, right? But look at this. It's starting to come together really nicely. As you click on individual movie, right there, it takes you to the page that you want us to take it to. And honestly, that's it. That's all we need to know specifically. Look at that. That's so good. Guys, what do you guys think so far? Give me a thumbs up in the comments below if you guys are liking what you're seeing so far. Give me a thumbs up. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right. All right. Now let's focus on the detail page right here. Okay. A few things. Since we're passing the ID, you see how here we have the ID. That's the ID. Okay. All right. We need to capture that ID because we need to grab all the data about the specific movie. So here's what we'll do. I'm going to say like this. Okay. We're going to use parameters from React.DOM. So import import use params from, all right, from what? React-router-DOM. Save it. All right. Next one, const, and we'll grab the ID. This is the smart thing about React-router-DOM. It knows this kind of stuff because inside the app.js, we told it that what's going to happen after the detail link is the ID. It will save it actually in the parameter. That's the cool part. Let's go back to the detail. And we'll say use params right there. And we'll grab the ID from it. So now if I go ahead and do console.log ID, it should technically, that's it. Technically ID. Let's go ahead and inspect the element on this one. Okay. Inspect the element on this one. Let's go ahead and go to console. Where is it? The prop type. The prop2 is marked is required in link, but its value is undefined. Oh, that's different. Okay, there's the ID right here. That's all we gotta do. See, we grabbed the ID. That's it. All right, save it. Beautiful. Okay, next up, we need to again grab the data for this specific movie, right? And we're going to use effect. So let's go ahead and go to React. We'll say use effect here. Use effect. Okay, again. So let's do use effect because we need to grab the data, individual data, right? Right there. And this needs to happen whenever we load the component, the detail component specifically. Okay. This empty brackets means call this functionality whenever you load the component. I just want you to make sure you understand that. Next thing inside here, we need to grab the movie info from database right there. To do that, let's import DB from Firebase. Import DB from, okay, Firebase. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, and to grab the movies database, we'll say db.collection. Okay, and with the collection we use is called movies, right? That's coming from the database directly. Okay, beautiful. We'll give it the specific doc we need to use. So doc, and the ID. That's it. Doc ID, right? This is directly going to come directly from here, right? It's kind of like telling you, hey, grab me the movie with this specific ID. Doc ID .get, right there. Then. So once we get it, we're going to grab it and then we're going to use it now. Right? The doc is going to be inside the functionality here. And what we need to do is we need to check if this doc exists. So we'll say if doc dot exists, meaning it found the specific document or the specific entry with that ID, we're going to use it now. So if that exists, we'll say what? Well, we need to save the movie data. But how? Guys, do you think we should save this inside? Do you think we should save it inside the Redux? Or do you think we should save it actually inside the state? What do you guys think? Redux or state? If you think it's going to be a Redux, raise your hand here. Okay? If you think it's going to be state, raise your hand now. What do you guys think? Or give me a thumbs up. It's actually going to be in state. Here's why. Because this changes for every single, right, page. This changes, right? We're not going to reuse the movie data anywhere else besides on this page. So we don't need to save inside, the actual Redux. Instead, we're going to use state. Okay, to use that, we need to do use state right there. Okay, we're going to grab it. So we'll say, what is it? What are we going to do? Do const right there, const movie, sub movie. That's how we go ahead, and then we'll say equal use state. Okay, so use state is basically like Redux, but for individual components. Okay, for individual small components. If Redux is for the whole app, okay, and it's shared amongst all the components, use state is basically for individual component. So it's on a smaller scale. Okay, and it was made for a few different reasons. It just makes things easier sometimes. Okay. And what we get here, this is the movie that we will use. And if we want to change the movie, we use set movie. So in our case, since we get the movie, we'll do set movie, right? And we'll do doc.data. That's it. Save that. All right. Okay. And otherwise, however, if it does not exist, for example, let's just say that, I don't know, the movie does not exist. We're going to basically redirect to homepage. For some reason, let's just say it does not work out, right? Well, in our case, let's go and check out what we do. So I will say here, console.log, movie is what? Movie right here. Okay, save that. All right, check this out. Inspect them on this one. Let's go and do console. Oh, movie is object right there. Look at that. Boom, right there. So this ID, right? This ID gave us a specific object we need right there. This is the object we need. Holy moly. That's so cool, right? We grab that. Oh, that's not bueno. Okay, I don't know what happened there. So that's it. Once we have the movie, right? Because again, we use set movie to save inside the movie object right here. Once we have that, we need to use the specific data, right? And now it's very simple. Inside here, instead of doing a static image, we replace that with a normal image. So image source, we'll say movie dot, not like this. There. Movie dot what? Background image. But background image. Oh, this. Save it. Oh, look at that. This is the exact movie that we clicked on, guys. The exact movie we clicked on is that background image, right? Next one, image title. We'll do movie. Right there. Bum. Right? Right? We'll say what? Movie dot title image. Save that. Boom. Look at that, guys. Now it's tangled. You see how it's doing? All right, next up. We need to change now this specific portion, right? This specific portion. So what is this going to be? Movie dot what? Dot subtitle. Grab it. Movie dot subtitle. Boom, right there. Okay. Oh, wait. I didn't spell it right. Subtitle, which is going to be this one right here. Subtitle. Okay. Boom, right there. Look. Fantasy animation. And finally, the last one is going to be movie description. So we'll say here. Movie. Right there. Movie. What? Description. Done. That is it, guys. That's it. Our detail page is now finished. That's it. Look at how beautiful it looks. You see the steps we took. We grabbed the ID. Once we grab the ID, we grab from the database, right? Like I said. So let me see. Let's think about this. Here, we grab. So here, grab ID. Right? Then grab from DB, right? And then populate populate data or populate UI. That's it. That's all we did. We grabbed the ID from the top page. We used that to grab the data from database, and then we populated the UI. That's all we did inside here. Honestly, that's it. Beautiful. That is all good. Guys, are you still with me, guys? How cool is this? You guys still with me? That's pretty awesome, huh? You still with me? Yes, 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 yes. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. All right, next one. Let's go take a look at how this actually works. So let's go back to our homepage. Let's go back to our homepage. I actually want to link the homepage to it. I should go back home because I'm getting tired of typing home. Like Incredibles. Oh, can I have the background image of undefined? Let me go back to here. Let's try this here again. Oh, interesting. Let's go to here. Ooh. I think I know this is happening actually. I know what's going on. Okay, I got it. So here's what needs to happen here. In order for this to fully work, right? Again, this use effect happens maybe a little bit later on, of course, right? So basically, initially we don't actually have this data at first, right? This happens later on. This is why we need to do a little bit differently. And in the detail page, we need to grab it when the ID changes. So check this out. Now we have the ID. Let's think about it like this. Okay, I'm gonna save that. Background movie, that background image. So here's a lot of times what I'll do. For example, the reason why it's yelling at me is because the fact that we don't have the movie at our disposal right now, right? We're trying to grab the movie background image, but whenever we grab it from the database, we're not actually getting it. We're getting it a few seconds later. That's kind of the issue here, right? So let me go ahead and look at this here for a second. Right there. So we're still grabbing these. That's no problem, right? I think the problem becomes when we go ahead and go to specific movie. So I'm going to click at this again. That's okay. All right. To fix that, here's what I usually do. It's a very simple fix. I usually do like this. I say if movie exists, like this. If movie, then we say end. Right there. Right there. If movie exists, only then do we get all this data. Look at this. Oh, come on, Naz. Holy moly, Naz. Holy macaroni. Okay, my next. Only if the movie exists do we actually show it in the database. Or show it on the front end. Right there. We'll do it like this. Papa. Don't worry, guys. It's gonna be fixed. Okay, save that. Oh, come on. Give me a break. Okay, save that. Must be wrapped in enclosing tag. You want a JSX? I did want a JSX fragment. Yes, I did. But I think I know why. Okay, here. Let's do it like this. And then this will be the closing tag right here. There we go. Fixed. There you go. And I'll show you exactly why this happened and what's going on and why we need to do this. Check this out. Okay, good. Save that. Okay, let's look at one. Oh, look at that. Boom. Right there. Look at that. Boom. 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 Oh, let's go. We fixed it, guys. We fixed this issue. Look at that. That's awesome. Boom. Boom. You see? We fixed the issue. So what happened here, guys? Very simple, right? Well, initially we got this errors because we tried to grab the background image for a movie that does not exist. It's as simple as that, right? Does not exist because use effect, it takes us a few seconds to actually grab the data from a database, right? So it takes us a few seconds, maybe like 5 seconds, but to go to the actual page, it takes us literally a millisecond, right? And so when we actually are executing this, while this is trying to grab the data right here, right? This is already being preloaded and is trying to do move the background image, which is not right because we don't have it yet, unfortunately. We don't have it. So we're not going to do, this will give us an error. But what we did here is very simple. We said, if the movie object exists, basically if it's this right here is not null, right? If the movie object exists, right? Then we will go ahead and execute and actually put all this JSX in place, right? And then we got all of these errors because why? Because we need to put this into, this is called like an empty like tag, an empty tag. I forgot what it's called, anonymous tag. So it's not actually a div, but it's kind of like a div, right? When you put it inside here, you have to wrap it inside of one container and then anything else can go inside it. It's a little bit confusing on the React side, but it's just some things like that you have to get used to, unfortunately, with React. So, yeah, I know. Unfortunately, that's just how the case it is, you know? But with it, look, we set the movies, we save the data, we got it. If I go back to the homepage, boom, right there. Oh, so good. Oh, so good. Look at that. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Done. Guys, how cool is this? You guys still with me? Yes or no? Let's go. Yes, you guys, you are beautiful as always. Love you all very much. Now, was that understandable? Did you guys understand why we had all these issues? Did you guys get that? Yes? Yes or no? Give me a thumbs up for yes, give me a thumbs up for no. Okay. All right. And the comments as well, guys, on YouTube as well, too. All right. All right, so we got that portion. That's working now all fine, no problem whatsoever. Let's now focus on the last part of our application, which is going to be the login section. This might be a little bit harder, but I'm sure we'll be able to figure it out, okay? This is where now we have to use Redux yet again, okay? We need to create a user kind of state management to be able to manage the user state and see if the user exists, right? If the user exists, we do this. If it does not exist, we do that, right? That's it. Okay, let's go ahead and create a movie slice. Let's go ahead and create a user slice actually. So a new folder inside features, new folder. Let's call it user. Done. All right, inside here, we'll go ahead and do, my bad. We'll do user slice. So new file, user slice.js. Done. Okay. Same thing here. Let's go ahead and import Redux, just how we did it inside the movie slice. And by the way, just a quick note, the reason why it's called a slice is it's kind of like a slice of a pizza, right? If we're creating all these reducer functionalities, which are just slices of the big thing. That's why it's called a slice. Yeah, nothing complicated there. Import slice. Nice. Then create initial state. So const initial state. Initial state. All right. And there are 3 things we're going to save. First one is going to be name, right? Okay. Initial is going to be empty. And then we're going to save email, right? Also nothing. And then we're going to save photo, right? That's the photo of the person. 3 things. Once we got that, let's go ahead and create a slice. So we'll say const user slice is equal to create slice. Create slicer, create slice. Okay. All right. Inside the create slice, give it some values like name. In our case, it can be user. Cool. And then we will go ahead and give it the initial state, right? So our initial state is basically nothing, nada. Okay. Kapusta, brand, done. Then we have reducers. This is where we will get our reducers. And a few things we need to do on here inside the reducers. Few reducers. The first one we need to create is called set user. So set user login. So we'll call it set user login. And this will of course take state. State, comma, what? Action. Right? There we go. The second one is going to be which one? Which is going to be set sign out. So set sign out. Because again, when we sign out, we want to be able to clear the state, correct? So we want to be able to clear everything here. So let's say sign out. Right there, we'll say state. Okay, no action we're going to pass into here because nothing really happens. And when we set sign out, what happens? What do you think? In the comments below, what happens when we set sign out? It's very simple. We say state dot name is equal to basically nothing again, or null. Okay, we say state dot email is equal to null as well. Oh, null. Boom. And then we say state.photo, that what? Photo is equal to what? Null 2, right? Beautiful. Now when we log in, of course, let's go ahead and finish this one up. Again, state.name is equal to what? We're going to pass in some kind of action. We'll say action.payload, payload.name, right there. All right. And then same thing is going to happen with these other ones right here. So right there. In this case, email, and then we'll say payload.email, right? And then state.photo, payload.photo. All right. Oh, no, that's not the one. Save that. Beautiful. Okay. So, few things. Again, set user login to be able to log the user in. We save the user data. Okay. Then we set user sign out, so we should be able to sign the user out so that we don't have that data anymore, and basically we can't show that application anymore. That's it. All right, give me 1 second. I need to go ahead and take a breath. So good, so good. Okay. After we've done that, we need to grab all the actions, right? So we'll say here what? I'm gonna do it like this, so it's a little bit cleaner. Okay. So again, we need to export the actions because actions will allow us to dispatch them, right? So we'll do what? Set user login and then set sign out. So here we'll say, right there. Oh, no, that's not what I want. Come on, Naz. Nope. Set user login, comma, set sign out is equal to what? Is equal to user slice dot what? Dot actions right there. Beautiful. Actions, not action what, but actions right there. Actions, make sure it's plural. All right, after that, okay, we will go ahead and bring back the specific data. So we'll say export, right, const, and then this will be select what? Select username, I'll say username is equal to what? State, state.user dot what? Dot name, right? Same thing's gonna happen with these other ones. But in our case, we're going to do select user what? User, what do you think, guys, here? User email here, right? Because we need to select the email. And we're going to grab the email from here. Boom. And select user what? Do a photo right there. And that's going to grab the user photo. Done. All right. And then at this point, all we need to do is export the reducer. So we'll say export. Export default. So by default, we export the reducer. Default user slice dot reducer. Donezo. Okay. All right. And that's it. We've created our React Redux slice for just the user. Okay. Now let's tell the store that we have them. So let's go to store.js. Let's import it. Let's go ahead and remove this counter reducer because it's not useful at all. There we go. Remove this counter reducer unnecessary fully. And let's do import user reducer from Okay, the features dash what user dash what user slice. Done. Okay, and the same thing is gonna happen here. So we'll say comma, and then we'll give it a comma. We'll say user here, user slice. Done. All right. So we were able to pass in all of that data. And now if we look at it here, really no big error that's going on here. We're pretty much all good on that aspect. Oh, that's not what I want. View sort, view inspect element. Let's see. Yeah, nothing crazy in terms of like actual errors that are going on here. Nope, we're good. Beautiful. That makes me so happy. Okay. And of course, if I go to here, it should be all good as well. Okay, so sweet. So now, in order to fully make this work, we need to go, let's think about how this works, right? We need to create a login button if we're not logged in, right? So let's think about this. This will happen inside the header because remember, if I go back to our app, which is this app right here, right? Let's go sign out. You see the header changes, right? We have a login button right here, right? This right here. And we need to be able to handle that. So let's create the login button. Boom, let's create the login button. And that's going to happen inside the header.js. Boom, right there. Okay. All right, let's see. So what's going to happen? We need to be able to grab the username, the email, photo, and see if it exists. If the user does not exist, we show the login button. However, if it does exist, we don't show the login button, and instead we show the user circle. Does that make sense? Comprende? All good? Yes. Comprende. Good. All right, let's make that happen in that case. By the way, let me see here. All right, beautiful. Wow, so many comments are going. Holy moly, you guys, insane. All right, beautiful. All right, so login. Let's go ahead and create the login button in that case. But first, we need to, of course, import the select username, all this kind of stuff. So we can do that by doing like this: import. Right here, import select user name, comma select user what? User photo, comma what? Select user photo. Do we need anything else? Username and user photo. We don't need their email. That's pretty much it. Okay. From what? From, no, that's not what I want. From the actual user slice. So from the features, comma or slash user slice. Okay, save that. Next thing, of course, we need to go ahead and import the whole use selector thing. So let's go ahead and do import what? Use selector. Oh, that's not what I want. No, use selector. From what? From, oh my, I forgot to show it to you guys. My bad on YouTube. How long was I on here? I'm very curious. Well, here's what we did, guys. Like I said, I went to here. All I did is I imported this right here. Select username, select user photo. Okay, that's all I pretty much did on YouTube, just so you guys know. Okay, and then on the user slice, we did this whole user slice. Hopefully you guys seen this. I don't remember when did I put it on here. Hopefully you guys seen that one. That's the one we did create. Okay, let's now go back to.
I don't think it was that long.
Huh?
I don't think it was that long.
It was not?
No.
Okay, thank you.
So just to use selector.
Okay. Let's go back to header.js. From. And we need to import that from React Redux. React-Redux. React-Redux. And honestly, that's pretty much it. React-Redux. We've imported that. That's all we now need at this point. Okay. Let me see. Make sure it's all good here. React-Redux. Use selector. Import that. Let's actually now use that, right? So we need use selector. Let's go ahead and use that. So we're going to grab the username. So const user name is equal to use selector. And which one are you going to use? Well, select username right here. So select username right there. Beautiful. And then simply const user photo is equal to use selector. No,
Yeah, so maybe on line 8.
Yeah, thank you, Jesse. Use selector.
Awesome.
Okay. We'll do select user photo. Beautiful. Select user photo. It's exactly what we need. And now at this point, a few things are going to happen. So let's think about this. If we don't have basically like the, if we don't have the user, basically then we, show the login button. And we can do that inside the nav menu. So after the logo, let's think about it like this. I'm going to create an if else statement. So basically, if there is no username, this one, if there is no username, right? If it does not exist, then we will go ahead and show the login button. So I'm going to say login. That's it, right? Login right here, and I'm going to say login, right? That's going to be a stock component that we'll create. Otherwise, we'll show the nav menu. This one. And the user image, actually. I feel like those two things are important. Okay. Otherwise, we'll show the user menu and the login. So to make that happen, we need to make it, again, we need to use this called anonymous tag, like this. Right? Boom. Right? So we need to put in the user image right there, and then the menu inside there. So we had the nav menu in here, user image in here, of course, right? To make it fully work, of course, we can't do that. So we have to do like this. So we have to do parentheses, close parentheses, right there. Then open parentheses. Oh shit, hold on, that's not right. That's not right. Question mark. So again, if this is true, we do this. Otherwise, we do this whole thing. Understand? That's all that happens. That's it. Okay. So now let's go ahead and try this out. I'm going to save this. Let's go to our app. It says login is not defined. Exactly perfect. It's exactly what we need to do. So let's go to our login button. So we'll say const login is equal to basically a const login is equal to style dash. We'll make it a I want to say let's just say a div for now. Okay. A div. Okay. Right there, there's login button right there. You see, perfect. All right. All right. So at this point, to make this fully work, what we'll do is the following. So let's go ahead and do that. But the login button, we'll give it a border radius. Let's think about this. Where's our login button? Oh, it has like a border. So let's give it a border initially. So we'll have border 1 pixel solid. Looks a little bit like this. Border 1 pixel solid. Good. Let's think about this. Put it here. Border 1 pixel solid. Beautiful. All right. Then within that, we're going to, let's see, border. Then let's go ahead and give it some padding. So padding 8 pixels, right? 16 pixels. So 16 pixels on the left and right hand side. Save that. Beautiful. Now it's a little bit bigger button, which is exactly what I like. All right. Right. So we stretch it out. Let's give it a border radius now. Border dash radius. Radius right here. Okay. Border dash radius. Beautiful. All right. That's going to be border radius of 4 pixels. 4 pixels. I like that. So much better. All right. We're going to go ahead and do letter spacing. So maybe fix the letter spacing a little bit. Spacing, right? 1.5 pixels. Okay, just make it a little bit bigger. And let's do text transform uppercase to make sure it's all uppercase. Text transform right here, right there, uppercase. Bro, good. All right, beautiful, nice. Then we need to give it a background color. So let's give it a background color, a little bit more of a darker side, but a transparent background color. So let's try that right here. Voila. Okay, so it's a little darker background color. Okay, awesome. Next thing, on the hover of this button of this div, right? So let's do the hover. So we'll say hover right here. So on the hover, what are we going to do? Well, let's think about this, right? On the hover, we're changing kind of like number one to white. So we're kind of flipping the black to white, white to black, right? So let's try that right now. Okay, hover. Let's change the background color. Background color. It's going to be more of a whiter color. So it's going to look a little bit like this. Awesome. And then the color of the actual text is going to be now black. So let's see. Black. Okay. All right, and then border color is gonna be transparent as well. So border dash color is gonna be transparent. Be transparent. There we go. So let's go ahead and hover this. Oh, let's go, beautiful. But we're not done yet because let's give it a small transition. So we'll do a transition here. Transition all 0.2 seconds right here. Now, oh, let's go, beautiful. Let's also give a cursor pointer. Nice. Oh, look at that, beautiful. That's what I'm talking about. Now, of course, so we have the login. Now, how do we make sure that this login is kind of all the way on the left / the right hand side? That's actually a good question. How do we make sure we do that? How do we make sure that the login is all the way on the left and the right hand side? What do you guys think? Because if you think about this, right, the login is here, right? And we have the logo here, right? Is there anything we can do, for example, with, I don't know, with the nav? What should we do? What do you guys think we can do? Well, here's my thoughts on this. I think we should create a login container here. Login container, right here, like this. Here's why. I can put the login inside here, no problem whatsoever, right? But the login container, look what I'll do is I will go ahead and actually basically give it a flex of 1. That's the cool part as well, do, right? Let's go ahead and create a login container underneath this one. So we'll say, okay, const login container style.div. Okay, check out this. Flex 1. Right? No, okay, I know. Don't worry about this. So here's what we'll do, right? It's trashed out the whole div. That's okay. So here's what we'll do now. Display flex. Okay, you see? And then we'll do what? Justify content. Check this out. Justify content center or flex end. Justify content. What? Flex end. Boom, right there. You see, login now shifts right to the right hand side, which is exactly what we need, which is right here, right there. See, just I'm too good. So there we go. We got that portion right there. Sorry. That's how fun, you know. I was proud of that. That was pretty cool. I did on the fly, you know. So okay, so the login button is right there. Okay, now what needs to happen is we need to go ahead on the click of this button. We need to log ourselves in, right? Now, how does that work out? Well, this gets a little bit more tougher, guys. All right, so let's try this. Let's go ahead and create a sign-in function. So we'll do const sign in right here is equal to a function, right? And this is where Firebase really plays a big role here, okay, on the sign-in function. Well, we need to import auth here, so let's go ahead and do that. So this is where really we're gonna use a lot of, you know, what is this? React find render compatibility with type. I don't need that right here, right? So let's go and import. We're going to use auth. So import auth, comma provider from Firebase, right? From what? Firebase, right there. Boom. Okay. Oh, not auth. Okay. import that from Firebase, okay? Now, when we sign in, the way it works is very simple. I click on something, and I will call a function that will sign me in, basically. So to make that happen, I will say here, auth dot sign in with pop-up, sign in, how do we do cleanly? Sign in with, this is what right there. Sign in with pop-up. And the pop-up, so basically it's going to pop up something. What provider, right? Well, we said in Firebase, we're going to use the Google provider. So we'll say provider here. Provider, beautiful. And then dot then. So when we sign ourselves in and it's successful, we say we get the result. And then what result do we get? Well, let's take a look at what we get here back. Okay, we get result, and we actually, let's go ahead and console log the result for now. Console the log result. Okay, boom, save that. Console the log result, and of course we need to make that happen when you do onclick on here. So onclick is equal to what? And we'll give it the function, the sign in function. So sign in function. Okay, so let's try that now. So we have that portion done. Let's click login. Oh, would you look at that? How cool is that, huh, guys? Holy moly, right? You click login, pops up a button, click Kazi Clever Programmer, right? And let's see what we get back. Inspect them on this one. What do we get back here? Let's go to console. Blah, blah, blah. We get an object actually here. Look at this. And this object has a user object. Let me show it to you so you guys can see it better. Right there. We have a user object right here. Right there, see? And the user object has a lot of stuff, including some IDs. But the coolest thing it has is right here. Display name, email, and there's a photo one here too. Photo URL. You see? So we can actually use that fully. We can fully use that to grab that data. Let's try it. Okay, let's try it. Okay, let's go back to here. Okay, let's go back to here. All right, we have the specific portion. All right, so now let's go ahead and actually set the user data. So we'll do, of course, console.log.user, console.log user, but a few things we need to do. Console.log, no, user is fine. This is when we need to set the data in the Redux. To set the data in the Redux, to set all this username and photo and stuff like that, of course, we need to grab this from the user slice right here, right? Because we need to grab the what? The set user login. So let's grab that right now. Set user login. Let's go ahead and grab that. Go back to our header.js. Let's grab that from the user slice. Boom, right there. Okay. Okay. And then let's go ahead and you need to dispatch it as well. So let's go ahead and dispatch it too. So that means we need to import a dispatch. That means we need to import use right here. Use dispatch. Use dispatch, comma, with use selector as well. And we need to use the dispatch. So const dispatch is equal to what? Use dispatch. Use dispatch. Okay. Use dispatch. And then after that, once we import a dispatch, let's actually dispatch it. So here we'll do dispatch right there, right? Dispatch what? Well, what? We dispatch the set user login. Set what? User login with what data? With data, right? So we need dispatch set user login with some data. But what data we're going to actually give it? Well, that's going to be up to us to figure it out, right? Let's do that right now. Boom, 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 boom. We have name is equal to what? Let's do this right here. Say let user is equal to result.user, right? Remember, we got that from where? From here, you see? Right there, right there. So user, result.user is this right here specifically. Boom, okay? So now we do set user login, okay? And we say it's gonna be name is equal to user.display name. Boom. Again, coming directly from the data here. Display name right here, you see? Next up, email, okay? User.what? User.email, okay? Next up is gonna be photo, so photo, okay? User.what? Photo URL, which is coming directly from where? From here, right there, folder URL, right there. So you see, there's a reason for everything that we're doing. Okay, boom. So now if I sign in, if I click sign in again, technically, I should have the nav menu appear in here, technically. Okay, let's go ahead and try that out. So let's go ahead and see sign in. All right. So I should really kind of like, so what's going to happen is it's going to dispatch the user login. That's going to save it inside the global state. Once it saves in the global state, that means this will be right here updated automatically. And once this is updated, you see, this becomes what? Not truthy, but falsy. And so it's going to show us the nav menu. That is it. Let's go and try this out, okay? All right, let's go and click login. Boom, Kazi. Oh, did you guys pay attention to that? Did you guys pay attention to this? Look, it just showed up. Oh, let's go. That's so good. Give me a round of applause, everybody. Anybody? Or am I just applauding for myself? That's fine too. That's fine too. Yeah, there you go. Right. So we got that portion working. That's all great. It makes me really happy. And honestly, that is it. That is it. Okay. And once we have this, let's go ahead and focus on the sign out feature. So we need to be able to sign out as well, right? And the sign out happens when I click on what? When I click on this right here. When I click on this, I should technically sign out. All right, let's go ahead and do that. Okay. So create a sign out function. So we have const sign in, const sign out is equal to right here. Right there, it's also equals to a function. All right. And what's going to happen here is, of course, we will sign the user out. And to do that, we'll do auth dot sign out, like so. Right. And once that's successful, we'll say dot then. Function will dispatch a functionality. We'll dispatch, and we'll dispatch what? Well, user slice. Dispatch set sign out, right? That's the functionality we need to use. That means we need to import it. Set sign out. Okay, save that. Beautiful. All right. That's all good. Set sign out. So dispatch set sign out functionality. And honestly, that is it, my friends. And one small thing we can do is once you sign out, all we have to do at this point is just simply redirect you back to the login page. So let's try that right now. Now, to do that, we need to use something called history. So we'll use here import, use history. Look, use history. This is part of React Router DOM. History from React-Router-DOM. And the way you use it is like this, right? I'm going to say const history. History is equal to use history. History, beautiful. And all I do at this point is I say this, history.push. So basically, after all is said and done, I just do history.push. That's it, my friends. Let me see, where is it? Right there. Here, I do history.push, basically. And I push to the login page. So we'll say login. That's it. Login page. So if I sign out, now we need to, of course, we need to go ahead and click on sign out. So let's go ahead and do on click on the user image. So on the click of the user image, we'll sign out the user. So on click, right there, we're going to sign out the user. That is it. On the click of the user image. All right, save this. So we have sign in, sign out. That's all good. Okay, let's try this now. You guys ready for this? Are you guys ready for this? All right. Boom. It's time to get a round of applause. Yay. Yay. I'm applauding myself again. Dang it. Okay. So log in. All right. Kazi, clever programmer. All right, beautiful. That's exactly what we just got, right? So, okay, now of course we logged in. Now, and what we can do is after you sign in, right? We can also, after you sign in, we can also dispatch you to a different page. So let's go ahead and do this. So we'll say history.push, push what? Push to where? To the home page, right? That's it. There we go. So if let's go ahead and sign out again. Okay, I did that. That's fine, right? Let's do history.push to the home page, which is this one. Log in. Kazi, a clever programmer. Boom! Oh, look at that, you guys. That's so awesome. So look at that. And then I click sign out again. Oh my God, it's too good. And then Kazi, clever programmer. Hey, let's go. So there is one issue here, however, and it's the fact that, for example, you see if I refresh this, basically the user is gone. That's the issue here. And we can actually kind of fix that by setting the user whenever we kind of like on the header. So the way to fix that is very simple. And again, the reason why this happens is because the state is gone. The state is gone once I refresh the page. The state is gone. That's it. Sayonara. Bye-bye, baby. That's it. We're done. Right? So to fix it, we're going to use auth on state changed, right? And we're going to use use effect with this one too. So look at this. We'll say use effect right here. I'm going to say auth on state changed. So we'll say use effect right there. Okay. We'll say basically on the change of, let me see, when you first log into the page right here, when you first log in, we'll do the following. We'll do auth dot on auth state changed. Okay, it could be async. We're gonna grab the user, and basically it's gonna be really simple, right? All that happens here is the user exists right there, right? Because here's the thing, Firebase remembers the user in a cookie, and so that's where we get this right here, right? It remembers the user in the cookie, and so we say if user, then we do what? Then we do dispatch like this, site user login again, dispatch site user login again, and then we do history.push homepage. Down. There we go. Oh, this is more important right there. Boom. That's it. There we go. So you see, let's think about it. If I refresh now, you see the user is actually being set right there. You see, when I refresh, you see right here, the user is being set. If I sign out, I sign back again. Kazi Clever Programmer. Let's go. Let's go to here. Oh, look at that. Guys, that, my friends, is pretty much it. We have finished with all the functionality we wanted to get done in Disney Plus Clone. You can, my friends, you can sign out. You can sign in. Anything you can do pretty much. So sign out, log in, right? Kazi, a clever programmer. Beautiful. Right there. Click on the visual movie. Watch the movie. Go back. Oh, so good. Let's go. Yay. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. We have one last thing to do that we're going to try right now is we're going to try and deploy it actually as, well, I think it's actually deployed. It's deployed on our side. If you want to go ahead and actually deploy it on your side, if you want to try it out, because on our side it's actually deployed already. So if you want to deploy it, it's not that hard. If you want to deploy it, just go ahead and let me show it to you on your side. Deploy it, right? Do Firebase deploy, right? With React right here, right? Find that right here. There's a really simple explanation of how to deploy a Firebase application, right? You can do Firebase login, Firebase init, do hosting. That's all you have to do, right? From that point on, all you have to do is when it says where is it? So default Firebase project for this directory, you select your project you created. After that, you do Firebase deploy, and honestly, that's pretty much it. All right, that's all you got to do. So yeah, that's how you deploy. But other than that, guys, that's it. We are done. We have our app fully built. Let's go ahead and log in yet again here. Kazi Clever Programmer. So who's still with me? Who actually was able to kind of finish it with me? Was anybody able to finish it partially with me? Anybody here? Anybody? No? Anybody? Or you get? Oh, Juliana, you did? Let's go, Juliana. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. So, guys, for those of you who are on YouTube, let me go and bring you guys up. On YouTube, I see so many comments. It's insane. So many comments. Whoa, 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 whoa. Awesome. Thank you so much for the amazing support. I see all you guys on YouTube right now. Holy moly, we got a great crowd there. Great crowd there. Hello, 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 hello. Thank you so much, guys. That is it from us. Very important. I want to let you guys know. Okay, we went ahead and we just opened up cart for profit with JavaScript. Okay, we just opened the cart and we've actually lowered the price just for today. Okay, just for today for profit with JavaScript. So if you're interested in joining, okay, we have a one-time deal literally happening right now, and the price goes up in a little bit. Okay. If you're interested, we have a link down in the description. We went ahead and we just opened it up. Link down in the description. If you're interested, go ahead and join. This is for people who want to become serious. This is for people who want to become developers. If any one of you here want to become a ReactJS developer, if you want to be a JavaScript developer, if you want to be a full stack developer, right? This is the program that we have here with over 2,000 students. We have students who are basically, for example, Jen, she got a job making $96,000 at her new job. We have, for example, Rishi got a ReactJS developer job making $55K right after joining our program. We have, for example, Frank, he got a ReactJS contract for $150,000. We have, for example, Kelvin got a ReactJS job making $60K right in 1 year. So the list goes on and on and on and on. And for those of you who are interested, yes, you on YouTube, if you're interested, we have the link down below. It is very just for right now. The price goes up very soon. Okay, so I highly recommend you join in while you can, because the price almost never goes down to this price point. Never. And I say it because we value our product so much and we love to keep the community the way it is. So if you're interested, go ahead and join below. Link is down in the description below. Okay, guys? Other than that, that is pretty much from me on YouTube. Let me see. Do I have the link in the description? I think I have the link in the description. I'm on it. Do you have the link in the description? Thank you. Awesome. Guys, that is it from me, guys. Other than that, hope you guys have an amazing day. Hopefully you were able to follow along with me. Hopefully you were able to follow along me. Out of that, that's it. I'll see you guys in the next video. This was fun. This was a lot of fun. Oh, it's so good. Oh my god. So good. So good. No. Tacos are so the best. I'm so hungry today. Oh yeah. So good.
Here's the app that you're going to be building today, the Clubhouse clone. All right, now you're going to have a screen that's gonna welcome you like this. So you go, okay, let's enter my username and get inside. All right, here you can put your phone number and hit next. Now it might send you a code. You put that in. Okay, it's dummy, it doesn't actually send you a code. And then you hit next. Well, are you gonna enable notifications to know when people are talking? You know what? I actually will. So I'm going to hit allow. Boom. Enter the Clubhouse clone. We're done with the onboarding flow. Now we are on to the logged in user flow. We have our header at the top with our header components that are going to be there no matter where we go. And here's our app. And we're seeing which users are talking with each other, how many people are in the room, how many people are actively talking, right? I can start a room. I can hit social, I can hit let's go, and boom, look at that. A loader popped up and then the room started. Now I can see that there are 2 people in the room. I can hit the mute button and actually mute. I can unmute, all right? And if I wanted to, I can just click leave quietly and leave out of there. Nobody even knows that I was there. And notice that I'm actually using bottom sheet, which is something I'm going to show you with React that you can use. When I click, things change, and I'm using the React hook for use state, right? State management. And I'll be able to switch between them. And look, the text at the bottom changes. Other things that are happening in this app is if I click the profile, it takes me to the profile page. And here, Rafik Kazi has 0 followers, 51 following, Clever Kazi, right? And how am I making all of this styling happen right here? Let's go back and let's go to the Explore page and look at how beautiful this page looks. And how are we making this page look as beautiful, right? So how do we have this component here? I'm using ant-d for this, which I'm going to show you guys in this video. We have our subheader component at the top, Explore, with that back button right there, okay? I'm also using fire icons. So like, boom, we got this one right there. All right, languages. How am I making all these cards appear? And it looks really beautiful. And look, it's dynamically doing this, right? So I have data in a JSON file and it's looping through and showing all of them. So how do you actually do that with components in React? You're going to learn how to do that. So this is the Clubhouse clone that you're going to be building. This is one of the most advanced front-end projects and one of the most creative ones that we have done on this channel. I think it's gonna blow your mind, and I think you're going to be blown away by all the advanced ReactJS techniques that you learn. So heavy front-end build. I'm excited. I'm ready to just jump in and get my hands dirty. I hope you're ready and I hope you're excited. With that said, let's just smash the like button, okay? And subscribe to the channel because it really helps spread this video out. If all you do is smash the like button, it doesn't cost you anything but changes my freaking life, okay? Puts the video in front of people, and our goal at Clever Programmer is so 5,000 people get jobs this year. Okay, so I'm really excited about that. I love your beautiful face, and we're going to be getting into the video now. Let's go. All right, so let's just get straight into the build. So first things first, open up your command line. So I'm just going to open up my iTerm. For you, it'll probably be just regular terminal. Okay, and you can make this folder wherever you want, but I just like to go into my GitHub. I have a folder called Banger Projects. That's where I like to put all of this. And then I'm just gonna do create React app, or you can do npx create React app. Okay, like this. And I will do Clubhouse clone and hit enter. So at this point, we're just gonna wait for the installation to be done. As soon as the installation of your project is done and it's initialized, then you're ready to get started, okay? And there are going to be a couple of differences between what you're doing and what I'm doing. Maybe you use NPM, maybe I use Yarn. So wherever I use, you see me using Yarn, okay? I'm going to be using Yarn add. You're going to be using NPM install, okay? So don't let that freak you out as we get into it. Now I'm going to go into my Clubhouse clone folder and you'll see, hey, that folder exists and I'm inside of it. And now what I want to do is I want to open up my Visual Studio Code and I'm going to hit O. I'm going to go to GitHub. I have my Banger Projects folder, and inside here, I got my Clubhouse clone, and you can just go ahead and open up your new folder that you made. I'm going to go here, app.js, hit Command J to open my up my command line, and then I'm just going to do yarn start. And on the right hand side, you're going to see my server open up. And I'm going to keep it running right there. Okay. So at this point, you should be at this part where your little circle is spinning. And now another thing I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and add. So whenever I do yarn add, what you should do is you should do npm install like that. Okay. So I'm going to do yarn add. And I'm going to add Bootstrap to my project because we're going to need it. Okay, so let's go ahead and install that. And once that's done installing, you should be good to go as far as Bootstrap is concerned. Okay, and then we're going to go to our index file, index.js, and actually right underneath here, I'm going to do import bootstrap dist css bootstrap min.css. Okay, just like that. So this will allow us to actually import Bootstrap because we're going to be needing it throughout this project. And next up, let's actually just reset all of the styling. So that's another thing I like to do. So let's go ahead and just remove our index.css file completely. I'm also going to grab everything in my app.css and just remove it and hit save. And then let's go to our index.js file and let's remove this line where we have index.css, okay? Because we just removed that file. So of course on the right hand side is giving us an error about that and complaining, okay? So let's go to app.js. Sometimes when you run into errors, just hit refresh. Usually with especially a lot of the styling errors that you're gonna run into, it takes care of a lot of those. Now, the last part of the reset is going to be, let's go to our app.css, and in our app.css, let's just add some styling, okay? So let's go to my root here, and how I'm going to style it is I'm just going to say text color. Okay, and this is going to be the text that we're going to need for the Clubhouse style color text. Okay, let's give it this text here. Dope. And then I'm going to do button background color. Okay, so now we got our button background color as well. Let's hit refresh. That should be good. Okay, beautiful. And let's now go ahead and give it our HTML is scroll behavior of smooth. And then body, I'm going to do margin 0. So this is so I can remove any styling that React comes with. So that's why I want to specifically say margin 0 and just like remove any of those. Okay, even though we removed index CSS, but it's just good to go ahead and do that for resetting purposes. Font size 1 EM, and then font family, we're going to do Nutrif Pro like that. All right, now let's actually work on adding the welcome page inside of our Clubhouse clone. All right, so the welcome page that we're going to be working on is going to look like this. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on that. So first things first, I'm going to go to my app.js and we're going to remove pretty much everything that I have in here. Okay, and honestly, just for now, let's just leave it with like a dumb h2 and just say, let's build the Clubhouse clone. Okay, just so there's something here. And of course, because we, let's also remove the logo and hit refresh. Cool. And here we have, let's build the Clubhouse clone. That's all you should have right now. Now we're going to work on and add some of our components. Okay, so let's go ahead and add our welcome.js. So I'm going to build a page. So let's go in our source. I'm going to create a new folder and it's going to be called pages, just like this. And inside of pages, I'm going to have a file and it's going to be called welcome.js. Okay. And we're going to do import React from React. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and link this file in just a second. So I'm going to say export default function welcome. Okay. And then let's just have it return something silly for now. Like I'm going to say, I am speaking from the welcome.js file. Okay, I want to just add a potato symbol because why not? So I'm already exporting this. Let's go ahead back to our app.js and link this file now. So I'm going to go here and let me actually just try to do this. Let's see how intelligent it is. Boom. So you can see that my import automatically happened. Import welcome from pages/welcome. And I'm speaking from the welcome.js file. So now these files and components are linked. And let's go ahead and keep adding things to our welcome component. Okay, so let's start off from, I'm going to remove all of this just for now. We're going to hit return. And then I want to create a div. And let's go ahead and give this a class name of, I'm going to do style. I'm going to do style. This autocomplete is aggressive. Style.welcome container. Okay. And now it's going to be complaining about, hey, style is not defined. Well, no worries. We're just going to go ahead and make the styles now. So let's right click into our source file, and I'm going to create a new folder. This folder is going to be called style, and this is going to create all our styling. And in here, I'll create a new file, and it'll be called welcome.module.css, just like this. So this is our page, and this is the styling that goes with that page. Okay, so they're just gonna work hand in hand. Now inside of here, let's just add some level of styling. So I'm just gonna say welcome container. Okay, and let's just add padding of 3 EM by 1.5 EM. Okay, just like this. So I'm gonna leave this as is until we run into our next problem. Let's hit refresh. Now it will still complain that style is not defined. Well, that's because you probably have to actually import it at the top. So let's go import style from style welcome. Okay, let's do it like that. And we're going to do welcome.module.css. Okay, so now it should be good to go. Okay, so now inside of this div, we're gonna add a h1, and let's just have that h1 say welcome. So now there you go, we got our welcome. And the reason why you have that padding is because we added a bunch of padding, probably 3 EM padding from the top and then 1.5 on the side. So you get the welcome right here. If I went back to our styling, where did we have the style here, right? If we change this up, it's going to do something different. If I change that to 1.5, it's going to be different. So here our styling is connected and it's working, and that's a really good sign. Okay, now we're going to have this one, all of these. Okay, so we're going to create a new styling for this. So let's go ahead and do that. So right underneath my welcome, I'm going to create another div. I'm going to give it a class name of, let's go with style.welcome info. All right. And then welcome info, I'm going to have a paragraph tag, and we're pretty much going to start off with just some copy, and I'll just say, hey, we're working hard to get Clubhouse ready for everyone while we wrap up the finishing touches. Okay. We're adding people gradually. You don't have to copy all of that with me, but I just like to add it because this actually makes it look like a real clone, you know? So like just going one step further to make it look very, very real. Okay. So that's why, you know, if you want to do it, just do it with me, because your project is going to look freaking phenomenal. All right. To make sure, because sometimes what happens is if your project is just too dummy of a project, recruiters are going to look at it and they're going to be like, it looks too dummy. But adding a little bit of this, even though it seems like grunt work, might add a wow factor to your project. All right. So that's why don't get lazy here. Just work with me. All right. And then I'm just going to say making sure nothing breaks. Cool. All right. So that's good. And let's see. Do I want to have all of this? I can. I'm going to be lazy and I'm just going to copy it. Okay. I'll give you a deployed version too, and then you'll be able to copy it from there as well. So we'll put another p tag here and I'll paste all of that. Cool. And then do I have anything else? Okay. The last finishing touches. Okay. So let's go p tag. Oh, whoa. What happened there? P tag. Let's paste it. All right. So our second p tag, all these look good, but I think one of them might need a little bit of styling work. So we're going to go ahead and do that in a second. But right now, more importantly, this is going to need some styling. So let's go back to our module.css. All of this is going to need styling. So now let's style our container. So I'm going to go display flex. That's going to enable flex mode. And look at how pretty it looks. Yeah, we're done. I'm going to do flex direction, and we'll start off with column. Okay, back to normal, back to where we started. And then I'm going to justify content with space between. Cool. And then let's do align items, flex start. Okay. Height, let's try 100 VH. So that gave it a nice little height from the top. And then let's go ahead and add a background color, and that's going to do magical stuff, right? That's going to give it that Clubhouse background color, and it's going to start to look nice, just like that pink. All right, so if I remove this background color, looks regular, looks white. I added, and now it looks like, ooh, maybe a little clubhousey. Okay. Now what I want to do is now let's style the welcome containers H1, which is going to be that welcome. Okay. So let's go welcome container H1. So I'm going to select that H1 and let's style that bad boy. So font size, I'm going to go with the 1.7 EM. So let's make that a little bit smaller. Let's give it a font weight of 500. Okay, refresh. Cool. Font style, I'm going to go with normal. And then margin bottom, let's go 0. Cool. And then color, I'm just going to use the variable of the color that I made for text color. And then we'll be able to reference that. Dope. Okay. And then let's style our welcome info class. So welcome info height, let's go with 253 pixels. Okay. And I'm going to go overflow auto. Dope. So now you can see I have like this little scrolling thing. So now it just doesn't keep just going down. I can actually like scroll up and down. There's another reason why you should add the dummy content, right? Even though it seems like grunt work to add all this, it's good because once you have it, you'll have, if you don't have all of this text, then you won't even have that like scrolling functionality. All right. And then let's go and style the paragraph tag. So all of this stuff that's wrapped in paragraph tag. So I'm going to go ahead and style that now. So let's go margin bottom. I'm going to go 2 EM on this thing. Cool. And let's go color. And again, we're going to use the text color. Font size, I'm going to go with 1 EM on this thing. And let's see, font style, normal should be good. Okay, and font weight 400. So again, when sometimes some of this stuff doesn't work, refresh and you'll see the difference. So for example, if I change this to like something ridiculous like 900, it should show you. Okay, so this is just to make sure that hey, like things are working as expected. All right, so now what I want to do is I'm gonna actually take all of this and I want to put it in like a parent container and then style that. All right, so we will call that component plan layout. So let me go to app.js. So I'm gonna take this welcome component that I have and I'm going to wrap it in something called plan layout. So it's gonna look like this, plan layout. Okay, but since I haven't made it yet, I'm gonna go and make that first. So inside of pages, I will create a new folder. We will call it layouts. All right, and inside of this folder, I'll create a new file and we'll call it plan layout.js. Okay, epic. Now in here, let's do import React from React. All right, let's capitalize that R. And then let's go function plan layout and it'll have children. Okay, and I'm going to return this. And what I'm going to return is a div and it's going to have a certain styling. Okay, so we're going to use JSX here. Let's go like this. I'm going to go with 100%. I'll go max width. I'm going to need to put a comma here. It's an object, JSX object. Okay, that's what we're passing in here. Let's give it 500 pixels and then I'll give it margin auto. Okay. And then, of course, let's go to where the div is ending. Okay, we'll end the div here. And inside of this, we'll put all the children components there. All right, so plan layout plus all the children components will go inside of it. Now, let's make sure that we go ahead and export this. Export default plan layout, just like this. And let's wrap this bad boy. Lester, have you been a bad boy? Inside of plan layout, all right? So I'm going to hit return like this, plan layout. Wait, why the fuck does it say plan layout J? Oh, there we go. Plan layout still says J, whatever. Boom, boom. So wrapped it up just like this. And I'm going to do import plan layout from, and again, where is it at? It's in pages. And then inside of layouts, and then inside of there, it's a file called plan layout. All right, so I'm going to get it just like that. Pages, layouts, plan layout. Hey, look at that. starting to look a lot more clubhousey. Okay, great progress so far. And now let's actually start adding links on this page so then we can navigate out of the home page, right? Otherwise, we're going to be permanently stuck in the home page, and that's not what we want. Okay, so we're going to add links to be able to go to the next page now. So let's do that. So first things first, now we're about to start adding routing. Okay, so what that means when you want to do that is we need to install things. So let's go yarn add. Again, you're going to do npm install whenever you see me do that. And we're going to do yarn add. And let me move myself away a little bit here so you can see what I'm typing. Yarn add. And we will do react dash router, just like that, and hit enter. Okay, and then the next one we're going to do is we're going to install React Router DOM. And what this will allow us to do is it will allow us to navigate back and forth between pages. Okay, so that's going to be an important thing. So now both of them are installed. Just in case you missed it, yarn add or npm install this one and also install this one. Cool. So now both of those should be added in your package JSON. And I'll just show you my package JSON. Okay, let's go my yarn lock. They look very ugly. Thought they were going to look much prettier. But there it is. React Router DOM, Bootstrap. That's what I have. You should have those things as well. Cool. So let's add them to my welcome.js page. So let's go to this page here, hit save, and let's start working on it. So I'm going to do import link from React Router DOM. So in React, you don't want to use like a tag that much. You want to use this link. And what that allows you to do is navigate between pages without having to do any type of refresh. It's really, really powerful. So take advantage of that. So let's go down, and I'll go right underneath here, underneath the Paul whatever section, because we want to add we want to add these buttons and things right there. So let's go underneath this, and I'm going to make a new div, and this will have a class name of, and we'll do style.action button. Okay, we're going to style this in a second, but let's just add it for now, just so you can see how ugly it looks, and then you'll see the prettier version afterwards. So I'm going to say link exact to, and we'll do get username. And after this, we'll do class name equals primary button. And this is coming from Bootstrap. Align items center, and just like this. Okay. And now it's complaining. It's like, hey, you got to like close some of this stuff. So we will close it in just a second, but we have to close our link first. So once our link closes, then it will be fine. Okay, save, refresh. All right, so now it's going to give us a little error and it's going to complain, hey, you're using link outside a router. So let's go ahead and fix that right now. So let's go at the top. I'm going to hit import browser router. I will do from React Router DOM. Okay, actually, my bad. Let's do that actually in our app.js file. Okay. Let's do that here, and let's wrap our entire app in the browser router. So let's go browser router, okay, and save. Okay, so now our entire app is wrapped up in it. Cool. So now let's go here. So our link now is good to go, and we're gonna add a few things to it. So let's go to, all right, so right underneath this, let's go get your username. Actually, let's get out of the link tag. And I'm going to do get your username, and we'll just kind of like leave this blank for now. Let's hit save. And here it is, right? We can already see that link says get your username. And you can see that right when I clicked it, it actually navigated me to get_user. That's really dope. It happened like really fast and without even refreshing. Of course, we'll need to tell it to how do you route out of this page, and then how do you render a new page. We'll have to tell it and teach it those things. And let's add an image. Okay, and this image we're gonna have a source, and of course I'm gonna have you guys get access to all these images. Okay, so let's go and get this image. All right, so for now, I'm going to hold off on this image. We have our username, so that's good. Let's just actually work with the button first, and then if we need to add anything, we will add it later. Let's go underneath this, all right? And I'm going to make another link. Okay, so we have this button here being a link, and then we'll add another little button thing, and then that'll also be a link, okay? And then actually this one will just be text. So I'm gonna say have an invite text sign in. Cool. Just like we have over here, have an invite text sign in. Cool. Have an invite text sign in. So we got two links here, but now we need to do styling because one looks like a button and one looks like text. They're also center aligned. So we need to make sure that we do that with ours. Okay. We need to make sure that we center align them. So let's go ahead and do that. All right. So now inside, let's go to our styling and style this. Okay. So I'm going to go to my welcome.module.css and let's actually style our action button. So let's go here and I'm going to go action button and let's go align self. Let's go center. Cool. So now both of those are centered. That's a really good sign. We will do display flex. Okay. So now they look nice and ugly, but we're going to fix them in just a second. Let's give it a direction of column. Good. We're going to need to align them vertically as well. Cool. And then of course, let's align them horizontally as well with justify content center. Okay, cool. And now I'm going to take let's grab our action button class again, and let's grab our last child of our A. Okay, so let's go grab that. And for color, I'm going to do button background color like this. Font size, let's go with, I really want to make this clone pixel perfect. So that font size looks good to me. Okay, there we go. Again, sometimes when I'm doing this, guys, it gives me aids. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Change the goddamn thing. And finally, when I hit refresh, everything changes and it looks good. Okay, so if your styling is not doing anything, just hit refresh. Okay, so watch what happens, right? When I add this color, right, it gives it this, what is that? Like a weird, ugly turquoise color. Okay, that's necessary because Clubhouse looks like that. All right, so give it that color. It's going to be good. Font size, we got it working. Let's add a weight. And I'm going to go with the weight of 400. Cool. Refresh. Okay, good. Good. All right. And then font style, let's go with normal on this thing. Okay, cool. So far, this is looking good. All right, now we're going to add the paths for having an invite page as well. So what does the invite page look like? Well, if I go to the finished version of the app and I go to my invite page, it looks like this. Okay, and then if I put in some random dummy number, whatever, it takes me to another page, and then that actually takes me to this page, and when I click it, it takes me to the app. All right, so we have a bunch of screens that we want to work on so we can have a actual normal looking user flow, because that's something important. As a developer, you need to learn how to be able to design that and build it, okay, and make it functioning. So let's go and add that now. So first, I'm going to work on the phone confirmation page. So we're going to work on the page where if I go here, it asks me for this type of stuff, okay? So let's go and work on that. I'm going to go to pages, and inside of pages, we'll create a new page, new file, and we're going to do page, or actually phone confirmation.js, just like this. All right, so now let's start off with importing React. And we're going to need to use, we're going to need to do state management. So let's also use state because we're going to need it. And that's good. Cool. Let's also import style. Okay. And let's comment this out for a second because we're going to need to create styling for this in just a second. Okay. And let's also import link so it can allow us to navigate without needing to refresh. So React router, DOM, beautiful. And let's go and export default function, phone confirmation. And what export default does is at the bottom of the screen, you don't have to add a separate line for exporting this. And it allows you to use this component, phone confirmation, inside of your other files, wherever you might want to use it. So we're going to have a value, set value. Okay. a state variable, okay? It's going to keep track. So just start off with use state, and then we're going to do return div and class name, style phone, confirm, and let's go container. We're going to work on that container in a second. For now, let's just add in this, enter your phone. So can we see that page right now? Well, let's try. Okay, so let's try to go to /invite, all right, or get user. We can't really go to that page. So we're gonna need to add routing for it so we can go to it. Okay, so let's do that first. So I'm gonna go to my app.js, and in app.js, let's add routing for it. So I got my browser router, and I'm also going to get route, just like this. And within my app, underneath plan layout, what I want to do is I'm going to go, let's delete this line here. Okay, this is going to be something cool I'm going to do. So route exact path, and I'll say the home page should take us to this component. Oh, this is such clean syntax. I think this is new with React. This is like really, really clean syntax. All right, and then we have /invite, and this should take us to the phone confirmation page, okay? And make sure that you import that at the top. So now it says welcome is not defined, and it goes, so welcome, let's do capital W. So now that's good. And now it says style is not defined in phone confirmation.js. So let's go back to our file. Guys, a lot of this, you have to get used to and comfortable with reading the errors, okay? A lot of the battle is like actually understanding what your errors are saying. It says, hey, style is not defined. And that actually makes sense. It's like style, and it's complaining. So probably we have to actually import style. So in our phone confirmation, let's go ahead and do import style from, and we're gonna do style /phone confirm.module.css. But now, we have another problem. It says can't resolve, meaning like now it can't find this file. And that's because we didn't actually create this file yet, okay? While we're making our phone confirmation component, let's also create the styling for it. So let's go to our style folder, and in here, we're going to create a new file. And this new file is going to be called phone confirm.module.css. And let's just start off with some styling. Actually, it's running already. So let's go back to our code for now. So now all errors are gone. That's a good sign. And if I go to the /invite page, I can actually see where we have written enter your phone, and it's showing that right over here. So that's also a really good sign. That means that's really cool. That means our routing is working, and this component is being rendered based on the routing. So if I go to app.js, we say, hey, whenever you go to /invite, then show the phone confirmation component. Okay, and let's go to that component. It's really, really clean. Okay, let's hit save. Let's hit refresh. Where did I add those stupid little tildes? So we have enter your phone. Where the heck did I add them? I can't even see them. Refresh. Delete. Holy crap. Let's undo. Okay, well, I guess you're just gonna have to live with them now. We did. All right, well, that's it. Okay, let's keep going. All right, so what I want to do now is I want to style this thing, okay? But I'm going to style it in just a second. I don't know, man. Some weird shit happens when you're demoing stuff, but at this point, I just don't care, guys, and we just got to roll with the punches, all right? So inside of this div, I'm going to create a new p tag, and we're going to say by entering your number, you're agreeing to our terms, okay? So I'm just going to leave it like this. You're agreeing. Let's go agreeing. Okay, and then I'll add a span tag. Let's not end our p tag yet. And within my span tag, I'm just going to say terms of service and privacy policy. Okay, and then I'll say thanks outside of the span tag. Cool, but let's maybe give it a space. Let's give that a space. Dope. So this is looking good. By the way, I discovered I added it into my entire app. So now again, a debugging session, okay? So if I add it into my entire app and it's showing up everywhere, then it's not component specific. It is global. So global, I shouldn't be looking within this component because the error can't possibly be here. So I'm going to look inside of my app.js, and inside of my app.js, I have multiple components, right? And if you notice, I've actually added it right there. Okay. So now that's permanently there no matter what page I'm at. Okay. So you could, if you added a potato here, it would follow you to the depths of hell. It doesn't matter where you go, it will follow you throughout the freaking app. So the moral of the story is don't be a potato. Oh gosh, what have I done now? All right, let's close this. All right, now we're good. Jeez. Okay, good. Now let's go ahead and style this sucker. All right, so I'm gonna go to my phone confirmation module.css, and we're going to create styling for this thing. So let's go phone confirm and do container like this. Let's add a padding to it. So I'll go 3 em by 1.7 em, just like this. All right, let's hit refresh. Have to refresh every second, but that's okay. And then we're gonna go display flex. Ooh, so pretty. Flex direction, remember, column that thing and you will be much better. If you put it in a row, you'll probably not be better because row is default. And align items will go center. And so that's vertical alignment, okay? And then we're gonna do justify content center, and that will horizontally align things, okay? Let's go height, and we'll go 100 VH. So that like kind of centers it, okay? And then I'm gonna do background color, and of course we're going to pick wrap. What the fuck? What is a wrap color? Oh, okay, never mind. That was like a weird shortcut. That was totally unnecessary. Let's just add the normal color for Clubhouse clone. So I'm gonna go F2, F0, E4. All right, and now we'll have the Clubhouse color, okay? Just keep refreshing like a maniac and things should be good. And then I wanna go position relative. All right, so that's good. Now we're going to style the H1 just a little bit. So phone confirm container. And I'm going to grab the H1 of this and I'm going to say, hey, give me a font size of 1.3 em. So we're going to make that a little bit smaller. It was really big. Font weight of 500. Font style, I'm going to just have normal. And then let's go margin bottom 0. And we'll give it a color of our text color. Okay, so this is our Clubhouse style text color. And then lastly, okay, actually there's few more things we want to do here, but let's still go phone confirm container. Let's grab the text, so the paragraph tags, and we're going to give it a different font size. Let's refresh. Okay, so that font size is much smaller, as you can see here. Go font weight, go font style will be normal, margin of 0. We'll go width of 100% on it, and then max width, I'm going to say 270 pixels. So it's looking more centered on mobile devices now. And text align, of course, center. And then justify content. And for this one, we can even do space evenly, and we should be good. And then the actual last one, where we have terms of service and privacy policy. Now this should look different than the rest of everything. So let's style it differently. Okay, so again, let's grab the P tag and the span tag inside of the P tag. Okay, that's basically what I'm saying there. And just gonna give it a font weight of 500. Okay, let's refresh. And you can see it looks just a little bit bolder than the rest of the things. Okay, and for now, that's pretty much, actually, let me go here. Yeah, this is pretty good right now. Okay, I hope that you're enjoying this so far. We're gonna keep going, and the next functionality that we're actually gonna add is we're gonna add links, so you can actually go forward, and then eventually so you can also like click the back button and go back from this page. Right, otherwise you can just be stuck on this page for the rest of your life. All right, so let's actually add the input for where people can put in their phone number. So for example, when I go to the invite page, I can now put in my phone number right here. Okay, So we're gonna add that to our invite page as well. Right now, we just have enter your phone. By entering your number, you're agreeing to blah, blah, blah. Let's put that and work on that now. So first things first, I'm going to need to install a library from React. So we're gonna do yarn add or npm install. Both are okay. React phone number input, just like that. All right, not input with an N. Hit enter. So that's going to go ahead and install this library on your computer, and you'll be able to use this, okay? And then let's go to our phone confirmation page here, and we're going to add this phone input, okay? So let's go ahead right underneath the H1. I'll add my phone input, and now watch. I'm going to hover over this, hit enter, and it should have auto-completed it. So, or imported it. So you see right there, it automatically imported it. Okay, if it didn't, then just go ahead and import it. And we're going to do phone input, and inside of this input, and actually this will be a self-closing tag like this. All right, and you can already start to see that the input is showing up here. I can choose international. I can put a phone number in. So really cool. Comes with some logos and stuff like that too. We're going to definitely have to style this. I'm going to say international. Okay, and then I'm gonna say default country and US. And if you don't know what parameters it has, you saw how it kind of auto completes it. So that'll show you what kind of parameters you can play with. And after default country, we have value, which we're gonna set to value. And that's again coming from whatever you might type in here. Okay, we're gonna need access to this. And then that's kind of it actually. All right, now that we've added the input, what I want to do is I kind of want to add some of the arrow links that we were talking about, and arrows for like being able to go forward and at some point being able to go backwards. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so I'm going to work on that with you now. So I'm going to go into my phone confirmation.js, which I'm already here. So that's great. And we're going to do a couple of things. Okay. So all the way at the top where we have the phone confirm container, right underneath that, I'm actually going to add a link. And in this link, I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to give it a class name of style.back button. And then inside of here, we're actually going to use that image. Well, you're like, hey, Kazi, where's that image? Let me show you. So you're going to have your own images file, but in public images, we have them all here. Okay, so I'm going to need arrow and next arrow pretty soon. So I'm just going to get both of them for now. Oops. And inside of my public, right, I can create a new folder and I can call it images. And I can put my images inside of there. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'm going to grab my images again when I had them. Boom, boom, boom. Public images, and I got my next arrow and arrow. Cool. Take them, drop them, and now we got them both. So I got my SVG one and I got my regular arrow. Cool. Beautiful. Let me put my phone on silent so nobody can harass me like that again. And let's keep going. So now let's actually add that image. I'm going to do images arrow.png. Okay. Now let's go to the /invite page. Misspelled it. Okay, great. We have that image showing up. It doesn't look so good, but it is showing up. So that's a really good sign. Now let's go underneath here, and I'm also going to add another link. And in this link, I'm going to say exact to, and we're going to go to code confirm. And then I'm going to give it a class name of, let's see if I can first add the text and then the image. Okay, so let's go here. I'm going to say next. All right, where is that next? It's all the way at the bottom. Okay, so you will see this next all the way at the bottom. Might be a little hard to see, but there it is. Okay, let's zoom out maybe just a little bit. Ooh, already the navigation is working, so that's a good sign. Cool. And now to this next, I'm actually going to add an image. Okay, so we're going to say img tab, and then the source I'm going to give it is my next arrow icon.svg. And then let's now go ahead and start styling this thing. Oops, / and then I will say class name equals ml1, and that made a little you saw what it did, right? So for example, if I remove this class name and hit save, the next button you'll see that it actually moves a little bit to the left. Okay. And this is happening because of Bootstrap. Now, I'm also gonna add a class name to this at the top where I kind of left it blank. And what I'm gonna say is the following. Give it a primary button. See if that does anything. Refresh. Okay, so that's the top, the next arrow image. It's the next button right here. Okay, so right now you can't see the image that's next to next. Okay, it's really hard to see it. It's right there. And don't worry, we're going to be able to see more of it once we style it more. Okay, so for now, just kind of like hang in there. Okay, let's go here. And that probably looks better for mobile. Okay, so we'll leave it at this. Okay, I know it's a little kind of like a little difficult to see some of these things, but I think you should be fine right now. So that image is there. Now let's go primary button. I'm going to say deflex here, and then I'm going to go and align items center. And basically now what we need to do is go ahead and actually start styling this stuff. So I'm going to go to, okay guys, so a couple of things I want to do. So one thing I want to do is I want to go to my app CSS file, and I want to make sure that my button here doesn't really have any styling. So it doesn't come with any outline. Okay, I'm just gonna say important right here. The next thing I want to do is I want to make sure that my link tags don't really have any underlines on them. Okay, so that's why I'm adding this to my app.css file. Okay, so we'll do text declaration none. Okay, cool. So I shouldn't have really any errors going into this. Now you'll notice that I added this class name to this next arrow image, and I said primary button, but we don't really have a primary button class. So let's go ahead and add the CSS for our primary button, and let's go ahead and do that now. All right, so now let's go to our app CSS and add this code there. Okay, so app.css is right here, and we're gonna add it in. Okay, so I'm gonna say primary, I'm gonna grab my primary button class, and we'll give it a background color of, let's just start off with a pink background color. And so you can see now it's highlighted, okay, our button. So I'll change this background color from that to something that makes much more sense. We'll use our variable, okay, and I'm gonna say button background color, like this. So now you see that it has this like blue color behind it, but it still looks a little bit ugly. So let's keep working on it. All right, let's zoom out just a little bit. Now I wanna add some color to this. Okay, so let's make that, how many Fs we got here? Cool. So let's make that white. I'll add a border radius, and we'll go with 2 EM on this one. Cool. So that gives it those like nice little rounded corners, but it's still, you know, kind of hideous. So let's, you know, let's make it work. I'll add a little bit of padding to this. Okay. Wow. That padding really made a lot of difference, right? You saw the button kind of just, let me remove the padding and let me add the padding. And that just makes a world of a difference. So remember these patterns as you're making buttons, as you're making whatever you're making, just a little bit of padding or a little bit of margin can make such a huge difference. And then I'm going to give it a font size of 1.2 EM. Okay. And if you never see changes, just hit refresh. So you saw the font size get bigger, and it's a little bit easier to see now. We'll give it a font weight of 500. That's good. Now it looks a little bit bolder. And then font style, I'm going to go normal. Cool. Text align, I am going to say center on this. Okay. So I think that is looking really, really good. And let's go back to our app CSS file. So now this is looking good. Now pretty soon we're going to need to bring this back arrow button into control, because it's all over the place, and honestly it's taking over our entire app and, you know, taking over my entire life. So I'm going to fix this now. All right, so now let's go back to our phone confirmation, and here we look, we did value, right? But how is that value going to get changed? You see, the set value is still unused, and that's really how you actually change variables that are like state variables in React, right? So I still need to do like on change. What I want to say is, hey, call my set value, okay? And that's going to actually allow me to accept a new value and actually make a change happen. Cool. And that's going to update our value in here. Okay. So now let me type stuff in. Great. That looks good. Because if you actually go back and you take that on change out, right? So like if you comment that out, watch what happens. If I go and I try to type in my phone number, I'm going to get an error and it's going to say, hey, on change is not a function. Okay. And so here, let me bring this back. And now when I actually try to write, it knows actually what to do with that. Cool. So this is looking good. Now what I want to do is I want to actually add that back arrow and give it a little bit of styling. Okay. So we've already added that back arrow. And now let's go to our phone confirmation .module.css, and we've added some styles in here, but now we're going to actually add the styles for this button right here, because remember this image is kind of crazy, right? So I'm going to actually do back button and we're going to give it a position absolute. Okay. So now it's like right in the center. All right. So now if you actually comment it out, right, it's actually in line with every other element, but actually if I make position absolute, it is going to be smack on top of everything. That's what position absolute does. And let's give it a top of 10 pixels like this. Okay. And then we're going to give it a left of 10 pixels like that. Cool. And then the last thing we're going to do is we're going to bring that image size under control. Okay. So I'm going to select the image. I'm going to give it a width of 20 pixels. And there you go. That's it. Okay. That resizing just changes the game. And now we got the back button here. We got our next looking good. Okay. We got the big American flag in the middle. Put your phone number in. I mean, I don't know. The screen is starting to look pretty damn good to me. With that said, let's keep on going. All right, now I actually want to work on the confirmation screen. Okay, so for example, what's the confirmation screen? You ask Kazi, what's the confirmation screen? All right, don't worry. Let me freaking show you. Okay, so I go here, I hit next, and this is the confirmation screen. So this is a very simple screen. That's what we're going to work on right now. And it's going to be quite simple. Okay, so let's go inside of our source. Inside of our source, I'm going to go inside of our pages. And in my pages, I'm going to create a new file. And it's going to be called code confirm.js, just like that. Okay, inside of here, I'm going to do import React from React, like this. I want to also get my styles, okay, from that slash style slash phone confirm dot module dot css. Cool. So this should be in under my pages, code confirm. Beautiful. Then you back out, you go into style. Okay, that's good. All right, and then I'm also going to need my link, because that allows me to go to different links without having to refresh. Okay, that's a better way to, better than using the A tag. That's what I recommend in React. So now let's export default function. So you don't have to write an additional export line if you just do that here. And this component will be called code confirm. Okay. And then in here, I'm going to create a div. It's going to have a class name of style.phone confirm container. So we're going to now reuse some of the styling in the code that we've already done. We're going to have another div here. It's going to have a class name of text center. And this right here, text center, it's a bootstrap. It's a bootstrap thing that is basically shorthand for doing text align center. Okay, so it just makes your life a little bit easier. Now inside of here, I'm going to make an H1. Okay, and then this H1, I'm just pretty much going to say enter the code we just texted you. We're going to actually need to see this. So let's go ahead and actually create the routing for this so we can see this freaking page. Okay, so let's go to our app.js. And in here, we'll create the routing for it. So I'm going to say import code confirm from, and we'll do pages slash code confirm. So I'm going to get that component. And then at the end here, I'm going to say, let's go like this. And for the path is going to be code confirm. And of course, show me this component code confirm. Oh, did I misspell it? Should be confirm. Confirm. And let's actually go to this file and let's do, I mean, it's confirm everywhere. Okay, I might have just misspelled it here then. Okay, so let's try going here and doing code underscore confirm, hit enter. Nothing was returned. Oh yeah, because we don't have a return statement. So we'll just do, for now, I'm just going to do return, and I will wrap this whole thing up in an expression like this. Save, boom. Okay, enter the code we just texted you. So far it's looking good. Now this H1, let's style it in a specific way. So what I'm going to say is, I'm going to style it. Okay. Actually, let's add all the content first, and then I'm going to style it. So let's add a p tag inside of this div. And basically in this p tag, I'm just going to say didn't receive it. Okay. And then we'll have a span tag in here. And then in that span tag, I'm just going to say tap to resend. Okay. So just like that. Didn't receive it, tap to resend. Beautiful. Now for this H1, I'm going to say, give it a, not class name, I'll do style, and I'm going to give it a JSX expression, and I'm going to just give it a object inside of it. Okay. It's just a simple JavaScript object. And in here, I'm going to say width will be 100%. This is inline styling. Okay. Max width will be 200 pixels. And then we will use margin bottom will be 1 EM. So enter the code we just texted you, didn't receive it, tap to resend, and it looks pretty freaking good. All right, and then for my p tag, I'm gonna give it a little bit of styling as well. We'll go class name mt-2. Let's hit save. So again, remove it, refresh, bring it back, mt-2. Now with this mt2, you might not see the difference right away, but once we actually add the input box where you actually put in your number, okay? So for example, here, you're actually gonna see the difference. All right, so we'll talk about that once we add it. Other than that, I think as far as this specific page slash screen slash component is concerned, the code confirm one, I think it's looking good. And let's now start working on the input. Okay, so now we're gonna work on the input box over here. So let's put that right underneath the H1. Simply do input. The type is going to be text because yes, we're gonna be putting in text in there. And then we're gonna do styling. All right, so let's go style. I'm gonna go width in here. I'm gonna give it 100% width. Okay, so you just saw this got a little bit wider. That's perfect. Now, all right, let's actually do it like an object. Okay, width 100%. I'm going to give it a border of none. So let's get rid of the border around it. Let's go down. All right, and sometimes, you know, if it doesn't show up, just hit refresh because I don't know why, but sometimes the code just won't load up. Okay, so just hit refresh. The border should now be gone and it should look much cleaner. We're going to do text align. Okay, and gonna do center like this. Cool. And then I'm gonna do outline and I'm gonna say none. What does this text align line do? Notice when I'm about to write, I'm writing from the left hand side, right? Text align center, I write from the middle. So that's good. Okay, so this code confirm screen honestly looks pretty good. Let's just move forward now. So we're gonna add the next and previous buttons to this so we can actually go back or forward, right? Because otherwise we're just gonna get stuck here. So we want this and this. Luckily, we just created it, and this is where you're gonna start seeing some of the power of React. This is where you're gonna see the power of React. Okay, so let's keep on rocking and rolling. So inside of our code confirm, I'm going to go all the way up right underneath here, and I'm going to add a link tag like that. I'm going to say exact to, and we're going to say get username like that. And we'll have a class name, and the class name will be style.backButton. Okay. And of course, let's give it an image. So we'll go image on here, and I'm going to say /images/arrow.png. Okay. So now that button is there. Okay. Now, one more thing we need to add, and we'll add it underneath this div, is create a link. I'm going to say exact to, we'll say allow underscore notification. Okay. I think that's because that's going to be another one of our screens. And then here, I'm going to say class name, and let's put that. Okay. Let's put that below. So class name, and I'll say primary button, flex align items center, like that. Cool. So now that button is there and it's looking good. It's inheriting the styling from primary. That's what we wanted. Okay. And I want to, of course, give it some text, right? So here I'm just going to say next, and then we'll give it an image, images/next arrow icon.svg. So now that little image is there. Okay, let's hit refresh. Great. Okay, that's the image that we wanted. And then, of course, we'll do class name equals, and we'll go ML1 on this. And again, this is a bootstrap. Cool. So now this is looking good. Okay, and it's doing what we want it to do. So let's keep on going. All right, so I don't like that underline that's happening underneath the next. So let's go to our app CSS. And what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to do a hover. Okay, and on this hover, I'm going to say text decoration, and let's go with none. Okay, and let's refresh, hover over it. Okay, it's still giving us problems. Let's hit save here. So let's actually go ahead and debug and see what's going on here. All right, let's go ahead and add the important right here. Hit save, go over, and boom, look, it's gone. Okay, so sometimes you just have to add that important to take precedence over maybe some of the other styling you have, or if you're using Bootstrap, maybe their text decoration or their on hover with the A tag is taking precedence. But doing important, you say, hey, forget all that. This is what takes importance, and go with this one. All right, so now let's add our notification page. Okay, that's going to be another one of our screens. So I'm going to go inside of my pages here, and I'm going to right click, and we're going to go and add a new file, and it's going to be allow notification.js. And in this file, I'm going to say import React from React, like this. Cool. We're also going to import style from, all right, we've done this a couple of times now. Phone confirm.module.css, like that. And then I'm going to do import link from React router DOM. Okay. All right. And then export the function. So let's make our component now. It's going to be called allow notification. Okay. And just so you're clear on what we're building here is this one, this screen right there. All right, this is really important for building out a proper user flow. You need to have all of these things in there. So I'm going to say div, okay, and this is going to have a class name of style.phone confirm container, like so. Okay, inside of here, I'm going to have another div, and I'm going to center align it. So let's go ahead and class name text center, okay. Inside of here, I'm going to have an H1, and that H1 will say last important step, like this. Let's go to ours. Okay, and let's actually go ahead and connect this to our app.js and add it to our routing so we can actually go to this page. Okay, so I'm going to import allow notification from, actually we don't need this because we should just be able to use this component, okay? So I'm going to go here and I'm going to say allow notification and hit save. And it's already imported at the top. And the exact path to get here will be allow underscore notification. So now let's change that URL to allow underscore notification. All right. And I'll hit enter. And I'm on this page. Nothing was returned. So we just have to make sure we wrap this thing in a return statement like this. Save. Last important step is now showing up. Okay, that's good. Now, inside of here, I want to add in another H1. And I'm going to say enable notifications to know when people are speaking, okay, or talking, like that. Cool. Now, let's start giving it a styling. So I'll give this one an H1, and we'll say MB-4. All right, so you saw that it gave it a few like line breaks here. Okay, that was helpful. And then we will do for this H1 as well, we'll do something similar, and I'll say class name and we'll go MB-3. Okay, so that moved it up a little bit. Okay, so that's margin bottom, right? Short for, I believe, margin bottom. And that's how we add margin bottoms in Bootstrap. I suck at Bootstrap, but this is fun, right? Like we're all learning something and we're implementing it in this project and using it. So that's super cool. Now let's work on adding the notification pop-up. Okay, so like this little thing here, we'll work on that. So how we need to do that is, first of all, go ahead and grab the image. So it's going to be in the image folder that's in the description of the video that you can get access to. Okay, that's where all the files are going to be, images, all the assets you'll ever need. Grab this image, this SVG, and put it inside of your public images folder, like so. Okay, so now we have it. Now, with that said, let's go ahead and work on more on our allow notification component. Okay, so right underneath this H1, we're going to create a div, and it'll have a class name of style.notification container. And don't worry, we'll create that styling, okay? Let's just add all the content first, and then we will create the styling for it. So just breathe for me. Breathe in, breathe out, and relax. It'll all be just fine. Should I? All right, that was bad, but whatever. I'm gonna add it in anyway. Okay, next up, let's create another div. Okay, and I'm gonna give it a class name of P3. So this is shorthand for padding in all directions in Bootstrap, okay? Way nicer than having to do that in CSS. Is kind of annoying. All right, now within here, we're going to make an H3, and this is going to say Clubhouse would like to send, actually let's camel case everything, would like to send you notifications. Just like that. Cool. Let's get out of that H3, and we're going to have a P tag, and it's going to say notifications may include alerts, sounds, and icon badges. So we got our H3. That's good. You should have your paragraph tag with that information. Now let's go ahead and let's get out of this div, and let's go underneath here, and we're going to create a new div. Okay, and this will have a class name of style.action button. Okay, and inside of here, I'm going to be using a link, and this link will do the following. Okay, exact to, and this link will take me to the home page, and this will basically, the text will say don't allow. Okay, so we have this text that says don't allow. When I click it, I just get redirected to the home page. You saw the URL change at the top. That's it, simple. We'll have another link, and this will also take us to the home page. So let's actually, what I'm gonna do is let's just paste this, and we're gonna remove the word don't. So we have don't allow, and then we have the word allow. Okay, and with styling, we're gonna separate them out from each other so they're not so close. And then let's create an image, and the image source is going to be handicon.svg. Oh ho ho, look at that. Look at how good that looks. Okay, it's coming together. Okay, just have some hope, faith, and some patience. It'll all come together and it'll look beautiful. Just like you. You are beautiful. And I want you to remember that as you watch this tutorial. And if you're enjoying this so far, smash that goddamn like button, break the subscribe button, and help me and help us make this the best community for developers in the world, and beat the YouTube algorithm while we're at it. Back to the tutorial. Okay, so let me, so we got this image. Okay, don't care that much about the alt stuff right now. And let's go ahead and give it a class name. And I'm going to do style.handIcon. Okay, we'll create styling for it. Do not worry. Okay, so now all this stuff is done. Now it's time for the fun stuff. We're going to go ahead and style this page. Okay, all the content is there. Now let's work on our styling. So I'm going to go to our phone confirm module.css. And inside of here, let's start off with the notification container. Okay, so I'll go notification container like so. And I'll give it a border radius of 1 EM, not 1M. Okay. Okay, so we got our border radius. Now you won't be able to see it until I actually add the border. Okay, so let's go ahead and add a background color, and we will add I'll make the background color white. Okay, so there you go. Okay, if I remove the border radius, look at that. It looks like a square and it looks kind of ugly. Then I do this and it already kind of looks delicious. And you're like, man, that looks juicy. I like it. I don't know where it's headed, but I am liking this. And now we're going to give it a box shadow, and box shadow of 0 pixels by 0 pixels by 5 pixels. And then we're going to go like this. Ooh, look at that. That drop shadow just makes it pop out and it just looks visually so damn good. But a few more touches. So work with me here. Let's go here. I'm going to go notification container. Let's grab H3 by the balls. Okay, hopefully there are no kids listening to this. But you know, in that case, it's just juggling balls. And we will give it font size of 1 EM. Cool. What happens if I let go of this? Ooh, okay, so it makes it much smaller, right? Boom. You saw the H3 get under control because the H3 was ridiculous. And we'll give it a font weight of 500. Okay, let's hit refresh. Cool. And then font style won't really matter. I'll give it a color of 00000 like this. Okay, so it's like kind of dark black. Very subtle difference there, but definitely you can see it if you look closely. And then width, we're gonna go 100%. Okay, boom. So let's go and I'm gonna margin auto this thing. Okay, and then after this, let's go margin bottom. Let's add a little margin bottom, and I'm gonna go with 0.3 EM. Okay, makes a little bit of a difference, gives us some more breathing room. And now let's control the P tags. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and do that. So I'm gonna go notification container. We'll grab the P tags, and then I'm gonna say font size. Let's go 0.825 EM. Cool. Let's go refresh, and then let's go font weight 500. Okay, so now this is starting to look a little bit better. I'm gonna go line height of 1.3. So that reduced the line height by a little bit. And then let's go margin auto on it. Okay, so that allowed it to kind of be center aligned. Good. Next up, grab the notification container and grab the action button class like this. And in here, I'm just going to say position relative. And then what we're going to do is let's grab the action button class. And inside of the action button class, let's grab the A tags. And we're going to do a couple of things. So first of all, I'm going to say display, and I'm going to say inline block. Okay. All right. So now what I want to do is width 50%. Okay. Wow, that looks great. So don't allow and allow are separated. All right. So now what I want to do is let's give it a padding of 0.5 EM. Nice. Okay, that looks great. And I'm going to give it a border top of 1 pixel solid, and we'll make it like so. Ooh, so clean. Okay, we got a border top. Now let's go color. Let's use our variable and use this. And what that did is it changed the color of the button. Okay, now watch what happens when I comment this line out, and I'm going to hit save. Keep looking at the colors. They're like blue, right? But then when I do this and hit save, they're like depressing turquoise color, which I don't know why Clubhouse uses those colors. It kind of depresses me, but they like to use it. So we're going to be using this. Dope. Okay, good. Now let's go again, notification container, action button inside of it. And then we're going to grab the A tags, and we're going to get the first child of the A tags. Okay. And inside of here, let's go border right. Dope. And go 1 pixel solid and that little gray color. Okay. What broke this time? All right. So this is what got added right now. Okay. Right there. That's what got added. And that's looking good. Now let's work with the hand icon. So I'm going to go notification container. Let's grab the hand icon inside of there. And we'll go position absolute, and we will go bottom negative 90 pixels. Okay, let's hit refresh. Ooh, where is that image? We don't even see that image. That image is gone. It's invisible. But the card looks freaking beautiful, right? The card looks freaking great. just because of these border, right? That added that. The other border top added this. I mean, it's just clean. And now let's go ahead and go right. And I'm going to go 20 pixels. Okay. So now we got the hand showing up, the hand of God, and we'll give it a width of 80 pixels. Boom. And now it's telling people, hey, go ahead and allow it. Okay. Go ahead and allow it. So this page looks good. It makes you want to click allow. So then this page's job is therefore done. Okay. Good job if you've made it so far. And let's just keep going. Okay. Let's not stop. And now what we're going to do is we're going to create a routing container, and it's going to separate routes between logged in users versus logged out users. So let's go ahead and go do that right now. Ooh. All right. So let's go to our app.js. And in here, I'm also going to add switch. All right, like Drake says, I just flipped a switch. Now I'm going to show you how to flip the freaking switch. And under browser router, I'm going to do a few things here, okay? So I'm going to say route. And inside of here, I'm going to say exact. And here's something cool I can do. I can say path, okay? And there's a couple of reasons for this. One for this is going to be extra added layer of security. Like people will not even be able to go to these paths. Or I'm sorry, people will only be able to go to the paths that are inside of this array. Okay, so for example, slash, so this is going to be the home path for like, or the default page, right? Your local host or your main domain of your website. And then I'll have slash invite. We'll have slash get username. I will also have code confirm. Boom, boom, code confirm. And then we'll have allow notification. Okay. So what this means is if you try to even go to a path called like slash bananas, all right, let's go slash bananas, you literally will not be able to go to that path at all. Okay. So that's kind of the point of it. And it's kind of cool like that. And this route is going to end all the way at the bottom. Okay. So it's going to be right underneath where plan layout ends. There we go. Now what we want to do is we want to add a switch statement that's going to allow us to like kind of switch between which one we want. Okay. I'm going to say switch, and I'm going to wrap this thing up in the switch. Okay. So switch is going to end right above the plan layout right there. Let's see what the error is. I got plan layout. Oh, my bad. Yeah, this makes no sense. So switch is just going to be inside of plan layout. Okay. There we go. Cool. So we got our switch, we got our plan layout. A better way of calling it would be like the onboarding layout, right? So it's like, what's the default layout we want on the onboarding screens and the onboarding process when the user is signing up? So that's going to have one style of layout. And then we're going to have a different style of layout once the user is actually logged in. Okay. So like, for example, this is the user flow, right? So if I go to the home page here, this is a completed version of the app, not the home page. Let's go to, let's say, the default one, right? You'll notice that all the text is kind of usually in the middle, and there's this background color, and there's no buttons or things on the top, okay? It has a very like similar style. Now go to invite, consistent style, okay? Same thing, text and content is kind of in the middle. There's no big things on the top, and there you go, right? But now watch what happens once the user has signed up. So let's hit next, let's hit next, let's hit allow. Now our layout is completely different. So once I'm logged in, permanently our layout is going to be different, right? So it doesn't really matter where I go. We have like different styles of layout, right? And they're a little bit similar in nature depending on where you click and where you go. But, right, like upcoming for you goes at the top. If I click explore, explore goes at the top, right? You have two invites, that goes at the top. If I hit notifications, the activity word goes on the top. So there's going to be different layout plans. So this is important for you to conceptually understand as we go through this. And that's why this freaking thing is so cool here that we're doing. Okay, so that's that. You're good with that. And now we're going to keep on rocking and rolling. All right, so now we're going to work on the next layout. Okay, so remember layout 1, the onboarding process layout, right? That was AKA the plan layout. Okay, and then layout 2, we're going to call it app layout. All right, that's going to be the one that's once the user is logged in. So again, I'm going to put in here parentheses. This is going to be for all logged in users. And then this is going to be for all logged out users. Okay, that's how the structure is going to be. So let's keep going. Boom, boom, bada bam. I will go, let's go inside of pages, inside of layouts. We're going to create a new layout. So I'm going to say new file, and I will simply say app layout.js. Okay. And in app layout.js, we're going to do a few things. Import React from React. Then we're going to export default function. So this is where we're going to create our component. It's going to be called app layout, and it's going to take in children. And I'm assuming it's going to wrap the children inside. Okay. So we're going to go div, give it a class name of app layout. So then we can, do something with the styling later on if we wanted to, and then it'll just display all the children components within that div. And let's go to our app.js now. And in our app.js, what I'm going to do is let's go down right underneath where we are actually ending our route right there. And we're going to add another route. Okay. And this route is going to be exact path. All right. And it's going to be an exact path to home. Okay. And we're going to do display app layout here. Okay. App layout like so. Hit enter. So it imports app layout from pages and layouts. Close the brackets. Okay. And then here we're going to add our switch. Cool. And that should be good. All right. So now we're going to add a home page for logged in users. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So inside of our switch, I'm going to have a route, and here I'm going to say exact path, and we're going to say home, and the component will be our home component. Okay, just like that. So I'm doing this here just to show you, like we're just showing you that there are multiple ways of passing in a component. I could have also just said home like this. I can also remove this arrow here. Okay, but I'm just going to leave this here so you have multiple ways of how to pass a component. Okay, so that looks good. Okay, so we have our switch there and then our route. Okay, and then this route can be a self-closing tag because there's not much happening in between that. So we can make a self-closing tag just like this. Okay, and now let's see what happens if I click home and hit enter. All right, it says home is not defined. Great. So now we're going to make our home component. So let's go to pages, and inside of pages, I'll make a new file. It will be called home.js. Okay. And in here, I'm going to do import React from React, and I'm going to do export default function. We're going to do home, and we'll go and just return a empty div. Okay. Let's refresh. And now it says home is not defined. Well, that's because we need to import it. So we'll import home from /pages/home. So now it's there. And if I added a H2 here that said, hello world, home. Okay. And you can see we got home there on the /home route. Okay. But also you can see that there's no styling. So now we're going to go ahead and add that styling. So let's go into our app.css file. And here I'm going to add styling for our app layout like so. And we'll have a background color of Clubhouse. Okay. So you see the background color up there, and we'll do height of 100 ph. Cool. So that's taken over the whole screen. I'm going to do position relative, and then width, let's make it 100%. Okay, max width, I'm going to go with 500 pixels. Okay, and then we'll do margin auto. Okay, beautiful. So now our styling is good to go, and now we're ready to do some damage. All right, now we're going to work on our header. All right, so what that means is we're going to work on all of this, and we'll add it and it'll look great. And you already know, you look great. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go to my, let's go inside of source. Okay, and now we'll create components because these were pages that we were creating earlier. Inside of source, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it components, like so. And inside of my components, I will create a new file, new component, and it'll be called header.js. Okay, and I'm going to do import React from React, like that. I'm going to do import link from, because I'm going to need that from React router DOM, like so. And then let's also do import style from style.header.module.css. They're going to be like, hey, Kazi, that file doesn't exist. And you're right, it doesn't exist. And we're going to run into a problem. So inside of our style, we're going to create a new file, and it's going to be called header.module.css. Okay, let's just look at the style slash. Okay, let's go style slash. And that should be good. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that should be good. Okay, cool. So now let's work on this component. Okay, so there's going to be a lot of things that we're going to be doing. So all function header, like so. And I'm going to just do return. Okay, we're going to have a div, and the class name of this div is going to be style.header. All right, and again, we're going to create all these styles, so don't worry, they're going to not be there yet. And then we'll have link tag. Okay, and this link tag will have an exact to/explore. So when you click it, it'll take you to the explore page. And inside of here, I'm going to have an image, and that's going to be search.png. Now, before we continue further, let's make sure at least this shows up. So what do we need to do? Well, we need to go to our home.js, and we need to replace all this garbage that we have and replace it with our header component. So I'm going to do header, hit enter, and it should import your header from there. Okay. So now our header is being imported, but we don't see anything. So let's see and investigate further what could be going on. Let me remove this div and see what happens. Still, I don't see anything. Maybe it's the styling of the image. So let's go and take a look at that. So actually, you know, of course, we don't have this image. I don't know. Like, this is what happens when you sit here in front of a computer for 6 hours straight and working on this freaking project and coding. You start losing your brain cells. So let's get back into it. Okay. And we need to basically add this PNG file that we don't have, and then I'm pretending to have. So let's go in our images and let's grab search, because we're going to need this. Okay. We're also going to need a couple of other ones, so we might as well just grab it now. So we're going to need search. We're going to need notifications. We're going to need invite. We're going to need calendar, and we're going to need B1. So let's go and drag all of these into our images folder. Great. So now we're going to have access to all of those. Okay. And let's hit refresh, and there we go. Ta-da! Our nice image that perfectly fits on the screen and looks completely mobile responsive. There you go. You're done. Congratulations on your build. You can go home now. Okay, let's work on it now. Cool. So let's of course style it a little bit, because if I don't style this, I'm gonna get a headache. All right, if we continue building this. So let's go ahead and grab our header and display flex like that. We'll go align items center. So this will align items vertically aligns things. Okay, let's go back, style.header, import style from Okay, and this is our header. Okay, great. And then let's take the images first. Okay, let's do .header. Let's take the image, and we will go width 25 pixels. Okay, let's hit refresh. So there you go. That is looking great, right? That looks good. We can see it and we like it. Okay, that's the size that we want. Otherwise, it gets too crazy. And then we're also going to work on the nav items in just a second. But right now, let's go ahead and keep adding things to this. Okay, let's throw in some more images first, so then we can really see the difference of the styling. Because I don't like to just add styling for the sake of adding styling. Let's go to home, and we'll just wrap this up in some JSX fragments like this. Cool. Okay, that's not really going to make any difference, but just, it makes me feel warm and cozy. So just do it for me. Cool. let's go to our header now, and we'll add a couple of more links. Okay, so let's get out of this div, or actually let's stay in this div, and let's just go down underneath this link, and I'm gonna go div, and we will create a new div for our nav items. Okay, so inside of our nav items, let's have a link exact to, and this will be for friends invite. Okay, and inside of this link we will have an image, and this image will be our invite image. So there you go, we got that. Okay, and if I click between these, you notice how the URL will change when I click the mail icon. Click it, and it is navigating me right there, okay, where I asked it to navigate me. Now we're gonna need a couple more icons. To be exact, we're going to need calendar and notification and our profile image. So we're gonna need 3 more. So I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna go here and I'm going to hit paste, and I'm going to hit paste, and then I'm going to hit paste again. Okay, so I copied it and pasted it 3 more times. So we're gonna have a total of 4 inside of our nav bar. Now we need to change a few things. So where it says slash friends invite, we're gonna change this with upcoming. We're going to change this one with activity, and this one will be profile. Okay, and then this one here where it says upcoming, I'm gonna change that to calendar. The activity one, we're going to change this with the notification image. So you see the images are changing. So if you keep noticing what's gonna happen with the last image when I change it from invite to B1, ta-da! So pretty much all the images and icons we need are there. Are they? Calendars 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, great. So yeah, they're all there. So now this header is looking good, but of course we need to finish our styling that we started. Justify content, and we're going to do space between, and you're going to see there's going to be a beautiful difference that happens. And there you go. And the space between is not happening between each element. It's actually happening between our header and then our nav items. Okay. And in between we have space, and that's happening because of this. And that's activated because of display flex. All right. You see how all of this is connected? It is freaking mind blowing. Okay. And I hope it's blowing your mind right now. Let's go padding 0.5 EM, and we'll go 1 EM on this. Beautiful. Position, I'm going to go absolute. Okay. That looks great. We'll go top 0, left 0, and bottom 0, and actually right 0, and then that's good. Cool. And then the background color will be the of course the clubhouse color. Cool. So that looks really, really good. And now we're going to take care of our nav items and give them some margin because they look way too close to me, squeezed up together. So let's actually grab nav items image tags. Okay. And then we'll go margin, and let's give some margin between them. Let's go like this. And now we got some margin between them. They look like they have some breathing room, and that makes us happy. Okay, so they're looking good so far, and we're pretty much good to keep going and go forward and actually work on more things. So let's go. All right, so far so good. Now we're gonna start adding our daily info cards. Okay, and what these cards are these cards right here. Okay, so let's start adding those cards in the mix and start working on them. So we, of course, first of all, need some data, okay? Because we can't just make cards about nothing. So let's go ahead and add some data, okay? So in my source, I'm going to create a new folder. It's going to be called data. And inside of data, I will have a new file, and I'm going to call it dailycard.json. This is where we're going to pull our information from. Cool. So we're going to have an array of objects, hello JSON. And in here, I'm going to have time, and my time is going to be 7 p.m. Okay, and we'll try to give you this file too, but just to kind of speed up the process here, I'm going to just paste this. Okay, so that will speed up the process a little bit. So time, title, description, time, title. So again, boom, Clubhouse Town Hall. What is the connection between and talk less, do more. Okay, so that's just us adding data. So it didn't really add these cards yet. Okay, so we actually need to make that happen. Now, the next thing we need to do is actually be able to have a component that actually shows this. So let's go on ahead to, let's go inside of our components. And in our components, we're going to create a new file, and it's going to be called daily info card.js. It's going to be our component, okay? And I'm going to do import React from React, import style from, we're going to do style / daily info card.module.css. So again, that is not done yet. We're going to actually create that styling. And of course, let's also do import data from, we do data / daily card.json. Okay, so this is going to give us access to all of the data that we have. Now let's export this, export default function, daily info card like this. And I'm going to return. And let's go h2 and we'll say I'm the daily card like this. Let's hit save, and we need to make sure that this is actually showing up. So let's go to home.js, and in home we'll add this component. So I'm going to simply say daily info card. Actually, let's go daily info card and hit enter, and it will auto import this component from the top. Okay, let's hit refresh. Okay, what's the error? It can't resolve. Okay, so why it can't resolve is we need to actually create a styling. So let's go inside of our styling and we'll create a new file, and it will be called daily info card.module.css. So that's going to take care of that, and you should be up and running. Now, the only thing is, well, why are we actually not seeing anything from here? So let's go ahead and figure that out. Okay, so now you might be wondering, hey, the H2 here is not showing up, because that's what I was wondering. And all we have to do to actually fix that is actually, let's go ahead and create a new file in our style. And this file will be called, because what we need to do is push that down. It's actually getting hidden behind. Okay, so we're going to create a new file, and this file will be called home.module.css. Okay, and I'm going to do .home container. And let's leave it empty for just 1 second. Let's go back to home, and we are going to wrap this daily card info in a class, and this class will be class name equals style dot, whoops, let's do style dot home container like that, and this card will be wrapped in this div. And now let's go back. Wait, why does this say style is not defined? Oh yeah, we have to actually import style from style.home, /home.module.css like that. Okay, now we need to actually add some styling to our home container. Okay, so we're gonna do padding top, and we'll do 3.5 EM like that. We will do overflow auto. Let's also do padding left 1 EM. All right, so the reason why that's not showing up is because this daily here is lowercase, and it actually needs to be capital because it was saying that it was not used. So I was like, interesting. So let's make that capitalized. And now, okay, that padding is actually helping, right? If I remove this padding, notice you actually won't see it. So let's add that padding. Beautiful. And now we can see it. Okay, now let's add some padding. Right, we'll go 1 EM on this. Okay, let's go padding bottom. We'll go 3.5 EM. Okay, so there's padding at the bottom. That'll help push out other things that are too close to it. We'll go height 100%. And yep, this is looking good. So the home container now looks good. Let's go to daily info card. Okay. And let's see if we can console log things, right? So let's go and console log and see what data gives us. This is the data that we're actually pulling from here. So I'm going to hit inspect, and we're going to go to console, and I have an array, and that array has all my stuff in it, right? So I'm already getting access. So like if I want to get access to 7 p.m. time, or let's see, if I want to get access to where the title is mind body game, how do I do that? So I'll get my first index, and then I will go give me my title, right? So if I did that, save, I'm seeing mine body game. Okay, if I wanted access to this dynamically inside of my H2, I could actually do that as well. Just add this, some JSX magic, hit save, and mine body game is showing up here, right? If I replace this with 1, now you'll have that one. If I replace this with 2, so you're getting the pattern here, right? I'm probably gonna write a for loop, okay? And that for loop is probably gonna show as many items as there are in my JSON, okay? Got it? Cool. So now now ain't nothing to it but to do it. So let's go ahead and do that. So in my components, let's start working on it. Let's remove this return here. Okay, let's make it an expression. And then inside of here, I'm going to have my div. I'll have class name equals. All right, we'll go style.dailyCard. So this styling we will create. It's not there yet. Okay, so refresh. Should be good. Okay. And inside of here is where we are going to do our looping. Okay, so let's go data.map. So whenever you're looping, the .map is going to come to save the day. We get access to that item. Let's create another div. Inside of this div, we'll have span class name. We'll leave this blank. Okay, and then we're going to go item.time. It says item is declared, but its value is never read. So we're okay. Oh, maybe these are let's put squigglies, right? Because okay, there you go. All right, so it's still not showing up, but we'll have to do a couple of things for it to actually show up. So let's see what we need to do. Let's go to all right, so now another thing we want to do is make sure that this is actually returning right away. So we're going to do an implicit return. And how we do that is simply, because this lacks a return statement, right? So if I had a return statement like this here, you'll notice that it just works and I'm pulling all the information that I need. Okay, but what we're going to do is I'm going to delete this, and we're going to remove the squiggly and this squiggly, and instead we're just going to replace it with a open close paren like this. Okay, and then another one, and we're good. Okay, so now it's just returning this. All right, implicit return here, and boom. All right, guys, so now let's go ahead and what I'm going to do is right underneath this span, let's make another div. And inside of here, we'll make a span tag, and we'll say class name, we'll leave it empty. Okay, and actually, let's not do that. I think let's do it another way. So div will go span. I'm sorry, I'm just changing my mind here like crazy, guys, but just hang in there with me. I think we should be fine with this way, how I had it. And I think I want to do item.title now, because I want to get the title. So 7 p.m. Mind Body Game, Clubhouse Town Hall, and ism.earth. So that's good. And underneath this, let's go p tag, and let's grab the description now. There we go. So now we got all of them. But what we need to do is make the title like a little bit smaller and gray. Make the description probably bigger and dark. Okay. And then we'll add this background color. Okay. Probably add a little border radius. And that seems pretty good, right? And then maybe some more things, but that seems like a good start. So those are the things I'm keeping in mind as I'm going to go and create the front end for this. So let's go into our daily info card module. That's CSS. And we'll grab this class. Let's of course add our background color first. We'll do E7, E4, D5. This save. Okay. Background color is showing up. Actually, is it showing up? Let's go FFF like this and hit refresh. Okay. Again, I don't know why I wrote daily. Let's actually write daily card. There we go. Okay. Now it's showing up. So now let's change this to E7, E4, D5. Okay. Just like this. So now that color is there. Beautiful. All right. So we added the background. So that's good. Okay. Let's add padding to it. So right? Because right now it's too close to the 7 and, the time and the title and the description is too close to them. So we'll add some padding, and that'll boom, right? Gives us some space and makes it bigger. And then the last thing is let's add some border radius to it. And that gives it those nice little rounded corners. Okay. What's next? Let's add our daily card and target the div. So we're going to actually work on the div. Let's go display flex. And again, the reason why we're using this little greater than sign that you see here is because we don't want to select all of the children, right? If I did this, it'll select all the divs within the divs, within the divs, within spans that have divs inside of them, whatever, right? By doing this greater than sign, I basically say, hey, buddy, only get, let's say like this div, don't grab this div, okay? Just the child of this card, that's it. Okay, the direct child, not my grandchild and great-grandchild and great-great-great-great-grandchild, okay? So use that for your advantage, but just remember, with great power comes great responsibility. And we'll go flex start on this, cool. And then I'm gonna give margin bottom and we'll go 0.5, okie dokie. So now you see there's like weird stuff going on with it, but it's all good, okay? That's what I think adding display flex did that, right? So if I remove display flex, this is how, or if I add display flex, right, this is how it's looking. So we're still gonna need to style it a little bit more and then make it work. Okay, let's let me actually zoom out a little bit. So if I zoom out, it looks better. And this is realistically, this is probably how it'll look on a phone, but I'm just zoomed in more, guys, because I am on a giant TV. So to you, when I zoom out, things look really, really small, right? So for you, the viewer, I'm zooming in a little bit, okay? So just forgive me for some of the things when they don't look right. Let's grab our daily card. Let's grab a div within it, and let's grab a span within that, okay? And we'll go width 20%. And then let's also go text align, and I'm gonna say end. Set refresh. So you see this went to the right like this. Let's grab our daily card again. Let's grab the div within it and the div within that. Okay. And how I want to style it is I want to go margin left, 0.5 EM. Okay. So now there's a gap between the time and the title and the description. Okay. We'll go display flex. Cool. We'll go flex direction and let's go column. Okay. And width 80%. Great. So that looks good. And I'm going to just add a couple of more things. So I want to grab my daily card class again, and I want to target the span, all the span tags inside of it. Okay. And basically I want to say, hey, font size of this, give me 0.675 EM. Actually, yeah, that should be good. So there we go. We got the smaller font size, just like kind of how we wanted, right? We're going to go color in here, and I'm going to go, hey, give me my text color. Okay, so this is more of that clubhouse color. And then font weight, I'm gonna go 500 on this bad boy. Okay, so just adds a little bit more weight than the default. Now I definitely want to play with my that sounds funny. Now I definitely want to play with my p tag. Okay, and we're gonna give it a font size of 0.875 EM. And let's go ahead and refresh this. My boy Frankie's in the house. Let's go. Shout out to boy Frankie. There we go. We got the clap. Hey, if you made it so far to the video, just say Frankie in the comments and nobody will know what the fuck you're talking about. It'll be the most upvoted comment. It'll confuse the shit out of people, but you're the squad. You're the notification squad, so fucking do it. Hey, all right. Let's go here, and I'm gonna give it a font weight of 500. Okay, again, you see that pop out just a little bit and become darker, and man, it's starting to look good. I'm gonna give it a line height. Hamid is excited too. Nice. Line height. Okay, so now the line height actually made it come closer to each other. So it actually decreased the default that it had. I'm going to give it a margin of 0. So let's see what that did, right? So here's a slow-mo replay. Boom, take away that margin, and it's much closer together. Okay. And I'm going to go inline block. Cool. And inline block. What else do we got? Okay. White space. Gonna give it a no wrap on this thing. So this is useful for, in this case, it's not going to be too much useful, but this line here is useful for like if this screen became too small and one of these words had to be broken down, it'll wrap it to the next line, okay? Instead of like running across the screen and having you scrolling left and right. But here it's not that necessary. All right, and then let's go, of course, overflow. I'm going to go overflow hidden. Okay, and we'll make that important. All right, and then basically what we're gonna do is I'm gonna say text overflow, okay, and we'll do ellipsis, okay. So if the text ever becomes too much, I just kind of want it to give me an ellipsis. So let's actually see if it does anything. So I'll make the description much longer. Let's see if that does anything. Wow, look at that. So as soon as it starts overflowing, look at that. From the front end, we can actually put the dots. How freaking cool is that? Normally, you have to do that from the back end, right? A dummy like me that doesn't understand front end that much, I would normally not do this, but it's cool. Like I'm learning these new features with you, okay? We're both learning together. So it's exciting. So that's actually a really cool thing to be able to do, okay? So that's your text overflow ellipsis, little ninja hack. And then we'll go width. And we'll go 195 pixels. Okay, so that made the width a little bit smaller, and therefore the text starts to get the ellipses a lot earlier. Okay, so our home.js is looking good. Our daily card JSON is looking good. Our daily info card component is looking good. Our module files are looking good. So this is good. Now we're gonna create a room info cards with dummy data. Okay. So we're going to have room cards now, and they're going to have a bunch of information in them. So let's go and start adding some JSON files. Okay, so let's go in our data. I'll click file. We'll go room card.json, just like that. Okay, and in room card, we'll have boom. Okay, and basically we'll I'm going to copy some of this. Okay, because it's going to take too long to handwrite this, okay? And we'll try to give you access to these files too, so you can actually copy this and add this. All right, and then starting from my members, I'm going to copy that as well. So let's go here and paste that. Cool. And then I'm going to get a couple of more members and basically, you know, complete all of my data in here. So I got all of my stuff that completes my entire JSON file. Okay, you will just have this out of the box. So I got a couple of members here. Okay, so for example, what am I trying to do right now? So all this stuff here, good time. We got Calvin Harris, right? And then we got Sriram, Krishan, Arthi, we got Steven Sinofsky, we got Paul Davison. That data is going to start to be pulled from here. Right now in our app, it's not being pulled from anywhere yet. Okay, so we are going to work on that. So let's go to our components. Let's create a new file, and we're going to call this file roominfocard.js. All right, and now we're going to do the usual. We got our import React from, and later we're going to need these, okay? Even though right now we might not need this, but later we're going to need to use state, and we're going to need React hooks, so we're going to need a use effect. So let's go from React. And then I'm also going to do import style, all right, from, and I'll go style roomcard.module.css like so. And I'll also go import data from data/roomcard.json. Okay, those are the three things I need access to. And now I'm going to do export default function. So basically the component that I need, room info card, it'll take in props, and let's open it up, and I'll just say return. And I'm just going to have it return an empty JSX fragment for now. Actually, let's add in an H2 and say I am the room info card. So now what I want to do is I want to connect this to my home so I can actually just see this file. So let's go to our home.js, and in my home, I'm going to do a couple of things. I'm going to add this component right underneath daily info card. So I'm going to say room info card and hit enter. That's going to auto import it at the top. And then I'm going to say set items visible equals, okay, and you'll see what I do here, and it's going to be basically some of these items. So actually we're just going to leave it as is. I'm not going to add any kind of extra fanciness to this, just to kind of like reduce the scope of the project. Otherwise it would just take too freaking long. Okay, so I'm going to make it a little bit simpler so you can have it on your portfolio much faster. Okay, now I'm importing it. I'm showing it here. Now it's complaining, hey, you don't have the styling for it. Okay, great. Let's add a new file. It'll be called roomcard.module.css. And that's it. And hit refresh. And now this says, hey, I am the room info card. So we got this thing connected and doing what we wanted to do. And now if I wanted to like loop through it and print this stuff out, I could, right? And then I would basically have access to all of the things that I need, right? So like, for example, I could just do data.map. I can grab each item, loop through them, and let's do implicit return here. Okay. And we can basically say what we want here, right? So here, let's just get our item. So you're going to complain. All right. So let me actually do json.stringify because it doesn't like when I do it the other way. So there we go. I'm just like splatting my entire object onto the screen. If I needed access to like particular things from it, I could get access to them, right? But what I imagine this is probably we have an array of objects here, right? And I can loop through them and get access to them and show the people and blah, blah, blah. It's just a JSON file. Okay. But JSON stringify is kind of a nice way to just splat things onto the screen and see them all in one place. Okay, cool. So let's now remove this stringify thing that we're doing here. And instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, let's open this up and let's go, let's open this up and what the, that's not what I meant to do at all. What is happening? Okay, that's beautiful. Boom. All right. Now inside of here, I'm going to have a div inside of which I'm going to have another div inside of which I'm going to have another div. Okay. Is it mysterious enough? How many more divs I'm going to have? You don't know. And then I'm just going to do style.roomCardContainer. And within this, let's go and add an H6. I'm going to say, hey, give me my item.title. And then within this, let's go H2. So I'll go H2 here. Actually, let me practice that shortcut. Let's go H2, just like this. Command D, okay? When I do Command D, it selects, I delete it, deletes both, save, boom. Okay, so now I'm getting access to my titles. And here, I'm gonna get access to my subtitle, okay? So title, subtitle. Still doesn't look as beautiful as I want it to, but that's going to happen very, very soon. Okay, the speed that we're going is going to happen very, very soon. So let's go to our module file. So roomcard.module.css. And now all we got to do is just add some styling. Okay, so let's go and go room card container. And I'm going to give it a background color and we'll make it white. Save, and you can see that white happening. Let's give it a padding of 1 EM, which way? Cool. Now we're going to give it a border radius of 1 EM. Cool. So now we got slightly rounded corners. Let's go border none. Okay, so now it looks cleaner. And then we're going to go margin top 0.5 EM. So each of the cards has some spacing in between it. Beautiful. Now let's target the H6 and style that. So I'm going to say font size 0.67575 EM. Save. So now that good time font became a lot smaller. I'm going to give it a color of var text color like so. And font weight will go 500. Okay. Then let's grab the room container of H2. Font size. I'm going to go 0.875 EM. Okay, so now that text is a lot more contained. It's not as crazy. Font weight, that, and I'm gonna go line height 1. Okay, so that reduces the line height that they had. And then for color, we're gonna go like just straight up black, right? So let's just go boom, cool. So it's like dark black, perfect. So room card info is looking good. Now we're making good progress. Let's keep going. Let's add details in the room info card. Okay, so this is gonna require a couple of things. So first of all, let's go ahead and let's do yarn add react icons. And remember, you will probably need to do npm install if you're not using yarn like me. So yarn add React icons. Okay, so now once that installation takes place, it's going to be really good. And I need access to a couple of images. So I need access to this user image right here. I also need access to this user image right here. Okay, so these two images you're going to need. So let's go ahead, open our public, have access to our images. Let's drag this, drop it into our images, and voila, we have access to it. Okay, beautiful. Then what we need is we need to work on our room info card. So let's go to our room info card, not here, room info card right there, and let's work on it. So React icons that we actually added has access to all of the icons. That means it has access to font awesome, ant icons, and the rest of the icons. Okay, so that's why it's super useful to use that library. It also has access to material UI icons and evil icons and feather icons. So all the icons. Okay, so installing React icons is a really nice hack that you can use. Okay, so use that. All right, so now we're basically going to add some more details to the info card to make it look like this, because we have the title, we have the subtitle, but we don't have the people's names showing. We don't have how many people are in this room. There's like a bunch of stuff that we don't have, right? We don't have images of the people showing like this. And we're also going to need icons like this chat icon, this filled chat icon, and this like person filled icon. So we're going to need a couple of things here. So let's start off by working on those things. Okay. So we got the images that we needed. Now we just actually need to like start coding some of this up. So inside our room info card, let's go right underneath this H2 right here. And we're going to make another div. And and I'm going to give it a class name of style.roomMembers, like so. We are going to create styling for room members later. For now, let's just keep going. So we got room members. Let's create another div inside. And in this div, I'm going to have my images. Okay, and we're going to have user image.jpg. And this one, so that image is already showing up. That's really, really good. And then this is going to be called user image 2. So we got both of the users, but notice that it just keeps running across. I can scroll horizontally. I mean, it's kind of hideous, but it works. So that's a really good sign. And it's looping through. So for however many cards we have that many images, right? So these two images showing up 3 times, 6 images showing up currently. Cool. All right. So now what we need to do is let's go right underneath this div ending. We'll create another div. And inside of here, let's loop through. We're going to do item.members.map. And remember, we're already looping right here. So we have access to item. So then we're going to map through each item's members. And we're going to do the following. I'm going to grab any item that's in there. Let's do this. And we're going to have it just return an expression. Let's go inside of here. And we'll do a p tag. Okay. And then inside of there, I'm going to do item.firstName and followed by item. So that person's first name, and we'll do, I mean, it should just be called person, right? We could probably just call this person as well. So we got first name and then we got last name, like so. And let's see if it's actually showing up anywhere. So boom, Sriram Krishan, Arthi, Steven Sinofsky, Paul Davison. We have this working already. And let's actually name it person unless we have a good reason not to. Okay, now the code easier to understand. And then let's actually add our icons. Okay, so let's go all the way to the top, and I'm going to do import. And I'll say BS chat dots fill, and BS fill person fill. And we'll do from React icons / BS. Okay. And if I scroll down, oh, what happened to my freaking, oh yeah, okay, let's add it here. We didn't add it, that's why. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to say BS chat dots like this. And now we got the person next, and next to the person, we have the chat dots. Okay, so that looks great. That looks really, really good. Right underneath this, we're going to have a p tag. This is going to have its class name, and we're going to do display flex, align items, and I'm going to do center. And then inside of it now, inside of this p tag, we'll add a span tag, and this will have a class name of mr2. Okay, so margin right, we're going to give it some margin right. And let's just write 1.8. Beautiful, it's there now. And right underneath that, let's go BS fill person fill, so we can have that icon right next to that. Okay, and then I'll go span, and we'll go class name. Let's do mx2, and we'll just leave it blank for now, okay, or empty, like basically giving a space right after the span. Let's have another span here, and we'll go class name, and again we'll go margin right too. All right, and just in case I didn't clarify what mx was, mx is margin horizontal. Okay, this is margin right. Cool. So we'll go and let's just put the number like 5 here. Okay, and then we'll go and basically do chat dots fill. Okie dokie, that looks good. So now this page is pretty much done. Now all we got to do is work on the styling. So let's go into the room card module.css and let's finish up the styling that we started. Okay, so let's go room members and we'll grab the image. And first let's control the image because it's just out of control and it's like way too big. There we go. So now we got the images under control. So that's good. Let's add the border radius of 0.6 em. Okay, so now already the images are looking really clean. It's so cool. Like I kind of just want to build an app for our own team now. This like inspires me. And let's go like this, room members, and I'll go display flex, and I'll go align items, flex start. Okay, good, cool. Let's go room members. I'll grab the p tag, and then we'll go font size 0.975 em. Okay, let's refresh. So now it's looking good. We have the images to the left. We got the text nice and center, just like this. Font weight, I'll go 400. And line height. Let's play with the line height. So line height, will shrink it. Okay, we reduce the line height and we'll go margin bottom. Okay, so we shrunk the margin bottom too. So now these cards are kind of getting squished together and coming closer. Okay, and giving it that text color. Okay, good. And let's grab our room members class. Let's grab the div inside of it, and let's grab the first child in that div. Okay, and what we're gonna do with this is I'm going to say, hey, make the position of this relative and give me a margin right of 2 em. Boom, look at that. If I take away the margin right, it makes a huge difference. So let's hit refresh, save and refresh, boom. So now we got the images on the left, we got this on the right. Now these cards are looking really freaking good, right? Now we want to do a couple of more things and it'll make all of this look even better. Okay, so let's go room members. Let's grab the div. Let's grab the first child again. And then within that, let's grab the image. And then let's grab the second child like that. And we'll basically go, so this is the second image. So this is really cool. We're basically saying, grab this div, inside of that div, right? So wherever the div is, inside of that div, get me the image. So that's like, okay, I'm getting you all the image tags. And then we're like, inside of the image tag, get us the second image. So like, we don't care about this one. Specifically, we want the second one. And we're going to go position absolute. And then we're going to go left 1 em. And we'll go top 1 em, just like this. So hit save, and look at that. This image is now on top of that other image. Watch what happened when I removed the first child from being relative. It is now gone up and it's doing position absolute against the entire browser, right? By doing this trick here, by making the parent position relative, then what happens is that the child, even though it's position absolute, it's only going to play instead of playing on this entire canvas, and then it goes, hey, left 1 EM and top 1 EM is right there. It goes, we go, actually, that's not your parent anymore. Your parent is actually now just this container over here that contains the images. And so then within that, when we give it a position absolute and go left 1 EM and top 1 EM, it goes right there. You see, it's kind of like a cool hack that you can do. So yeah, this card is looking good. I mean, it's very clubhousey. We got the top nav bar working. I mean, why stop now, right? When you're about to take over the city and your boats are in there and you're already fighting and you're winning the battle, that's not the time to go back home. That's the time to keep on going. So if you're here, keep on going. All right. Right now is not the time to quit. Right now is time to smash that like button. If you want to become a developer, if you want to put this project on your portfolio and change your life, and to subscribe to this goddamn channel and let your friends know about this. Okay. Because what are they doing? They're probably doing nothing. They're just hanging around. Maybe it's a Friday, maybe it's Saturday, Sunday. They're not doing anything. Send them this video. Change their life. Make an impact. With that said, let's get back into the tutorial. Okay, so this photo, I mean, it's looking freaking beautiful. And let's just keep going. Okay, so now what we want to do is let's add a button to start a room. So like, for example, I'm talking about this button right here. All right, that green juicy button that says start a room. We're going to add that, because that's what our app needs right now. So inside of my home.js, okay, let's go home.js. Inside of here, we're going to add this thing. Okay, so all the way to the top, let's go import, and we're going to do AI outline plus outline plus, okay, from React icon / AI. And then we're going to need another one, and we're going to go BS grid 3x3 gap, and let's go BS. Okay. So what is this? Well, here is the 3x3 grid icon, and then here's the other icon that we're going to need. Okay. So let's fucking go. We got this. All right. Now, we're going to go down into right underneath our room info card. Let's get out of this div. Let's create another div. And within here, I'm going to go class name, and we're going to go style.action_button. And let's give this a styling as well. So I'll go style, and we're going to give it a object. So we're going to go position items. Actually, let me think about this, because we might not even need that. We might be able to keep it simple. All right, so now what we're going to do is let's go ahead and, the main functionality we're going to start working on is the starter room and how it opens up these rooms, and you can choose from different ones. So we're going to kind of add that functionality. So let's go. We got this button, this div right here. Now inside of here, what I want to do is I want to create a button. All right. And then within this button, what I want to do is I want to have my outline plus. Okay, not pick center. We don't need to import that. Okay, great. This icon, I'm going to give it a margin right. So let's just first add it so you can see it. So right now, this plus is all the way at the bottom left. Doesn't look very pretty, but it's there. Okay. Let's give it a class name, and we'll do our bootstrap class. So I'm going to go margin right to. Okay, so now that expanded it and made it a little bit bigger. Okay. And then we're going to say start our room like this. So now we have a button that says start a room. Okay. And then right underneath that, we're actually going to have another button, and this button is going to say the following: BS grid 3x3 gap, and let's end it just like so. And it says is not, what? Okay, let's refresh. React-icons is not exported. Attempted import error. Interesting. Okay, let's try to do this. BS grid 3x3 refresh. Okay, so the error here, guys, is this, I believe, is a capital X. So let's make it a capital X and save, and that should be Reference error 3x3 is not defined. Okay, cool. Now we got that grid icon showing up at the bottom. Okay, beautiful. So that's looking good. And let's now start styling this, okay? Because it looks way too ugly for us to just be able to ignore it and continue. So I'm gonna go on home container, and then we're gonna go and get the action button. All right, so pro tip, this plus sign here basically means, hey, get me the sibling action button of home container. Okay, so they're at the same level. So like if I go in home.js, or not home.js, where should I go? Room info card. Okay, if wherever we have home container, is there a good example of this? Let's look. All right, so basically here, I'm saying, hey, get me the action button that's at the same level as this guy. But say that this action button was nested inside here, it would not get me that. And if it was on the outside of this, one layer back, it would also not get me that. So as long as they're at the same level, it will get me that. Okay, that's pretty freaking cool. You can do that with that plus sign, little plus sign action here. So I'm going to get you the sibling action button, and inside of it, any buttons, I want to style them the following way. So it's not child, it's sibling. Cool. So now let's go and let's give it a background color of transparent. And then what we're going to do is border none. That should make it look less ugly. So you can see all the way at the bottom. Now it looks slightly less ugly. And then we'll go margin left and we'll go auto. That should, let's see, does that do anything? It doesn't do anything in this case. Not a problem. Let's go home container and we'll do the same thing again. So action button like this. And then let's do display flex. And I'm going to just do font size and we'll go 1.3 EM like this. Now let's do home container and I'm going to grab the sibling action button. And okay, this display flex actually I don't need, but here we got our display flex. Okay, hold on. I'm doing something funny here. Okay, so this home container here, right? What I want to select within this, by the way, is I want to actually select the button SVG. All right, now you can start to see that it's actually in the middle. So that's cool. So get me the button SVG. And then in this one, what I want to do is I'm going to align item center. Okay, so I want to be vertically aligned. I want to add padding. Okay, so that was the thing that was missing, and that's going to actually make a big impact on how this looks. So I added padding, and now you can see all the way at the bottom, I got starter room with tons of padding, but it's like just stuck to the bottom. But that's not what I want. I want it to be there like all the time. Okay, so let's go down. It's there, and then it goes away. So we're going to fix that. That's why we're going to give it position absolute. Okay, actually, we can even do position sticky. All right, so now it just freaking stays. It stays there the whole time. And now let's go position. All right, and now we're going to go and do left 0. And I'm going to do right 0, and then I'm going to do top 0. And you can see it's vanished and then it comes back up. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, it's there. It's there. So that's good. And we're going to give it a background image actually. So let's go background image, and I want to give it a linear gradient, and it's going to be a transparent 20%. We'll give it a certain the clubhouse color here, and we'll give it 80%. So yeah, so it basically has a 20% transparent to 80% clubhouse colors. Okay, going from top to bottom like that. And now let's go home container. Let's grab the action button. Let's grab the button inside of that. And then let's grab the first child. Whoa, what was that? First child. Great. And let's start working on this now. So I'm going to go and say border radius 2 EM. Okay. Let's go background color and let's give it this color. It might be a green color. Let's see. Yep. So we got this green happening. Okay, so we'll still need to change the text color. So let's go and make the text all white. Okay, good. let's add padding actually to it. So I'm going to go like this for the padding. Beautiful. Looking much better. And font size, let's go like this. Beautiful. Font weight, I'm going to give it a 400. All right. Okay. And then display flex, align items. I want to do vertically centered. So that plus sign just got a little bit more centered. It was not initially. We're going to go and position absolute this bad boy. And then left 50%. Okay. And then transform, we'll do translate X by negative 50%. Okay. So now whether I go up or down, it's always there. Up or down, boom, always there. Okay, beautiful. So our starter room is there. Our other like little grid icon is there in the bottom right. So this is looking really good. And ignore that little thing that's my Chrome extension that is just impossible to ever remove. But we're making really good progress so far. And then the last thing I want to do, there's still a little bit more that we got to do here, is let's go to our home container, sibling action button. Let's grab a button inside of that. Let's get its second child. Okay, like this. And then let's give it a line height of 1. All right. And then let's go down and I'll do home container again. Let's get the sibling button. Let's get the nth child, and I'll basically get the, all right. And same thing, but this time let's play with the SVG, and we'll go text color. Okay, beautiful. So now all of that is good. It's looking like how we want it. It looks beautiful. Now we're basically ready to make progress and continue further. Okay, and we're gonna basically now add an animated bottom sheet so that when we click starter room, there's actually a bottom sheet that pops open. Look at how good it looks. So let's go and do that. So first things first, let's open up our command line, and I'm going to hit clear, and let's install this thing. So I'm going to do yarn add. You have to do npm install if you're not using yarn. Okay, so yarn add. I'm going to do react swipe. I'm going to move my face so you can actually see it. Swipe able bottom sheet, just like that. And let's mirror my face so it looks like I'm actually looking at the code. So now it's installed. We can put our command line away, and now we can keep going at it. All right, so a couple of things right now, okay, that are happening that are like little funny, and our button doesn't really look that good. Okay, so I'll show you what's happening, okay? Notice on the right-hand side, we have 2 scroll bars right now. So I can scroll within here, and then I can scroll on the outside. What the hell's going on? That's really weird. Why is there like 2 different ways to scroll? So we're gonna do a couple of things. One, I want to do bottom 0. All right, and now this thing should show up. Cool. So now I can scroll in here and it's there, but then I can still scroll on the outside, which is weird, and it doesn't really create a good feel for the app. That's not what we want. So let's go to app CSS, and in this, we don't want to be able to scroll app layout. So let's go overflow, hidden, hit save, and wow, look at that. It's done. Okay. So it's beautiful. The solution was really elegant and simple. Okay. And our problem that we were facing is now fixed and we are good to go. Okay. So let's now keep on going and making progress on this. So next up, all right, so now let's go forward with adding the bottom sheet. Okay, so we already did our installation. Just in case you missed it for whatever reason, just make sure you do yarn add. Let me hit up. Yarn add React swipeable bottom sheet. Okay, because we're going to need that. Again, that's this thing right here. I'm going to hit Command J and lower my command line there. And let's actually add the code for bottom sheet. And there's going to be a couple of things that we're going to need to do for this. Okay, so this is going to take a second. So let's close out of this, go inside of our source, inside of our components. I'm going to create a new file and it's going to be called bottomsheet.js, just like this. Okay, and then we're going to do import React from React, like that. We'll do import swipeable bottom sheet from React swipeable bottom sheet. We'll do import style from, and it's going to complain that we don't have this yet. So we're going to make this next. Bottom sheet module.css. Okay, let's just make this file before it complains because it's really annoying when it does. So let's go to style, new file, bottom sheet.module.css. There. Let's come back to our file now, and going to do export default function, and this component will be called bottom sheet. It'll take in props, all right, and then we'll do return, and we're gonna do this, okay, swipeable bottom sheet, and we'll say open, okay, and they'll take in the props dot sheet visible, and then we'll do, all right, so let's go on change, and we'll go boom on change. Here's what I want you to do, buddy. I want you to go and do props dot set sheet visible. I'll do props dot sheet visible. So basically when you click it, just invert its visibility. Okay, so for example, when I click here, so here it's like off. Right now the default state is off, but when I click it, it's on. But then when I click it again, it's off. You see? So like you need to be able to set it on and off on change. Okay, and in this case, the change is clicking it and moving it down. Okay, so those are going to be the two things that are going to be inverting it. And then I'm going to say props set items visible, and we're going to set that to true. So far, so good. All right, and then let's go full screen equals. I'm going to go props.sheet title. It's going to be room detail. So if it's room detail, then I want you to return true, otherwise false. And let's close that. Okay, and then right underneath this, I'm going to create a div. That div is going to have a class name of style.bottom. Let's go bottom sheet container, just like this. So that's good. And then here we're going to give it a style, and we're going to say background color will be props sheet title profile. Okay, if it is profile, then give me transparent parent, otherwise give me empty. Okay, and that's it. So now let's just close out of everything that we have open, export default function, hit save, and this will save. So that's a lot. We're gonna break it down, don't worry, but right now there is a lot that we got to do. Okay, so let's like keep powering through this, and then it's gonna make sense once it's pretty much done. Okay, so let's go to our home, and in our home I'm going to go and import bottom sheet. Actually, let's not do that because we'll just import it as we need. Import data from, and we'll go data/roomcard.json. Okay, good. And then let's go right underneath home, and we're going to now use state finally. Okay, because we need it in our home JS. So let's go and import it from here. Use state. Beautiful. Go down here. We're going to go const. I'm going to say items visible, set items visible, and this is going to be true. And then let's go and do sheet visible, and we'll go set sheet visible, and we'll go false, and we'll need to do a couple more. Okay, so I'm going to go to this one, and we're going to go sheet create room. This will be set sheet create room. Let's make another one that's loader visibility. So like this is where we're going heavy on React here. Set loader visibility. And then last one, we're going to do card ID, and then we're going to do set card ID. Okay, and we're going to say use state 1, just like that. All right, now we're going to go down, and basically we're going to say for the button on click, I want you to do the following. I want you to set sheet visible and set that to true. And then we're going to add the bottom sheet. And the bottom sheet, we're actually going to add below the button and below this div ending. and we're gonna add a bottom sheet like this. Okay, and if you auto completed it, it should import bottom sheet from the top just like that. So we're gonna go bottom sheet, and I'm gonna say sheet title is equal to start room. We'll set let's actually end the sheet. It's gonna be a self-closing tag. We'll do set sheet visible to, we'll take in item, and we'll go set sheet visible to item. Okay, whatever the item we're passing in. All right, next up, let's go sheet visible like this, and we'll go sheet visible. I'm gonna go card detail, and let's go data.find, and let's do for every item that we get, let's get the item ID. Okay, and check if it's equal to the card ID. Then let's do set items visible. Okay, and again, we're gonna do item. Okay, and I'm gonna go and say set items visible to the item, and then let's do set sheet create room just like this. Okay, equals, go grab the item, and then do the following: set loader visibility to true, and then we're gonna do set timeout, set sheet create room. Okay, give it item, and then what I want to do lastly here is set loader visibility to false. Okay, and then let's just give it 1,000-second timeout. Okay, or not second, but millisecond. Cool. So pretty much 1 second timeout here. So a lot going on here in bottom sheet, but again, just hang in with me. I promise it will make sense. Okay. Now let's hit save and refresh. Okay. And let's go to our app. It says sheet visible is not defined inside of home.js. So sheet visible. Okay. So let's correct that. Set items visible. Set sheet create room. Okay. Beautiful. Okay, let's click. So right now, nothing is necessarily happening. And then also let's go ahead to our styling and add our styling to it. All right, so let's go to let's basically add some CSS, because without it, we really won't see it. So let's go to bottom sheet module CSS here, okay? And by the way, just at a high level, just so I can explain what's happening here, right? When I hit start a room, it opens up a bottom sheet, right? Then I can select any one of these. Now, when I click into one of them and I hit let's go, it opens up yet another bottom sheet, okay? So there's a bottom sheet within a bottom sheet, okay? That's why it kind of gets like a little complex here, okay? And also notice, if we're lucky, you're gonna see a loader in the middle, unless it like loads too fast. So let's go. You see that? You saw that, right? Hopefully you saw that. I'm gonna click it. I'm going to click and right there. Okay, I'm sure you saw it. So that loader is also being added in the middle while it's loading. So there's a lot going on in real time. So let's go bottom sheet container. Let's go here. Where are we adding this class name? Right there. Okay, bottom sheet container, and let's go background color, and we'll go FFFFF, and this is our code. Okay, so far nothing is happening. All good. Let's click here, and let's go border radius. Go 1.5 EM. Let's go padding. I'll go 1.5 EM followed by 1 EM like this. Okay, position. Let's go relative on this, and let's go height 100%. Okay, so now we got this completely styled. It's connected to our file, and now let's troubleshoot what's happening. Oh, and by the way, I made this one typo. Hopefully you didn't make it with me. So if you go to bottom sheet.js in components, I kept writing visible. And so when you do that, what happens is when you click, right, and you hit start room, nothing happens. But if this is visible, right, and then you click it and you hit start a room, that will happen. Like a modal thing will try to open up, okay? Even though right now it doesn't really look that good. So now let's work on, once we click start a room, we want to be able to basically see something, right? So like, for example, when I start a room, I see open, social, close, things like that, right? So let's actually start adding certain things to it. So first things first, let's make a new component. So let's start there. All right, so in components, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna right click. We have bottom sheets, okay? But basically inside of bottom sheets, we're gonna create a new folder, okay? And it's gonna be called bottom sheets, just like this. Not .js, it's a freaking folder. Okay, cool. And then in here, I'm gonna do start room.js, just like that. All right, so we got bottom sheet, this component. Okay, now let's work on it. Okay, so I'm gonna do import React, and then we'll do use state, just like this. I'm gonna go from React. Okay, let's go import style from, and let's go boom, style bottom sheet dot module dot css. And then I'm gonna go import fc globe, because we're gonna use those globe icons, right, in a little bit. So from React icon /fc. Those icons are going to be really cool. Once we add those, that component is going to pop and it's going to look so freaking good. Okay, so let's keep going and add that. Now let's go ahead and make our component, and it's going to be called start room, and it's going to take in some props. All right, and here we go. And room set room. Okay, and we'll go use state open, just like that. And then we're going to say return the following. All right, and let's close that guy. Just kidding. I'm gonna close this JSX expression here, and fragment, I mean. All right, and then in here, I'm going to have a div with the class name of style.switch underscore line. Let's go like this. Now within this div, I'm going to have, actually, no, that div, let's just end it there for now. And then let's have another div. All right, and then we're gonna have a class name of, let's do text right on this. And we're going to add a button to this. And I'm gonna do style.add topic button. And we're gonna create all these styles. So again, don't worry so much about it right now. Plus add a topic. Okay, just like that. Now we're gonna need to connect this to our bottom sheet. So let's just connect this to our bottom sheet for now. Okay, so if I hit start a room right now, nothing happens. So let's go to our bottom sheet and let's import start room from bottom sheets /start room. And then let's go down right underneath this. Actually, where should we add this? Let's add it right underneath this, I think, actually. So let's go right underneath here and let's do a couple of things. All right, so let's go inside of this div here. Okay, not inside here, okay, because that's where you add attributes. So boom, right there. And what we're going to do, okay, is we're going to add our start room component, which we imported from the top, and it's going to be self-contained. So let's just end it for now. Let's go set sheet create room equals and pass it props.set sheet create room, just like this. All right, we're gonna do set sheet visible equals, and we're gonna give it an item, and we'll do this. We'll go props.set sheet visible item and props.set items visible to true. Okay, and that looks good. And I think pretty much we should be ready to go. Okay, we have a start room component. It takes in these things here. Okay, we're giving it like what the set sheet create room prop already is. We're passing it this, okay? And yeah, so let's take a look. Okay, I'm gonna hit refresh. Let's hit start a room. Boom. We get add a topic right there. Okay, right now there's no styling on it, so it doesn't really do all that much, but it's visible and I can see it. Now let's add the other ones. Okay, so we still haven't finished this one yet. under start a room. So we got this add a topic. Let's go right underneath it. We'll go div, we'll go class name, and we'll go style.select room. All right. And inside of this div, I'll have a button. Cool. And I'll go class name and we'll go room equals open. All right. So we're using this ternary operator here. So it's either if it's open, then use the active style, otherwise just blank style. And another thing I want to add to this is I want to say, hey, on click, what I want you to do is give me a little something something. Okay, so set room open. Okay, so when I click, then make sure that the room is now open. Okay, great. Now we're still not done with this button. We're gonna do a couple of things inside of here. Let's throw in a div. Inside this div, I'm gonna throw in my FC globe. Okay, my FC globe component / icon that I'm getting from React Icon. So if you haven't installed it, make sure you go and you install it. Great. And let's go ahead right underneath that div. And what I want to say is open. So that's pretty good. Let's hit save. Let's hit start a room. Oh, not that one. Let's hit start a room. So now you see the globe and you see open showing up. That's a really good sign. So we have certain things coming together. Okay, so now we're going to do something pretty similar and add the next few buttons. So let's add another button. Inside of this button, actually, let's play around with the attributes of this button. So I'm going to say class name, and I'm going to say, hey, if room is equal to social, then do me a favor and make the style active. Otherwise, leave it blank. Okay, and then maybe we'll add an on click for this as well. So we'll do on click, and I'm going to say, hey, give me a set room, and let's go social on this thing. And then let's go inside of the button. And inside of this button here, let's give me a div, give me FC globe. Let's add a self-closing tab just like this. Social. Let's hit start a room. Now we got 2 buttons here. Perfect. And I need to do that one more time for close. So I'm going to get a little bit smarter with it. And I'm going to grab this whole thing, copy it. Actually, maybe let's not copy the div. Let's just copy the button. Okay, all the way till where the button ends. And let's just add it in and hit save. Okay, and then the only thing I'm probably need to change here probably is closed. Set room to closed, and change this to closed. Hit refresh, start a room, and now I got open, social, closed. Open, social, closed. So still a lot left to go on the styling, but hey, that's pretty good freaking start. So that's good. And in bottom sheet, so I've added what I needed to add to the bottom sheet. I added to this. Now that's good. Okay, now we're gonna change the style of start room bottom sheet, and we're gonna add tons and tons of styling, and that's gonna make things a lot better. So inside our start room, let's do a few things. Let's go to where our closed button is. Okay, and where we're closing our div. Right underneath that, let's open up a p tag. And inside of here, I'm going to say start a room like this. And then I'm going to leave this empty space there. All right, we don't really even need that. We can just actually leave it like this. That's a better way to leave it. They are right. Autocomplete is right. Within this, let's add a span tag, okay? And within this span tag, I'm going to say, hey, if the room is closed, can you double check that for me? And if it is closed, okay, do me a favor, okay? If it's closed for people, then write for people I choose, all right? Otherwise, check if the room is social, and then basically say with people I follow. So check for that. So this is gonna be a question mark like this. And then we're gonna do otherwise, open to everyone. All right, so we got multiple nested if then statements, ternary operators, but all they're doing is when I click this, it says start a room open to everyone. When I click social, it says start a room with people I follow. When I click close, it says start a room for people I choose. So that's really what we're trying to do in our app, and look, it's working. So that's pretty freaking cool, right? Like if I click this, it says start a room open to everyone. Click this, start a room with people I follow. Click here, start a room for people I choose. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful angel. All right, let's go div. And I'm going to go class name text center. And then inside of this div, I'm going to add a button. That button is going to have a class name of style.letGoButton. We're going to style this in a second. So hold on to your panties for me, please. Thank you. On click, I'm going to go like this. And we're going to say props as sheet create room, set it to true. Okay. And here, so it's going to be set sheet create room. Okay. So set sheet create room, set sheet visible, set it to true. And then the text for the button that I want is a confetti. Okay, it's just not happening, huh? So we're just gonna, what do I gotta do here? Ta-da, make that, copy it. All right, so confetti, and I'm gonna say let's go, just like that. Okay, this is the let's go button. So we're gonna create a special styling for it. Okay, so let's hit start a room. Oh, not this app, the one we're working on. So you can see we have let's go all the way at the bottom. We have open social close. We have added topics. So now it's just a matter of styling. So let's go to our bottom sheet.module.css, and boy, oh boy, time to get to work. So let's go with styling our switch line. I'm gonna go position absolute, and I will go top 6 pixels. So we'll start seeing differences a little bit later on, but let's just keep going for now. Left 50%. I want to go transform, translate X negative 50%. Okay, like that. Go height 4 pixels, width 35 pixels. Background color, give me a grayish color. Okay, so it's this line right here. Okay, it's a little hard to see, but it's right there. So for example, if I remove that, you don't see it. If I add the color, you see it, right? If I remove position absolute, then it's to the left hand side of my face. If I add position absolute, then it's there, right? If I take out left 50%, it's to the left again. So that's what the switch line is. Okay, then let's go add topic button. And we'll go background color, transparent. Okay, beautiful. And probably gonna go border none on it so it looks cleaner. Refresh, starter room. So there we go. Now add a topic, does not have that ugly border around it, which we're probably gonna remove from all of the other ones as well. And color 28 AE61. Okay, this is going to be that green color. Perfect. Now let's get our select room class. Let's go ahead and style it. So let's go with border bottom 1 pixel, and we'll go solid, and we'll go gray on this one. Beautiful. And then let's go padding on it 1.5 EM by 0. Gonna go display flex, align items center, and then justify content space between. Okay, there we go. Right, so now we have space between, and it's starting to look much better. Life of front-end developers. Get used to it. Get used to it. As a React developer, you are a front-end developer, okay? Now let's go select room, and we'll add a button. Again, we'll do border none. So I'm selecting all these buttons and removing all of their borders, hopefully. Let's bring this down. Let's bring that up. Let's refresh. Ooh, it's gone, baby. Border none. Let's go background color, and I'm going to go transparent. So now that background color is gone. Nice. This is exciting. I'm freaking excited making this with you guys. Let's give it some rounded corners, even though they're freaking invisible. Let's give it a padding. All right. Give it a padding. Okay, and then let's give it the clubhouse color. Cool. And then line height of 1.2. Beautiful. Now it's looking really good. We squished it together just a little bit. Let's grab our select room class, and inside of it, let's do button active. So border, we're going to give it 1 pixel solid, and we're going to give it a light sea green when something is active. So now open is active, now social is active, and now closed is active. So you see when it gets active, it gets that like sign. And then we're going to go background color, and we'll go light blue. And here, right, style.active. That's where we're making that happen. Okay, so if it's open, then apply that style. That's what we're doing. Beautiful. So now it got the background color. So when I click, that's awesome. And then we're going to do now a couple of more things. Okay, so now this is to select what's active. Now let's go with button div. Okay, so let's attack the div, and I'm going to give it a background color, and let's go light sea green again on it. Okay, boom. So it looks a little bit ugly, but just bear with me. Let's give it a border radius of 1.5. Let's go select our button SVG and change the font size to 4em. Okay, so now they're much bigger. Let's go bottom sheet container. Let's grab the paragraph tag. I'll go font size on this thing will be 1em. Okay, we'll go color. Let's go text color, and I'll go text align center. Beautiful. So now this text is in the center, so that's a really good sign. And we'll go font weight 500. Okay, so now that's looking really good. And then let's work on the let's go button. And I'll go font size 1.3em. Font weight, we'll go 500 on the let go button. Let's go border none. That's gonna make it look clean. Let's refresh, hit starter room. So it's starting to look clean. We're probably gonna need to give it a border radius. Let's give it a border radius of 2em. Okay, let's refresh. Oh, border radius, right? Now we got those nice rounded corners. We'll give it font color of white. Okay, now we need to, of course, give it a background color of that green 28AE61. Save. Nice. Now probably let's give it some padding. 0.3em by 2em. Yes. Nice. That works. And then let's go text align on this thing, and I'm gonna go center. Oh man, that is looking freaking beautiful. Okay, starter room. Wow. I am excited by this app, man. This is so freaking cool. Zoom in, zoom out, starter room. Wow, man, I'm excited. Okay, so that looks great. The styling is coming together. My neck is about to fall off. I've been shooting for about 8 hours, but you know, let's go. Let's freaking go, you guys. I'm pumped for you. Let's keep going. So we got an added loader. Okay, so let's work on that. And let's work on also our home a little bit. So let's go on our home JS, and we're going to add, I mean, honestly, we don't actually really need the loader. The loader takes a bunch of work and does so freaking little. But okay, fine. We can add it. I won't be lazy. Let's just go. All right, so let's go loader visibility, okay? And here's what we're gonna do. All right, so my bad, I meant to put parentheses here. Okay, cool. So loader visibility, it's going to have a div inside of it. All right, and inside of this div, we're going to have certain styling. Okay, so I'm gonna say styling, and let's go position fixed, and then I'll go top 0. Okay, and we'll go right, and we'll go bottom 0, and we'll go left 0, and we'll go display flex and align items, and I'll go for align items, I will go center, and we'll go justify content, and that'll also be center. So that's good so far. Let's go here. I'll add in an image, and we'll go images slash loader.gif. So if we don't have this loader, let's go ahead and bring it into our world. I'm going to go to my public file, images. We got our loader right here. Okay, so let's open up our public. We got our images. Let's drag our loader and drop it in there. Okay, beautiful. And let's close out of it because we need that loader. Okay. And then we're going to have another beautiful little thing. So basically this is a ternary operator, right? Either this is going to happen if loader visibility is true, or whatever is in this parentheses is going to happen. Okay. So here we go. So in this parentheses, it's pretty simple and it's just going to be nothing. So either display the loader doing its fancy things, otherwise just do nothing and don't show anything, and great. So pretty freaking simple. Okay. Not complicated, simple. So you see the loader came up, right? Right when I hit let's go, you'll see the loader popped up right there and it was there. It's there as well when I hit it let's go and it's there again. Okay. So very simple and very, very clean. And I think it actually shows up for 1 second. I think that's why we did the set timeout, right? That's why we did set timeout, and that allows it to show up for 1 second. I think if we do 10 seconds here and then I hit start room and then we hit let's go, this will probably show up for 10 seconds. Okay. So we're just kind of like hard coding our visibility. So see what I said? Like, trust me, it'll make sense as we go on. Okay. So it's hopefully already starting to make much more sense. Okay. So we added the loader. Now let's go ahead and add new room bottom sheet. So we'll go ahead and do that. Yeah, new room is going to take a little bit, but I think this one is going to be a pretty important one, you know, that we really need. All right, guys. So now what we want to do is we want to basically add a new room inside of the bottom sheet. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, when I click start a room in my finished app and I hit let's go, look, it starts a new room. Okay, and this is a bottom sheet. Okay, so we have two bottom sheets, one when I click start room and one when I click let's go. All right, so those are two types of sheets that we're gonna need. All right, so let's just get started on that and let's start working on it. I'm gonna work on my component. So let's go inside of our components, right click, and we're going to go inside of our bottom sheet folder. And in here, I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be called newroom.js. Again, we're going to import everything we need. We're going to need to use state at some point. So let's get that now. Let's import the styling. Okay. And if there's any styling that we don't have yet, we just go ahead and make it. So we know it's going to complain at some point about not having room detail module.css. So right click and let's just make it just in case we don't have it. So room detail.module.css, just like that. All right, so we got this made, so that's good. Now let's go back and get some fonts and things that we're going to need, some icons, outline file. Okay, and I'm gonna do from React icon /AI. Okay, beautiful. And the other icon I'm going to need is BS mic mute fill. And let's give it BS, just like this. Now we're creating a new component called new room. And here's where we're going to be using our state variables like mic mute visible and set mic mute visible. And it's going to start off with false. What does this mean? So if I go to my finished version of the app, if I hit start room, and if I hit let's go, look all the way at the bottom right, you're gonna see the mic. If I click that mic, it becomes, and this becomes mute as well right here. And when I unclick it, there's no mute that's there anymore. How is that happening? Well, this is actually where we're using our state variables to make sure that we keep that information. We can show it in real time, okay? So that's what's really going on there. And let's go down, and I'm going to go card props.card detail. Beautiful. So we got our useState hook, and we're using it here. That's beautiful, and it's helping us. All right. So now I want to make sure I return, and we want to return something. So right now I'm just going to say potatoes. All right, potatoes. So I'm not going to return anything useful, but what I want to do is connect this component where it's going to be shown. And that way then when I'm making changes, I can actually see them happen in real time. Okay, so we're gonna go do that. So let's go to our home file, home.js, and let's go down, down, down. Where should we add this? Okay, so right when, where am I doing my timeout? Cool. So right underneath where I'm doing my timeout, we're gonna add this, and we're going to add a bottom sheet, just like that. And we're gonna go, this is going to be a self-closing tag. So let's just close it right away. We're gonna go sheet title is new room, and set sheet visible is going to be taking an item, and let's go set sheet create room. Okay, it's gonna set it to whatever item we pass it. Boom. Let's go sheet visible like this, and card detail. We're gonna do new room data and set items visible. I'm going to do taking an item, and we'll do set items visible to item. Okay, now this new room data that we're giving it here, it's clearly not imported. So let's go ahead and import that. So I'm going to do import new room data from, and actually we need to get our data as well, okay? Because we're going to need to use that data at some point. So first, let's go ahead and make that file. So we have our new room JSON file, okay, which is this one right here. And again, ours is pretty simple. We're going to keep it really, really simple. So let's go inside of source, and inside of source, let's go inside of data. And in my data, I'm going to create a new file, and we're going to call it newroom.json. All right. And let's just paste all of this there. Okay. So that is pasted. All right. So if I go to our app right now, our app is saying, hey, new room data is not defined. So we made our data. Now we're just simply need to import it. Okay. So I'm going to say import new room data, and we're going to say from, let's go bottom sheets / new room. Okay. So bottom sheets / new room, just like that. All right. And that's going to really, that's going to basically import that. So that complaint should stop. Now it says, hey, can't resolve this. So let's go check what is happening right now and why it can't resolve that. So new room data. Okay. Currently I'm in my pages in home.js. So I might have to back out of the directory and then go into bottom sheets. Let's check pages, home.js. Yeah. Might have to back out and go to data, right? So back out / data / bottom sheets and new room. Hit refresh. Let's make this small, lowercase it. Actually, let's delete this because we cannot import that there. But let's go new room data, not in bottom sheets because that's not where it's at. I don't know why I'm going crazy. So let's go data / new room. Okay. And let's do .json. Okay. Let's hit refresh. And now that's good. Okay. Beautiful. Exactly what we were looking for. All right. So far when I hit start room and I hit let's go, it just keeps opening new sheets, but it just feels like they're kind of on top of each other, right? So we're going to go ahead and fix that and make it so it actually opens new sheets. Okay. So let's go and let's go back into our, let's go back into a bottom sheet.js. Okay. And make a couple of changes. So let's go bottom sheet.js. This is our component. Okay, and to this component, what I want to do is let's go here and let's import our room. So import new room from, and I'll go bottom sheets / new room. Okay. So now we got that import, and let's go to all the way where we added a background color for profile, and right underneath here. All right, guys. So now conceptually, this is important to understand before we continue. So here I have this one that's start room, right? So this sheet title, whoa. All right, this sheet title is going to be, this is our start room. Okay, that's what the sheet title is here. And when I click, let's remove this. When I click let's go, right, and it opens up a new room, now the sheet title is different. So now the sheet title is actually new room. Okay, so this is going to be important for us because based on what somebody did, we're going to show them a different sheet. Okay, and that's how we're able to do that. So just keep that in mind as we go along and write the next part of the code. Okay, so I'm just going to start off with this. So I'm going to cut this. We're going to need this in a second, but I'm just going to cut this for now. Okay, and here's what we're going to do. I will make this squiggly here, and we're going to basically say, hey, if the sheet title is new room, okay, question mark, then I want you to do the following. Show me the new room. Okay, so this has similar code, and we're going to paste it, and let's do new room as our component. Okay, and I'll import it. So if I hit enter, hopefully that imported it. Oh no, I already imported it, so that's good. In new room, we're gonna do the same types of things, but let's go down and we're gonna say card detail is going to be props dot card detail, just like that. We are going to do set sheet visible, but we won't need this, or do this. Okay, so let's go ahead and fix what it's complaining about. We got our new room opening up here, and now the new room actually needs to close. So we probably need to close that within this. There we go. So if you see new room, then show me this component. Now on the other hand though, if you see start room like this, then I want you to do something different. I want you to do this. Okay, so now we're getting into nested ternary operators. Sometimes it gets like a little bit tricky to visualize this, but just follow along with me here. And once this is done, you'll be able to see what we're doing here, okay? And now I'm going to paste my start room one that we had earlier. Okay, and what do we need? Okay, we need to make sure that our start room actually closes at some point and ends. Start room, not there. So let's end it. Okay, let's remove these quotes right there. Don't need them anymore. And let's end our start room component. Let's hit save. Okay, beautiful. And then we'll say otherwise, just do nothing. Okay, so how we read this ternary operator is like this. Hey, are we, hey, is this a new room that's being created? Okay, if it's start room being created, then show the start room. So show all of this stuff. Okay, if it's a new room being created, for example, when we hit let's go, then show this, the potato room that we created. Okay, so that's this new room. Otherwise, do nothing. That's really it. Okay, and we got this question mark here. So if the first thing is true, then it'll show all of that. Otherwise, it'll go through this secondary ternary operator that we added there. Okay, beautiful. So now our sheets are working as we hoped they would. So that's a really good sign. Now let's go ahead and build out our sheet. Okay, so I'm gonna go into our new room. which is a bottom sheet component that we're making. And let's go ahead and build that out all the way now. So instead of potatoes, we're going to make it much better than that. Let's end our JSX fragment here. Okay. And let's go, and I'm going to go div, all right. And we'll give it a class name of style.room detail container. And again, we're going to add all these stylings if we don't have them already. Within this div, I'm going to have another div, and I'm going to do class name, and we'll do style.head. And of course, let's go like this. And then let's go and do class name in here. And we're again going to use Bootstrap. So let's go display flex, align items center. Now, again, all of this is going to start coming together once we start adding content inside of this. Okay, so ahref I'm going to add here. It's going to just be empty. And let's go on click. And we're going to say on click, do this, props.set sheet visible, and we're going to set it to false. Okay. And let's also add an image in here. Okay. And this image is going to be of the arrow that we have. So let's go /images/arrow.png, just like this. All right. So we got this crazy image happening here. And let's add a class name, which is going to allow us to style it later, is style arrow icon. Okay. So far, completely out of control, but it's all good. We're going to style it. Okay, it's this arrow right here. We're going to make it look great. That's good. Let's go underneath here, and I'm gonna go span tag hallway. All right, and then underneath this hallway, let's go ahead and create yet another div. We're gonna do outline file. Okay. So this outline file is going to be this file right over here. That's what we're going to add now. What is it complaining about? It says it's not defined. Okay, not a problem. So let's write this again, but this time AI outline, and let's do file. I will hit enter. It seems like it didn't import it, so we'll just import it manually. I'll go all the way to the top and import. Actually, we did import it. AI outline file. So AI outline. Oh, so it should be good. Start a room. Let's go. There we go. We have our hallway and we have that file at the bottom. So that is good. That's exactly what we were looking for. And underneath here, I'm going to add an image. It's going to have a source of images. So we got the image here for the user. Okay. And of course, we're going to need to style this image too later. So let's just keep it here for now. All right, now let's get to the fun stuff. Let's style this thing. Okay. And we're going to make it look juicy. Going to make this thing look great. Okay. So let's go over to our room detail module CSS that we made. Okay. And let's start styling this thing. So we're going to have room detail container, go height 100% on this thing. Background color, we'll give it a clubhouse background color. Beautiful. And margin, let's go negative 1.5 EM, and we'll go negative 1 EM. So now it's looking good, but still a lot of work to be done. Okay, let's control that arrow very quickly. We're going to do that in just a little bit. So let's grab the container. Let's grab the head. And in here, I'm going to say display flex. Let's go align items center, justify content space between. Okay, and then of course we'll add some padding to this. Okay, padding 0.8 EM by 0.5, like this. So things happened, but our image is gone. But don't worry, we're going to bring all of these things back and make them look good. So let's go in our head. And the arrow icon that's inside of there. And for our arrow icon, I'm going to give it a width of 15 pixels. Okay, let's hit refresh. Beautiful. So now our arrow icon is probably there. Oh yeah, it's actually right here. So we got our arrow icon, we got our image, we got our file, we got all of this stuff. Let's go transform, rotate, and we'll go 90 degrees. And margin top, negative 0.5 EM. Beautiful. Let's go and play with the profile image now so we can make the guy look better. So let's go here. All right. Now already it's starting to look great. Okay. It controlled all those crazy images because they were just exploding everything. Let's give him a border radius of 0.8 EM and then margin left 1.2 EM. Beautiful. And then I'm going to go ahead span. Font size 1 EM. Okay, margin left 0.5 EM. So we gave a little spacing between this and gave a little spacing between that. And let's grab and control the font size of our SVG. So font size, let's go 1.4 EM. Great. Okay, so notice how this SVG becomes bigger now. Save, and that is bigger. Okay, so that hallway, or sorry, that file is like much bigger. Okay, great. So our styling is looking good. Let's make sure everything is looking good in our home.js. Okay, home.js is looking good. Yeah, all right. Other than that, we got things looking spectacular, and we made great progress here. Now let's go ahead and add body inside of our new room sheet, meaning like we're gonna add more things inside of here so it doesn't look that boring, right? As you can see, this looks much more interesting, and this body will contain people and it will contain images and things like that. So let's go ahead and work on that body now. So I'm going to go back into my new room, and in this new room.js, let's go here pretty much almost all the way to the end, but just one level above it. I'm going to add a div. And let's give it a class name of style.detail room detail card. And inside of here, I'm going to have another div with a class name of, again, we're going to go deflex on this, which is just display flex and align item center. Justify content between, and then we'll go flex wrap like this. Okay, very cool. And then the next thing I want to add to this div is I want to add some styling. So let's go here and let's add some padding of 0.5 EM and by 1 EM. Now you might be wondering, Akazi, why are you doing this with Bootstrap? And then why are you doing this like little line of styling here? Well, we using this, right? Just Bootstrap gets us almost all the way there with the styling that we need to do. And then I just need to add one more line. So I'm not going to create it in a whole new file and try to maintain it. It's fine. Just add some inline styling for it. You're good. Okay. Nobody's going to go crazy. So that's good. Okay. Let's go inside of this div now. And then I'm going to basically now display those cards of the people that are actually in the room. All right. So let's go card.members.map. We'll go item. So let's loop through all the card members. And here's what we are going to do. Okay, let's have a div in here. And within this div, I want to do a couple of things. Okay, let's give it a class name because we're going to style this. So style.member container. Okay. And then I'm going to go, hey, is mic mute visible? Question mark. If it is visible, so let's just complete this. Okay, so I'm going to go like that. Okay, now it's complaining about something, and let's see what it's complaining about. It's probably complaining about, so this is ending. We're ending this. We're opening, and this should be closed with this. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. So right now, I'm basically saying, hey, if the mic mute visible is true, then do nothing. Otherwise, do nothing. So obviously, we're going to add things in here right now. Okay. So for mic mute visible, if it is true, we're going to do the following. I'm going to say, show me a div, give it a class name, style.audio icon. And here I want to say mic mute fill. So we're importing that at the top. That's the one thing that we need. Okay. Mic mute fill is if I hit start a room, hit let's go. You can see when I go mute, I can see this. Okay. So mic mute fill. Okay. So let's hit start a room. I'm going to hit let's go. All right. So right now we're not seeing anything happening with the mic or anything like that. But again, we're going to need to do a bunch of styling before we can see really any of those things taking place. So let's go down here. I'm going to add an image and I'm going to do images/user image.jpg. Okay, let's hit let's go. And we have a person in the room. Okay, our goal is to make it look like this. So let's do that. Let's go down and I'll go p tag. Whoops. We'll go on span. And I'm just going to add a little asterisk here. And then let's go down and I'm going to do item.firstName. Because remember, we're in the middle of the loop, right? This is where the loop is happening and we're in the middle of it. So for however many people there are in our JSON, that's how many images it's going to show. So for example, I don't know if we had more members. So let's go here and save. Then you see the second image is showing up, right? So let's go ahead and undo this. So right now we just got one person showing. Actually, let's show two people, right? So let's go Rafe, Kazi. Okay, and then here we'll have Naz Domansky. All right, great. I'm sorry, guys. I just ate some hot sauce. So if you hear me doing a little bit of slurping, just please forgive me. I'm trying my best to keep going here. Hey. All right, so we got this. We got this is all good. Okay, this is all good. Start a room, hit let's go. We got this big ass faces in here, and now we're going, hey man, we can't just keep having those big ass faces in there. We have to you know, style this because it's you know, to be frank, it's out of control. So let's go to our room detail.module.css. All right, and we're gonna style this thing. So let's go here and start adding it. All right, we're gonna go room detail card, and I'm going to give it a background color. So far we don't really see that much happening. Okay, no worries. Let's go padding. Go 1 EM, 1 EM, 3 EM, and 1 EM. Okay, so we got some padding in there. And of course I want to control the images. So let's control the images a little bit too. So room detail card, let's go image, and I'll go width 70 pixels. Okay, so let's see if that controls the images a little bit. Hit let's go. So now the images are much more in control, right? And we have a background color of white that you can see there. We got Rafe, we got Naz. Good, 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 good. Let's give each image a border radius of 1.7 EM. And let's continue styling this. So I'm going to go border radius for the whole thing. And I want to do 1.5 EM, 1.5 EM, and then let's go 0, 0. So now these corners they're nice and rounded. And height, I'm going to go 90 VH. So now it's 90 viewport height. Okay, so now it's much bigger than when we started. And let's go overflow auto. Restart, hit start a room, hit let's go. Beautiful. So far, so good. Let's continue styling this. So we're going to style the H6 on this thing. So let's go room detail card H6. We don't have an H6 yet. Not that I can remember. But let's go ahead and style it anyway because we're probably going to need this later. So I'm going to add that in. So font size 0.675 EM. Okay. Let's give it a color of text color. We will go font weight of 500 like this. And then of course, let's go margin bottom 0.3 EM. All right, so we're gonna see a lot of those changes taking place once we add an H6, okay? But right now we don't have them. Let's style our We'll style our H3 later as well if we ever needed a H3 for this. Let's style our member container. I think that's important. So let's go member container like so. And I'm going to go text align center. Okay, let's refresh. Start room. Let's go. We will go width of it is 70 pixels and position we'll give it relative like that. Refresh, hit let's go. Okay, cool. So far it's looking good. And now let's go member container audio icon, and I'm gonna say position absolute, and we'll go right -5 pixels, bottom 36. Okay, so we're gonna make the icon show up. That's our goal. Make the audio icon show up on the screen. We're gonna give it a Z index of 5, and let's go maybe give it a background color of and let's just make it white for now. Width 25 pixels and height I'm gonna go 25 pixels. Okay, let's hit refresh. Let's go. This thing, sometimes zooming out can actually help as well. Now, to have that icon show up, the mic icon, what I'm gonna do is, let's just go ahead and set this to true, and that will make sure that that shows up the whole time, okay? And then we can essentially just go on styling and make sure everything is looking how we want it to look. So let's keep styling our audio icon here. All right, so I'm going to give it a border radius of 50%. So now it has those rounded corners around it. I'm going to use display flex, and I'm going to align items center. Cool. And then justify content. Let's go center. So everything is looking good. And then I want to do box shadow and add a little box shadow to it. So let's do that. Ooh, nice. Look at that. That just made it pop out, right? It has that little nice gray backdrop to it, and that makes it pop out just like how we want it. So that's looking beautiful so far. Now let's go ahead and color that audio icon. So I'm going to go here. Let's go audio icon. And let's grab the SVG, and I'm going to give it a color of 28AE61. So let's save again, refresh. Okay, so now it has that like nice green color that we wanted it to have. Beautiful, very clubhousey looking. Okay, let's go member container. I'm gonna go display flex. We're gonna go align items center. And this will be useful for the text stuff that we have. So I'm going to go font size 1EM. And again, if you're ever like, hey, I want the stylings to work, sometimes just refresh, okay? And that'll show you whether the styling is working or not. Okay, cool. And then this is, again, we're going to need this later, but I would just want to keep the styling here. Font weight 500, and then color, let's go with, okay, awesome. And next up, let's style our span tag. So I'm gonna go member container, and we'll grab span. Let's give it a font size of 2.5 EM. Boom, boom shakalaka. We will give it a display inline block. Width, I'm gonna make it 14 pixels. So let's just make it a little bit smaller. We'll give it a height of 14 pixels. Beautiful. Border radius will be 50%. Let's give it a background color. And I'm going to go the 28AE61. Okay, so that gives it a little green. And let's get a white color. Margin right, and we'll go 0.1 EM. Beautiful. So that margin from that little button that we gave it, right, gives it a little margin. Beautiful. And line height of 0.8, and that's good. Ooh, look at that. It's looking clean. So all I had to do was just add a little line height there, and it gives it that stylistic green color. Okay. So we are all good with this component now, the new room.js. We have it doing what we want it to do. And now let's go ahead and add footer in our new room sheet. Okay, so we're going to need a couple of images that we're going to need access to. So let's go ahead and grab those images. Reveal. All right, so we're going to need access to our hand piece symbol, and we're going to need access to our stop hand. So both of these. Let's go public images. I'm going to grab this, drop it in images. So both of those. Okay, why do we need access to this? Well, because you see here at the bottom, leave quietly, and then this raised hand here. That's why. Okay, and now time to make this footer work. So let's go into our new room.js, and we're going to add another one. Okay, so we're going to do AI outline plus. Why? Because if I look at my finished version, I need this plus sign here. Okay, and now I'm going to do another import that's going to give me this icon. So these two are going to be images, and then these two are going to be imports. So let's go ahead and grab, we got mic mute fill. Let's go ahead and grab just the mic fill as well. Okay, let's go down here, and I'm going to do const. We'll set a new state variable, items visible, and I'm going to go set items visible, and we'll set its default state to be true, just like this. Okay, and we'll go down here. All right. Okay, so we finished this. Here we got a div. Let's go underneath the second div and add it in. So go div class name, and let's go style.footer, and I'll create button. Okay, we'll go on click props.set sheet visible false, like this, and that button will end. And then inside of that button, I'm going to add an image, and that's going to be the hand piece image, handpiece.jpg, or actually, is it PNG? I think it's PNG. Yes, it's a PNG. Boom, son. Okay. All right, so it's this one. No, not that one. So we got the hand icon, and then we have the handpiece.png right there. Beautiful. And underneath this button, we're going to add another div, and this div will have a button, and this button will be a AI outline plus button that we already imported, and that's it. Refresh. Let's go. So I see the plus button, and it's underneath the peace sign. Okay, you should see it too, but it's like hard to see. It's like all the way at the freaking bottom. All right, so it should be there on yours too if you're following along so far. Let's go button underneath here. And guys, look, if you're following along so far, by the way, I just want to say you're doing a phenomenal job. Keep going. Don't quit. Look, what is this? Just a couple of hours, and you have a fully finalized project on your portfolio that you can show it to your recruiter and at a job interview. Okay, so don't quit. Keep on going, and we're going to finish this together. So I'm going to add another button, and inside of this button, I'm going to add an image, and it's going to be images/stop hand icon.png, like this. Okay, and then my button ends. And underneath that, let's add another button, and I'll go on click. Give me the following: set mic mute visible, and basically just change its current value, okay, between toggling it on and off. Okay, and this button is going to be a dynamic little button. Okay, so let's go inside of our button here, and I'm going to say mic mute visible. If that's true, then give me mic mute fill. Otherwise, you can also give me just mic fill. Ooh, look at that. When I click this button, it toggles as on and off like this. Now I can remove that hard-coded true statement that I have here. Let's make that false. So now when I refresh my app and I hit start room and I hit let's go, it won't be muted by default. But if I go down here and I see my mic and I click that mic, notice that it gives me that muted styling that we did. And even at the bottom, you see that it gives us that muted styling, right? So that's freaking cool. That's awesome. Beautiful. All right, so our job here is good, but we have to, of course, style the bottom because the bottom still, you know, is not the prettiest looking thing on the planet. So let's go room detail, module.css. Let's go footer, display flex. Okay, so already it's starting to get in some type of control. It's not as hideous anymore. I'm just zooming in so you can see it clearer. Let's go align item center. Justify content, I'll go space between. We'll go position absolute. And again, I'm going to do left 0. And we'll do right 0. And we'll do bottom 0. Okay, beautiful. Let's give it a background color and make sure that that color is white. Okay. Starter room. Let's go. Nice. Okay. Great. Great. Now let's let's work with the footer buttons. So style the buttons. We'll give it a background color of, okay. So let's go ahead and do it. All right. So that color, like, did that make any changes to it at all? What the heck? Okay. Well, we'll just leave it at the color that it was then. We'll give it a border of none. So those ugly borders should go away. It still looks pretty hideous. So we'll fix that in a second. Let's go to EM. All right. So now it has somewhat of a border radius. So it looks a little bit better. Let's grab the images now. Button images. And I'm going to give it a width of 30 pixels. So now those images are smaller and they also look much more high quality, right? Because they're probably not the highest resolution things on the planet. Let's grab the button inside here and we will say display flex on this. We'll go align items center. So this will give us some vertical alignment. We'll give it padding so the buttons have a little bit more meat in them, just like this. Color, we're going to give it that little green color that we always give things. That's going to be the text color, so you're not going to see that right this second. And font weight, I'm going to give it 500. Okay, so if you did want to see it, we can go to new room.js and we can find this button that has the hand piece thing in it. And we can add text in here. So I can say leave quietly and hit save. And boom, you actually see leave quietly at the bottom, just like that, just like you would imagine. And that looks great. Okay, so our styling is coming together how we want it, and we're very happy with it. Okay, let's go down and let's go to div. I'm going to do display flex, align items, center. Okay, great. And let's go footer, grab the div, and we're going to get the button inside of it. Let's give it a line height of 1, width of 36 pixels. So now they're all looking somewhat even. We still have we still have these things too close to each other. So I imagine we might want to give a little bit of margin. Let's look at our final product. So it looks like there's a little bit of margin in these, right? Whereas in ours, there really isn't that much margin in between those. The other things I noticed is my hand icon here or image here is centered horizontally. Here, it's not. So I'm probably going to need to do that at some point. So let's add a border radius first. Let's go border radius and we'll go 50%. Cool. We're going to go display flex. Okay, the buttons are now like, wee, going crazy everywhere. So let's go align item center. This will vertically align them. And then we'll go justify content. And this will horizontally center them. Okay. Vertically center, horizontally center. And now they're looking much better. Again, we're still going to need to give a little bit of margin. So we're going to do that now. So let's go into the footer, go into the div, go into the button, grab the first, div. Let's go div. We'll go button and first child. All right. And inside of the first child, I want to go font size 1.5 EM on this. Give me that 1.5 EM. And we'll go margin right 0.5 EM. Let's refresh. Start our room. Let's go. Okay. So now we got that margin showing up. And now we want to add the margin to the second child. Because I said, hey, specifically give me the margin on this child here. Now we're going to add a margin to the right of our second child. So how do we do that? How do we do that? It's very simple. It's pretty much this exact same thing, except of course we are not going to change the font size. And instead of first child, I'm going to say nth child, and we'll just go 2. Great. Got it. And then lastly, let's go ahead and make the font size a little bit bigger because the plus sign looks really big. The hand sign, slapping sign looks big, but the mic is much smaller compared to that. So we're going to grab the third child and not margin right, but instead we're going to grab the font size and boom. Now the mic looks much, much, much bigger. Okay. So we're done with the styling here. We're having things show. If I hit mute, it makes the mute thing come up, right? My leave quietly actually works. That was cool. When I did leave quietly, it leaves. Freaking amazing, right? So the functionality wise, this app is coming along beautifully and we're almost at the finish line. We just have a couple of more things to do. All right, now let's go ahead and add a explore page. So what do I mean by that? When I click here, notice this explore page. Okay, there's a lot of things happening here. Okay, you got the follow button, you got this card here, you got a bunch of cards that show up here. So we're gonna go ahead and add that functionality in as well. Okay, so first things first, let's install a couple of things. So let's go yarn add. Again, on your computer, that might be npm install. If you do not have yarn, so let's go yarn add, and we're gonna do ant design like this. We're gonna need this for some of our styling. And then after this, I'm going to do yarn add ant. Okay, I'm gonna need that as well. So in terms of installing things, that should take care of what we need. Okay, leave quietly, not quiet. And we're going to add a couple of things here. Okay, so let's go to app.js, and here let's import explore from pages/explore. Now it's going to complain and it's going to be like, hey, I cannot resolve this explorer component. What the heck is going on? Well, no worries. That's because we have to go ahead and make our explorer. Okay, and we gotta add in the things that we need there. So one thing I want to do is actually get the data ready for Explorer so we can play with the data. So let's go hit new file, and I will go explore.json. This is going to be the dummy data that we're going to use. Okay, so let's right click and let's reveal in Finder. And I mean, you can't reveal in Finder. There's nothing for you. Okay, but I have this for you. You're going to have to go and get it from the link in description of the video. Okay, so let's go ahead and open this file. Not like this, but I can open it like this. Great. So paste. All right, so we got, this is going to be the dummy data that we need. All good, we got access to it. And let's now work on our Explorer.js page/screen/component. So many terms in React. So inside of source, go inside of pages. And I'm going to hit new file, and we're going to go Explorer.js just like this. All right, let's go import React from React, import style from style, explore module.css. Now it's going to complain, hey, that styling doesn't exist. Great. Let's go to style and let's make it explore.module.css, just like that. And let's also go import down outlined, fire outlined. Gonna need these from ant design icons, just like that. Okay. Why do we need that import? Well, let's go here and we're gonna need things like this, like that fire icon. Okay. And let's go import data from data/explore JSON. Cool. Now let's work on our explore component. So I'm going to say export default function explore, and we're going to have people conversation. Let's go conversation. And I'm going to set this to data. Okay, so I'm just unpacking people and conversation. So if I go to my JSON, I got people, all right, and I got another object called conversation. So I am just unpacking this. There's some other term in React, I forget, but in Python, you call it tuple unpacking, but here, I forget the term, but it's like an ES6 thing that you can do, okay? Really cool. And let's go return, and we're gonna go div, and I'm going to give it a class name of style.explore container. And again, we're going to style that later. Let's go and have an H6 here, and we go people to follow, just like that. And then we're going to have div here, and let's go style.people container. All right, and inside of here, we're gonna do our people loop. So we have our people, and we're gonna go people map, and let's grab a person, or let's just do item. Okay, and this is an implicit return statement that I'm doing. And let's go within this div, and let's do a couple of things. So I'm going to go display flex on this, align items center. Let's go within this div here, add an image, and we'll go image/user image.jpg, or as I like to say, JPEG. And let's go add another div. We'll give it a class name of margin left 2. Okay, thanks to Bootstrap for helping us out here. Let's then add an H5, go item.title. Okay, now there's a lot that we're doing here. So let's go ahead and add this component somewhere we can so we can at least start seeing it before we go ahead and add a bunch of more things. Otherwise, it's kind of confusing. So let's go to app.js. We're importing our Explore, but now let's go ahead and add it. So I'm going to go, and in our home, we're also now going to add Explore, just like that. And we're going to add another route statement inside of our switch. And let's just do this component regularly, how we do all of our other components. So I'm going to go component explore like this, and we're going to go call it explore just like that. Okay, let's hit refresh. Cool. Something weird happened. So when I click it, I see people to follow at the top, and then I see a bunch of images. Okay, so it's working somewhat. When I click that image, it at least takes me here. Let's go back and finish up all the styling for it that we started. So in our Explore page, let's add a couple of more things, and then we're going to add the styling. So underneath this H5, let's add a p tag, and I'm going to go and say item.description like this. Okay. Again, you won't really be able to see a lot of this stuff here. Okay, there. So at least, so I commented out the image just so you could see all of this. And you can see that I'm dynamically pulling all of this from that JSON that I had. Okay, div right there. Let's go button. We'll go follow. Okay, so now that button is showing up. That's good. It's good. All right, that looks great. Now let's get out of here, and we're going to add another button. And this will give it a class name of style.showMore. So that you're going to show more people, and we're going to go down outlined. Boom. All right, so that's where we're getting that down arrow from right there. Okay, so now I think we can add in a bunch of styling. So let's go to our explore module CSS, explore module.css, and let's start working on our styling. It's going to be quite a bit of styling here. Okay, so let's go explore container, add some padding. Let's add height 100%. Okay, overflow auto, and let's do padding top 5.2 em. Okay, so the padding is now showing up. I'm going to add my images back. Okay, so now after I did overflow auto, you saw that at least it allows me to scroll automatically up and down based on how much content we have on the screen. Now I want to definitely control the images here because they're a little ridiculous. So let's go head image with 15 pixels. Does this control it? Interesting. That does not control it yet. Okay, let's go position absolute, left 0, top 50%, transform, translate y -50%. Okay, let's hit refresh. Okay, so it's not doing. All right, so before actually we add this styling in, right, let's comment this out for now. We're going to save this for later, but let's go and add this show more people card as well. Okay, so let's go and style that. So let me go to, so our explore container, we're adding some padding to it. That made some change. Now let's style our people to follow. So anything with an H6. Okay. So let's go explore container. I'm going to go H6 on this thing, and we'll go font size like that. Okay. We'll go padding. Actually, let's go font weight 500, color beautiful, and then margin 1.5 em. Okay. So it gives it that little gray color right there. Now let's work on the show more. So show more, I'm gonna do display flex. Okay, where's show more? Show more people. It's a little hard to see, but it's still there. Okay, and let's control the images as well. So I'm gonna do let's go people container image. Let's go width 40 pixels, border radius 1.1 em. Okay, so that controls the images, so the images don't look freaking crazy. Now let's come to show more where we were working, and let's add more things to this. Okay, so this show more people. Okay, so for example, if I do border none, you'll see that the border kind of vanished. Okay, so those are some examples of what we can do to this, but let's remove that for now. Let's go align items. I'm going to go center, position absolute, bottom. I'm going to go -14 pixels on this thing. Okay, so it moved it all the way down. Left 50% left. Whoops. Okay. And then we can do translate X, probably -50% if we wanted to. So let's go transform, translate X, -50%. So this is one hack of how you can like center align things. Let's give it a background color. And I'm going to go with an F4. Okay, and we're going to make that an important one so it overrides any other styling that this card has. Okay. Cool. Other things I want to do is border none, and let's give it important. So now that border is gone, give it a color, font color of this, and I'm going to go important. Cool. So again, it's a little hard to see for you, but it's there at the bottom. Okay, so for you, it should be there, just chilling at the bottom. A little hard to see. Okay, like right there on my screen. And box shadow, I'll give it 0 pixels. My bad. It probably exploded your ears. Sorry about that. Okay, so that adds a nice little box shadow on this thing. And what can we do to make sure we see it, right? So let's go show more people. I'll go H2 dummy text. All right, so because we've done, so dummy text is showing above that because we've done position absolute, I believe, right? So that's why that's showing at the bottom. Otherwise, it would show right here. Okay, but because of position absolute, it's making sure it's all the way at the bottom. Okay, so I can change the negative 14 px. Okay, I can bring that later just so you can see how it's being styled right now. And then we can go font weight 500 and let's go important. All right. Okay. And let's go show more span and we'll go font size. Okay. Margin, let's give it a little bit of margin from the top. So 0.4 EM should be good. Beautiful. And then of course, let's give it some margin from the left, 0.5 EM. All right. So now this button is starting to look much better, right? We got some margin here. We got some margin there. All right. So let's go down and we're going to add, we would do stuff with the header, but let's go ahead and do that maybe, we could do that a little bit later, or we could do a little bit of that now. I'm trying to think. I think the header stuff, let's do it just a little bit later. Okay. For now, let's just work on the people container that we have. Okay. So I'll get started here. So let's go people container and I'm going to give it a background color of that. So that's highlighting to you where the people container is and where it starts and all of that. Let's give it a margin of negative 0.5 EM. Beautiful. We'll give it some padding. Cool. And then make sure the position is relative. Okay. And show more people is right there. Great. Okay. If I added that little bottom negative 14 pixels at the bottom of that, that would put the show more people right here. Okay. Beautiful. That's because this is relative. And if I remove this, now it just vanishes. Okay. So that's the trick we use. We make the parent container relative and the child container absolute. And so then it just stays within that. All right. So let's grab the people container again. Let's grab a div inside of it. I'm going to do display flex. We'll align items center. So vertically align it. We'll justify content space between. So things are evenly spaced out. So we got our text here, we got the image here, and we got the follow button. And let's give it a margin bottom. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's go down. Let's go and add an H5 to this thing. Styling for H5. For the text color, let's just make it the regular color that we use for Clubhouse. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, great. So look at the font, keep watching it. Let me uncomment it and boom, the font size became a little bit smaller. All the H5s became a little bit smaller. And then let's give it a margin bottom of 0.2 EM. Okay, that looks good. Let's go here and let's get into the P tag. So the P tag, we're going to do a little bit of styling here. So let's start off with color first. So I'm going to put this for color. Font size, let's go 0.9 EM. Okay. So we're making the font size a little bit smaller. Again, refresh if you don't see any differences. Let's remove any margin we have. So again, all of those come together a lot closer. Display, I'm going to do block. And let's go with 173 pixels. Okay, and I'll also do display WebKit box. Height, I want to do fit content. Okay, let's hit refresh. Good. line height, and that goes ahead and just shrinks it a little bit. Okay, that's why we add that line height there. All right, so what I want to do here is, it's going on for 4 lines. I want to make it so it only comes to 2. Okay, so I'm gonna do WebKit line clamp on this thing, and let's go with the clamp of 2. Let me hit refresh, save. Okay, interesting. All right, so now let's keep on styling this thing. So I'm going to also so this clamp is going to make sure that it's going to be on 2 lines. Okay, so you'll see what I mean in just a little bit. Let's also throw on I'm going to orient this vertically. Let's go overflow hidden on this. Okay, and I'm going to do text overflow ellipses. So that's going to put the little dots if it can't read anymore. And then last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to color it like that. All right, let's make sure we hit refresh, and that's looking pretty good. Okay, beautiful. Oops, misspelled that. Let's spell it orient like that. Save. Cool. All right. So watch what happens, right? If I remove look what it does. If I remove the overflow hidden, it will have this like overflow hashtag a naj cas whatever, right? So if I remove that overflow, or if I add overflow hidden, then it will take care of that. If I take out the ellipses, okay, so let's go. So ellipses will actually help the text. So if we ever have overflowing text, it's just going to end it with the ellipses. All right, and then we're going to do people container. Let's go and add a button, and in this button I'm going to say background color, and let's go transparent on this button. Okay, border, I'm going to give it a solid. Okay, well, let's give it a button background color. So now this follow button is starting to get styled. If I remove the transparent, look how it has that like gray color. And then as soon as I go transparent, it gets the color of whatever is behind it. Okay, let's give it a border radius of 2 em. So now we got nice rounded corners there. Let's give the font our color, button background color. Okay, so now it'll also have that blue that just bolds it up a little bit. Dope. And then let's go padding 0.1 em and 1.2 em. Okay, so now that padding makes it look really freaking cool. Okay, and that button is looking kind of how we want it. And now we want to have conversation cards. Okay, we want to style them as well, but we're going to do that next. All right, so let's add the conversation section in Explorer, and that's going to be quite simple. So I'm going to go to my Explorer, and right underneath, let's find where our H6 is at. And right underneath this div ending here, we're going to add another div. Actually, let's not add another div. Okay, what I'm going to do is let's start off with H6, and this is going to be find conversations. Let's go conversations about, just like this. Okay, I'm going to delete this, and let's go ahead and actually paste it within this div right here. Okay, let's put that inside of that div, otherwise it was complaining. Okay, so now you see this thing that says find conversations about blah, blah, blah. Okay, so what we're going to be working on is this thing right there, find conversations about. And right underneath this, let's go and put ellipsis like this. Right underneath this, I'm going to have last name, and I'm going to do row. So this is like margin horizontal of 0. Okay. And then within this div, I'm going to get access to my conversations and loop through them like this. Okay. And again, we're just going to be returning an expression. So let's go div, and this div will have a class name of, we'll go column 6 and margin bottom 3. Cool. Actually, no, this is probably not what we want. Let's grab from here. Okay, and I'm going to cut this. All right, and let's actually move that below this button right here. So I'm going to go below this button, and let's go underneath this div, and I'm going to paste this here. Okay, that way find conversations about is going to happen here, because otherwise it was really messy how it was happening there. Now let's go create another div, and I'm going to give it a class name of style.conversation card. In here, we're going to have another h6, and I'll do fire outlined just like this. Hopefully we've imported that. Have we not imported that? Okay, it goes, we have not imported that. So we will go and import that. Oh, actually, maybe it's aligned with the small L. Nope, we still have not. So let's go and do that. Fire outlined like this. All right. So fire outlined is not defined. Refresh. Okay, so we got our fire icons showing up. That's a good sign. And I'm going to do item dot title. Nice. Okay, that's good. And then let's go underneath this. We'll add a p tag, and we'll just go item. Give me the description of the item. Boom. Did I misspell description? So somehow the description is being added, but it's somehow invisible. Okay. Item.description. Let's add it there. Okay. So we're going to fix that in a second. Let's keep going for now. Oh, I think it's because I actually misspelled description and I spelled it description like this. So that's really where the error is happening from. So it's, yeah. So everywhere. All right, let's do command. Let's do command D, and let's go. Actually, wait, why did it not select every single one of those? So command D. Huh, that's interesting. I don't know why it's not selecting all of them. Change all occurrences. Let's go description. So now that'll fix that typo that I had. We can change this with description, and boom, there we go. Okay, so that is all good. Now let's go ahead and add the styling for this component, okay? So let's go into our explore module.css, and we will add the styling for our conversation cards now. So conversation card, and I'm going to go and give it a background color of white. Okay. We're gonna, of course, give it a border radius, and I'll give it those nice rounded corners. Good. Let's give it some padding. Okay. And then let's give it a box shadow. Ooh, that looks pretty. All right. Beautiful. So this is looking really, really good so far. Okay. And again, if you're enjoying this and you love this, do consider our course, Profit with JavaScript, because in that course, we're going to go way deeper, because here you're following along with me. You're learning this. You're having fun. You're building something that's actually really powerful. But there are a couple of things where you're like, what are the basics behind this, right? So sometimes when we're building these clones, we might not be able to go into deep down nitty gritty of everything, because otherwise this maybe 5-6 hour long tutorial would actually be a 20 hour, 40 hour long tutorial, right? So we take all of those basics, we put them inside of the program. So then you yourself can build apps like this from scratch without having to necessarily follow along on this coding tutorial. Okay. So if that's something that actually interests you and excites you, then definitely click the link below and jump inside of Profit with JavaScript, okay? This is the best community in the world of developers. You get 3 coaching calls per week. So the coaching calls are absolutely so valuable. You have 20 plus hours of content around ReactJS, all right? So it's brilliant. And you're gonna be building tons of real world projects inside of that course, okay? So if you're enjoying this so far, I would highly recommend to consider joining that course, and I would love to see you inside. Okay, that's it. Let's get back into this. All right, so let me go ahead and do a couple of things here. So I'm going to do conversation cards, and let me grab the H6. Okay, and I'm going to set the color to our regular color that we have, okay, for the fonts. And I'm going to give it a font size of 1 EM. Okay, so that made it just a little bit bigger in this case. Let's give it a margin of 0. Okay, so there's no margin. That's why everything just squished up. And we're gonna go display flex. Beautiful. Okay, so let's take out that line. Let's say display flex. Everything is working nicely. And we will do align items center. Beautiful. And now let's go grab the span tag inside of the H6. And I'm going to give it a little margin right. And we will go 0.2 EM. Beautiful. Let's now grab the P tag in conversation. Let's take away any margin in there as well. Okay, so now you see it's made it significantly smaller. We're going to make the color maybe a little bit gray. Let's give it a line height of 1.2. Dope. And then font size of 0.8 EM. Nice. That looks beautiful. Look at that. So now our Explore page is looking as good as it can be, right? This is a really solid looking Explore page. It looks juicy. It makes you want to click on it and see what else is happening. Okay. So great job on this. And of course, let's add our header as well. Okay. So we're going to add our header and our subheader. So let's go to our Explore and let's start with adding our header. Okay. So we're going to need a couple of things. Let's do import input. Whoops. Input like this from ant D. And outside of this, let's start working on our header. Okay. And we're going to add our header pretty much at the top. So let's go div here and I'm going to go class name. And this div here will be style.header. Okay. And then inside of here, I'm also going to have a subheader. Okay. So I'm going to table that for now, but we will add it later. So I'm going to comment that out just for now there. And then let's put our input that we got from ant.d, the input component. We go style of that input will be the following. We'll have a background color of that. So now our input is showing up and that's the background color. Okay. If I remove that, I mean, looks pretty much the same to me. So that's good. We out. Yeah. Duh. Okay, cool. So we got our background color here. Let's go ahead and add a border radius, 0.8 EM. Oh, duh. So style is misspelled. It's style like this, lowercase, okay? So now there we go. We got our style going, okay? And I can see it now. So that border radius is now coming through as well. If I remove it, okay, boom. And now let's add a couple of more things here. So let's go padding and we're going to go 0.3 EM by 1 EM. So now it's going to become a little bit bigger like this. I'm going to add border of none. Okay, beautiful. So now it's looking much cleaner. And then we're going to go box shadow and we'll go none as well. So let's hit save. Okay, now it's there and it's doing what we want it to do. Great. All right, so now let's do a couple of more things. What I want to do here is let's give it a size of large input. Okay. And then I'm going to give it a placeholder of find people and clubs. So now that placeholder is right there. And then let's give it a image. Whoops. Image tag. Weird. Let's go image source is equal to images/search.png like this. Okay, we're going to close it. And then let's go ahead and give it a width of 15 pixels like that. And let's hit refresh. Okay, great. So we got our image up here. And so we're good to go, right? We got what we need. We got what we came for. And our search is showing up at the top. Good. Now, can we make it look better? Yeah, probably. We can give it some styling and that should help us make it look better. Okay, so let's go back to our Explore module CSS. Explore module CSS, right? And let's go add some stuff about a header. Okay, so let's go header and I'm going to go position absolute. Great. We'll go left 0. We'll go right 0 and let's hit refresh. Okay, great. And let's go top 0. Cool. So now, boom, all the way at the top. Let's give it a background color, the clubhouse color. Great. Did I write that right? F2F 0E4. Yeah, I did. All right, let's give it a Z index of 5 on this, just so like we make sure it always stays on top. It doesn't really go behind anything. And I'm going to give it a padding of 0.5 EM. Okay, so that pushed it out a little bit from the top part, because otherwise it was too close to it. And one more thing to keep in mind why this is not showing the ant design and it's kind of just showing a random design is because we need to go inside of our index.js and actually import it right here. Okay, so we're going to do ant dist ant.css. So once we import this, give it some time to load and hit refresh. And now it's going to import that design and it looks much better than it did earlier. Now we're going to work on the subheader component, which is this one right here. So that Explorer with the back button on the top. So how do we add that? Well, first of all, we need to actually go and create a new component. So I'm going to go inside of my components, right click here, new file, and we're going to go subheader.js like this. And inside of here, let's start off with a couple of things. Import React from React that we need. Import style from style/explore.module.css. Okay, we already have that file, so we're good to go. And let's just create the component for now. Let's make sure we spell this right, subheader. And I'm going to just give it a h2. Actually, let's go return. And let's go h2 subheader like this. And then let's go to our Explore.js and make sure that we can actually read it. And it says subheader is not defined. So let's go subheader. Let's go like this. Okay, subheader, hit enter. It'll auto import it at the top just like this. And now we got our subheader being imported. Great. Now let's go to our subheader component and we're going to start creating this. So open close parens because this is what we're going to be returning. And we're going to do a couple of things. So let's go ahead and do h3. And what I can do here is put the page title. Okay, so I can kind of hard code the page title to, like, for example, I can just say explore like this and it's going to just say that at the top. But we would rather have it be passed in from right here, from the subheader component, right? So like that's what we would want to preferably do. So let's go ahead and do that now. So this h3, instead, I'm going to replace it with props.page title like this. All right, and I want it to show me that. Now, clearly that's not there as of now, but I can actually give it that. So I can give it page title equals something. So let's just go page title like this equals, and I'll go subheader, boom, or explore, boom, it's right there. Okay. And it's called deconstructor, right? So for example, we could use deconstruction over here instead of using props. So like, for example, I could do page title because we know we're going to be receiving that, and I could get rid of props if I wanted to, right? But props just makes it easier for us to deal with it. We can give it like any number of arguments. Okay, so a little crash course for you. Now let's actually start styling this a little bit. Okay, so let's add a div. Okay, let's remove the whole thing for now. Let's add a div, and I'm going to give it a class name of style.head. Okay, and we're going to create that style file or styling for that in a little bit. I'm also going to create a link to the home page. Now you might see that there is a problem here. First of all, let's obviously open close this in parens. Otherwise, that code will be forever unreachable. Now we still need to import link because it says link is not defined. So let's go ahead and do that import. I'm going to do import link. Let's go like this. I'm going to need with router as well and link from React router dump. Great. Okay, now within this link, I can make it anything I want. Okay, so for example, let's refresh this And this HEEE can be a link to a home page. I click it, it takes me to the home page. I click here, I go back to the explore page. But instead of a he, what I'm going to make it instead is I'll make it an image. And we'll go images/arrow.png. Okay, not so pretty. So what I'll do is I will try to go style it and make the image a little bit smaller, right? So for example, we can go to Explore.js. I can grab my head and any images inside of it, and we can give it a width of 15 pixels. Okay. And now it's just there at the top. So that's just to like kind of control that image so it doesn't explode on our face. All right. So that link is good. Now, while we're still in this div, we're going to do a couple of more things. Let's give it an H3. Okay. And we're going to do props.page_title, what we did earlier. And now it will show us that explore at the top. So that looks good to me. Actually, it looks like this page is good. Let's hit explore again. This looks good to me. We don't need this. It's not being used. So, it's not a good practice to leave that in there. Let's throw that out. Now, let's go to and work on adding a profile page. So for example, when I click this, it takes me to this profile page. Let's add that. Okay. So I'm going to go to, let's see, where should we start? So let's just go to our app.js for now. And in my app.js, I'm going to do a couple of things. We're going to get an error, but that's okay. So let's go import profile from pages/profile. And I want to add the path here so I am able to route to it. We'll do profile. And of course, I want to be able to route to that component. So in my component, I'm going to add profile. Now my app is going to complain. I don't know what that component is or what that page is. So let's go ahead in our source and we'll go in our pages, right click, and we will hit create a new file, and it'll be called profile.js. And in here, we will do everything we need to do to be able to see our profile. Okay. Let's go finish the styling for this Explorer. Okay, so let's go to our Explorer module CSS for a second. And I'm going to go to head, right? And we're going to text align it to center. So that takes the whole thing to the center. Let's add padding. Let's add position relative. And we'll do margin bottom. The things underneath it, there's some margin there. Okay, cool. And then let's make sure that we play with the image and control it better. So going to give it a position absolute. Okay. So the image was the thing that was actually pushing the whole thing down. Now I've just said, hey, position absolute. So it'll just be like splat on top of anything. And then I'm going to kind of position it right there. So we can give it a left of 0 pixels. We can give it a top of 50%. And then we can transform and translate Y, and we can do -50% like this. Okay. And again, that's a trick for centering. Okay. So you could do this trick for centering things horizontally. You could also use this trick to center things vertically. Let's go here and we're going to go, do we have an H3 here? Actually, I think that's an H3, right? What is Explore? Yeah, that's an H3. So we can grab that. Let's give it a margin of 0. And then we will give it maybe a smaller font size, like 1.2. Okay, good. So now I can see everything. I can see Explore. I can see people to follow. My left arrow is there. I can click into this. Okay, that's looking good. I am definitely happy. I'm definitely happy about that. And do we even need this H6? Oh, yeah, we do for the people to follow. Okay, fantastic. Good progress so far. All right, so our app is complaining, right? Like for example, if we go to the home page, it works. If I go to the explore page, it works. But if I go to the profile page, when I click on that face, it goes, huh? What? What's happening? Well, let's work on that. Okay, so look, let's go to our app.js, right? we imported profile, but when I go inside of profile, it's kind of empty, right? And there's not anything going on. So let's go ahead and actually start working on our profile component. So I'm going to go import React from React like this. I'll go import explore style from style/explore.module.css. Whoops, CSS. Okay. And now I'll be able to access any styling within it by doing explore style dot. We namespace it like that. Import style from. There we go. Oh my. All right. Style/profile.module.css. Okay. Now it's going to be like, hey, I attempted an import, but it doesn't work. All right. And it's also complaining about this. So what we need to do is actually create export default function, and we're going to call it explore like this. Or no, what am I doing? It's not explore, profile. And have it return h2 that's going to say profile like this. And now it's going to give me a new error. It's going to say something about CSS, and that's because it doesn't see where we got the profile.module.css. It's like, yo, it's actually not there. So let's go and add it. Profile.module.css, like so. So now I've added it. Okay. Now it's not going to complain about that. Let's hit save. Let's hit refresh, and bada bang, bada boom. We got something happening here. So let's work on this component first before we do any type of styling. So let's get ready to rumble. All right. So we'll go return, and then in here, let's add a blank JSX fragment like that. And within this, I will write my code. So we'll have a div, and I'm going to give it a styling of, it says style.profile container. Okay. And inside of here, we'll go and have a class name here of explore style.header. Okay. It's going to borrow the styling that we made for our explore page. That's what we're going to be using this for. And I think that one is good. Let's go and add another div. And this div is going to be, I can give a class name. And what I'm going to do, I'll give a style name using a template literal. Okay. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to call it explore header, but then attach bootstrap stuff to it. So let's go ahead and do that. So this one is going to be normal, explore style dot head, but then here's the template literal parts that comes in clutch. So we're going to say text right, margin bottom of 0. Nice little way of doing it there. Explore style is misspelled here, style. All right, let's hit refresh and we should be good to go. Okay, so still an empty page, but don't worry, the emptiness is about to end now. We're going to throw in a link tag in this. So when we throw that in and it gives us an error, what we do is we need to go and import it. So let's go import link from React router DOM. Okay. Now this link is going to link to, maybe it allows us to go back to the home page. Okay. So let's go to, and I'm going to say home, just like that. And inside of here, I'll have my image, and we'll go images/arrow.png. So we got that little image. If I click it, it takes me back to the home page. That's all we got for the profile so far. But hey, it's pretty good. You know why? Because it's not nut. It's not nuttin'. I just hit Command J and hit the command line. And we're going to do class name for this of explore style.arrow icon. Okay. Now this link is good. That's all I wanted to do here. Let's create another div, and we're going to give it a class name of style.action button. Okay. And you might be wondering, hey, what's the point of this? What are we going to do here? Well, what we're going to do here is create all of these buttons right there. Okay. So inside of this, we're going to have our @ Okay, so when we do that and it doesn't know what you're talking about, what we need to actually do is go up at the top and import it. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to say import BS at from React icons slash BS. Okay, and now I got my little tiny at symbol. Okay, if I zoomed in like a maniac, it would be it'd be a little bit bigger. Now I also need my other things, right? I need my upload sign and I need my settings logo, settings icon rather. So let's go ahead and add those, right? So I'm going to go BS upload, boom, like this. And then we're going to need AI outline setting. Okay, again, it's complaining that it doesn't have those. So let's give it them, BS upload, and that should be good. And then we're also going to do import AI outline setting from React icons dash AI like this. And now we got all three of those icons. Now again, as my eye sees them as a designer, I'm looking at, oh, I'll probably need to increase the font size in them and increase margin. Okay, so as soon as I highlight that, well, that might be the perfect time to actually go to our module and just attack it right away. So let's go get our action button, right? Because this is inside of our action button. Let's attack the SVG, which is what icons are. They're SVGs. And I'm going to give it a font size of 2 EM along with a margin right of 1. And all of a sudden, these icons look much bigger, right? And they have a margin. So that's really good. It's really, really good. Let's go back to our code that we were adding. Maybe we still need to add a couple more things like our image, the username, how many following, things like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that now. Let's go kind of almost all the way down. So count with me here, this div, this div, this div, and we will go right here. And inside of here, I'm going to add an image. And this image will be of that user image that we had. Perfect. And we'll give it a class name. And again, we're giving it a class name so then we can target that class and style it. Okay. So we're going to do that very, very shortly. But underneath this, let's go ahead and give it an H4. And in this case, I will just say Rafikazi. And right underneath that, we'll add a P tag. Okay. And we'll say Clever Kazi like this. Okay, let's hit refresh. Boom. Great. So that looks pretty good. Now again, we just need to come into our styling and style up some of the stuff. So let's go to profile module.css and I want to work on this image. I want to grab this image and I want to style it. So profile container, grab the image in there. Width, I'm going to give it a 80 pixel width, a little hard to see, and I'll give it a border radius of 2.2 EM. Now the reason why that's all hard to see is because the actual container we didn't work on, right? So let's actually work on the container. Let's give it a height of 100% and hit save. Great. We will add overflow auto to it. And then we will add padding. Let's add padding top so we can give some space from the top like that. Take the padding out and see padding. When I add that padding, now it's visible and we can see it. And we'll also add padding all around. So it's a little bit farther from the center and things like that. Okay, let's take this padding and add it above padding top. So let's add the padding first. And then we'll do padding top 5 EM. Okay, so sometimes in CSS, yes, the order can matter. Okay, so that's why we're doing it like this. Now, what I want to do is I want to grab the last child. Okay, and I want to give it a certain, I want to take away the margin. So for example, if you look at my last child here, there's a margin right there. We don't want that. We want this gear sign to be right, all the way to the right. And these buttons will automatically follow. So for example, I got my gear here and these buttons, but the gear is close to the edge of the screen. So let's go ahead and make sure that that gear is to the edge of the screen. How do we do that? Let's give it action. Let's grab our action button. Inside of it, let's grab our SVG and let's grab the last child. So the last SVG that we got, let's grab that. Great. We're going to grab that and I'm going to give it a margin right of 0. Now don't go around grabbing random children. Okay. That's not what this is about. Okay. But in this case, we can grab the last child and we should be legally okay to do so. All right. Again, hit refresh. The disease of the browser will come to get you. Hit refresh and now it should be good. Beautiful. Okay. What else do we need to work on here? I want to work on some of my H4s, but do we have H4s right now? Do we have H4s? We don't. So I think I'm going to hold off on that. And actually, is my name in an H4? Let's see. Yes, it is. So let's actually work on our H4 then. So I'm going to grab that profile container and the H4 inside of it. We'll go font size 1.5 EM. Okay, so let's make it a little bit smaller. For color, we'll give it the regular text color that we've been giving our stuff. And then margin, we're going to go like this on the margin. Let's refresh. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And we will play with the p tags as well. Do we have p tags in here? Yes, we do. So let's play with the p tag here. And I'm going to go profile container. And we will go font size 1.1 EM. Ooh, font eyes. That's interesting. Font size. Okay. And I'm going to make the color a little gray. Right, tons of A's in here. Let's hit refresh. That refresh works like magic. And let's take away any margins we have. Okay, great. Great. So this looks pretty good. Now we're going to add maybe a couple of more details to the profile page, like the amount of followers, add a bio, add Twitter, add Instagram, things like that. Okay, so let's go back to our profile page that we have, and let's just add those things to this. All right, so let's go right underneath this p tag, and I will create another div, and we'll go class name, go style.follow. All right, we're gonna style that. So for example, all of this follow stuff here, we're going to style it in a specific way. So that's why I'm just putting a class there so I can target it and play with it later. Inside of this p tag, let's have a span tag and we'll go 0 and 0 followers. Okay. Starting fresh. Okay. So you can see the 0 followers and that right now is kind of the same thing, but we'll make that adjustment later. Can we do this hack? Because sometimes we can do this hack. Let's see. All right. Yeah, there we go. That's cool, right? The code is so smart. It understands what we wanted it to do. Okay, so we can actually write it like that and it looks good, 0 followers. All right, let's add another p tag right underneath it. And I will have another span tag. Whoa. What happened there? Span tag. We'll go 51. And then we'll go space and we'll say following. So 0 followers and we got 51 people following. Clubhouse. Our Clubhouse is popping. Okay, we're famous now. Let's go right underneath this div here where it's ending. And we're going to add a button. And this button will say add a bio. Just like that. And let's go underneath this and we'll go div. I'm going to say class name. And let's go margin bottom 4 on this thing. And let's go inside of that div and I will add AI outline Twitter. Let's hit enter. Thank God for the first time in its life, it decided to do an import. Now we got this Twitter icon right there. And we will say add Twitter. Did that work? Hey, that works. That works. Now let's actually make this a button. So what I'll do is let's wrap this up in a button. Okay, so let's go button. Let's go underneath this, just like that. So we have an add a bio button, and then we have add Twitter button. And I just want to make sure my margin bottom on this button is 0. So let's go class name, margin bottom 0, like that. Okay, hit refresh. Cool. As usual, nothing happens. Right underneath this button, we're going to maybe add another button, and that's going to be an Instagram one. So let's just copy this instead, paste it, and we will say Instagram. And let's say add Instagram. Okay, and let's go right underneath this div right there. All right, and we'll add a class name. Let's do style.nominated. We'll again get access to it afterwards. Let's throw in an image, and again, this is going to be an image of the user, just like so. Right underneath the image, let's add another div, blank div, and we'll go joined. Whoops. Okay. And in this p tag, we'll go this person joined, 14th of July, 2021. 14th of July is my birthday. All right, let's go 2020 so it's real, because 14th of July has not happened yet. And let's remove this for now. And right underneath this p tag, let's have another p tag, and it's going to say nominated by, go span tag, Anton Alarcon. Mixing names here. All right, so we got the image, we got this. Now we're gonna style it. We're gonna style it soon enough. Okay, so just hold on there for me, relax. We're gonna style it very, very soon. Let's go underneath this div right there, and I'm going to say member. Oops. Let's go and say member of, right? And let's add a button, and we'll give it a class name of style.addMember button. And we're gonna do our plus sign for this one. Now it's like, hey, that plus is not defined. What are you doing? No worries. BS plus, and we're back in business. Okay. So here's the situation right now. I got my handle. I got my followers. I got a button for add a bio, Twitter, Instagram. I got an image of who nominated me, and then I can add as member of. Okay, so far so good, but remember, keep in mind, this needs to go from looking like this, which is kind of like crap, to looking like this, which is freaking beautiful, pixel perfect, okay? Kind of like my girlfriend. So we're gonna make it look nice. Now let's go on from here to my profile.module.css, and let's start playing with this, okay? So I'm gonna start with the follow first, because the follow is not looking exactly how we want it. So let's go profile container and target that follow. Let's go display flex on this bad boy. Cool. So already it's getting in line. We like that. Now let's go align items. Okay. That didn't do anything. Let's refresh. Okay. Comment it out. Okay. So we won't maybe add align items baseline. And then let's try margin bottom. Let's see if that works. All right, that works. That's good. Now you can just go and artificially give it a space as well, or we can do it this way. I can actually grab the first child in this, okay? So here's a cool way of doing this. So let's go to this one where it says 0 followers. So where does it say that? It says it right here, right? So for example, I have this div right here. Now this div has 2 p tags, okay? Now what I can do is I can actually get this div's first child. So the first child would be this p tag, and I can actually style it a certain way. So that's something cool that I can do. So let's go ahead and do that. All right. So let's go profile container, and I'll go and target the follow, because it's this one right there. And we're gonna get the first child of the p tags. Okay, so let's go to the p tags and let's go to direct children. I'll grab the first child and I'll say margin right of 2.5 em. Let's hit refresh, and look at that, right? It added a margin right after the 0 follower right here. So that's quite cool. It's a good way of doing this. Okay, so we're good on this end. Let's go and target our span and like change the font. Okay, so font weight I'll start with, and we'll go 500. We'll go color. We'll give it like a darker black color, which is the Clubhouse text color. Margin right, I'm going to go 0.2 em on this, so there's some margin between the letters there and the words there. And let's give it a font size of, and again, I'm playing with the span here. So let's give it a font size of 1.3 em, like that. save, refresh. Great. So the font size of 0 and 51 is much bigger, right? So for example, if I go 3 EM and I hit save, notice the 0 and 51 become big, but the followers and following remain small. And that's what we want. That's what we want. So we're happy. Okay, great. Man, my front-end skills are improving like crazy with you guys, okay? My front-end skills used to be absolute garbage. Now they're becoming so much better. I'm excited. Thank you guys for being here with me, doing this, making me do this and build this for you. I'm enjoying this just as much as you are. So smash that like button if you haven't already. Subscribe to this channel if you want to keep seeing builds like this, and if you want to boost me to make more builds, do that right now. And let's get back into it. All right, so let's go grab our container and let's grab the buttons. Okay, now the buttons are looking absolutely hideous. Whenever they look like this, the first things I think of, man, I want to get rid of that background color. Man, I want to get rid of the border outlines, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to just say border none. Let's start there. Okay, they're gone. Now, they still have that lingering ugly color. So let's get rid of it. Let's go background color and we'll just go transparent. Let's hit save. Boom. Blended straight into the background. Looks beautiful. Let's go down and let's give the buttons a blue color. All right, the clubhouse color. Button background color like this. Okay, now they look like they're clickable. And then let's give some margin on the bottom. All right, let's go to EM, my bad. Margin bottom, great. Now, I don't like this image being that big. All right, so let's go and contain that image. So let me go here and where's my image? All right, my image is under nominated. So I can just go globally image or I can just grab this specific image. So out of good, good habits, we're gonna grab the image like this and let's go with 15 pixels for now. What happened? There we go. Oh, wow, it's way too small. That's what she said. Let's go 40 pixels. All right, that's good. And we can also add a border radius to it if we wanted to. And that makes it better. Okay. And then margin right it by this much. Okay. So if there's anything we add to the right, which we will, it'll like make it look good. Now, let's just play with nominated itself. And let's turn the whole thing into flex. Let's align to the center. And then let's give a margin bottom of 1 EM. Margin bottom. So the member got some breathing room from it, okay? And if I remove this margin right, look, the text becomes way too close. That's not what we want. We want the image and the text just a little bit farther away from it. So that's good. Now, let's play with the p tags here a little bit. So let's grab the p tag in nominated and I'll go 0.975 EM. And then I'm going to go line height 1.4. So let's refresh. Great. So now it's like a little bit closer together, right? Like this, see? And we'll grab the span as well now and just bolden it up a tad bit. So this Anton Alarcon, so the name of the person looks a little bit special. And now let's also make it black. Okay, we'll go var text color. Boom. Anton Alarcon pops out, has a little bit bolder of a weight, looks different from the rest of the things. And now let's make this button look beautiful here. The plus one looks weird. We don't like it. So we're going to go add member button. That's how we're going to select it because it's right there. Add member button. That's the class we were messing around with. And we'll go background color. And I'm going to give it light blue. And I'm going to say important, like overwrite anything else that's there. Don't worry about that. Let's give it a margin bottom of 0. And again, this is important stuff. So great. If there was anything below it, it would get pushed down. Let's give it a padding. So we're gonna make it bigger. We'll also give it a border radius, so it starts to look more like this. Okay, probably 1 EM. Because if you look at the border radius of this and this, they look very similar, right? Visually. So sometimes just play around with it and like give it a 1 EM and see what happens. And hit refresh and like look, they're looking very similar. All right, and let's go line height We'll go with the line height of 1. So that like, did that kind of like squish it together? Yes, it did, right? Because otherwise it's too elongated, but the line height makes it go smaller. So if I went 0.5 EM on this, 0.5, not EM, but just 0.5. Let's just keep it 1 for now. And then margin top, I'm going to give it 0.3 EM. So they'll push it a little bit below where it says member of. So now it looks like a nice clickable button, and this screen looks really good. So if we go back, we got this screen right here. We have our explore screen looking good. We have our profile looking good. That's a really good sign. We can start a room. We can hit let's go. Like, look at all this, right? This is freaking crazy. I can mute and unmute. I can leave the room quietly. And then not to mention, I got my like user flow, right? So this is my home page. I can hit get username. I can go to my invite page, right? I can go to this page, next, allow. Like that whole flow, I mean, the whole thing is so freaking beautiful. Now, you notice this little problem, right, that we had in the start. So if I go like this and I hit get your username, it takes me to this page that doesn't really exist. So that's a problem. So let's just go ahead and see how we would fix that. So the first thing that comes to my mind is, well, what component is that? I think that's the welcome component. And I think the problem is that I have get username and it's taking me to this page when it probably should be taking me to the invite page. So I'll just hit save. I will go back, refresh, hit get your username, and now boom, I'm going to this page. Done. Hit next, allow, boom, problem solved. So again, debugging, just get calm and then start like, you know, anytime you run into errors, just calm and then start to kind of go one thing at a time. Don't think of it all at once because then it seems intimidating and it seems scary. Go, what's the one thing? What are the things that I do know for a fact? Start there and then work your way through it. Okay, beautiful. So our explore, our profile is looking great. Most of the things are looking good. So we could have done a lot more with this and we can keep going. And here's my challenge to you, okay? See if you could make these pages do certain things. So see if you could play around with them and add more functionality to them, okay? So I'll leave that challenge up to you. Here's what my finished version and product looks like, right? Here's the upcoming for you. This is what it looks like. Look at this. Nice. And then I even have a bottom sheet that comes up at the bottom. I can get out of here. I can go to my activity and my activity notifications here looks so good, right? So I'm going to challenge you to see if you can do that, okay? But currently, this is the functionality of the app that we have. And we have a full-on user flow that I just showed, right? So if I go to my home page, it brings me to here, which looks so cool. I can hit get your username. I can type in my number, next. I can allow to get the notifications. It brings me here. I can start a room and it can alternate between those. I can hit let's go. The loader pops up. I come to the room. I can mute, unmute. I can leave quietly. I can go to my profile page and I can go to the explore page and see what's popping and even like type things in. And of course, I almost forgot one last piece of the puzzle, which is deploying this app on Firebase. Okay, so that's gonna still be exciting. So let's go ahead to firebase.com and we will click, I'll just go to my Kasia Clever Programmer email. You can go to whichever one you want, of course. Click go to console and we're going to add a project. I'm gonna say Clubhouse clone, hit enter. I will say do not enable analytics and we will simply make sure that we get through this screen. Okay, so now Firebase project is getting ready. All right, I'm gonna open up my command line and in the meantime we're gonna have to do Firebase init in just a second, so make sure you have Firebase tools and Firebase downloaded. So let's go ahead and do npm install Firebase. Okay, so make sure you have that. If you have it globally, then great. And make sure you also have Firebase itself, Firebase tools. So yarn add Firebase tools. And you can do, again, you can do npm install because just in case you might not have yarn add. Okay, so I just want to make sure that I have those things installed and then I'm good to go. Okay, just refresh. And we're done on the Firebase side. We just needed to go ahead and initialize the project, and we don't really need to do anything else. Now, again, the part of deploying is that you're going to be able to go to blah, 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 blah.com and you'll have your site up and running. Okay, so that's the great thing about doing that. So we're going to now make sure that we have everything we need available. And then we deploy it. And there's just a couple of steps to being able to do this. So let's go ahead and do this together carefully. So I'm going to do Firebase init, and let's see what it asks. So it gives us multiple choices. I'm just going to choose hosting because I just want to deploy this app online. So I'm going to hit enter. Now let's do use an existing project. Okay, hit enter. And let's see. I see Clubhouse clone right there. I'm going to hit enter. It says, what do you want to use as your public directory? Now this is an important part. Okay. What I want to use as my public directory is actually just a directory called build. So make sure to write build, important. And now it's asking configure as a single page app. I'm going to say yes. So I wrote Y and hit enter. This I'm going to leave default. Okay, good. I have my build folder, but it's not completed. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to do npm run build and hit enter. So now it's going to create this build folder with all of our assets in an super optimized way. So this build is ready to be deployed in the most optimized way possible. Okay. So everything that gets deployed is actually right inside of this folder. So that's what it's working on right now. And it's saying creating an optimized production build. Okay. So that is super freaking exciting. Let's go. Gonna add some music in here to make sure that we're good to go on this, and this freaking bangs. All right, so we got the build is good. Now let's try doing deploy. Firebase deploy. Crossing my fingers. I hope it works. Let's see. Is it gonna work? Is it gonna work? Let's go. Hey, all right. Now I'm gonna grab this URL. Let's open up a new tab, hit enter. Yo, our build is here. How cool is that, you guys? How cool is that? Let's go back. Our build is looking great. Let's hit get your username. It's right there. Let's type some random stuff in. Hit next, allow. Woo, hoo, hoo, hoo. Beautiful. Start a room. Let's go. Loader. Boom. I can mute and unmute. I can leave quietly. Damn. Let's hit profile. Profile page takes me here. Nice. All right. Let's go explore. Explore page looks beautiful. Man, that is freaking awesome. This is a phenomenal build. You did a fantastic job if you got to here. Give yourselves a huge round of applause. Like, that is absolutely amazing. Guys, like, this was such a sick freaking build, okay? And I'm so excited for you that you stuck around here. You did this entire Clubhouse clone from scratch. I mean, just look at it. You should be so freaking proud of this. Like, look at how beautiful it looks. Totally mobile responsive. And if you followed with me, you deserve a big round of applause. Okay? That is straight up just for you. So thank you for being here. I appreciate your guys' support so much. I mean, I work my face off for you guys. You know, it's like 8 p.m. I've been shooting this for, for so many hours, like sometimes 10 hours at a time. And I just try to do the hardest work I can to make sure that I'm giving you guys the best projects that you can put on your portfolio, that you could show to your recruiters. You can use these to land jobs and completely transform and change your careers, right? So upcoming, I want to be working on some epic React Native builds. We're probably going to build the Clubhouse clone in React Native. I want to work on Instacart. I want to work on Uber Eats. I want to work on Postmates. Like, you guys tell me what you want to see in the comments below. That helps me figure it out. And again, thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you guys so much. This is the finished product. You are absolutely amazing. Smash the like button if you have made it this far. Subscribe to the goddamn channel. And guys, if you're loving this, then I highly recommend that you go check out our course, Profit with JavaScript. This is a 15 module course. It will take you longer than 15 weeks to complete. It is complete beginner to advanced, from soup to nuts and bolts and all of the things in between. and it helps you master JavaScript and React. You build real world projects, and guess what? In that course, you're gonna learn the science and everything behind how you think about building projects like these, because it's cool to watch me build this, you know, and you saw me build this from scratch, but like, I want you to learn the science behind how did I sit by myself alone in a room and figure out how to build Clubhouse clone, okay? So like you will be able to build these real world projects that can do all of these things all by yourself, okay? And know the science behind it. So you could do it from scratch when you're, you know, when you open up a file, right? And there's like nothing there and you're like, oh, what do I do now, right? And that's all you see. How do you go from that to a finished product? So Profit with JavaScript shows you all of that. So go out and take advantage of it. You get an incredible community that supports you, that is there every step of the way with you. You have access to the Slack community as well. So if you get stuck and you're like, hey, how do I make this component? And like, how did you guys get it to line up like this perfect? Well, no problem. Somebody will explain it to you. If you're like, hey, this image, you know, I can't get it to overlay on this, they'll show you the little trick that you could do with position absolute in the parent, or position relative in the parent container, and position absolute in the child, right? They'll show you those tricks and they'll point you in the right direction on what you need to do to be able to complete a project like this. So does it make sense to try to do this all alone? I'm going to just shut my mouth now. Enjoy the course. You have 30-day money back guarantee. You have absolutely nothing to lose. And guys, it is the best course on the planet when it comes to anything JavaScript, when it comes to anything React, and we show you how to make money with coding and make a career out of it. I love your beautiful face. This is Kazi, and as always, I'll see you in the next video. LinkedIn clone with ReactJS. I hope you're excited. Let's get your mind blown. So I'm just gonna show you on the screen, and let's go to the LinkedIn clone. As you can see from the URL, that is not the real LinkedIn, right? This is the one that we've actually built. So check it out. This one has really sweet functionality. And if I actually switch to a mobile version, look, you can see that it actually looks absolutely beautiful, even on mobile. Okay, now what we're gonna do. All right, so now check it out, right? Most builds that you'll see anywhere, they're not mobile responsive, but this one is. That's exciting. Now let's go ahead, sign in with Google. This is powered by Firebase, and we have Google Authentication coming in. Let me click sign in. Awesome. Put this in. We should be good to go in just a second. Beautiful. Look at that. Okay, we're inside of the LinkedIn clone. Okay, going all the way up top, I can see my card here on the left-hand side, my right-hand side feed, and all the posts down the middle. I have my search bar in the top left, all of my little things, and I can sign out if I wanted to. And another cool thing is that actually I can even make a post. So I'll click here. We got our nice little modal. And let's just go, this is my LinkedIn clone. Hopefully you're excited to build it. Boom. All right. And guess what? We can actually even add images to this. So let me actually add this image right here. You can even add video links to it. I'll hit post and waiting. Look at that. That is a thing of marvel. That is absolute beauty. So I hope that you're enjoying this so far. With that said, guys, let's just get straight into the actual build. I'm so excited for you. Now, look, if you want to take your skills to the next level and you want to become the badass developer that you've always dreamed of, go to cleverprogrammer.com/PWJ. Okay. So then you don't just watch me do this, so that you can actually build apps like this. Okay. This is why we made this course, Profit with JavaScript, so you can get your skills up so freaking high and really get to that next level. So go ahead, you know, if you want to take it to the next level, watch this video, go to this page, cleverprogrammer.com/PWJ. We'll put a link in the description as well. But guys, you know, this is what we do. We haven't the best community on the planet. Okay, we have success coaches for you. We show you how to make money with JavaScript and coding. We have an amazing community. It's like a family. Okay, you're gonna build some incredible projects inside of that. Inside of this course. You have some of the best instructors in the world, okay? And you have people landing 6-figure developer jobs, all right? I got a job offer for $90,000. Frank got a job offer for 6 figures. This guy got a job offer for $110,000. I mean, the results are crazy, okay? You can go ahead and check it out yourself. And honestly, join this course. Worst case scenario, you have a money back guarantee, okay? So there's nothing for you to worry about. So go ahead, sign up for this course so you can actually build these clones yourself. You can actually build these projects yourself, and you're going to learn the fundamentals that you actually need. And we're going to start from absolute scratch. And what that means is we're going to start from our command line. Okay, so let's go ahead and clear out everything on my command line. I'll make my screen just a little bit bigger here. And let's just go here and do a couple of things. Okay, so I'm just gonna go into my GitHub folder. You can go wherever you want. Okay, and I'm gonna do npx create. This is the important command for you to follow. LinkedIn clone. Oh, it's complaining. What is it complaining about? Okay, so let's go ahead in the start and let's try doing sudo npx. Let's see if it's a complaint about this. No, it's not. Okay, so the complaint is that we need a new version. Is that right? New minor version available. Okay, so they want us to install the new version. So let's just take that command. You might actually need to do this as well. And now it's complaining. So let's do sudo. Okay, actually, let's do this. Okay, I'm just going to do create React app. Okay, for you, npx probably works. For me, sometimes on this computer, I have to do create React app for whatever reason. And I'm just going to do LinkedIn clone like so. And let's hit enter and let's see what happens. Beautiful. It's installing. Hopefully it's installing for you as well. Beautiful. Okay, let's wait for it to finish. All right, great. We have the entire app pretty much installed, ready to get started. The Create React app adds in a lot of useful things that we need. That's why this is important. And once this is done, we are actually ready to go ahead and get started. Now, what I recommend we do is let's open up Visual Studio Code, okay? And I'll bring that over here. And inside of our Visual Studio Code, okay, we're gonna do this, okay? I'm gonna open, I'm gonna go to my GitHub. I'm gonna go to my Banger projects. Here's my LinkedIn clone. I'm just gonna open that bad boy up, and we're pretty much right at the start. Okay, so let me open up my command line and let's go into our app.js. This is what you should have. Okay, now I'm gonna do yarn start, and that will actually start my development server. And let's go here and start it. Boom. This is what we should be seeing right about now. Okay, awesome. One note for you, by the way, if you're watching this, if when I do yarn start, you can do npm start. Okay, so for example, if you don't have yarn, just do npm start. Okay, otherwise you'll have to install yarn, and I'm pretty sure it's something like this, and you could actually install yarn. But you know, if you don't want to get fancy, just do npm start and you should be good. I just like to do yarn. I'm just used to it now. Okay, so your localhost 3000 is open. You should be good to go now. We're gonna do a couple of things. We're gonna delete unnecessary files. Okay, so for example, setup tests, I don't really need it. Report this one. Logo SVG, not gonna need that. Not gonna need app.test.js. So I'm holding command and I'm just clicking each one of these. Okay, and now I'm just gonna delete them. So they're all gone. Okay, next up, what I'm going to do is actually pretty much every line inside of my index, I'm gonna just remove. Don't need it. Okay, so let's just go like that and get rid of that. Okay, cool. So it's good. Let's go to app CSS, and inside of app CSS, I also don't really want anything, so I'm just going to hit Command A to select everything, and I'm gonna hit delete. Okay, and I'm gonna hit save. So now all of that should be gone as well. And now in app.js, now here's what's gonna happen. Okay, so on the right hand side, when I hit refresh, you should see this error. Your error will be like something logo SVG complaining about it. Well, it makes sense why it's complaining about it, because you just removed the logo, silly. All right, so now in our app.js, we're gonna go, and that import line at the top, where we're not importing the logo anymore. So now we're just gonna go ahead and remove that line. Okay, so I'm gonna delete that line right there. And also there's a bunch of stuff in this file that we don't need anymore. So for example, everything inside of this div right here, I can just get rid of, and instead I'll just say let's build the LinkedIn clone like that. Okay. And on the right hand side, now it's complaining about report web vitals. Okay. That's simple. Just go to index.js and remove this line there, remove this line there where we're importing, hit save, wait for it to stop complaining, and hey, we're making some progress. That's what you should be seeing right now. Okay, so great job so far, by the way. Okay, beautiful. So we got rid of all of the fancy styling or anything like that. We want to pretty much start this app as bare bone as humanly possible. Okay, and kind of go from there. So now what I'm going to do is we're just going to kind of set like LinkedIn type of styling. Okay, so first things first, I'm actually going to take the LinkedIn image. All right, and again, I'm going to drop these images for you guys in the link. Okay, so you can grab the LinkedIn image from this file here. Okay, or you can just go online and find a LinkedIn image. So I'm going to go and I'm going to grab this LinkedIn image. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it in my images public folder, and I'm going to create a new folder in here, and I'm going to call this images. So inside of your public, create a new folder called images. Cool. And inside of there, I'm going to put my LinkedIn.png. And again, if you want to find the LinkedIn PNG, very simple. Just go online, type in LinkedIn PNG. And, again, you can use the one I gave you, or just find one from online. Okay. All right. So now what we're going to do is, now that we have the image, okay, I'm going to go inside of my, let's go inside of my index.html. Okay. And that's also inside of public. You have index.html, and we're just going to make a couple of changes to that. All right. So where it says public underscore URL, it says favicon, blah, blah, blah. We're going to replace all of that and remove that and replace it with images / the image that we just added, LinkedIn.png. Okay. And hit save. Now at the top of your app, you should actually see the LinkedIn logo as your favicon. Okay, do you see it? Beautiful. Okay, nice. And so that's good to go. Okay, now we're gonna go down and let's go, where do I want to add the rest of this? Okay, so let's go ahead and see where it says Apple Touch icon. And here, instead of this logo, we're gonna replace this logo here with the same logo. So let's do images / LinkedIn.png, just like that. Okay, great. So we're making good progress so far. Now let's go inside of our index.css. Okay, so that file is going to be inside of your source directory. So go inside of that. Okay, index.css. Now we're going to add in some styling. Okay, and this is going to be the common styling that we're going to be using for LinkedIn. So I just decided to splat all of that kind of in the start. All right. We're going to start with making sure the overflow Y is scroll. Okay. So basically, if we're scrolling up and down, I want to see the scroll bar on the right hand side. So that's what that's going to do. And now I'm going to do overflow X, and we're going to do hidden. Okay. And what this is going to ensure, also remember to put semicolons, and also remember to keep hitting Command S or Control S and saving. Okay. And overflow X hidden is what it's going to do is, if we're scrolling horizontally, we're not going to see any bars on the bottom. Okay. That's what this is going to do. Cool. And now let's just do a couple of things. To root to our body, to our HTML, we're going to add in a background color of the following: F5, F5, F5. Okay. This is a white color, the kind of color that kind of LinkedIn uses. Okay. That's what this is going to do. Okay, let's also add box sizing, and I will just do border box here, border box. All right, so that's good. That makes it easier for us to like design our app, okay, and make sure that things fit kind of like how we want them to, and it doesn't do anything weird. Okay. Next up, we're gonna do a couple of things. All right, so now I'm gonna basically add some styling to things like H1, H2, blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna just reset their styling so they behave in the way that I want them to, okay? So let's grab our div. Let's grab h1, h2, h3, h4, h5, h6. So all basically h tags. I'm gonna also throw in header in there. I'm gonna throw in HTML. This tag here, I'll throw in an image tag. Let's throw in label. These are all things that we're gonna need later, okay? My bullet points, li, nav, p tag. Let's throw in small tag as well, span, and unordered list. Okay, that's it, I promise. Okay, I know it looks freaking crazy, looks stupid, but I promise that's it. Okay, now we're gonna do a couple of things to it. So margin, we're gonna make it 0. Okay, that's first things first. So already you saw your headline go above, okay, because I removed the margin. So I'm resetting the settings on here. Padding, I'm going to set to 0 as well. Okay, we're gonna go and set border to 0 of all of theirs. Cool. Outline, we'll just set it to none. Okay, and then font size, I'll do 100% on these. Nice. Okay, let's throw in a vertical align on this bad boy, and we'll do baseline. Okay, and background, let's do transparent. Cool. So you shouldn't see too many changes happening right now, but what this is doing is setting us up for success. Kind of like if your parents were investing into like a 401k or your college funds, they were setting you up for success, even though when you were born, you had no idea what they were doing, okay? You're like, Dad, just buy me candy with that money, okay? What are you doing? All right, I hope you're making good progress so far. Okay, now we're gonna do a couple of things, guys. So what I wanna do now is, first of all, I wanna focus myself. Haha, okay, good. Now, what I'm gonna do on top of that is let's start working on some of our components, like our login component, okay? So login component is going to be our component after I sign out of the app. So if I sign out, it's gonna be our login page, okay? So let's work on that. So first things first, I'm going to install a couple of things that I'm gonna need, okay? So I'm going to need, let me just open up another terminal thing here by hitting that button over there, okay? And actually, you know what? I won't do that. Let me close that terminal just so you can see things clearly, and exit out of this. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do yarn add, but you can also do npm install, okay? Either one is fine. I just like yarn better. So whenever I do yarn add, you do npm install. Yarn add, npm install. Okay. So I'm gonna do yarn add React router DOM because I want to use React routers. Okay. So that's the first thing that I need to install. The second thing I'm gonna actually need to install is styled components, because guess what? We're gonna be using styled components in this. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Okay, so we pretty much got what we're looking for. All right, we got what we're looking for. Those are the two things we're looking to install. And now we're going to go inside of our app.js. Okay, actually, you know what? Let's build out our component first. So let's go inside of our source. Let's add a new folder, and it'll be called components, like that. Inside of our components folder, I'm going to create a new file, and it'll be called login.js. Okay, and in our login.js file, we'll just start it off with import styled from styled components, like so. And then let's add in the actual component, okay? So let's capitalize the name, and we'll pass in any props that it needs and open that bad boy up, okay? And we'll just have it return a div that says login inside of it. So pretty much not that much right now. And of course, let's export this so we have access to this component outside of this file into our other files. Capiche? Good. So I'm gonna hit save. Now let's go into our app.js file, because what I want to happen is I wanna take this component, use it inside of my app.js file, and then have that be displayed on my screen. So now let's go to our app.js file. Well, in order to use that file, what do we need to do? The first thing we need to do is, starts with an I, then it has an M, import. Okay, so let's go ahead and import login, okay, from, and we're gonna do components/login. All right, And another thing we need for this is we also want to start using our React router. Okay, so let's go ahead and import all of the things we need for that. So we're going to do browser router. Okay, like so. And we're going to do as router. Okay, comma switch. And let's do route. Okay, so I'm basically getting browser router, switch, and route. Those are the three things I'm getting. Okay, and where am I getting them from? Great question. From React router DOM, like that. Okay, and that's it. Cool. Well, now we actually got to do our routing. So I'm going to remove this H2, and I'm just going to start it off with router, and I'm going to hit tab to auto-complete that. Okay, inside of that, I got my switch. Okay, and inside of my switch, I'm going to have my route. All right, and this route is going to be an exact path. All right, and this exact path is just going to be the home page. Okay, so let's hit refresh. It's complaining about something. What is it complaining about? Well, let's see. What is the error about? Let's hit save. Okay, did we do yarn start? We did not do yarn start. So of course it's complaining. Makes total sense. Boom. Now let's hit restart. Beautiful. Okay. And now you're like, hey, I don't see anything on the screen. There's nothing here. Well, yes, because inside of route, you still didn't add in the login component. So let's add in the login component. Let's do that. Okay, this is the component we imported. We added it there, and now you see login. Ta-da! Okay, that's it. So we're pretty much now set to go and start working more on like styling our login component and adding more things to it. So let's just go ahead and start doing that now. Okay, great job so far. So now let's keep rocking and rolling. Okay, we got basic login component functionality working. Okay, now we're gonna add a container, and we're gonna start adding some nav components, and we're gonna add some styling to this. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to do a few things. So first of all, I'm going to find this SVG right here. Okay, I'm gonna put that inside of my images folder. So I want you to actually find an SVG. Again, it's going to be in the comments below or in the description below for you. So don't worry about that. I'm gonna put it right here in my images. Okay, awesome. So hopefully now you got it in your folder. Let's keep on rocking and rolling. And guys, you know, if you want to know how to stop and start your server, is Control C. Control C stops it. Okay, then you can install whatever modules you need to install, and then you can do npm start. So just make sure your server is running, otherwise your app is not going to show up here. Okay, just a little note. Okay, cool. So now let's keep going through this. So I'm going to go inside of my login component, and we're going to now start adding some styling and stuff here. Okay, so just bear with me. So first things first. Okay, I'm going to just remove this entire line right now. Don't need that. And we're going to start with a return statement. Okay, and let's create a container component. Okay, and inside of our container component, let's create our nav component, and again hit tab. Okay, and then inside of our nav, I'm going to add a link tag. Okay, and then this link tag is pretty much going to do nothing as of now, and it's just going to be the LinkedIn SVG logo. Okay, that's it. So effectively, what is this going to be? It's going to be this thing right over here. Okay, just so you know where we're headed and what we're doing. That's what we're building. Okay, so it's going to be a link, and inside of this link, all right, we're going to add our image tag. Okay, so notice the hierarchy: container, nav. Inside of there we have a link, and inside of there we have our image tag. Okay, img, hit tab to autocomplete. From my images folder, I'm going to get my login logo.svg. That gets me my SVG that I'm looking for. And now look, it's complaining. It's like, hey, I don't know what container is or nav is. Make sure to keep hitting Command S or Control S to keep saving. Okay, so now what this is complaining about is all that means is we actually need our container and nav styling. Okay, so let's go ahead and just style them. Not a big deal at all. So first things first, I'm going to hit const container. Okay, and I'm going to create a style div, and I'm going to put tilde. Okay, tilde is the key that's right above tab. Okay, and just hit save. So I'm going to leave this style component empty for now. Okay, and then I'm gonna create a style component for my nav bar. So I'm gonna do const nav, and I'm going to do styled dot nav, and I'm gonna do tilde tilde and save and stop right there. Okay, so what am I doing here? I'm giving it empty styling. Okay, if I do that, well, you should now have a LinkedIn clone. Okay, awesome. Okay, so now I'm gonna start adding some styling. Okay, and what that's gonna allow me to do is it's gonna allow me to control that image, because that image right now is just straight up out of control, right? Because you don't want your LinkedIn to look that freaking massive. So inside of here, I'm just gonna hit enter. Okay, and then padding, gonna give it 0 pixel padding. Okay, so on the container side, I'm done for now. And inside of my nav, now I want to style this. Okay, and this is where it gets like interesting what I need to do. All right, so let's go ahead and give it a max width of 1128 pixels. Hit refresh. Okay, cool. And then let's go ahead and give it margin auto. Okay, and I'm gonna give it a padding of 12 pixels by 0 by 16 pixels. Okay, so now we saw a little bit of like padding kind of kick in, so it's not completely touching the top part, right, of our browser, because that didn't look great. And now we're gonna actually use flex. So to enable flex, you got to do display flex. Okay, now you might be wondering, hey, where did it go? Bring it back. Don't worry, we're gonna bring it back really soon. Okay, just hang in there for me. Align items, this is gonna allow us to align it centrally. Okay, this is vertical alignment. And then let's go ahead and do position relative. Okay, and I'm gonna do another thing. I'm gonna do justify content, and I'm gonna do space between, and I'll explain why I'm gonna do space between in just a second. All right, and let's give it a flex wrap of no wrap. I don't want these to wrap and go to new lines, because for my browser, right, if I have this nav bar right here, I don't want it to wrap and then go essentially to new lines. That's not something that I want. Okay, so this is looking good so far. And then I think I just want to do a few more things to make sure that we're good to go. Okay, I'm just gonna say, hey, anything that's, you know, inside of the A tag, do a few things with it. Give it a width of 135 pixels. So now this image has a specific width. We controlled it, right? This is what we essentially wanted to do. Now let's go ahead down, and I'm going to give it a height of 34 pixels. Cool. Okay, and now what I want to do is media query. Okay, so this is something cool that I want you guys to learn. And what I'm saying here, okay, is on a phone. This line here, all that means is on a phone, do the following. Okay, so I'm going to open squiggly brackets. I'm just going to say give it a padding of 0 by 5 pixels like that. Okay, so if we're on a responsive mobile device, it's just going to look slightly different. All right, this is going to make a big impact later on. So with that said, with the nav bar and where we're trying to place our LinkedIn clone, we are good. Now let me explain why we did space between. Remember how the final version should look? Well, guess what? Guess how this is separated? Because of space between. Okay? And guess why it doesn't run on new lines? Why join now is not here and why sign in is not here? Because of flex no wrap. Okay, all these little things make a huge freaking difference. Okay, and you can play around with it. You can delete lines and like go back and forth and see if that actually does anything. Okay, and that's another way to like pick up and get better at these skills. Okay, so let's keep going. And by the way, if you're wondering why your code, especially inside of the style components, doesn't look like mine and it's looking like it's just one giant long string and it freaks you out, what I recommend is go to extensions and you can get VS Code. Just type in styled components. Okay, and you can get like one of the styled components extensions that might actually help you. I think it's called VS Code styled components, that one. So you could get that one, and I think that'll like give you the highlighting you're looking for and make your things look normal. Okay, I have tons of extensions, but that's one of the ones that's really helpful. All right, cool. So now let's go ahead and add the join now button in our app. Okay, and that's gonna be that beautiful button right there. And it has a couple of features I want to show you. When I hover over it, it has that little gray color that happens. Also notice that it has a nice little border radius. So we're gonna go ahead and build that now. So let's go ahead and do that. So first things first, I'm gonna go inside of my login.js. I'm already here, so that's good. And then underneath this image right here, the login logo. So go underneath that, okay, that link tag as well. And I'm just gonna open up a div, and inside of it, I'm gonna create a new component called join. And inside of that, I'll just say join now. Okay. Now, again, you should be at this point where it's complaining. Join is not defined. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. Well, not a big problem. Now, all we have to do is actually just go ahead and create our join component. So I'm just going to do const join, and let's just get started. Okay. And styled A and leave it empty for now. Save. Okay. So now at least you have join now up here on the top right. Okay. So now let's start with the styling. So go inside of it, hit enter twice, and let's go. So let's choose font size. And I think I'm going to go with font size 16 pixels on that one. All right. So now underneath the font size, I'm going to add a padding of 10 pixels by 12 pixels on this thing. Okay. So you can see it got pushed just a little bit from the edge. That's exactly what we're looking for. Text decoration, none, because for my link tags, I don't want them to have an underline. So that is to just make sure that that happens. And for color, I'm gonna go with something like this. Okay, just a not completely black. It's a little bit grayish. Okay, so that's what I want to do here. As a matter of fact, actually what I can do is 0.08. Okay, so I think, yeah, let's leave it at this actually. I'll 0.08 after hover. Okay, so let's go here. Let's give it a margin right of 12 pixels. Great, giving it some more distance from the right hand side because we're gonna put something else there. And then let's go ahead and say that on hover, we want certain things to happen because right now it still doesn't have any hover functionality, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So on hover, we're actually going to change the background color, and I'm going to do this to the background color. Okay. So what does that mean? When I hover over, it has a lighter gray, right? So it's kind of a dark gray join now. When I hover over it, it has a lighter gray behind it. Okay, cool. Now I'm also going to change the font color on hover. Okay. And I'm probably what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to make it just a little bit darker. So let's go here. Boom. So the font color turns a little bit darker, as you can see. And then let's add text decoration of none. Okay. And all of that is looking good. So when I hover over, okay, no underlines, no weird stuff happening. And you know, one last thing is that it's still looking pretty square to me. What I want to happen is I want to give it the little rounded corners. So let's add some border radius to this thing. So I'm going to go border radius. And for border radius, I'm just going to say, hey, give me 4 pixel border radius on this thing. Okay, so when I hover over, I got a nice little rounded corners. And the join now button is looking absolutely great. Okay, amazing. We're doing great so far, guys. If you guys are enjoying this video, by the way, so far, smash that like button, break that thing, and of course, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And let's just keep on going. So the one thing I still want to do is to index. I want to actually add to our index as CSS. I just want to add some fonts. Okay, so going to our body, right? What I want to do is I actually just want to add a font family here. Okay, so let's go ahead and add to our body. Okay, and we're gonna add certain fonts. Okay, and the only fonts I really want to add here is font family. I just want to add Arial. like this. And then I just want to add sans serif. Okay, fallback. And so, yeah, now the fonts are looking good. Kind of what we're looking for. And with that said, let's just jump in to start working on our sign-in component. Okay, that's that thing right there. So let's go ahead and do that. So sign-in component, we're going to need a couple of things. So let's go to our login component. Inside of our login component, I'm going to make our sign-in component right underneath the join button. Okay, but it's going to be in the same div. Okay, so this is important to understand. Same div, the join now component, and right underneath it, we're going to have sign in component. Okay, hit tab to auto-complete that. And then I'm just going to do sign in. Okay, now again, it's complaining, hey, sign in is not defined. So same thing here. You guys know the rules. Let's create a styling for our sign in component. Okay. And this is going to be a tag, aka link tag. And then let's just hit save. Cool. So what you should see now is you should have sign in on your screen. If you full screen it, you should have sign in right there. Okay. And now we're going to go inside of this and start actually adding this thing. So I'm going to add a little box shadow to this. And, you know, I use the box shadow generator. That's what you can do as well. But here, you're just going to get the final version. So we got a little box shadow around this thing. So you see now a blue outline outside of your sign in. All right, we're going to give it a color of a little bluish color for the sign in as well. Okay, and for border radius, let's give it 24 pixels. Cool. So now it's looking nice and round. That's good. Okay, I'm going to give it a transition duration of 167 milliseconds. Okay, so you're going to see that's going to come into play later on. Like for example, when I hover over this, it has a little nice transition that's happening there that takes 167 milliseconds, it seems like. Let's give it a font size of 16 pixels. Okay, and I'm going to give it a font weight of 600. Okay, so now it's a little bit bolder. Line height, give it 40 pixel line height. Okay, so now, boom, all of this stuff got pushed down just a little bit. And on top of this, I'm going to do a couple of more things to this. Let's give it a little padding, I think. Okay, so padding, I'm thinking 10 pixels by 24 pixels like that. Okay. So now sign-in component is looking a little bit funny. It looks good here, but on mobile device, it's freaking cut in half. So it looks stupid. So we're going to fix that. Don't worry. Okay. So that's our padding. Now text align it in center. Okay. And then we're going to go background color for it. And background color is going to be just that. Okay, so far so good. And then on hover, we're gonna give it some functionality. Okay, on hover, I'm going to say that the background color is going to be, let's go like that. Okay, actually, let's make it this 1 to 49 by, okay, so refresh, cool. Okay, so now when I hover over it, you see that there's a blue color that's happening. Okay, and when I remove the transition, look, it just happens instantly. So we don't want that effect. I want that transition there because it allows me to make it blue, but with a nice little transition on hover. And then on top of that, I want the font color to change when I hover on it, and I want it to be this blue right here on hover. Okay, so that's good. And then of course text decoration, even though right now it's good, but let's just add this for safety and just good you know, default behaviors and patterns. Okay, cool. So our sign in on your computer should be looking good. Okay, it's just because I was zoomed in like too much at 175%. So when I'm in here, it looks good. Okay, because I'm on a giant TV, so I'm trying to zoom in, but now you should be good. Okay, so with that said, our login component is looking pretty good. Now we're gonna start adding in our sections and putting in main content in there right now. Okay, so now let's actually work on our section. So in section, basically it's going to be this big section over here. Okay, so now we need to make that work, add the image so it's also mobile responsive, right? Because for example, it's here like this, but when I full screen it, ta-da, completely different, right? Boom, and now it's here. But when I go mobile, the image is in the middle, the text is at the top. How is that happening? So we'll show you the magic behind the scenes. Let's go to our login.js. So we're here. Now, right underneath the nav bar, we're going to add our section. That's going to be our new component. All right. All right. So now, of course, it's going to complain and do our favorite complaint, which is section is not defined. Okay. So now it just means that we haven't had it added the styling part of this. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to create a section styling like this, and it's going to be section. Okay. Save. Cool. So that's good. Now, of course, you know the drill, enter inside of here, and let's start adding what we want. Okay. So first things first, let's go align content and start. Whoops. Start. Okay. Now make sure let's also do display flex because we're going to need that. Okay. Min height, I'm going to keep that at a 700 pixels for this thing. Okay. And let's give it padding bottom. Now, some of this stuff you guys are not going to see. Okay. Like for example, padding bottom, you're not going to see it. But what it's actually doing is if you added more content underneath this, so like for example, say section is like this, right? If I added something else underneath section, it would start adding it from here. But that's not what we want. We want to give it a little padding. So that padding, that's what we're giving it right now. Okay. So that's why some of the stuff is going to be invisible. And you can be like, what the hell are you writing, Kazi? And why isn't it, it's not doing anything. But trust me, it's actually adding padding. That is good convention to do that. Okay. Conversely, this is going to add padding to the top. So just like this right now, you saw it gave some breathing space between the nav bar and this section starting over here. Okay. So cool. We added padding to the top, padding to the bottom, and now we'll do this. All right. Cool. So just giving it some additional padding. Now I'm going to make the position relative. Okay. And flex wrap, I'm going to actually do wrap. Okay. And the reason why I'm doing that is the wrapping is what's allowing this image to get wrapped around, which means when I do this, it wraps it. Okay. So that's what we want. That means if the screen goes too small, those things wrap and actually form new rows. This is why flex is so freaking helpful. Width, we're going to give a width of 100% on this bad boy. Max width is going to be 128 pixels. Okay. Align items, because I want things to be in the center. Let's give it an align items of center. Margin auto. Okay. And then of course, last and pretty important thing is on media, how do I want it to behave? So meaning like on my phone, on my iPhone, how do I want it to behave? This is how I want it to behave. Okay. And let's give it a min height of 0 pixels like this. Okay. Let's open full screen. Okay. So now the section is in the middle. You guys are going to start to see a lot of this behavior once I start adding content to it. Okay, it's going to start becoming a lot more clearer. So now let's go ahead and start adding content to this thing and start adding stuff in our hero. Okay, so let's go ahead and get our hero image. So this is going to be our hero image that we're going to use right over here. Okay, so we're going to put that inside of our images folder. Oh, and just one fix right here, guys. This is PX right there. Okay, so just make sure you have that 768 pixels. Cool. Okay, now let's go to our, we're already here in our login component. Okay, hopefully you're here. Now underneath our section, we're going to add hero actually is going to be within our section. Okay, so the hero is going to be within here. Okay, So let's do this. Let's remove where we say section because that's not what we want anymore. Let's do hero as a component and hit tab and just hit save. So what it should look like is you should have section and hero should be inside of your section component. Okay. Now inside of your hero, we're going to add an H1 and that's going to say, welcome to your professional community, kind of like how it is on LinkedIn, right? Hit save. Now again, it's complaining, hey, hero is not defined. Well, again, that makes sense, my friend, because you know the deal. We need to actually go ahead and make the styled component for it. So we're going to do const hero style div. Okay. Do that and hit save. So now we should have welcome to your professional community. So let's fix that. Welcome to your professional community. Great. And let's just go here and start adding our width at 100%. Why does it always autocomplete to that? It's so silly. Okay. And we're going to style the H1 inside of here like the following. Okay. So we're going to give it a padding bottom of 0. Okay. We'll give it a width of 55. Jesus. So welcome to your professional community. That's what it should be looking like. Okay. And that just happened because of the width that I gave it. Cool. All right. Now we'll give it a font size of 56 pixels, like so. Ooh, big font. That's kind of cool. Like it actually looks powerful as soon as I did that. And let's give it a color of 2977C9. Okay. So this is going to be a light blue. Font weight. Let's give it a 200 font weight. Okay. So not super thick and bold, not thicker than a Snicker. Okay. This is very LinkedIn-y vibe that we have here. Let's give it a line height of about 70 pixels. Okay, great. So that gives it some breathing room in between each line, like so. And after line height, let's add in a media query so we tell it how to behave on a mobile device. Okay, so let's go max width. Okay, and this is a mobile device, 768 pixels. Text align on a mobile device should be center, so it should be vertically aligned. Okay, let's go font size to be 20 pixels. All right, great. And then let's go width to be 100%. Great. And then let's go line height to be about 2. Great. Okay, so this is what it looks like on a normal screen. And then this is what it should look like on a mobile screen. Right in the center, fits nicely, looks great, just like you. Thanks for watching so far. Let's keep going. All right. So this is good. Now I want to get outside of this H1. Okay. And now let's style the image inside of here because we want to add the image and we want to tell it how to behave. Okay. So let's go above all the way here. We're inside of our hero. We added the H1. Let's also go ahead inside of this H1 and inside we're going to add our image. Okay. So let's go outside of this, correction, hit image and autocomplete that. And I want to pull the image that we added. Okay. And it's basically login-hero.svg. Okay. So now you should have the image showing up. Man, it's already looking pretty freaking nice. Okay. Just make sure you didn't do any misspelling. So like, look, welcome to your professional community is looking good, but this image is looking way too big. So we need to control it. That's what we're going to do. Let's go to the bottom and let's go inside of our image and we're going to just control this freaking thing. Okay. Right now. So first of all, let's give it a Z index of -1. And why we're doing that is so if a text is overlapping it, it's always on top. Okay. This image should not have the most priority. The text should have a higher priority than this. Okay, now width, let's go 700 pixels on the width. Cool. Just exploded, but don't worry, we're gonna control that. So Now on full screen, notice we have made it already smaller. Okay, before it was like even bigger than this. Okay, for position, we're going to do absolute. Okay, and then bottom, let's go -2 pixels. Okay, look at that. It's like in a weird position. Look at that. Boom, right there. Right there. Okay, don't worry, we're gonna take care of that right now. Let's go -150 pixels right there. Cool. And it's kind of like watching a painter paint, you know, where it's like not making sense, and then all of a sudden it kind of comes together and your brain is blown apart. On a phone, how I want it to behave is top, give me 230 pixels. Okay, and then width, so like from the top, right? From the top, make it drop. That's a wet, you know what I'm talking about? So like, for example, if I change this to like 50 pixels, right, it goes higher up, but 230 pixels gives me that nice little touch that I'm looking for on a mobile device. But don't worry, right now it's like kind of invisible on a full screen, so we'll fix that as well. Okay, but let's just make sure it's good on the mobile device. So width, we're going to go with initial, and then position, we're going to go with initial as well. And I'm going to do the same thing for height, and I'm going to go with initial. Okay, so now on mobile device, it is looking beautiful. Okay, absolutely gorgeous. So far, so good. All right, folks. So one of the problems I'm running into right now is my image on full screen is going invisible, but on mobile screen, it's there. If that's happening with you, actually comment out the z index -1 line, and now your image should be showing up. Okay, and you should be good to go. So let's keep on going ahead here and adding more functionality to our app. So I want to add in the Google form component. Okay, so I want to add in like the Google login. So let's go ahead and get that Google logo. Okay, so take that, add it to your images. Okay, awesome. So now after adding that Google SVG, let's go ahead and start adding that to our login. Okay, so here's how we're going to do it. Let's go right underneath. Actually, we can keep this inside of the hero section, right? Because that's where we want it. So inside of our hero, I'm going to add a form. Okay, so let's go ahead and add that form. Actually, this form, I'll probably add it right outside of the hero. Okay, I apologize for the confusion and throwing you all over the place. Let's add form here. Okay, and we're going to work on the styling of this form. And then inside of here, I'm going to have another component called Google, just like that. Okay, and I'm going to throw in an image inside of the Google component, and it's going to be my Google SVG component. Okay, or not component, I'm sorry, the SVG file. Okay, the image. And right underneath this, let's go ahead and just say sign in with Google, like so. Okay, now again, it's complaining, hey, form is not defined, Google is not defined. You guys know the drill. Let's create stylings for them. That's what it's complaining about. So I'm going to create a form, and this is going to be a styled div. All right, I'm gonna leave it like this, and then I'm going to create Google, and this is going to be a styled button, and I'm gonna leave it like that. Refresh. Boom, we got the sign in with Google form all the way at the bottom. You should be seeing that right there. Let me make myself just a little bit smaller. Okay, so you can see it. Okay, now let's go full screen like so. Beautiful, looking good so far. I can be here and be good. All right, full screen, and looks great. Now inside of our form, let's start adding styling in here. So let's start off by giving it a margin top of 100 pixels. Start there. So that gave it a bunch of margin, and that's really good. Okay, because we definitely want to add some margin in there, so that way nothing weird happens. Okay, and also it gives it plenty of spacing that we want. All right, cool. So that's good. The other thing I'm going to add to my form is I'm going to give it a width of 400 pixels, 408 pixels. Okay. And then let's go ahead and give it a media query. Whoops. Media query. I'm going to say max width of 768 pixels, which means, hey, I'm on a mobile device, buddy. On a mobile device, I want you to give it a smaller margin top, so it's not a huge margin top. Okay, so you see it now, it's a little bit closer to our image, which makes sense, Okay, now inside of our, all right, so in our styled button, let's go ahead and now add, let's basically add styling to this. Okay, so let's just start with display flex. So we have Flexbox enabled on here. And then inside of here, we're going to justify content. And this is going to allow us to horizontally center things. So let's center that. I'm going to add a background color to this. And let's just do FFF. Okay, which is going to be this bright white that you just saw happen right there. Okay, and align item. So I want to center align this thing. Okay, so that's now looking a lot better. Let's go ahead and give it a height of 56 pixels. So 100% width. Let's give it a border radius to give it nice little rounded corners. Beautiful. And now I'm going to give it a box shadow. That's going to be a little bit complicated here, but again, you can auto generate these from box shadow generators, okay? But just bear with me here because it is going to be worth it because it will make it look great. Okay, and set pixels RGB. Okay, and let's give it a 0% here. Okay, I'm gonna just save this and then let's do another inset there. Okay, and I think I'm gonna just make it, let's go RGB here and 000/0%. Okay, so that's a mysterious looking thing, but it gave it the box shadow that we were looking for. Okay, without it, we just don't have that box shadow. So it's not the end of the world, honestly, whether you have that or not, but you can add that in. Okay, if you don't want to write all that out, I won't blame you if you avoid that. Cool. So let's do vertical align and let's go middle. Okay, and then I'm gonna give it a index of 0. Let's also start adding in a transition duration for this because I want it to have a nice little effect as I hover over it. Okay, and a font size of 20 pixels. So now sign in with Google is looking much bigger. So great. And then I think color, let's color it like so. So that makes it just that little bit grayish color. That is looking great. And then now let's add in hover functionality on this thing, guys. Because once we have that hover, then it's gonna do things when we hover on it. Does that make sense? Okay, let's go ahead and do that, guys. And let's keep the freaking energy alive and up in here. So I'm glad that you guys are with me and rocking and rolling. Okay, if you've made it with us so far, smash the like button. Like, look at how good this freaking thing looks, right? On your portfolio, it's gonna look so great, and it's just gonna make you stand out from so many of the other people out there. So let's keep going. So on hover, let's basically add a background color changing. All right, so let's do this. Let's give it a 207, another 207, and we're gonna give it a 0.25. Okay, so now when I hover, it has that little gray color showing up in the background. Okay. All right, so we gave it a little background color. Now let's go ahead and also add a font color for this. Okay, and I'm gonna give it this color right here, 0.05. So when I hover over, it makes the text a little bit darker. Okay, that's a nice little touch. And now again, we're going to add a little annoying box shadow thing with, honestly, I'm just gonna skip because I hate for you guys to have to type it all out. just looks annoying. It's just annoying. So this is great so far. I think this is good. And I think that this looks great so far. So let's keep going. Okay, so next up, we're going to add a couple of more things to this. Okay, so that should complete your basic form and the sign in with Google. And let's basically add now some header functionality. Okay, so I'm gonna go inside of my header, and this header is going to be on the home page. So what does that mean? If I go to /home, okay, I want to be able to get routed there. So this is the completely built app. Okay, this is the built version, the final deployed version. And when I sign in with Google, right, when I do /home, it should take me to this page. So now we're gonna actually start working on this page and working on this header here as well. So let's go ahead and get started with that. So first things first, inside of my, let's make our header component, and then we're gonna make our home component. Or let's do it the other way. Let's make the home component first. So inside of components, I'm going to make a new, not folder, new file. And this is going to be home.js. And I'm going to do import styled from styled components here. All right. And then I'm going to create a component called home. Okay. And then I'm going to return div, and let's just do home like this. Okay, perfect. That's all good. And let's just go ahead and export default home. So now this is a component we have access to in other areas. Now let's go ahead and create our header component. Okay, so let's go inside of components, new file, header.js, just like so. And inside of our header.js, we're gonna do this pretty much the similar thing. Import style from styled components. And let's create our header component like that. Give it the argument of props. And we'll return a div that just has the text header inside of it. That's it for now. And now inside of our app.js, we're just going to import these, okay? So here's what that's going to look like. So under login, we have, this route ending. We'll create another route, okay? Create another route. And this is going to match the path of home like this. And then inside of here, we'll have header. Okay, let's go header. Let's make sure that in our header component, we export default header, because that's why it couldn't auto-complete it, it seems like. Let's go back. And now I'll go header, and boom, it will auto-complete it. And we just imported header up there. And let's also import home. Okay, so I'm going to do home like that. And so I imported header from components header. I imported home from components home. We got header and home under the route called path/home. So that means now I should be able to go /home, and it should take me to it. So both of those components are showing, and that's exactly what we wanted. Perfect. So now you should be able to go to /home, see all of this stuff, and let's keep rocking and rolling here, okay? So next up, let's add in our containers. You know how I like to do these things, guys. So let's go to our header file, okay? And inside of our header, we're going to do a couple of things. So you guys are gonna need to keep up with me, okay? So let's go ahead and add a container. Inside of the container, let's add our content, okay? Inside of there, let's add just text that says header for now, okay? So this is what it should look like for now. And now we're gonna add these styled components right underneath here, okay? So I'm gonna do container, style div, and let's leave it empty for now. And let's do the same thing for content. And we're gonna do style div, and we're gonna leave it empty for now. Okay, let's hit refresh, boom. So far, this is what you should be seeing. Okay, if I change this with boogie boogie, hit save, you should now see boogie boogie here, okay? Cool. Now we're gonna start styling this stuff in here. So let's add a background color, and let's go white. Dope. So it looks a little funny right now because it's just this bright white, and it's almost like somebody was cleaning a really dusty board. Right? That's what it looks like. Now let's add a border bottom, 1 pixel. Let's make it solid and okay. Weird, did not need that many parentheses. So bugger off, mate. Cool. Okay. And now let's go ahead and add left 0. Okay. And underneath this, let's add some padding. So we'll go 0 by 24 pixels, just like that. Position, I'm going to go ahead and go fixed. Top, give it 0. And I'm just going to give it a crazy Z index because I want to make sure that that always stays on top. Okay, and that's like never going away anywhere. Again, a lot of this stuff is going to be invisible until you click into it like this, and now you'll see this header. Okay, I'm in inspect mode, so just bear with me. I promise it's going to get better. Let's give it a background color, or actually no, I'm sorry, let's not do that. Let's do display flex. So now we have the flex mode enabled. Now let's go align items center on this thing. Okay, that'll center align items. Let's go margin 0 auto. And let's go min height 100%. Okay, hit save. And let's go max width of 128 pixels. Okay, awesome. Now with this, guys, you're not going to see much. Again, this is to set us up for our next step where we're going to now start adding the logo in the header. Okay, and then you're going to actually start to see what this code was doing. So let's go ahead and now add the logo. So I'm going to grab the home logo and I'm going to add it in our images. Okay, boom, right there. Now let's go back to our header file, and in our header file I'm going to now start by adding this image. So let's go to the top, and inside of content, let's remove the word header. We don't need that anymore. Let's add a component called logo. Inside of that, let's add a link tag. Okay, and we're gonna say that this image should take us to the home page, meaning that if I'm logged in, if I hit that image right there, you know, it should take me essentially to the home page. Okay, which is this page right here. Okay, so now we're just gonna add the actual logo and the image. So inside of this link tag, let's add an image tag like so. And this image tag is going to be /images/home-logo.svg. Okay, that's what we just added right here, home logo.svg. Now, styled components is going to complain. It's going to say, hey, I don't see this component or the styling for it. No worries. Let's go ahead and add it, my friend. So I'm going to add a logo like this, styled, and I'm going to make it a span tag. Let's make it empty for now. And let's do margin right 8 pixels. And then let's go ahead and do font size about 0 pixels, just like so. Let's hit refresh, and ta-da! All of that work that we had done earlier is now showing us what's going on. Okay, so let's try removing these things and let's see if it makes a difference, right? So I removed container, and look, you cannot see anything, right? But now let me bring everything inside of container, and now you can see it. And now you can see why we gave it a color of white, because now it's visually there. Okay, so great work. All right, so now let's go ahead and add search and input and search icon. So for example, this search bar right here, let's go ahead and add it, and let's go ahead and get started on it right now. Boom. So first things first, we're gonna go ahead into our header file. Okay, and in our header file, we're gonna do a bunch of stuff. Okay, along with like some stuff with SVG. Okay, so what I'll try to do is I'll try to kind of give you this SVG so you can have access to it as well. Okay, so let's keep going. I'm gonna give you access to the SVG file too in a second, but let's go ahead under our logo And under our logo, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a search component. Okay. And let's hit search and I'm going to hit tab. All right. Inside of my search component, I'm going to create a new div. Inside of that div, I'm going to create an input. Okay. And I'm going to add a placeholder. All right. Just like so. Now I'm going to go and create a new component called search icon. Let me actually go ahead and do that like this. Okay. Search icon will be inside of my search component. So that makes sense. All right. Now inside of my search icon, I'm going to add my SVG logo / path. Okay. So I'm going to give you access to this as well, but here it is. All right. If you guys need it, again, all of this is going to be linked in the description below. So that way you guys have access to it. Okay. So it's an SVG. And then all we got to do is we just have to close out of this SVG. Okay. Just like so. So boom. Now, again, search is not defined. Search icon is not defined. So we're just going to go ahead and create those. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's do search first. And then we're going to do search icon. So let's go search. And you guys know the drill. I'm going to go ahead and make it empty for now. And let's go ahead and create styling for our search icon as well. I'll go and do this. Okay. So empty, empty. Cool. So we got our search icon right here. We got our search bar right there. It is looking beautiful, magnificent, and we like it. All right, now all we have to do is start styling our search component. All right, so let's go ahead and style this thing. Okay, so inside of our search, I'm going to give it a opacity of 1. Let's give it a flex grow of 1. As well. Okay. And I think I'm going to give it a position relative. Okay. And then let's do the following for this div. All right. Let's go max width. We'll go 280 pixels. Okay. Input, I'm gonna go border none for the input. So now notice that there's no border anymore. So already looks much cleaner. Box shadow will go none. And then background color EEF3F8. Okay. That gives it a little light gray. I'm going to go border radius of 2 pixels. Cool. Okay, that's going to be the font color, and width will go 218 pixels. So now it's a little bit wider. Padding. Okay, so great. I'm going to give it a line height of 1.75. Okay, so it became a little wider from the top, got a little bit more height, hence height. Font weight, let's give it 400. Great. Font size, we'll give it 14 pixels. Let's make sure we full screen it. Nice. Looks good. Looks really good. Height, let's give it 34 pixels. Border color, I'm going to give it this color right here. Cool. And then vertical align, text top. Okay, great. So this thing is looking good now, the search bar. Okay. Now let's work on the search icon. So we have the style div that we started. Now let's go ahead and style that search icon component as well. So we're going to make the width 40 pixels for it. Position absolute. Z index, let's give it a 1. Top 10 pixels. Okay. So now it's getting inside of that search bar, which is exactly what we want. So that's good. And we're doing that by using, of course, position absolute, making sure that the Z index is making sure that it's not like hiding behind other things. You know, I don't know, if I give it a Z index of negative 200, it might hide behind other things, right? So Z index 1, just make sure, hey, don't hide, don't be shy, okay? And then the position absolute just allows us to like position it, okay? Now, let's go border radius of that. Cool. And then margin of 0. Great. I don't want any box shadow. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna even add that line. Okay. I mean, I could have pointer events none for this. Let's go and see. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Okay. So there's no, that's a nice little touch, right? Because if I save, now if I hover over it, my mouse still looks like a pointer, right? But watch what happens when I go pointer events none. When I hover over it, the whole thing is a text box. It's a nice little finesse that we decide to put in here for you. And of course, let's go display flex. So we have flex functionalities and flex superpowers. And let's horizontally align that. Great. Now it's a little bit closer to the search bar. Okay. Let's look at it. Oh man, that search bar is looking nice. All right. And then align items. We're going to align it to be center. And then of course, let's add a transition background color and then have that transition be 0.15 seconds. Cool. Okay. Okay, dokie. Okay, I mean, I don't even think honestly we need that line. You can kind of take that out and it still looks fine to me. Okay. I like to just simplify it. If we don't need something, just take it out. Okay. Cool. So search icon is looking good. Search is looking good. Yeah, to me, this is looking great. Okay. You're making great progress so far. I'm really proud of you. Now what we're going to do is we're going to actually turn that search icon into a file. Okay. So I think that's going to be a lot better for you. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll show you how to actually turn this into a file. So inside of search icon, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this SVG, right? I'm going to cut it. You need to cut it. Okay. And inside of my public images, I'll create a new file. And we're going to call it search-icon.svg, just like so. Now inside of here, I'm going to paste that SVG code. Okay. So now notice that my search icon is not there anymore. Makes sense. Now what I'm going to do instead in my header, I'm just going to replace all that SVG garbage code that I had. I'm just going to replace that with this image. And I'm just going to go search icon.svg like so. And ta-da! We got that icon right there. Okay. This is also highlights to you how you can actually turn that into a file. All right. Has a nice little touch right there. Great. Now let's start adding things to our nav bar. Okay. And we're going to start making progress on that. All right. So now let's style our nav bar. Okay. And let's make it look pretty Ricky. All right. Here we go. So I'm going to jump inside of my headers. And we're going to add nav, okay? And we're going to add nav right underneath this search. So give me a nav component just like this, please. And let's just go ahead and say nav menus. Now we're going to go ahead in our styling and we're just going to say const nav styled nav like this, okay? And we're going to go inside of here, get a little margin left, get a little bit of Okay, that's looking good. Display block. Beautiful. Got nav menus showing up on the top right hand side. That looks good. Of course, let's add in a media query for phones, 768 pixels, mobile devices in general. And let's say, hey, if you're on mobile, give me a fixed position on this nav. and give me a left of 0, bottom of 0, background white, and of course, give me a width of 100%. Okay, so there we go. Beautiful. That's what it looks like on a mobile device now. Okay, pretty Ricky. Okay, cool. Full screen this thing. So some of the nav menu items seems like they're now coming to the bottom, which is fine. Okay, we ain't got a problem with that, right? Do you got a problem with that? Because I don't have a problem with that. Okay, so you should neither. All right, let's keep rocking and rolling. All right, so we got the nav done. Now let's go ahead and add home to the nav menu. So first things first, let's grab our image. Okay, let's take that image and I'm going to add the nav home image right there. All right, so this is our image. Now let's go inside of our header.js file. And inside of our header.js, we're gonna do a couple of things. So first things first, let's actually wrap the nav, actually not wrap the nav bar, but inside of the nav bar, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete where it says nav menus. So delete that. And instead, I'm going to make a new component that says nav list wrap, just like this. I'm gonna tab that and I'm gonna hit enter. And then I'm gonna make another component inside of that's called nav list, hit tab, and hit enter. And inside of that, let's make an A tag. And inside of that A tag, actually, here's what we'll do, okay? We don't need an AHREF for this, okay? We don't need that. But we do need this thing tag wrapped up in an A tag. So let's go here. And inside of here, let's add an image. And for that image, we're gonna go images with the nav home.svg, like that. Okay, that's the one that we put in our SVG file. So what it should look like is you got your nav bar, you got your nav list inside of that, and you got your nav, I'm sorry, not nav list, excuse me, nav, you have your nav list inside of there. Okay, so that's looking good. Now it's complaining, hey, it's not defined. Okay, no worries, let's go ahead and define this. So let's go ahead and do, first of all, const nav list wrap, okay, and equal styled ul. It's going to be an unordered list, and let's leave it like this. Then let's go here and we're going to have our nav list, and this is going to be a styled bullet points. Okay, here we go. Oh, my bad. Let's put the tilde at the end of it. Good. So now all we see is this bullet point right here. That's okay because that's what we expected. Okay. Now we're going to make it mean something in a second by doing our styling. So inside of our nav list wrap, let's go ahead and do this. So display flex. Inside of here, we're going to flex wrap, do no wrap, and then let's do list style type none. Okay, let's open this up. And now because we did list style none, we don't have that little dot there that we were getting. So that's fine. Now inside of nav list, let's enable display flex and align items. Let's make them centered. Okay. And now let's make a style our link tags. And let's give it a little bit of styling. Okay, so first of all, we're going to say align items in the center. Background, let's make it transparent. I'm using Vim, so you'll see a lot of JKs happening there. That's my shortcut for getting out of the mode. And let's go direction column. And I'll show you why that's important later. Okay, so column, cool. Let's go font size 12 pixels. Font weight 400. Okay, just hang in with me there. It's gonna make sense. I promise, my child. This is gonna make sense. All right, just hang in there for me, pal. Justify content. It's gonna be center. And line height, we're gonna give it a 1.5 because why not? Okay, and let's give it a min height of 52 pixel and a min width of 80 pixels, like so. And position of relative. Okay, and of course, you know my style. I do not like text decorations and the underlines that I sometimes normally get. Okay, so none is gonna be fine by me. Let's put that there. Okay, and now just a couple of last things we're gonna do. Let me just make sure that our nav list is right. So we got our nav list, nav home.svg, a nav list wrap. We got our nav list inside of that. We got our A tags. Great. Okay, let's keep on rocking and rolling. Whoops. Okay. Whoop, dad. Okay, my bad. So this nav home is going to be inside of images. Okay, unlike me being an idiot that I am, I put it not inside of images. So of course I didn't have access to this. Okay, here we go. It's right there. Okay, cool. So sorry, there's tons of mysterious code and you're probably like, what the hell's going on? We don't need the cursor pointer. We can get rid of that. Okay, cool. Okay, so now a lot of this is going to make sense. All right, so you saw when I took away a line item center, watch, it became so huge and massive, right? That's what she said. But when I take it away and I hit save, it's gone. All right, also, this is what the media query part is doing. All right, let me remove all these lines of code so you and I can be on the same page, because I coded just a little bit ahead of you, but now we're back, so no worries. Let me just close this paren here, okay? And we're just gonna code this thing up together. Okay, so hit save. And if I hit this, now we can see this icon right there. Okay, beautiful. Mystery solved. Now inside of this A tag, let's go span and let's give it a little color. All right, and we're gonna give it this color. Okay, so boom, there we go. That's good. And where is this going to show up? You might be asking. Here's where that's going to show up. Okay, so inside of our, let's go to our nav list component. Now inside of our nav list component, you see that we have added this A tag. Well, what we want to add inside of that A tag is not just an image, but actually a span tag as well that says home. Okay, so like that. The A link contains an image and a span tag called home. So now this is what it should be looking like. We got home right there. Okay. And when we go to phone screen, right, we got home at the bottom, which is pretty freaking cool how the media query works magically and makes that happen. Okay. Media query makes that happen at the bottom, right? Like for example, if I change that to top, it's going to make that happen at the top, but we don't want that at the top. We want it at the bottom. Okay. There we go. Cool. So now let's style that span tag, right? But the color home now has that little like grayish color that you can see. Let's go display flex and let's align items, of course, center. Okay. So that's just going to make sure that the text is vertically aligned how we want it. Now let's get out of this span tag and we're going to add in a media query. And I'm just going to say, hey, my max width should be that, which is meaning a mobile device or a tablet or something of that nature. And let's give it a min width of 70 pixels. Okay. And then let's get out of all of that. And on hover, what I want it to do is the following. And on active, here's also what I want it to do. Okay. The A tag, specifically to the A tag on hover, here's what I want to happen. And specifically to the span tag on hover or active inside of the A tag, I want it to get just a slight color change. Okay. All right. Now you can get lost in how it's nested. It can get kind of weird, but it's a nice little touch. Okay. Watch this. When I hover over this home, watch what happens. Boom. It's very, very subtle. Just a very subtle shift. Okay. That's all that's happening there. So just a side note, if you're watching this video right now, there's a lot of weird things that you can kind of get tripped up on, especially how things are nested inside of one another. So like be on the lookout for that and just be careful when you're going through this, right? Because for example, here right? It's the on hover and on it being active inside of the A tag and inside of the span tag that's inside of the A tag have this color happen. Okay, so sometimes you can get lost very quickly and easily, so just be on the lookout for that. All right, so now let's add nav menus like the home menu that we added, but we're gonna add all of the rest of them, meaning I want to now add all of these ones here: my network, jobs, messaging, yada yada yada. Okay, and so let's start working on that. Well, for a couple of things, we're gonna need all these nav items. So we already did nav home, so we don't need that anymore, but we're gonna need nav jobs, messaging, network, notifications, and work. So I'm going to hold shift, click here, select all of these and drop them inside of my images. All right, now that it's inside of my images, I'm simply going to go to the top of my file, header.js file. Let's go to our nav list. And all I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna keep on adding more nav lists. So for example, here, I'm gonna select this nav list component and I'm gonna do the following, okay? So this is, just be careful on this as you're following me. I'm gonna hit, I'm gonna copy this entire component, okay? Copy the entire component. And then all I'm gonna do is just replicate it a couple of more times. Paste, 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 okay? And how many icons are there? Let's go check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, maybe 6, but I think it's 5 if I'm not mistaken. Okay, worked on reading message ups. Yeah, so I think I'm fine pasting it 5 times. Now let's go and start giving them those names. So we have nav-home. Now this one is going to be nav-jobs, I imagine. Actually, nav-network. Okay, let's see what the first one is. In the completed version, we have network jobs. Okay, so the next one is going to be jobs, and then after jobs it's going to be nav-messaging, and after nav-messaging is going to be nav-notifications, like so. Now you can see on the mobile version, oh, so nice, looks so good on a mobile device. Let me actually move my face a little bit out of here so you can see that. Like, wow. Am I pretending to look down right? Wow, that looks amazing. Okay, so there you go. That is beautiful. And when I go full screen, I see them all up there. Okay, and now I want to change what it says. So for example, where it says home, leave that as is. But the span tag inside of the nav network, well, we're going to go ahead and change that. And we're going to say my network. Okay, we're going to go to the jobs one and we're going to change that. And we're going to change that to just jobs. Okay, the one below that, we're just going to change that to messaging. And the one below that, we're going to change that to notifications. Okay, so now on mobile device, it is looking great. And let's go full screen. It's looking pretty freaking great. That's exactly what we're looking for. So our nav bar is now starting to look really, really good. That makes me really happy. So let's continue going forward and now add the activation functionality to this entire thing. Okay, so how I'm gonna do that is inside of nav list, let's go where we have nav list. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do something special. Okay, and I'm just gonna do this to the home one, none of the other ones for now. Okay, I'm just gonna kind of hard code it inside of the home one. And the functionality we're now adding is, you see how this home one here is active, right? But these ones look like they're not active. So we're gonna add that styling to our app. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so nav list, and to this nav list, I'm going to add class name, and I'm just gonna call it active. Okay, and simply all we're gonna do now is we're gonna go inside our nav list wrap. Okay, so let's go inside to our nav list wrap right here. Okay, And under our nav list wrap, we're just going to add the styling. So we're going to do .active. So for our active class, do the following. For the span tag, and right after that, we're going to just do content blank. Whoops. That's fun. Cool. Transform scale of X. I don't know why it does that. 1. Okie dokie. And simply then border, we're going to give it a border bottom of 2 pixels solid. And let's go white dash FFF. Cool. Okay. So we're working on this functionality. Dope. Bottom, I'm going to give it is 0. Left 0. Position absolute. Position. Misspelled position. Okay. Give it a 200 millisecond ease in and out. And I'll give it a border color of like this. Okay. So now we have this going on here. So now, boom, there we go. I just had to hit refresh. Okay. And there we go. We got home. It's going active when I hover over it. That's exactly what we want. And even on mobile screen, I can see home has that like nice little underline, and you know, that's kind of what I expect to see on the home, you know, the mobile app, the mobile version of all of this. All right, so let's keep on going. All right, so now let's go ahead and add user nav menu and add work nav menu. Okay, so we're gonna add a couple of more things. So for example, here we have a user menu, and then here we have a work menu, okay, looking thing. So let's go ahead and add those 2 as well. So first things first, we're gonna need the down icon, that little tiny icon right there. It's a little bit hard to see, but it's that icon right there. Okay, so we're gonna need that. The other thing, actually, you know what? Let's just throw that into the images first. Gonna need that. The other thing we're going to need is the nav work menu. So let's go nav dash work. Boom. Going to need that. Oh, we already have that. That's fine. And then the other thing we're going to need is a user SVG. Okay. There we go. There it is. Okay. Okay. So now that you have all the images, let's go inside of our header and start adding them. Okay, so let's go ahead and create these components as well, by the way. So I'm going to go all the way under nav list, but within nav list wrap. So right under the nav list ending, let's go ahead and add user component. Okay. And then right underneath that, we're going to add our work component. Okay, so these are the 2 components we're going to have. Now within our user component, let's go ahead and add a couple of things. So I'm going to add a tag, but I don't need an ahref for this either. I just need to borrow the link tag styling. And inside of this a tag, I'm going to need an image, and I'm going to use the user.svg. Okay, like so. Right underneath this a tag, right underneath this image, what I'm going to need is a span. That's going to just say me. Okay. And right underneath that me, I'm going to need another image, and I'm going to give it the drop down menu. Okay. So far it makes complete sense because you got the user image right underneath that. You got the drop down image. Okay. So that's looking good. Now we're good with this part. Let's go inside of the work part. Work. So now let's go and add a couple of things. So let's go with a tag. Again, we're probably not going to need any of the other things. Let's add an image inside of the work tag, and we're going to add in the work image. Okay, nav-work.svg. Cool. And also we want to add a span tag inside of here. And we'll say work, and within that span tag, okay, within that span tag, I'm going to add another image, and we're going to give it images down icon.svg like so. Okay, cool. Now it's complaining, hey, user is not defined, work is not defined. Hey, no problem. I like when work is not defined because that's how I live my life as a CEO. Let's go. All right. So we're going to create new styling for the component. All right. So there we go. And now I'm basically going to add my styled components. Okay. That's all I'm going to do. So I'm going to borrow my styling from our nav list. Okay. That's how you can borrow styling from something else. And for my work, I'm going to borrow my styling from the user. Okay, that's kind of nice. Let's just hit save for now. Oh, let's do style with a small s, I believe. Okay, user is not defined. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. We'll define it. There we go. Okay, so on the mobile screen, now you get this funny looking thing at the bottom right. Okay, if you're not seeing it, I'm just gonna move this here. Gonna get this funny looking image at the bottom right. And if I go full screen, you'll see me and you'll see work. So that's cool, but that looks ugly. So we're gonna fix that. Okay. So let's go here to user and do a couple of things. And basically we're gonna say, hey, the SVG inside of this A tag, look, we gotta do something with this thing. All right. It's just unacceptable. So let's start off with width. Okay, let's try to control the width of this link tag. Okay, and then let's also try to control the border radius. Okay, 50, 50, 50. Can't go 50, 50 with. Okay, let's see. Hopefully that does something. If it doesn't do something, I got another idea in mind. Okay, so another thing what we can do is let's grab the image tag inside of here and give that a width of 24 pixels. Beautiful. So now you see the image is actually quite small. All right. So that's controlling the image. That's good. Let's give it a height of 24 pixels. All right. Cool, cool, cool. And now let's give it a border radius of 50%. That's going to add that nice little circular effect to it. So you can already see it's starting to have the nice little circular effect. That's great. And let's go span tag. And we're just going to align items in the center. All right. Because that's just how we like to do things around here. All right. And now inside of my work, all I'm going to do, because it's already borrowing tons of styling, we're just going to give it a certain border. Okay. Give it a nice little color. So there it is. And when I highlight it, looks a certain way. We got the drop down. We got the me with the big fat arrow. This is pretty freaking cool. It's looking great. Okay. Okay, great work, young Padawan. So far, we're looking good. We're looking smooth. We're looking clean. So let's just keep on rocking and rolling through this thing. Okay, now we're gonna add sign out functionality. Okay, so let's go into let's go inside of our user, because that's where sign in functionality is going to be added. So my user is right here. Okay. Let's go right down there, right underneath the A tag ending, and I'll add the sign out component. Okay. Now this component, before we build it, this is going to be this component right here. When I hover over, all right, it gives me that sign out option. That's what this component is going to be. All right, so that's what that component is going to look like. Okay, so now let's go ahead and just build it out. Now inside of my sign out, I want to add an A tag. Again, I don't need the ahref. And all I'm going to have it do is say sign out. And again, I'm just adding the A tag to borrow the styling that I have added to it. Okay, so hit save. Let's go down and let's create our styled component for sign out. Const sign out. Okay, and we're just going to do styled div. Let's leave it empty for now. And let's go inside of here. Let's go back. Let's hit refresh. Cool. Okay. So we have something showing up. That's a good sign. Now inside of our sign out, we're gonna let's go ahead and do position absolute. Let's go top by 45 pixels. Okay. And I'm going to pass on the drop shadow because again, it's one of those like weird looking ones. I'm just gonna keep it simple here. So sign out creates a little box around. So we'll give it a white background. And now let's give it a border radius of this. Okay. So now sign out has a little border radius around it right there that you can see. That looks cool. And under here, I'll give it a width of 100 pixels. Okay, and a height of 40 pixels. Okay, so now the sign out is starting to get under control and not looking as crazy. Give it a font size of 16 pixels and transition duration. This is going to give it that little effect when it comes up, which it's not going to do right now, but in a second we will add that. So then it'll look much nicer. Text align, and let's align it in the center. Display none. That looks good. Okay, so it won't display anything, and then it'll come up on hover. Okay. So now let's go inside of our user, which borrows from our style component, navless component. So inside of user, we're going to create a new thing, and we're basically going to say on hover, do the following for the user. All right. Now we're going to select, use this fancy selector to select our sign out component. Okay. And style it. Align item center. Okay, and I'm going to justify content inside of the center. All right, now we're having reference error. So what's going on here? Cannot access sign out before initialization. Interesting. So what we need to do is we need to move this code up, I believe. Let's take this sign out code and move it up above user. Okay, let's move it right there. And we should be good. Nice, we are good. Okay, because yeah, I couldn't reference sign out because it wasn't defined yet. So we just make sure we define it right before. Okay, so let's go back. Now when I hover over me, you can actually see this drop down of sign out showing up. That's a really good sign. That's what you should be seeing right now. Okay, dope. So looking good so far. Now let's keep on going with this thing. Okay, so we're now gonna add a container, and I'm gonna basically add another component using styled components. Okay, so let's go with that. And we're gonna add the hiring in a hurry part, which looks like this ad right here, right there. All right, that gives it also a LinkedIn-esque feeling. We're gonna go ahead and add that now. Cool. So let's go inside of home.js. All right, and we're gonna add that here. So we're gonna be doing a lot of stuff. So inside of this return, okay, let's just open this return. Create a container component. Inside its container component, create a section component, and then let's create an H5. And again, let's create an A tag, but without the ahrefs. Okay, like so, just to borrow the styling. And then basically what I'm gonna do is just type in hiring in a hurry question mark. All right, and just like that. Okay, and then underneath this H5, I'm gonna make a P tag, and basically I'm just gonna say find talented pros in record time with Upwork and keep business moving, and put a period there. Save. Okay, so I have a section inside of which I have an H5 and a paragraph tag. Cool. Now let's go ahead and just style this. And a lot of these are very common stylings that we have already kind of done. So I'm gonna like go through this much faster. So our container is going to be, I'm gonna just keep it empty for now and start off with that. I'll have my content is going to be style div. We'll keep it empty for now. We'll have section. And I think I'm going to make that section, okay, styled section. And again, we'll keep it empty for now so it doesn't complain. And there you go. Okay, so now we have that text, but you saw it was a little hard to see, right? It's kind of up here, hiding, okay? And we basically need to push it down. That's what we're gonna do right now. We're gonna push it down. So inside of my container, I will go ahead and give some padding to the top, 52 pixels. So now, boom, it just pushed it down and now I can finally see it. Let's give it a max width of 100%. Like so. Okay, cool. And then what I'm gonna do inside of content, let's give it a max width of 128. This. Okay, let's go down. And I'm gonna do margin left auto. And also we're gonna give it a margin right. And we're gonna do auto. Okay. Cool. And inside of section, let's do min height 50. All right, so let's give it that 50 pixels. Let's give it a padding of 16 pixels. Box sizing, let's do content box on this. Cool. Okay, so that just center aligned it. All right, now it's perfectly smack in the middle of the center. Let's give it a text decoration and we will actually give it an underline. Okay, kind of like an actual link. We'll enable flex on this and justify content to be in center. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we'll do media queries here in just a second, don't worry. For H5, I'm gonna give it a special styling. Let's go ahead and do this. Okay, give it a little blue for hiring in a hurry. That's that right there. Okay, and the A tag inside of here. Let's give it a 700. Beautiful. Okay, let's get outside of the H5 tag now. And let's go into the P tag and style that. And I'm gonna say, hey, give me 14, font size 14. And let's also now do some coloring on this. Okay, great. Makes it a little bit darker. And let's make the text bolder, right? So 600 makes it pretty bold. And then let's get outside of the P tag and finally let's give it a media query. So I'm gonna go max width 768. Again, mobile devices. Where you at mobile devices? Flex direction, we're gonna give it column. And then padding, of course, will be 0 by 5 pixels. Okay, boom, there we have it. That is looking gorgeous. Okay. Beautiful. Hopefully you got to that with me, and let's keep rocking and rolling. All right, just to blow some of yours minds. Okay, so to flex on what this media query does, right? So for example, imagine if I wanted to make this red every time it was a mobile device, but like if I went full screen, it made it black. Okay, so what I can do is I can actually select, because this is a P tag right here. So I can actually select this by doing that, okay? And then how would I make it red? Think about that. How would I make it red? All right, so color, red, save, okay? So now notice that it's in red, but when I go full screen mode, desktop mode, now it's black. Okay, so it's basically saying this again is saying mobile devices do the following. Now I can also, you know, if I wanted to do something like font size, make the font size 100x. On mobile, the font size would be crazy in red, and on full screen, it would actually be completely normal. That's kind of crazy. It's almost like you have two different apps, right? That's pretty freaking cool. So I'm just gonna select this P tag and remove it, and we should be back to our normal, healthy looking app. All right, now what we're gonna do is basically we're gonna start to add some of these parts. So for example, in the finished version, you see we have these three things happening over here. Okay, so this is like 1, this is 2, and this is 3, and this is our left side, right? This is our middle, and then this is our right side. Okay, so basically what I'm gonna do at this point is I'm gonna divide up the page in these 3 things, and I'm gonna use actually grid layout instead of Flexbox layout to do this. Okay, so this is gonna be really cool. Let's go ahead and make it happen, pal. Okay, so let me go to our app. Cool, let's go to home.js. Okay, cool, we're already here. All right, so let's go right underneath section, and right underneath section, I'm going to add my component called layout. And inside of here, I'm gonna make a div and call it left side. Here, I'm gonna put main, and another div, and we'll just say right side. Okay. And again, it's complaining, I don't know what layout is, but this time, you know what we need to do, okay? What do we need to do? We need to go downtown and style that damn component. Const layout, style div. All right, save. And then let's go here. Okay, so right now you got left side, main, and right side. Not exactly where we want it, but it's a good start. And here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna start with display grid. Okay, well that didn't do anything. It's okay, buddy. Hold on, hang in there. All right, we're gonna call them, the areas, we're gonna call them this: left side, main, and right side. Okay, boom. So it's divided up into 3 areas. All right, so now what I wanna do is I wanna define how many columns I want, right? So we're gonna go ahead and do that now. So let's go here. And I'm gonna give it columns, and I'm just gonna say min max, give me this. Okay, right there. Let's go. Okay, and always like click and watch what it does, right? So right now it's doing something really, really bizarre, but watch what happens once we're done with the whole freaking thing. Okay, I don't know why my autocomplete always acts so freaking weird. Okay, let's go here. Min max 300 pixels. Okay, so let's go here. Min max 0.5. Okay, there we go. So now they're like overlapping a little bit, but we got left side, main, and right side, kind of like how I want them. But a couple of things I want to tell them. I want to tell them, hey, I want to have a column gap of 25 pixels. Okay, cool. And another thing I want a row gap of 25 pixels. Okay, just make sure we keep refreshing because sometimes the styling acts a little weird. And grid template row, let's go auto on this thing. Cool. Okay, and margin, I want to go 25 pixels. Cool. So that gave it some margin from the top. Great. And then let's go ahead and again add our media query. So what does that mean? That means that mobile device, we want specific things to happen. Okay. Display flex. All right. Flex direction. We're going to make it go column instead of like row by row. Right. So for example, here it's going to go like multiple columns. Okay. when I go into this, now it's like that. Each row is a column. Okay, just one column per row. And padding, we're gonna go 0 by 5 pixels like that. Cool. So we gave it a little push and a shove from touching the screen so much on the left-hand side. Okay. And with that said, we're looking pretty good. And that allowed us to divide up the page into 3. And, you know, honestly, I'm just gonna comment that line out because that line is giving me the creeps. With that said, this is looking good, and let's keep on rocking and rolling. Okay, so far looking good. Now let's actually go ahead and we've divided the page. Now we're actually gonna start making the main and the left and the right components. Okay, so let's go ahead and start doing that. We're gonna try to keep it pretty freaking simple and pretty empty for now. Okay, so let's go ahead, go inside of components and create a new file, and we're gonna call this file leftside.js. And in leftside.js, create another component, okay, called inside of components, call it main.js, and let's also create another component and we'll call it rightside.js. Okay, then inside of left side, just go ahead and do import styled from styled components. Okay, and for left side, we're gonna do the following. All right, so let's fix this one because we made a little typo. So just rename, and just make it a small s. Okay, there we go. So complete const left side. I'm gonna have props like this. Okay, and return. Inside of the return, we're just gonna put a container, and in that container, just say the word left side like that. That's fine. Okay, and we're gonna create the style component for this so it doesn't freak out. And inside of here, we'll do grid area and we'll go left side, just like that. Okay, and again, export default left side. Cool. So save. Now we're gonna do this. Let's go to main, and in main, I'm gonna paste that code. And everywhere it says left side, I'm just going to replace it with main. That's it. Okay. Whoops. So let's replace this with main. Okay. And let's replace that with main. Cool. And this. Like that. So wherever it says main, replace it. And now copy main, go to right side, paste this code, and everywhere it says main, you know the drill by this point. Just replace right side, replace main with right side. Okay, like that. Okay, and then just go hit save. Cool. And last thing we want to do is we want to go to home.js. Okay, and under layout, we want to replace all of these divs and remove them because we don't need that anymore. Instead, we're just gonna do left side. All right, and make sure you autocomplete it because autocomplete will automatically import it for you as well. Why did it do left side like that? Oh, because okay, well anyways, it's left side with a small s like that. Okay, we're also gonna do main just like that, close it, and then we're also gonna do right side. Make sure that when you write these three that you import these three as well. And now it's saying styled is not defined in any of them. Well, what does that mean? So let's go to left side and let's see what it's saying. Okay, so lowercase the styled from styled components, and that should be good to go, I believe. Save, go here, make it styled with a small s, save, hit refresh. And yep, that's looking great. Let's hit save like that. Cool. So we're good so far. And now let's actually add a art card component on the left hand side. All right, so let's add the art to the cards now. So let's go ahead and do this. Okay, so first things first, I'm gonna go to, let's go to left side because that's where we're gonna actually make this happen. And I'm going to create, let's just create a styled component, and I'm going to called art card. Okay, and let's actually get it started with something in here. So instead of saying left side in there, I'm going to do art card just like that. All right, and within this, I'm just gonna say card. Okay, kind of like that. So you should have card here. Okay, now inside of this, we'll do text align, and I'll do center. Okay, so boom, there we go. Looking good so far. Now let's go overflow hidden. All right, so it won't like bleed off the screen onto the sides. Okay, there we go. And let's go background color. Boom, like this. Give it a border radius of 5 pixels. Cool. So now we're starting to look like a card, right? And we have that background right there, and now the little radius is coming in. That's clean. And let's give it a little transition. Box shadow 83 milliseconds. Okay, cool. And now let's give it a position relative. Border, I'm gonna give it none. Okay, and I can give it a complicated looking box shadow, but I think I'm just gonna pass on that for now. So I'm actually gonna add the box shadow because I think it does make it kind of look nice. And so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, I'm gonna give it a, the only reason sometimes I want to skip it is because it looks like this mysterious code, but again, a lot of it is auto-generated, you know, and even when you should, I encourage you to use like online tools for things like box shadow and stuff like that, okay? All right, so now we got the art card. Let's go ahead and work on the user information. So we're gonna need a couple of things to make that happen. All right, so now you're gonna need 2 photos / SVG files. We're gonna need photo, this one right here with the camera icon, and we're also gonna need this card, background card, okay? So let's go ahead and take both of these, and I'm going to put them in my yoink, okay? Just as a place, right before a pit stop before I drop them into my images. So boom, just added them right there. All right, so now that we added those images, let's go ahead and do something with them. So I'm gonna, am I in the left side already? Okay, great. I'm in the left side component already. Perfect. Now, inside of my art card, just so you have an idea what we're doing, we're gonna be building this thing out right here on the left-hand side, okay? So let's go inside of our app that we're working on currently. Inside of our art card component, remove where it says card. Instead, we're gonna create a new component called user info. All right, I'm gonna hit tab on this, and inside of here, I'm going to create a new component called background. Let's hit tab on that. That should complete it. And inside of this, actually, let's kill the card background right there. Okay, and so inside of user info, I'm gonna have card background. I'm also gonna have a tag with no href, just so I can borrow the A styling. And we're gonna have photo, which is gonna be a component. And then I'm gonna have link, just like this. It's gonna be another component. And it's going to say welcome there. Okay, and then I'm just gonna end it. So /end, just like that. All right, so I got user info, and then in there card background and the A tag. Okay, now right underneath this A tag, I'm going to have another A tag, again with no href. Okay, so just like this. Inside of this A tag, I'm gonna have add photo text component. And that's just gonna say add a photo, just like that. Okay, now there are tons of components that we need to go and make. So let's go ahead and get started. It's like 3 or 4, maybe more. So let's go user info, and I'm just gonna do style div. Let's leave it empty. Then we need card background. And I'm gonna do something similar, which is gonna be styled div. Let's leave that empty. Let's go const photo, and let's go here. Let's leave that empty. And then let's go const link for the link component. And again, this is a div. We're gonna leave it empty for now and add photo text. Okay, let's leave that empty for now as well. Okay, user info is not defined. Boom. Welcome there, add a photo. That's what you should be seeing right now. Cool. So now we're gonna start adding all the styling in here. So for user info, let's get started with that. So a couple of things are gonna be happening here. We're gonna give it a border bottom of 1 pixel, solid. Okay, there we go. So that gave it a little nice little drop shadow here. Makes it look beautiful. So that's a border bottom. I didn't add the border anywhere else. 12 pixels by 16 pixels. Okay, so now this is much more centered. We have padding going left. We get padding going this way, and we got padding going that way. Okay, so far so good. Let's go word wrap, and we'll do break word. Cool. And let's go ahead and do this. Cool. So sometimes some of this we might not need, honestly, but it's okay. I'm going to leave it here. Word break, break word. Cool. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's keep on going. Okay. Inside of my card background, we're going to now, okay, so first of all, we're going to add a background image to this. Okay, so let's go background and give it a URL. And that's going to be images/cardbackground.svg. Cool. Close it, put a semicolon. Good. Hit refresh. Refresh. Cool. So that image is not showing up, but that image is going to start showing up in just a little bit. So let's give it a background position of center. Let's go give it a background size of 462 pixels. Let's go give it a height of 54 pixels. So now you can start to see that image show up, and let's give it a margin of -12, 0. So now that card is starting to look pretty perfect. Pretty freaking perfect, okay? Pretty and perfect. There we go. So card background, we're good on, okay? Now let's just go ahead and add photo in there. So photo is going to require us to do a bit of styling, but it's going to look so freaking beautiful when it's done. So we're going to start off with not having any box shadow. For background image, let's go ahead and choose the photo image. So images, I'm going to do /photo.svg. Okay. Now we're going to make this thing show up in just a second. So let's give it a certain width. Let's also give it a certain height. So now the image is showing up. Cool. Now we're going to start making it look better. Cool. Height, I'm going to give it box sizing. Border box, background clip, content box, background color, let's go white. Okay, background position center. Cool. So that changed how the image was looking. I'm gonna give it a background size of 60%. Beautiful. And then we have background repeat at no repeat, actually. Cool. So because we don't want it repeating over and over again, we just want one camera. And that's how we get it. Now let's go and do border. And for border, we're going to do 2 pixels solid white. Clean. Okay, margin. Let's give it a margin of negative 38 pixels. Auto 12 pixel, like that. Damn, look at that. 1 line of code and beautifully smacks that in the middle. Mwah. Guys, like, isn't that beautiful when you have these little touches and they all keep adding on, and then your front end just just beautiful. All right, and then let's give it a border radius of 50%. Now we got it round, nice and round, just how we like it. Okay, now let's go inside of our link and make that do good things. Let's go 16 pixels for the font size. Line height, we'll go 1.5. Okay, that added some line height to this. Okay, let's go here and go color, and we'll change the color just a little bit. So we're gonna go 0, 0, 0, 0.9. Cool. And then after that, we're just gonna choose the font weight to be kind of boldish. Okay, let's go 600. So welcome there. Boom. Looking a little bold. Man, looks so nice, right? On the left hand side, it's looking beautiful. When I go in this mode, it looks great in mobile. You know, most people get lazy on the mobile, but not us. We make sure that that mobile version is looking clutch, you know? Is it distracting when I'm in the center? Probably. I'll just keep myself to the side for now. Okay. All right. So that looks great. Okay. And then add photo to text, add photo text. Let's go give it a color, and let's start off with this. Okay, cool. We got a little blue action going on. Let's give some margin from the top. So give it a little separation from welcome there, right? It was way too close and feeling a little uncomfortable, and we got it out of there. Give it a little font size of 12 pixels, line height. Again, line height gives things some nice breathing room, so it just does not hurt. And then we'll give it a font weight of 400. Makes it just a little bit, tad bit darker. If we go 700, that's a little too much, but 400 is just right and just enough. So perfect, that's looking great. Now let's add a widget component inside of our art card. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that now. All right, now let's work on our widget. Okay, so first things first, we're going to go inside of our left side component. Great. And then here I want to add my widget. Okay, so right underneath the user info, I'm going to add this widget right there, just like that. Okay, this is going to be a widget component. Open up the A tag. Okay, and then we're gonna create a div. Inside of that div, I'm gonna have some span tags, so spandex, and this is gonna say, the first span tag is going to say connections. And then the next span tag is going to say grow your network. Just like that. Okay, now I need to close that A tag. That's why it's complaining. Great. And I need to actually add an SVG inside of that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this SVG that I'm adding. Okay, and we're going to call it the widget icon. All right, so I'm gonna go inside of my, so let's take this widget icon right over here. Okay, and I'm simply going to add that to my images. So drag and drop. Cool. So now once you have that SVG, we're also gonna add in our item icon. Okay, that's another one we're gonna need. So this item icon one, the little bookmark looking thing. Okay, so let's also get that and add that to our images. So drag and drop. Cool. So we got that SVG going. Now let's go back to our left side, and here's what we're gonna do. Okay, inside of this A tag, inside of this, actually, where are we planning to add this? Where am I planning to add this? So let's see here. We got, where's my div action going on? Grow your network. So right underneath grow your network, this actually needs to be wrapped up in a div, I believe. Okay, so let's go here. Yeah, so this needs to get wrapped up in a div. Okay, boom, just let's do it like that. Okay, so widget, a tag, div, span. Cool. And right outside of this div ending is where we're gonna make our magic happen. Okay, so let's go outside of this div, and I'm going to do image, and the image source is going to be that SVG file that we just added. Okay, and after where the widget ends, we're going to add in another component called item. Within that, we're going to have a span tag. Within that, we're going to have another image, or a image, and that's going to be slash images item hyphen icon.svg. Okay, and just so you have some idea what is happening is we're going to be doing a lot of this stuff. So we're going to be adding this, we're going to be adding this. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff happening like that. So hang in there, Buttercup. It'll be great. And if you're watching this and you're enjoying this so far, do your friend a favor and smash that like button and keep that energy high in here, okay? I love your beautiful face, and let's keep going. Okay, so widget, we're gonna need to create a styled component, okay? And just for you guys, I didn't do an ASMR version, okay? Because you guys didn't like that very much. So let's go ahead and let's add in a widget just like this. And we're gonna do two things. We're gonna add in widget and we're gonna add an item. Cool. So widget component, just in the start, was gonna be styled div. I'm gonna leave it empty. And then also let's add in for item. Okay, let's go. Item is going to be a styled A. And just start off with empty. So let's put slash here, by the way. That was a little typo. So boom, slash, not dash. Cool. So now both of the images should be here, right there. Okay, if I full screen this thing, you should see them. Connections, grow your network. And we got both of our images. Right? Cool. Okay, so let's go ahead all the way down and start styling this widget. Okay, so that's gonna take a second actually to style because there's a couple of things happening here. Let's go border bottom, 1 pixel solid. All right, beautiful. Let's add some padding to the top of this thing. Cool. And let's add some padding to the bottom of this thing. Beautiful. Let's go ahead and style the A tags inside of this thing, and I'm gonna give it a text decoration of none. Let's go display flex because we're gonna need that. Justify content, and I want to give it space between. Okay, so you saw how this thing got pushed, right? That's kind of what we want. This on the left side, this on the right side, and there's space in between. That's why we write that. Align items center, and we're gonna give it some padding. Cool. Okay, so on hover, it gets darker and it kind of gets highlighted. Okay. Whoops, my face is blocking pretty much everything. Great. So when I hover, boom, boom, looking pretty magnificent, my friend. Background color, on hover, we got some action going on. Okay, now let's go under hover and let's do something, okay? So just go display flex and we'll go flex direction and we'll go column. Okay, so connections and grow your network got written out on separate lines because this is a span tag, this is a span tag, and because of doing column, they both got pushed onto their own columns. Let's go text align and we'll go left. So now connections and grow your network are, you know, evened out more. And within this, let's style our span tags even further. So let's go give it font size of 12 pixels, a little bit smaller. Let's give it a line height of 1.33333. So we got some spacing going on in between, some room to breathe. It's like when I'm sleeping with my girlfriend and I just want to like not spoon for a second, you know? I'm basically giving a little line height in between because sometimes it just gets way too hot. First child, aka Monet's first. No, I'm kidding. All right, here we go. Let's give it a color, RGBA. It's one of the members on our team, and I don't know if we're supposed to say this on YouTube, but she's having a baby. So we're excited. We're super excited for her. We're pumped. We're super happy. Let's go here. Let's go ahead and let's go 0.06. Beautiful. And then underneath the first child, let's go with a nth child. Whoops. Nth child, just like that. And let's give it, woo, what happened here? Just like that. Okay, there we go. So now these styled things have certain ways of how they're colored. Okay, so that's good. And let's close out of all of this. And then the last thing we want to do is we want to give certain styling to SVG. Hopefully that actually does something. Cool. So there we go. So now this component is looking really beautiful. I mean, like, look at it, right? On the left-hand side, connections, grow your network, that little icon right there. I mean, just fine little touches, and this entire app is coming along so freaking well. I mean, like, just look at this thing, right? It's beautiful. So that's great. Now we're going to go ahead and style our item component, right? Because that's another one that we were going to do. So let's go ahead and do that one. Okay, where's item component? Item component has the item icon. So I imagine it's this one, but hopefully we're not wrong. Let's go. Let's give it a border color. Whoops. I mean, technically that was correct code. Okay, that text align it to left. I mean, do we even have text in there? Oh yeah, let's go ahead and add text in there. Okay, so let's go to our item. We have span and we have an image, and right underneath this we'll say my items. Okay, just like that. So what did left align do? Let's see. If I delete that line, what happens? Absolutely nothing. Perfect. Great. Just how I like my styling to do things. Padding. Let's give it 12 pixels. Font size 12 pixels is great. And then let's go display block. Okay. Nice. So now it's looking perfect. I want to give it a certain, let's work on the span a little bit. So first things first, I'm going to start it off with enabling flex on it, and then let's go and vertically align everything with align items. Let's play with the color just a little bit. Okay, it just makes it kind of like a dark black. Okay, and then let's get out of here right there, and on hover I want to change the color just like that. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Hey, nice. Look at these cards. Now this thing is coming. Look at how much we got completed. It's looking great. You are great. Thank you for being here so far. And I mean, in all seriousness, I really appreciate your support. Thank you so much. And let's keep going. This one is for the boys and the girls. Okay, great progress so far, Cupcake. But now is not the time to quit. Now is the time to go harder so we can finish it and make your portfolio look amazing so you can get that dream job. Okay, right now is not the time to quit. So let's keep on rocking and rolling. Let's work on the community card. Okay, so first things first, we're gonna need this image. This is that plus sign. Finished version of that looks like this. This is gonna be the community card. Okay, so that's what we're gonna be working on. So let's go ahead, grab that sign and add it to my images folder. Okay, all right, so once you got that plus sign, let's go to the left side and let's add that thing in. Okay, so let's go to under our art card where it ends. So where does it end? Right there. Let's go under there, under where? And let's do community card component, hit tab, hit A, tab. Okay, so we're gonna now borrow the link tag styling, just like that. And inside of our link tag, I'm gonna make a span. And the span is going to have the word groups in there. Okay. And now I'm going to make another A tag that's going to be empty, just like this. Inside of here, we're gonna have another span. And inside of there, I'm gonna have the word events. And right underneath that, I will have my image. And my image is going to be the plus icon SVG that I got. Okay, so again, community card. I got my A tag here, my A tag here with some span, with the span tag in there. Okay, 2 A tags with span tags in there. And we're gonna need just essentially a few more things. Okay, so let's have another A tag, blank. And inside of here, let's have a span tag that says follows. Oops. Let's say follow hashtags. Okay. And then right underneath that, I'm gonna have another A tag that says span, and it'll say discover more, just like this. Okay. So we got 1 A tag, 2, 3, and 4. Each A tag has 1 span tag. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 A tags, 4 span tags. Got it? Everything inside of the community card. Cool. Good. All right. So now let's go ahead and make our styled component called community card. So let's go and let's have it borrow from styled card. Let's hit save. And community card is not defined. Cool. There we go. So now we got this ugly looking thing right here, but hey, at least it's right here and it's ours. So that's good. Plus sign. So now let's go inside of this thing and let's start working on it. So let's add some padding. Cool. That gives it some breathing room. Let's text align everything to be on the left. That's better. Let's make it display flex. And you know what? I'm gonna give it gonna make it go in columns. Cool. Aha. Looking way better. Clean. Let's go down and let's start styling the A tag. So let's select the A tags now. Color black. Cool. My girlfriend's favorite color. Let's go like this. Boom. That padding gives it nice breathing room from the left and from the top. Let's play with the font size and give it 12 pixels. And then I'm going to do vertical align on this thing. And let's see if it actually does anything. I don't even think we need this thing, okay? Cool, so let's just leave that out for now, because otherwise it just gets confusing. Cool. Let's go and go on hover. Let's add some functionality to it. So let's make the color go and do that blue thing. Okay, so when I hover over it, each one of these highlights. Yeah, boom, boom, boom. Great. Okay, cool. Now, under hover, what I want to do is let's go to our span and let's go display flex. Let's go align items. And I'm going to vertically center. Great. So now events is looking good because before it was looking stupid with the plus sign. Let's go justify content and I'm going to go space between. Cool. So now that plus sign has a space between and it gives it nice little breathing room there. Okay. Let's get out of the span tag and we're going to grab the last child. Okay, and we're gonna give it a color. Okay, we're gonna make that gray. Text decoration, of course, is none. Border top, let's go 1 pixel solid with this color, I think. Cool. So this border top has done that thing right there, that like line, that partition that we got. Okay, so and underneath this I'm gonna add some padding. Great. And let's add in a little hover and 0.08. Cool. Ooh, a little too dark. Let's lighten that up. 0.08, baby. Yeah. Blue, blue, blue. Hover. Nice. Man, this is looking freaking slick. Search bar looks great. My icon here looks great. The front end is looking good. Looking pretty freaking good. Okay. All right, I'm in like 200% zoom on my screen, but you know, so yours might look slightly different, but that's okay. All right, so really good progress here, and I think let's keep on going. All right, so next up, let's go and add the follow card component on the right hand side. Well, what is that? What is that, Kazi? It's going to be some of this. All right, the follow component. So let's start working on this thing now. Boom. So let's go. Add follow card component. So I'm going to go to my right side component now. And inside of my right card component, I'm going to remove what we have here. And instead, I'm going to add a new component called follow card. Okay, so inside of my container, I'm going to have a follow card component. Now inside of here, I'm just going to write the text right side. And of course, it's going to complain. It doesn't know what it is. No worries. We're going to create a follow card component now, or styled component now. Okay, so far it should just be saying right side and not really doing anything. Okay, no worries. Now let's go text align. Let's go text align and we'll go center, overflow. Let's go hidden. Okay, great. Let's go and add margin bottom 8 pixels, background color. Okay, so now the right side is having a little like border radius around it. Okay, it's at the bottom. We'll fix that, but that's what you should be having. So I just zoomed out a little bit from my app. Right side should be there on your mobile type of view, and on full screen view, right side should be kind of at the bottom right now. Okay, cool. So we added a little border radius that gave it the rounded corners. Let's go ahead and do position relative, and let's go border none, and I'm gonna give it a box shadow, and let's go like this with our box shadow. Okay, mysterious box shadow, and then padding, we're gonna go 12 pixels. Cool. So now right side should be kind of a lot more visible and much bigger. Okay. All right, I have to zoom out a little bit and get to 125%, and that allows me to see it. Okay, now we're gonna add a title inside of our card. So let's get our feed icon, and we're gonna put that in images because that's what we're gonna need now. Cool. So with that icon on the way, let's go back to right side, And inside here, we're gonna add that. Since let's go where we had the word right side written and remove it. And instead we'll replace it with a component called title. And inside of this component, I'm gonna add a h2. And this h2 is going to say add to your feed. Let's hit save. So it auto formats it. I have prettier extension. You can get the prettier extension from here if you want your auto completion to work. And also for auto completion to work, you should go to your workspace settings. Okay, so just go to your settings. How do I even get to my settings? Go to your settings and have format and do default formatter prettier and also format on save. So once you do that, your formatting should start to work. Okay, cool. So add title. Now inside of our title, I have my h2 tag, and underneath that, I'm going to add my image, and my image source is going to be this one right here. And all the way at the bottom, we're going to now add the styling for this component, const title, and I'm going to say inline flex on this thing. So right there. Okay, great. Let's go down. Align items. Okay. And I'm going to justify content. Let's go space between. That should space things out for us. Cool. Let's go ahead, hit refresh. Great. And let's go font size. And I'm going to go 16 pixels. All right. And width 100%. Beautiful. And again, color. Okay, so that gives it a little gray add to your feed. Okay, add to your feed. That's what that should look like. Pretty simple. All right, so we're good with that. And now we're gonna add feed follow list. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. So that's gonna add multiple more things. This is gonna be the big one. It's gonna add a lot of things. Cool, so great. Now let's add the feed list. Okay, so under the title, I'm going to create my feed list. Cool. So let's go ahead and do it like this. And as a matter of fact, do I even need that other add to your feed stuff? Don't really think I need that anymore. Actually, let's add the feed list underneath our title. Okay, so leave the title as is, and underneath that, let's add our feed list. Okay, I'm just gonna do this. It's kind of like easier to see. All right. So let's go feed list component, and inside of here, I'm gonna have, here's how I'm gonna do this, okay? Let's go there, keep the a tag empty. Inside of here, I'm going to have an avatar component, whoops, an avatar component like that. And underneath this, I'm going to have a div, and that div is going to have a span tag, and it's gonna say linked in, like this. Okay, underneath that, let's put a button that says follow. Cool. So feed list, list, okay, the li. Inside of that, we have an a tag that's gonna have an avatar component. Then we have a div that has LinkedIn, and then a button that says follow. Cool. All right, so underneath this, let's get out underneath this and let's create another list. Okay, inside of there, we'll have another a tag. Again, let's remove the href. Cool, let's put our avatar component again, and let's go div on this thing, span. I'm gonna go video. Cool. And then I'm gonna go button, and this button is also going to say follow. Great. All right, now it's like, hey, I don't know feed list, I don't know avatar. So no worries, we're just gonna go ahead and create stylings for them. And this is going to be a styled UL, okay, unordered list. And then we're going to also create a styling for avatar. Let's do that. So now you should see on the right hand side, we have add to your feed, LinkedIn, and then video. Cool. Now this feed list, let's go inside of it and let's go margin top 16 pixels. And we'll go display flex and align items center. Great, it's looking good. Margin, we'll give it a 12 pixel. So that gave it, again, some breathing room between linked in and the word video. I'm gonna give it a position that's relative. And font size, let's go 14 pixels on this thing. So it's gonna be on the smaller side. And then let's select the div, just like that. And let's go display flex in there. And I'm gonna go flex direction column on it, okay? To just make sure that the follow button is underneath where it says LinkedIn and video. Okay. And let's get out of this. And here I'm gonna now style the button. So background color, let's go transparent. Color, okay. A little gray. These are some ugly buttons right now, but I swear they're gonna look good by the time we're done with them. The button looks goofy. Okay. And they're getting uglier by the second. Okay. Padding 16 pixels. Okay, fat buttons now. And we're gonna vertically align them. Let's give it a little border radius so it has slightly rounded corners. That's better. Box sizing, I'm gonna do border box. Font weight. Cool. I'm gonna justify the content to be center. Let's give it a max height of 32 pixels, a min height. Actually, I'm gonna give it a max width instead of 480 pixels. Text align center and outline none. Great. So looking good so far. I'm liking it. Okay. And now we're gonna go and do the stuff with the avatar. Okay. So let's get out of this. And we're done with the feed list. Let's go inside of our avatar one now. And inside of our avatar, we're gonna add the background image. Let's give it a URL. And I'll show you guys this image as well. But this is what it is. Just type it out with me.com/sch1b4v. Oh my goodness. I'll try to make it easier for you and add it somewhere inside of GitHub. But this is the image, okay? It's kind of ridiculous. I'm sorry, but that's what it is. Okay. So you can type that out, or maybe we'll put it in my GitHub repo so you can kind of have access to it. Cool. So boom. Let's go background size and we'll do contain. Background position center. Let's go no repeat and width of 48 pixels. And then let's go height of 48 pixels. Okay, great. Coming along. Okay, coming along. So that's good so far. By the way, if you're wondering what that image is, it's that like big plus sign that we have in our final app. So let me just show you. It's that one right over there. Actually, I think I got the image wrong myself. So this is what it actually is. Now, boom, we got that hashtag symbol right over there, okay? That's what that is. So now that's looking better. All right, now let's add recommendation component and add a banner card. Cool. So let's go ahead and do that, baby girl. All right, we got the right icon. And that's actually, do we have the right icon? Did we add the right icon? It's this one right here. Beautiful. Looks kind of silly. Did I add it? I can't remember. Let's drop it in right here again. Boom. I mean, looks like I never added it before. Okay, now that I added that, let's go back to our right side. So let's go right side. And then inside here, underneath the feed list component, once we get out of that one, let's go ahead and create a recommendation component. And under my recommendation component, I'm going to go view all recommendations. Okay. And underneath here, I'm going to add image, and let's go images / right icon dash SVG. Cool. So and now it goes, hey, recommendation is not defined. Well, not a problem, my friend. Let's go all the way down. Wait, what's happening here? Recommendation. Wait, I meant to do this. View all. It should be wrapped in recommendations, the image. There we go. That's better. Okay, and recommendation, let's create a new styled component for it. Recommendation, and we're going to go styled A. Cool. Let's just leave that. Now I'm also going to need a banner card. Okay. So let's go and add the banner card right underneath the follow card. Okay. So let's go banner card just like that. And inside of the banner card, I'm going to add an image, and that image is also going to have a really annoying source. All right. I'm going to paste that in right there. All right. So again, I'm going to try to give you access to the image, but for whatever reason, if you're unable to get it, I'm just going to paste that image right here. So you can see it. Okay. It's going to be this image, and this is the URL. Yeah, there you go. Okay. But I'm going to try to make it easy for you guys to get it. So I'll work on that. So banner card. Yep, that's it for the banner card. And then now we just have to create styling for it. Okay, so let's go all the way down for banner card, and let's go banner card. And for styling, let's just inherit our styling from follow card. Cool. Let's go here and refresh. Great. Let's go in our recommendation and go color. Give it a little color for our recommendations, our blue color. So view all recommendation now has that blue color that you can see, and it's looking good. Okay. Now let's go underneath here. Let's go display flex. Let's go align item center and font size 14 pixels. Cool. So just made that a little bit smaller. And then for banner card, what we're going to do is we're just going to say, hey, image, make the width of it 100%, and then make the height of it 100%. And that's it. Okay. That is it. Oh, by the way, I was wondering why my right side was messed up. In my file, which file am I in right now? I think right. Yep. So right side JS inside of this file, this was like at the bottom right, and I was like, why is this the bottom right? So this is a small typo. Okay, so it's right side lowercase. Okay, and that actually brings that to the top right. Okay, so make sure you have that right. All right, that add image is acting a little funny, so we're just gonna keep going, and then we're gonna have that image show up. Okay, but for now, the banner card, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm just gonna keep rocking and rolling. Okay. So just bear with me and let's go. So now we're going to add a common card component. Okay. So let's go inside of main. And in here, we're going to basically create that component. Let's go here, const common card. Okay. And we're going to do this. Okay. And text align it to be center. I'm going to overflow hidden margin bottom. All right, this is going to be helpful for the share box in just a second, but just let's keep going with this. Hang in there with me, and it'll make sense very, very soon. Okay, so we're going to basically add in margin bottom 8 pixels to this thing, background color, and we're going to actually inherit from this, okay? Because this is going to be our common styling, and then we're going to inherit from this card. Let's go border radius and go 5 pixels. I'll go position relative, border none, and then we're gonna do the box shadow game of that. Go RGB, that, and cool. So now we got our box shadow. Our box shadow is good to go, and let's go ahead and actually start using this. Okay, so I'm gonna go into my container. Let's remove main, and instead of main, we're gonna create a new component called ShareBox. Inside of ShareBox, I'm just going to write in the word share. And then let's create a styling for ShareBox. So const ShareBox, and I'm gonna go and inherit. I want to inherit my styling from common card. Okay, and then let's go and do display flex direction. I'm gonna go column. Okay, and now we got the share component showing up right over here. Okay, that's perfect. That's what we want, the share to be showing up right in the middle. Color. Okay, so that gives it a very light gray. I'm gonna margin like this. Cool. And then background white. Okay, so ShareBox is looking good. We're inheriting the ShareBox features from our other component called common card. Okay, so now in our ShareBox, we're gonna be adding a bunch of things. Okay, what is ShareBox, you might ask? Well, that's a really good question. So let's actually see what ShareBox is. So ShareBox, I believe, is going to be our this one right here. This is going to be our ShareBox. Okay, we got photo, video, event, and article in there. Okay, that's what we're working on right now. So aka our post box. Okay, so let's add those things in. I'm actually excited to build that component out. That component is going to be a lot of fun, and that component is going to have some really dope modals that go along with it. Okay, so get excited. So first things first, I'm going to need a couple of icons, all of those icons actually. So I'm going to need my article icon, that one right there. I'm going to need my event icon. So let's go and find it. Starts with an E, event icon. I'm also going to need my photo icon. Look for a P, photo icon. And then I'm also going to need my video icon. Where's that? Right there. Cool. So let's take these. I'll open up my public images and boom, drop it in right there. Pop it like it. All right, let's delete this one. Cool. All right. So this is good. Now, let's refresh. So we got all of our images. Okay, that's good. Let's go to main.js now. And in our main file, we're gonna now start adding all of this. Okay, so under ShareBox, I'm just gonna add in a div, and inside of the div, let's add in images, and let's add in our user SVG. Okay, so that's a big image right there that we added. Cool. It's taking up the whole screen right now, but that's okay. We're gonna fix that soon. And then right underneath that, we're going to do button and say start a post. Cool. So underneath that, we're gonna have another div. Inside of that div, we'll have another button. And then inside of that button, we'll have another image. And then this image is going to have our photo icon.svg. Okay. So like, look, right underneath that user image, we got this thing going on right here. Okay. Doesn't look like this right now. But we're working on it. Okay, we got the image part down and we got the photo down. Now we're gonna take that image and we're gonna control it soon, because that image is out of control right now. So we're gonna control it. Don't worry. Okay, and you'll see how that happens. Okay, so I got my button right here with an image inside of it, and right underneath this image, actually, let's add in a span tag and say photo. Cool. So now that's looking good. Underneath this button, let's add in another button, and this button right here is gonna have another image in here, and this image is gonna be /images event icon.svg, just like that. Cool. So that's event. Actually, we got photo icon.svg, and this one, let's make it video icon. Okay, and then the span tag right underneath it is going to be video. Okay, then let's have another button. Hopefully you're getting the rhythm of this. Okay, and then inside of this button, we're gonna have image, and we're gonna have /images event icon.svg. Okay. And then underneath this image, we'll have span event, just like that. Cool. And lastly, I'm going to have another button, which is going to have an image inside of it. That image is going to be, I don't know where it starts writing. It goes crazy. /images /article icon.svg. Okay. And the span tag here is simply going to say write article, just like that. Now, let's go and check it out. Whoa, all of them are right there. That looks great. Making progress. Photo, video, article. We got the whole shebang in here. Okay, cool. And then what we got to do is we got to start adding styling to it. So let's go to our share box. And underneath our share box where we added background white, we're going to add an additional styling. Okay, so let's select the div, not create. And for div, we're going to style the buttons like so. Man, these autocompletes are painful. So this button is going to have the styling of outline none. Cool. Underneath here, we're going to have color. Okay. Font size, let's give it a 14 pixels. Right. All right. So underneath this, let's do min height of 48 pixels. Cool. Background transparent. Okay. So caught the crazy thing. All right. So share box, make sure the whole freaking thing is wrapped in share box. Okay, that's the error. Okay, this is why it's important to catch these errors. Boom. Okay, now if I uncomment this out, because I commented it right now because I was like, there's literally no difference that's happening. Okay, so let's just go line by line here and see. Whoops, let's just comment. Well, it comments out the whole thing at once. So let's try it like that. Okay. So I'm gonna uncomment this color. Okay, that made it a little bit gray. I think you can see that, right? That made it a little bit gray. Okay, now that made the font size a little bit bigger, right? Line height, cool. That gave it a little height. Cool. Let's go min height. Boom. We got a min height action going on. And lastly, but not leastly, let's make the background transparent. Okay, so clear that out. Great. Now we're going to add a couple of more things to this. Okay, cool. So now under background, we're going to make sure that border is none. Okay, so now the border is gone and it's starting to look a lot better. Yeah, so boom, that's looking beautiful. Let's go display flex. Nice. That looks a lot more beautiful now. Clean. And then let's go align items center. Nice. Font weight should be 600. Yeah, that looks great. That looks great. All right, we're doing good. Now underneath this button, let's get into the first child and display flex. Okay, so we're starting to control that image a little bit. Align items center. Okay, let's go padding. Nice. Some more control on that image. It's always a good sign. Now we're gonna get into really controlling that image. Boom. Already looking better, baby. Border radius, of course, 50% will give it that nice circular feel. And then margin right 8 pixels. Look at that. We're getting somewhere with that now. So let's get out of that image now. And now let's dig into the button. Okay, so you saw what margin did, right? It gave it more margin from the top in this case. We're gonna have flex grow 1. And then let's go border radius 35 pixels. Cool. Okay. And let's go on and go padding left. My bad. Left 16 pixels. Cool. Okay, so far so good. Let's go border 1 pixel solid, and then we're gonna essentially give it that color right there. Okay, so now you can see start a post actually has a little border around it, right? And how did that happen? So for example, if I remove border radius, now look, it looks square. But if I put that border radius there, boom, it's looking nice and circular like that. Okay. Now let's add background color and we'll add white. Cool. And then text align, and I'm going to text align everything to be left. Great. Great. Okay. And now let's get out of here and let's deal with the nth child. Just like that. All right. And we'll go display flex. Yeah. So beautiful. It's coming together. Flex wrap. Beautiful. Justify content. Space around. So we'll give space around. Ooh. That looks clean. Okay. And then underneath here, we'll go padding bottom. Okay, so you saw how it gave it some breathing room from here, right there. Gave it breathing room right there. Okay, and then the buttons here, image, the image inside of the buttons. Okay, let's go ahead and control that. 0. Cool, that controls it. That's great. So take a look at the images right here, these images. Boom, when I add that line, now those images have some margin from the text because they were initially way too close. All right, now let's get outside of that image and let's deal with span. And here, boom. And now we got the beautiful blue action going on. Amazing, you guys. Okay, that was absolutely incredible work. And I just want to say that I'm proud of you for getting up to here and making such great progress so far. You've been absolutely amazing, but we're not done yet, and we got a lot of way to go. For example, as amazing as this is looking already, right? And I bet you even completely forgot we actually have a freaking homepage, right? Which is completely mobile responsive, by the way. Okay. And if I hit /home, now we get redirected to home, right? So this is all the front end functionality, and this is great. But remember, we still need to add more things to it. Like for example, we still need to be able to add Firebase to it. So we have login and log out functionality from the home page. We still need to be able to add React Router redirecting you on login to this page. And then we need to add more functionality around being able to write a post. So we're going to need a modal. We're going to need to be able to add text in that modal, and then add images in there and add videos in there. And then we're going to need to be able to store that inside of Firebase. And then we're going to need to be able to read that from Firebase and show all of it here. And then we're going to need to write React code that can show those components and everything in a beautiful way. Okay. So we're doing great so far, but we got a long way to go. So hang tight. You're doing fantastic. Smash the like button if you haven't already, and let's keep rocking and rolling. Now look, if you want to take your skills to the next level and you want to become the badass developer that you've always dreamed of, go to cleverprogrammer.com/PWJ. Okay. So then you don't just watch me do this, so that you can actually build apps like this, okay? This is why we made this course, Profit with JavaScript. So you can get your skills up so freaking high and really get to that next level. So go ahead, you know, if you want to take it to the next level, watch this video, go to this page, cleverprogrammer.com/PWJ. We'll put a link in the description as well. But guys, you know, this is what we do. We have the best community on the planet. Okay, we have success coaches for you. We show you how to make money with JavaScript and coding. We have an amazing community. It's like a family, okay? You're going to build some incredible projects inside of that, inside of this course. You have some of the best instructors in the world, okay? And you have people landing six-figure developer jobs, all right? I got a job offer for $90,000. Frank got a job offer for six figures. This guy got a job offer for $110,000. I mean, the results are crazy. Okay, you can go ahead and check it out yourself. And honestly, join this course. Worst case scenario, you have a money back guarantee. Okay, so there's nothing for you to worry about. So go ahead, sign up for this course so you can actually build these clones yourself. You can actually build these projects yourself, and you're going to learn the fundamentals that you actually need. All right, now let's actually start adding the article portion. Okay, that means like we'll be able to see some of the articles. So here we go. So first things first. Okay, let's go over to our main JS where we're at right now. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit because I was a little too close and claustrophobic for comfort. And let's go right underneath the share box. Okay, so where is it? Let's go to main. And I'll go right underneath the share box where share box is ending. And let's open up a div. And inside of this div, I'm going to add an article. Okay, and inside of this article, I'm just going to say article like so. Okay, and let's hit refresh. Now, it says it's not defined, because we need to make a styling for that component. Okay, so let's go ahead, const article. And again, I can do styled. And I'm gonna copy from the common card. Okay, so let's go like this. Beautiful. Now we have an article right here. Pretty clean, okay, pretty nice. So let's hit save. Now let's actually add more things to this. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to add padding 0 to it. Cool. Margin of 0 by 8 pixels. Okay, and then I'm going to do overflow. I'm just going to say visible on this thing. Okay, so our article is here. It looks great. I like how it looks. I like how you look, and you're important, and I love you. Okay, never let anybody tell you otherwise. I'm here to support you. All right, let's keep going. So great job on the article. All right, now let's work on the ellipsis. Okay, so first what I want you to do is open it up. Whoopsie daisy, you're crazy. All right, this is the ellipsis SVG. It looks like that, 3 collapsible dots. Okay. So what I want you to do is open up your public, open up your images, and then open up your, that's inappropriate. Open up your heart. That's what I was going to say. And drop that image. All right, great. Now that you got that image, what we're going to do is we're going to go inside of our main and we're going to do a couple of things. Okay, let's go inside of our article component that we made. And we're going to remove what we put inside of there. All right, simply because we're going to change that bad boy up and add a new component called shared actor. Okay, and inside of this shared actor, I'm going to make a link tag. Now, I don't actually need the link. I just need to borrow the styling. So I'm just going to leave it like this. And I'm going to give it an image. And we're going to give it a user.svg. Where does it start typing? Okay, like so. Okay, and so that's pretty good as long as our a tag and image is concerned. Now inside of this a tag, I'm going to also add another div. Okay, and this div is going to have span, and I'm going to have title. After title, I'll have info. Okay, capitalize the title T, and then we're gonna have date, just like so. Underneath this A tag, I'm gonna add a button. That button is going to have an image, and we're gonna give it an ellipsis and image, SVG. Okay, now it's complaining. It's like, yeah, I don't know what the shared actor is. No problem. Const shared actor. Okay, just like that. We're gonna give it a style div, make it empty, and save. And refresh, and it should be defined now, okay? So now we see title, info, date right next to each other, very uncomfortably close with the 3 dots. Okay, great. So let's start adding some styling to it and make it look good. Okay, make it look good in the hood. Like you should. Let's go and do that, okay, for the shared actor. So now this is gonna require a lot of styling. Hang in there. Let's give it padding right of 40 pixels. Oops, cannot see it. Cool. Let's go down, and I'm gonna give it a flex wrap, and we'll do no wrap on this thing. Okay, and just make sure the whole thing is wrapped in shared or shared actor, just like that. Okay. Padding, I want to give it 12 pixel by 16 pixels by 0. Cool. Okay. Whoops. All right. Let's see. Okay. This is where we have it. It's looking good. We got some padding going. Now let's do a couple of more things to it. Okay, I'm going to add margin to bottom. Let's go like this and add some margin. And underneath that, let's go align items. Center. Cool. And let's keep going. All right, so now let's go ahead and add under align items. I'm going to make sure my display is flex. Okay, cool. Starting to look pretty. Okay, sometimes certain things don't happen, but I promise they take some time and then they come together. Cool. So we got display flex. Now underneath here, let's style our A tag, aka our link tag. And I'm going to give it a margin right of 12 pixels. Okay, so now that button moved just a little bit to the right. That's beautiful. Now, make sure you keep hitting save for the changes to take place. So that gives it margin. Great. Now let's go flex grow. We'll do 1 on this. All right. Beautiful. The image is taking up a lot of that. Nice. And now I'm going to do overflow hidden. Cool. And then let's do display flex. Okay. Whoops. Did not mean to do that. All right. So now you should have the image here, the 3 dots to the right, just like that. And then if I full screen it, it should still look very similar to this. Okay. Cool. Let's keep on going. Now underneath it, this again doesn't really matter that much, but I just like to do it just to be safe that no links have any text decoration, just because it's annoying. Let's go inside here, and now let's style the image tag that's inside of the link tag, and I'll give it a width of 48 pixels. Nice. And I will give it a height of 48 pixels. Cool. So now what you see is that right there. Okay. So you should see title, info, date, and the 3 dots. Great. Now let's get outside of this image, and we will select our div, and let's go display flex. Cool. Flex direction will go column. So now title, info, date should be each on their own line. Okay. Let's go flex grow 1 on this. Awesome. So now title, info, date should be in the middle. Okay. And we'll do flex bases of 0. All right, so we got the flex bases. Now let's go margin left on this thing, and we'll go 8 pixels for margin. So that gave it just a tiny little margin. You'll see it move a little bit. And I'm gonna go overflow hidden again. Cool. So we don't want to see any type of weird overflow happening. And span, let's control the span now. So text align, I'm going to say left. So now title, info, date should be right up next to the image. Let's grab the first child. Okay, and then we'll go font size 14 pixels. Cool. Makes it a little bit smaller. We'll make it now bolder with font weight. And again, first child is that text right here. Okay. And then let's give it a color, and we'll go 0001. Okay, so that makes it just a little bit darker. Okay. Then outside of this span tag, what we're gonna do, actually we're still inside of the span, but we're outside of the first child, right? So inside of this span tag, let's also style another element. So I'm gonna go, basically this means this thing that you're styling. All right, so that end is referring to this shared actor style div. So I'm saying this div's nth child. And I'm gonna go n+1. All right, and let's go font size 12 pixels. Cool. And then we'll go color gray. So now the whole thing is just a little bit gray. Okay, so that's pretty good. Now we're gonna go outside of pretty much all of that, and we're gonna style a button component on its own. So we're gonna go outside of all of these squigglies, and we'll now style the button component, and we'll say position absolute. So now the button should be hovering right over the photo. We'll say right by 12 pixels. Cool. Top of 0. Nice. Background transparent. Like so. Border will go none. Outline will go none. So now there's no boxes around it. Oops. Now there's no boxes around that ellipsis, right? It's just an ellipsis by itself. And that's it on when it comes to this component for now. This is pretty good. And now let's keep on going. All right, now let's add description and a shared image. Okay, that's what we're calling it. So let's go in Finder, and this is the image that I want you to use. Okay, we'll make a random post. So that's the image. And cool. Now let's go to our main after we got that image. And now let's start actually working on this. Okay, so what we need to do at this point is we need to find where our shared actor component is, which is right here. Underneath our shared actor component, we need to now add a new component, and we're going to call that component description. Inside of description, I'll just say the text description. Just like that. That's it. Okay. So that's good. Let's see what is happening here. Cool, cool, cool. Now underneath description, we're going to add one more thing. We're going to add a new component, and it's going to be called shared image, just like this. And inside of here, we're going to have an A tag that's going to be empty. And inside of this A tag, we're going to have an image like so. Shared image.jpg. Okay, so again, description, Boom. Again, it's complaining that it doesn't know what those style components are. No worries, we'll add them in right now. So let's go add a description. So that. Boom, beautiful. Here we go. That image is just out of control right now. Okay, that image is overflowing everywhere. So all good. Now we just need to figure out how to control that image, okay? And we'll do that now by styling. So inside of my description, let's add padding 0 by 16 pixels, overflow. Let's make it hidden. For color, let's go like that. Okay, let's make it a little bit darker. Cool. All right, and then we're gonna go and text align it to the left. Now you can't see that much right now, but now you'll see it. Okay, there we go. So save, boom. That's where my description is. That's what you should be seeing right now. But really the thing we need to style is that image. So let's control that. So first of all, let's give it a little bit of margin from the top. There. So now it has a little separation between the word text and the image itself. Let's give it a width of 100%. Cool. So again, it's still crazy, but we'll control it in a second. Oops. Let's go here. Let's go display block. Cool. Let's go position relative. All right. And then background color. Okay. All right. And then let's control the image inside of this tag. So let's go image, object fit, contain. So still the image should be pretty much out of control with 100%. And finally, the image is starting to come into control. So let's put a semicolon here, and beautiful. So now it actually looks like a legitimate post, right? Description, title, info, date. If I go full screen, I have description here. So now this is looking like an actual post. That is great. That's what we want. All right, so now it's looking like an actual image, right? It looks good. So let's keep on going with this and now add social counts underneath here, right? So for example, how many likes does this image have? How many upvotes does it have? And reactions and things like that. Kind of like in the finished version, I can see that there are 75 reactions that I have, 0 comments, how many likes, comments, shares, sent, all of that. Cool. So let's go ahead and add all of those things in now. So what I'm going to do is I will go in underneath my shared image component. So let's go right underneath that. And I'm going to add my social counts component. Okay, that's what we're going to call it. Let's go ahead and create our list. And then inside of it, we'll make a button. And inside of that button, I'm going to add my image. Okay. And these images are, again, we're going to give you access to all these images. But this is going to be an image that I kind of just pulled. All right. It's an online, it's a URL. All right. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to download this image so it's less annoying for you guys. Let's see. Is there an easy way to actually download this image though? There's no easy way to download that image. So actually, let's just use the CDN, okay, that we have here. And let's just stick with that, okay? So this is the URL for it. And again, we'll add all of these images inside of the GitHub repo so you can access all of them. Okay, so that's gonna give you your like button. Let's add another image right underneath this. Okay, and this is going to be the following URL, and We'll add that one. Whoops. Let's add that one right there. This one. Okay, great. So now we got these two images, okay? And this image right here, you can go look it up. This image is going to be the clapping emoji, okay? Really hard to see. I'll have to zoom in quite a bit so you can see it. But yeah, this is the clapping one, okay? So make sure you have that one. And underneath this image, I want to add in another thing, and we'll just add span tag, and we'll say 75, as in to say that we have 75 reactions so far. Okay, button, cool. And right underneath this list ending, let's do another one, li, and then inside of here we're going to do an a tag. Again, remove the entire ahref. And we're going to say one comment. Okay, let's just do 2 comments like this. Okay, and hit save. Cool. So we got social count. Inside of here, we have a list. We have, you know, one button here. And now one button has 2 images and that span. Cool. Okay, great. Now let's go ahead and add in the styling for our social counts component. So I'm going to do const social counts styled unordered list. Save. The error should go away. Save again. Go ahead, refresh, come back. Cool. All right. So now I see this. I see 75 reactions, thumbs up, clapping, 75 claps, and I see 2 comments right underneath it. Okay, looks good, but let's make it look better. Okay, let me full screen this. That's what it looks like right now. Okay, so now we have to do a bunch of styling work to make sure that this looks good. So let's add a line height to it, about 1.3. Okay, so that gave it a little breathing room for 2 comments. Let's go display flex. All right, now they're pushed to the left-hand side. I'm gonna align items to start kind of right at the start, so that's good. I'm gonna make overflow auto for this. Margin, let's give it 0 by 16 pixels. Okay, so now it's pushed a little bit from the left-hand side. Padding, I'm gonna give it a little bit of padding. Okay, good. So padding went ahead and added more of this. So now it's nicely centered and looks like we have again more breathing room there. Border, let's give it a border bottom of 1 pixel solid and give it this color here. Cool. Okay, looking nice. Looking nice. Okay, let's give it a list style and we'll go and give it none. Okay, so those 2 dots that were showing up now are just completely gone. And now let's actually select the list and style it. So I'm gonna go margin right on this thing and let's go 5 pixels. Great. We'll go font size 12 pixels. Cool, so now the 2 comments are small. Button, display flex. Cool. So it looks pretty freaking good now. Okay. So that gives us our social that we were looking to add. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to add social button actions inside of the article. Okay. So now we're going to make it look even better. We're going to add the comments button, the like one, and a bunch of them. Cool. So first things first, let's go ahead and find them. So I have comments. Comments is going to be that one right there at the top. And we have our like icon. So that one, we have our send icon. Let's find that. Boom, right there. And then of course we have our share icon right there. Okay, let's drag all of them straight into images. Cool. So we got all of those inside of images. So now we're good. All right, so now we got those images and we are gonna now start putting those inside. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's go right under where our social counts component ends. So I'm going to go right underneath here. And right there, I'm going to add a button. And inside of this button, I'm going to add an image. And this image is going to be my like icon.svg. Cool. So now you should see a like button appear on your screen like so. Great. After this, let's add the button word like next to it too, because I think that'll look nice. So let's go and let's add in the word like. Great. So now we have a blue button and we have the text that says like. Cool. Okay, let's go underneath here and let's add in another button now. Okay, and inside of this, let's add an image. And let's go images, comments, -icon, svg. Great. So you got the like button and now we got the comment. And we'll do a similar thing. We'll do span tag. And I'm just going to say comment, plural. Great. And now we're going to repeat that. Okay. So I'm going to just copy this button. I'm going to paste and paste. And where it says comments icon, I'm going to share that with, replace that with share icon. And this one, I'm going to replace it with send icon. So now I have a share icon right here and a send icon right here. And I'm going to remove this word with the word share. And I'm going to replace this word with the word send. Great. That's what we have here. Now if I full screen this, looks freaking great. Looks amazing, okay? But we still need to make it look better. So let's go ahead and do that now. So I'm gonna go and create the new component, okay? The one that we called social actions. All right, so let's go all the way up to the top. Okay, so right underneath social counts, I'm going to make a new component called social actions. So I'm going to wrap all these buttons inside of social actions. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'll go social. Let's do it like this. Social actions. Let's copy that and let's go right outside of this and paste it. So all the stuff that we added, let's put it inside of social actions like so. Okay. Now it's going to complain, hey, I don't know what this thing is. All good. Let's go and do and describe the styled component. So we'll do const social actions is equal to, and I want to do styled div. Boom. Okay, refresh. Here we go. They're right there. Okay. And now let's go ahead and do the following. Let's go align items. And I'm going to align them centrally. Cool. Display flex. Because I like enabling flex mode on here. Great. I'm going to give it a margin of 0. Min height of 40 pixels. There we go. Let's give it a little padding, 4 by 8 pixels, like that. And then I'm going to make a button appear on this, or style a button, not make a button appear on this. What the heck am I talking about? And let's do inline flex on this thing. Great. Let's align these items centrally. Cool. Padding, let's go 8 pixels. Looking great. Okay, give it a little blue. So now they actually look very clickable. And then I want to add a media query, but only to the buttons. Okay, nothing else. So I'm going to do the following. Let's add our media query, and I'm going to say min width So this is going to be the other way. This is going to say only do this on desktop mode. So you're not going to see anything change right now. Okay, this is saying only on desktop, only on something bigger than a mobile device. That's what that means. It's the inverse of max width. And I'm going to say give it a margin left of 8 pixels. Okay, you're not going to see a difference, but let's go full screen here. All right. And so you see the like icon and you see the distance between the like emoji and the like text. All right. Now on the actual mobile device, they're much closer together. Okay. If I actually comment this line out and we full screen it, notice that they're much closer together. Okay. So that difference only takes place on a desktop. Great. So far, so good. You should be up to here. And now our posts are starting to take shape and we are liking it. All right, you dirty boys and girls, let's keep rocking and rolling. So we're having fun so far, You're enjoying yourself. But now we're going to do Redux. And that's going to slap you in the face. Fun time is over. Get ready to get spanked. Actually, you might like Redux, okay? So hang in there and enjoy it with me. Come on, let's go. So let's get to the Redux part, okay? So first things first, we got to install Redux. How do we do that? Command J, open the command line, okay? And what I'm going to do is just for a second, I'm going to stop my server by doing Control C, okay? On Windows, it might be something else, but just Control C should work. All right, and I will simply do yarn add. You can do npm install, okay? It's the same thing. Yarn add. And I'm going to do React Redux like so, and I'm going to hit enter. And so now it's going to install React Redux. And then I'm going to also install just Redux by itself, yarn add, and we're going to do Redux like so. So go ahead and install both of those beautiful packages, my beautiful person. Okay, great. Now that that's done, we're going to go ahead and wrap the entire app in a Redux store. So let's go to index.js. Okay. And simply go at the top and right underneath here, we're going to do the following. I'm going to import provider from React Redux. Cool. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to import store from store. Okay. Yeah, so we have to still, of course, create a store, which we're going to do soon. All right, so don't freak out, but we're going to be creating a store soon. Okay. But yeah, this is what all I want you to add for now. And then let's go underneath. And what I'm going to do is a few things instead of right underneath. So this app here, right? We want to wrap this app inside of our provider now. Okay, so let's go provider and store, and we're going to give it our store that we have. Okay, and wrap the app inside of that provider. That's all. Cool. That's all. Cool. If you try to run your app right now and you're running into an error, don't worry. It's because we haven't made the store file yet. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and make that store file. So let's go ahead and do that. All right. So let's go to our reducers and let's make the reducers first. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and make a reducer. Let's do it like this. So in my source, I'm going to create a new folder and it's going to be called reducers. Okay. And inside of reducers, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make index.js. Okay, great. And what all I'm going to do here is I'm going to say import combine reducers. Okay, and we're going to import that from Redux. And let's also do import user reducer from, whoops, user reducer like this. And I'm going to say make root reducer equal to combine reducers That's a cool thing about some of the Redux stuff that we're doing, okay? And we're gonna say user reducer, like that. Okay, so this is gonna allow us to combine the reducer, so it's gonna be helpful. Now let's make another file inside of our reducers folder, and this is going to be called user reducer, like this. Okay, so let's go inside of our user reducer, and we're gonna initialize the initial state in here, and we'll simply make the initial state to be where a user is null, he's empty, or she. Okay, and then we're gonna say user reducer is going to be whatever, in this case, the initial state. So by default, if you don't pass in anything, it's just gonna be the initial state. And it's also going to take in an action. And we're going to do a switch depending on the action type. Default, however, will be just the thing that returns the state. Okay. So here's how this reducer, I think about it, right? User reducer. Anytime there's a reducer, how I think about it, really, it should be called, in my mind, a state updater, because all a reducer does is it updates a given state. So for example, if we gave it some type of state, it would update it. Okay. Otherwise, it would just return the existing state. So here's just a dumb example. If I gave it an array with an action of, if I gave it something with the action of like, it'll send the payload and it will hit like here, and it will increment it by 1. Okay, that's where the switch case will come in. Okay, is the switch case like? All right, then do the following action where we increment like by 1. Is the switch action type comment? Well, then in that case, increment the comment section by 1. If it's none of those, well, the default should be, hey, just return the actual state. Don't really do anything. Okay, so that's kind of what's happening at a high level. All right, so now we have both of these made. Now let's go ahead and, of course, create our store. Okay, and we are going to add our store. We're going to add our store. Let me actually just see this real quick. All right, so let's go inside of our source, and in our source, we're gonna create a new folder. Okay, and we're just gonna call that folder store. Okay. And inside of store, I'm going to create a new file, and this will be called index.js. Within this file, we're going to do a couple of things. We're going to create store, and we're going to apply some middleware. Did I write it correctly and then remove it? Yes, knowing me, probably did something silly like that. Apply middleware. And of course, let's bring it from Redux. Okay, import reducer from reducers. Okay, and now let's just define our store. And once we do this, we're not going to have errors anymore in our app, and our app should start running. Okay, great. So now store is defined. We are also exporting store. Now that we're exporting store, we will have access to it inside of our project. And in our index.js, if I go here, we are importing that store. And then we're passing it to our provider. So technically, looking at this, we should not have any more errors. If you do npm start, in my case, I'm going to do yarn start. You should not have errors on this thing. Okay, so let me refresh. Okay, so it's saying does not contain a default export. And what does not contain a default export? It is complaining about, what is it complaining about? Attempted import error. /reducers does not contain a default export. Cool. So let's go to some of our reducer files and let's see if we're exporting what we want to be exporting. Looks like we're not. Okay, so in our user reducer, we're gonna just simply do export default. And I'm gonna say user reducer. Or wait, am I in user reducer right now? No, I'm not. I'm in index.js. So here we have root reducer. So I need to be, yeah, that would make sense. So let's export the root reducer and let's go into our user reducer and let's go and export default user reducer. Now we should be getting both of those. Did I misspell yeah, I did. Initial should not be spelled initial, should be spelled initial. So initial is now defined. Cool. Now that was just setup, okay, of Redux, and there's a pretty good start to it, and we're making good progress. Let's keep going. All right, guys. So just a little note: this that you're gonna build is gonna be an example without using Redux Toolkit. So we wanted to show you what life looks like without Toolkit. Redux is much harder without Redux Toolkit. If you built our Disney Plus clone, you would have noticed things were much simpler with Redux Toolkit. It's going to be a little bit harder, but I think it's important for you to know this because you might go to a company that's not using the Redux Toolkit yet. So let's go. All right. So let's go and now start working on the login functionality. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead to my login component. Do we have one yet? Actually, we don't. So let's go ahead and start working on that component now. Okay. So inside of our components, oh, we do. My bad. Cool. So inside of our login component, we're going to do a couple of things. Okay, let's go all the way at the end where we're exporting default login. We're not going to need that. Okay. So let's remove that for now. Actually, just leave that for now so we don't have an error, but we'll delete that later. Okay. And at the top, what I'm going to do is let's go import connect from React Redux, like so. Okay. And let's keep going down. And what we're going to do here is now we're going to create a map state to props. Okay, that's another one of the annoying things that we had to do before we got Redux Toolkit. Okay, but I'll show you how this works as well. Okay. Boom. We'll leave that as empty. And then we'll also do map dispatch to props. Okay. And then let's go ahead and do this. Cool. Okay. Again, just hang in with me. I promise the more you do repetition of building things with Redux, the more it's going to start to make sense. But it's kind of like one of those things that you kind of get the aha moments all at once. And also pattern recognition is key to understanding these things. Okay. So don't get discouraged the first time you see this because it's going to freak you out. Now let's go export default, and I'm gonna do export default connect, and we're gonna do map state to props, and I'm gonna do map dispatch to props like that. Okay, and then I'm also gonna do login like this. Okay, so freaking weird, right? But there we go. Okay, that is gonna allow us to export login as well. Cool. Okay, so we're good so far. Now what we need to do is we actually need to start installing a couple of things. All right, now let's go ahead and start installing a couple of other things we're gonna need. So we're gonna need Redux Thunk, and we're gonna need Firebase. Okay, so let's go ahead and install these things now. So I'm gonna click on my command line. I'm gonna hit Control-C to stop the server. I'm gonna hit enter just a couple of times, and then I'm just gonna do yarn add. Again, you can do npm install, but I'm just gonna do yarn add, and I'll do Firebase like so. So now start installing Firebase, and once that's done, we're going to install something else. Okay, we're gonna install Firebase tools because you're gonna need those. So I'm gonna do yarn add Firebase tools. That's the second thing you're gonna need to install. And then after that, we're gonna need one more thing to install. All right, now, and then last one we're gonna need is yarn add, and I'm gonna do Redux thunk. Redux dash thunk. Okay, so we're gonna make sure that we have that. So those are the 3 things we're gonna install. Make sure you don't miss on any of these because these are gonna be important. Okay, and then of course we're gonna need access to our Firebase config files. So let's go ahead and get them now. All right, now, so here's what I want you to do. Go to Firebase, okay, firebase.com. So let's just go together, firebase.com, like so. Hit here, I'm just gonna go to the email that I prefer and then hit go to console, okay? And here you're gonna see all these clones. I mean, you might not see any of them. This is my Firebase. So for you, you might have to do add project, okay? And you might want to do LinkedIn clone. I'm just going to call it dummy clone, but you should call it LinkedIn clone like this, okay? So dummy LinkedIn clone, like so. Hit continue. You don't need anything else. And then it'll say creating your project, and that's good. Okay, that's kind of what you want. And I'll show you what you need to do after that. Looks so beautiful, right? Look at that UI. Beautiful, just circling around. All right, so let's hit continue on that thing, and then let's keep on rocking and rolling. Okay, so I already have a project created, so I'm gonna get out of this one now, and I'm gonna go to the other project that I have. Okay, so I'm gonna switch to my LinkedIn clone. You just stay in that exact one. Okay, and here I'm gonna go to project settings. Okay, and we're gonna get the things that we need here. So go all the way to Firebase SDK snippet, click config, and then get all of the details for your app that you need. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy all of these details, copy. Let's go back to our app. Okay, and let's start working on our app. So what I'm gonna do now, all right, and just in case you were not able to find this code, right? Let's kind of walk through it together. So I'm gonna switch to my clone, the dummy one that I was building alongside with you, okay? And now it might say there are no apps in your project. So what I want you to do is click that code button right here. Go ahead and do that now. And now inside of here, just call it the same thing. We could call it LinkedIn-clone. Okay, and then just hit register app for now. Okay, and now it's gonna give you all of the code that you need. Okay, so then just simply don't grab the script tags, but you can just grab everything that's inside of that like var, okay, and just copy it. Cool, great. So that's all you need to do on your end. All right, I'm gonna switch back to my other project that I had made, and I'm gonna grab everything from there. All right, now what I want you to do is go ahead inside of your source and right click on your source folder and make a new file. And I'm gonna call it firebase.js, okay? And inside of here, I want you to do import Firebase from Firebase like that. And then just go ahead and paste your config, okay? And in your config, you should have the API key. You should have the auth domain, project ID, storage bucket, messaging, sender ID, app ID, and measurement ID, okay? And this should be called const Firebase config like that. Cool. Now we're gonna just do a couple of things after this. So Firebase app, and I'm going to initialize this app like this and pass in the Firebase config. Cool. That'll help initialize your app. Now let's connect your Firebase to your database. So let's do Firebase app.firestore. Okay. And let's do const auth. Actually, you know what? I'll build mine from scratch with you guys. Okay, so let's go to my dummy version here. Okay. And I'll just build this out with you guys because I think that's going to be the best way for you guys to pick this up. So let's hit save. Cool. Now you and I are going to be on the same page. Okay. I don't have any unfair advantage. Okay. So firestore const auth. Okay, this is what we're going to need this for authentication later. So add that provider new firebase.auth.google auth provider. Okay. And then let's do storage firebase.storage. Okay, because we need to store our images somewhere. All right, so that's what we're going to be using storage for. And now let's export some of these things so we have access to them outside of here. Okay. And then export default database because we're going to need access to the database as well. So this is what your overall Firebase file should be looking like. This is going to be very important for all your Firebase stuff. So make sure that you don't have some funny, weird stuff going on here. Okay. All right, now let's go inside of our index.js, which is inside of our store. Okay. So we have a bunch of index.js's now, but go inside of your store, click on that index.js. Okay. And here's what we're going to do. Okay. Now we're going to add a couple of things to our store. Okay. So let's, hey, where's my, okay, that line was just too far away for me to see. Let's do import thunk middleware, okay, from Redux thunk. And also what we're going to do is now we're going to start applying the middleware. So I'm going to remove this. I'm going to say apply middleware. And I'm going to pass in thunk middleware like so. And we're just going to close that. Paren. And that's it. Okay, that's the change that we're making here. So we should be good for now. And now what we want to do is like continue adding in the login functionality. Okay, so we're gonna now add a couple of more things to our login. Okay, beautiful. You're freaking crushing it. Let's keep on going. So we got this. Now let's make the login functionality work. Okay, and what do I mean by that? Here's what I mean by that. If we go to our finalized LinkedIn clone app, if I sign out here, look what happens if I hit sign in with Google. Boom. Right? So this pop-up, how is it happening? How is that information being stored? We're gonna do that and resolve that with Redux, okay, and Firebase. So let's go ahead and work on that functionality now. So first things first, which one should I work on first? Let me think. Okay, let's actually do this, okay? So in our source, let's make a new folder and we're gonna call it actions. Okay, for Redux, you have your actions, you have your reducers, you need all these things, okay? And it's good to put them in different folders. So inside of this actions, we're going to create a index.js. Cool. And in here, we're going to import a couple of things. I'm gonna import auth and I'm gonna import provider. And we're gonna get this from Firebase. Okay, and then let's do export function because we're gonna need to export this anyway. So let's go sign in API. That's what it's gonna be called. And what it's gonna do is gonna dispatch auth. Okay, and we're gonna do sign in with pop-up. So this is a nice function that comes with Firebase. Okay, so this auth right here is coming from Firebase. So sign in with pop-up like that. Okay, so sign in with pop-up. Once Firebase responds with a promise, we're going to do .then. Okay, so we're going to chain it. And we're going to pass it a payload. Payload like so. Oops. Boom. And then inside here, I'm just gonna console log the payload. Okay, so we're gonna be able to see that. Great. Now let's go here, and I'm gonna do .catch, and let's catch any errors that we're getting. And then I'm just simply going to alert us of the error message. Okay, so this is what your index.js file should look like right about now. Okay, and now let's go ahead and put it to use. All right, so now let's go to our login component where we're actually going to use this sign in thing. Okay, so login.js, and let's start with importing that little method that we made, sign in API, okay, from that. Okay, so that'll import it. And now what we're gonna do is inside a form where we had Google form, now all we're gonna do to this component, and we're gonna say, hey, on click, we want you to do something. Here's what we want you to do. We want you to run that function. So we're just gonna do props.sign in. Okay, that's it. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Okay, and we're gonna go down, and this is where Redux gets funky, but just hang in there with me, okay? And I'll show you how we do this. So all the way at the end right here, for the Redux portion, we're gonna add this kind of right below our export default. And let's go ahead and do map dispatch to props. Actually, we're doing that already, so let's just stay in here. Boom, right there. Okay. Dispatch, and this is the code. So let's hit enter and get inside of here, and we're gonna say sign in. Okay, and what that's going to do is that's going to dispatch our method sign in API. Okay, so this sign in here, right, corresponds to where we're doing props.sign in. Okay, so now those things are connected. And again, think of Redux like this global store, okay, where when the user logs in, it passes the user login information and stores it there on the front end. It's kind of like having a database on the front end that you can access really, really fast. That's how I think about Redux and state management tools. All right, awesome. So now we got all of this. That's looking good. Now let's actually start dispatching these actions to the stores after integrating it with Google Auth. So we're gonna start adding the Google Auth integration very, very soon, okay? So first of all, here's what I wanna do. Let me go to my Firebase, okay? And what I'm gonna do to my Firebase is let's go to Authentication inside of my Firebase. And under my Authentication, so let's go to our Firebase app, and then inside of our app, what we're gonna do is let's go ahead to our Authentication, and then just go and click Get Started. Cool. Now inside of Get Started, what we're going to do is hit where it says Google for provider, and just hit Enable, and that's essentially it. Okay, just give it your email, whatever your email. It gave me a weird email, but whatever. That should be good. Okay, so now your Google should be enabled. Another weird thing, by the way, is if you are on some type of different Firebase website, you might not see what I see here. You might see something completely different. So what you want to do in that case is actually you want to hit where it says build. Okay, for some of you it might say build. Click that and then click authentication underneath that. That'll bring you to your authentication. Okay. Okay, so now let's go ahead and start trying things and trying to break things, and let's see what happens. Okay, so I'm gonna go to my actual app, and on my app, instead of home, let's delete that and let's just go to the localhost 3000. Now it might say the site can't be reached. Well, no problem. I'm just gonna hit yarn start. You can in your terminal hit npm start, and you should be good to go. Okay. So now we're gonna click. Ooh, my middleware is not defined. Oh, okay, interesting. So let's go to my store, my index.js inside of my store. Okay. And in here, I'm probably capitalizing it somewhere, middleware, and let's make it lowercase. Okay. All right, there we go. All right, I'm sorry, Frankie. Frankie's building it out with me to help test it. By the way, shout out to Frankie, guys. Frankie's been here. Frankie, pop in. Frankie's been here and test running and doing the entire build actually with us, so he can make sure that this is actually running perfectly for you guys, okay? So drop some love for Frankie in the comments below. Cool. Let's keep going. Now let's hit sign in with Google, and Frankie says it's working for him. Ooh, it's working. That's cool, right? So easy. That's so freaking cool. Let's hit cleverprogrammer.com. Nice. Okay, great. So let's open up inspect and let's see if the payload is inside of our console, and it looks like it is. Okay, so hit inspect, go to console, and do you see where it says object? Now click the drop down on the object. So you guys should see user right here. Okay, now click under user. Did you click the drop down? Oh, I see. Now keep scrolling down and you'll actually see display name. You'll see email and you'll see email verified. Yeah, okay, great. And if you keep scrolling down, you'll actually even see things like photo URL. Do you see that? Now, if you double click into the photo URL, actually, can I select that? Copies. So right click and copy string. Okay. And now open a new tab and paste that string. You should see your photo like this. Okay. And that should tell you that your app is like actually pulling the payload from the sign in, right? So like, where's that payload statement? Let's just go ahead and search. Let's go console. There's like only one place we're actually doing console log. And it's inside of our, whoops, not mean to do that. We're doing this inside of our user reducer, it seems like. No, I'm sorry. Why am I'm being freaking crazy. It's right here, not inside of our user reducer. We're using it inside of our actions index.js, and we're console logging. So the payload is actually what Firebase gives us back. It's this object. That's the payload that gets dropped every time we log in. So we'll be able to use that payload to pull the photo and pull the name and email and all of that good stuff. Okay, so granted we're able to get everything that we need, right? Granted we're able to get everything that we're looking for. We still need a way to actually store that information, right? We still need a way to store that information. So that's what we're gonna do. And the website and things still need to change based on the user logging in, okay? Because it shouldn't keep saying sign in with Google the whole time. That would not make sense. All right, so let's go ahead and start setting things up. So first thing I'm gonna do is inside of actions, I'm going to make a new file, and this file is going to be called actiontype.js. Okay, and I'm going to do something very simple. I'm just going to say export const set user equals set user. Okay, that's all. Set user equals string set user. That's it. All right, now let's go inside of, let's see, which file should I work on first? Let's go ahead inside of our user reducer now. Okay, that's inside of our reducer. So for example, just click reducer, then go to user reducer, you should be there. Now we're gonna do a couple of things here inside of our switch case. So depending on what type of action we get, so if we get a case where we're setting a user, what we're gonna do is we're gonna return whatever the state was previously and then add in our new user. Okay, so the state is going to be updated just by one thing. Now it's complaining, hey, set user is not defined. Well, no worries. Let's go all the way at the top and let's import it. So import set user, okay, from actions action type, like that. Cool. So now it won't be giving us an error anymore. Our app should actually be working. So we're good with the user reducer for now. Now let's go inside of our index.js. All right, and now let's go to our index.js. Okay, and in our index.js, all I'm going to do, and sorry, wrong index.js, my bad. Let's go inside of our actions index.js right here. And now all I want to do inside of my payload, instead of using console log, we're going to dispatch the user. Dispatch means send that information out, shoot it. Okay, whenever I think dispatch, I think of like the Olympics, what is it called? Referee shooting gun, right? So it's like whenever the starting pistol. No, not that. That's like too crazy. Starting pistol. Okay. Holy crap, this just got crazy. Sprint. Jesus, that's what I think of whenever I think of dispatching actions. So like whenever we dispatch actions from the stores, like tell the entire store where the user has logged in. Okay. Man, got crazy. So this is who you are when you're dispatching actions. Is this an actual gun? I don't know if they don't have real guns, right? The Olympics. Okay, so let's go inside. So in our index.js here, now let's just make a couple of changes. Okay, first of all, we're gonna import from the top. Import set user like so, and I'm gonna do from action type. Okay, that's good. Now let's also export const set user. This is going to help us set the user, and it's going to take in a payload. Whoops. It's going to take in a payload, and that's going to be type set user, and then the user is going to be the payload. Okay, whatever the payload is going to be. Cool. All right, so that's good. Import is looking fresh. And now we're just going to dispatch the action here instead of console logging it. So dispatch set user and payload user, just like so. Okay, save. Okay, so now with all three of those things done, hopefully that information is actually being stored inside of Redux. Let's hit sign in with Google. And I'm going to go ahead and sign in. Cool. So we'll be able to see later if this information is actually being stored or not. All right, so now let's redirect our user to home page on login. So I'm going to go to login, and inside of my container right at the beginning, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say the following. I'm going to say, hey, if we got a user going on, okay, then what I want you to do is I want you to redirect to, okay, and what we'll do is let me write redirect and hit enter. So I'll import it from React Router. Okay, importing that from React Router just like that. Cool. And what I will say is redirect me to the home page. Cool. Now let's end that bad boy like that. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Very, very clean line. And it says, hey, if the user is there, redirect me. Now, all we need to do to make this magic work is let's go all the way to the bottom. And what I'm going to do is right above map dispatch to props. Let's just add it here. Actually, inside of map state to props, we can do this, okay? We can do this right here. So where it says return, which is empty, we're going to say user state to state dot user state dot user. So that's who the user is going to be. And look at that. It is already redirecting us. How freaking cool is that, you fools? If I go to home page, okay, let's hit sign in with Google. Hopefully it works. Let's see. Hopefully it breaks and breaks my heart. Whoa! Bo. Smash the like button if you enjoyed that one. That was really clean. Okay. I'm loving this, man. Are you guys loving this? I hope you're loving this. Okay. This is awesome. All right, now Redux is kind of crazy. So before we move on, I just want to explain some of this stuff here. Okay, so let's go back to our home page, or not our home page, but our login page, right? This sign in pop-up, this one line of code makes that pop-up happen. That is insane. Okay, so that's just that one line of code that's making that pop-up happen. Then this line of code is telling the app, hey, this is the user information. So I'm dispatching this action. When I dispatch this action, I send it this function called setUser. Okay, and I give it the payload of the user. So remember, what is payload.user? Do you guys remember that when I did, let's actually do this right now. So I'm gonna console log, and I'm just gonna do payload here, okay? And what I'm gonna do here is comment this line out, and let's hit refresh. Now I'm gonna hit sign in with Google, and let's hit inspect, okay, on the right-hand side. And I'm gonna go to, whoops, not sources, console, okay? And I'm gonna click sign in right there. Now, an object just appeared, okay? And it's giving me this information about the user, okay? Now, the user information is the one I want, right? So now watch this. Now I'm gonna do payload dot what? User, right? So now watch what happens. If I hit save and I hit refresh, okay, and let's go sign in with Google, and I'm gonna hit kazi@cleverprogrammer.com. I'm just gonna get the information pertaining to the user. That's it. So I'm not getting my display name, and I'm getting my email, and I'm getting all of that, right? So that's what payload.user actually is. So that object we're sending over to this method over here that says setUser. So setUser takes a payload. The payload was all of the user details. Now, this is type setUser, and user, we set it to whatever the payload was. Okay, that's kind of what's happening. That's kind of what's happening here, okay? And let's go to setUser. Boom. Okay, it's all freaking connected, okay? Now, if I go inside of my reducers and I go inside of my user reducers, when it sees the case that I'm trying to set the user, it takes my existing state and it just adds the new user to it. And if the state doesn't change, it just returns the default state of whatever it was before that user was there. That's it, okay? And remember, Redux is immutable. So I'm not mutating this, okay? I'm creating a brand new state with whatever the previous state was, along with the new one user that I've added. Okay, so a little bit of just explaining behind the scenes of what's happening with Redux. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the user authentication info when the authentication is changed, okay, and store it. Okay, so for example, when I log in, I wanna like store that information and have access to it, okay, anytime I'm like refreshing or getting that information. So let's go ahead and work on that now. So inside of my actions and index.js, what I will do underneath here is let's make another function, okay, and let's call it user auth, like so. Get user auth, okay, this is what's going to get the authentication info. And let's start it off with dispatch. Cool. And I'm going to do, this is something that comes from Firebase, so on auth state changed. Do me a favor and run this asynchronously. Okay, you're going to take a user as an input, and if user, meaning if the user exists or is logged in or whatever, dispatch set the user to user. Okay, so that looks good. Now let's go inside of our app.js file, and we're going to add all of this here. So let's go ahead and do that, okay? So first of all, I'm gonna need to do a couple of things, and for those things we're gonna I'm gonna kind of walk you through all of this, okay? So first of all, right at the start here, okay, function app. Let me think. Let's have it take props like that, okay? And then inside of here, I'm actually gonna throw in my use effect hook. So let's go use effect, and let's hit enter. Whoops, use effect. Okay. There's tons of boilerplate that comes with a lot of this stuff, but okay. So use effect, this is how we write it in here. Okay, so I'm gonna say props dot get user auth. Cool. And then here, it's not gonna really have any dependencies for now. Cool. Okay, so now it's gonna start telling us, hey, we're erroring out. So let's go ahead and import React hooks. So import use effect like so. All right, so that's now gonna import this use effect. Good. Use effect is not defined. Interesting. Should be defined. Okay. So now it's saying get user auth is not a function. So we're gonna go ahead and import that as well. Import get user auth. Okay. From actions. Okay. So now we got that as well. It's good. Cool. So now, of course, it's saying it's not a function, but we're going to go ahead and take care of that. Okay. So let's go ahead inside, just get inside of app.js. Hopefully you're there. And now let's go all the way to the bottom, and we're going to need to do those map to props type of things. Okay. This is a very common thing we have to do with Redux. If you're using it without toolkit, it's annoying, but has to be done. Okay. So we're going to do that now, right after take out this fat ass wallet from my pocket. So let's go ahead and do this. So map state to props like so, and we're going to do state, and let's go like this, and we're going to return squigglies like that. Okay, then let's do const map dispatch to props. Okay, we're going to do this. It's going to take in something to dispatch, and get user auth, and this is actually what's going to start defining your function. Okay, and we're going to say dispatch get user auth function. Okay, and then what we're going to do is I'm going to remove this export default line. We're going to export default. I'm going to say connect. Okay, we're also going to need access to this connect. We're going to import it later. I'm going to do map state to props, and then I'm going to do map dispatch to props, and then let's just do app. Okay, now we're going to need to import connect. So let's go ahead and import connect from Redux. Okay, import connect, my bad, from React Redux. Cool. So that's imported. Now what's the error? Let's see. Identifier connect has already been declared. Oh, my bad. I'm getting it too many times. It's already right here. Cool. We got connect. Now what's the error? Expected an assignment or function call and instead saw an expression line 37 and 16. Cool. So let's see. Okay, let's wrap that in parentheses so it's an expression. Okay. Don't need that there. Okay, so now that should be good. Should be good. That allows us to get the user info. Hopefully they're not getting any errors. And now we are on the same page. Beautiful. Okay, so the other annoying thing that I realized, guys, is remember my image was not showing up. The jobs ad one or whatever, this one just kept not showing up. I looked at my console and it was getting blocked by client for whatever reason. So what I decided to go ahead and do is like copy that image and open, like copy link address, open that right here, right? And then what you can do if you're having the same problem is hit save image as, okay? And go to that same folder you have everything, right? So for example, for me, GitHub, Banger projects, LinkedIn clone, public images. Inside of that images folder, I just decided to call it jobs add.jpg, okay? And then I hit save. So then it showed up as an image right there, okay? And then I went to my right side component because that's where it was supposed to show up, and it just was like never showing up, okay? So in the right side component, in order for it to show, what I did is I went to my banner card, and instead of having that static link, I just changed it with the actual image, okay? So how you can do that is simply go and select this /images/jobs add.jpg, hit save, and then this is what you should see, okay? So go ahead and do that. That'll take care of that other problem that we were having earlier, okay? And if somebody wants to be helpful, please drop the timestamp to when this problem was first introduced, okay? And then, you know, and just say this is the bug fix for that. So if somebody's looking for it, that'll be really, really helpful. Thank you. Now let's go ahead and display the user photo once the user is logged in. So I'm going to go inside of header.js, and let's go to where we have user, which is user component, okay? So this user component right here, okay? So where that says me, we're gonna replace that with an image of me, okay? The image that I get from Google Authentication. All right, so here's how that's gonna go. I'm gonna go right underneath this A tag, cool? And right underneath this A tag, what I'm gonna do is open up your squiggly, okay? And let's be careful where we put everything, okay? So squiggly, let's do it this way. I'm in the wrong place, okay? Remove that squiggly and remove that A. It needs to be inside of user, okay? What did I do? What did I do? I'm sorry, I'm confusing you. Okay, leave work alone. Leave work alone. So it should have that A tag in there. You're good. You don't need to touch work. We're trying to touch user. I don't know why I decided to go under work. Probably I'm just been coding for so long. I'm losing my eyesight a little bit. So bear with me here, okay? I'm just a human being. Relax. So right over here, what I'm going to do is let's add a squiggly here. Okay, like that. Okay. So the squiggly opens up here, but here's where we're gonna close it. So remove the closing one, and I'm gonna close it right above this span. Just like that. Okay. That is perfecto. Okay. That's the right spot for me to close it. Cool. So now let's go ahead and make this work. So inside of this squiggly, we're gonna do a couple of things. Okay, I'm gonna say props.user. So if the user is logged in and exists, I want the following to happen: props.user.photo URL. Okay. So if that URL exists, then I want the following to happen. Okay. So I'm gonna make an image tag here. And in this image tag for source, what I'm going to say is this, okay? And you can remove the quotes because this is gonna evaluate to a string anyway once it's done. So I'm gonna say props.user.photo URL. Okay, and let's end that. Cool. And then I'm gonna say colon. So like this, okay? Now, this looks really intimidating and confusing, but let me explain. First, hey, is the user logged in? Yes, they are, they exist, great. Then, look for their photo URL. Does that exist? Question mark. If it exists, then show their photo. Then I have this ternary operator right there. If it doesn't exist, show a generic user photo. Capiche? That's what's happening there. Another thing, why my thing looks funny, why this me part with the drop down sign looks funny is because the drop down is not inside of the span. So let's go ahead and close that and sandwich that in the span. Okay, so again, span should have the word me in it and the drop down image in it. Okay, so make sure to go ahead and do that. And once you do that, what's going to happen is now your photo and your me with the drop down looks freaking great. Okay, that's what should happen. All right, so that's looking good. Now what we need to do is make sure our dispatch is happening, because right now our app does not know about the image. So it needs access to the store and we need to dispatch that action. Okay, so then it's going to have access to the photo. So anyways, long story short, let's go all the way to the bottom. And let's go ahead and do map state to props like so. And state, whoops. Okay, state. And then inside of here, we're going to return user state.user state.user. And knowing boilerplate code. Okay, that's map state to props. Now we also need map dispatch to props. And let's go dispatch. Like this. Let's leave it empty for now. We don't really have anything going on in here just yet. And then this last line where it says export default header, remove that line. So we're going to delete that line. And we're just going to do export default connect. And you guys know the drill. We're going to connect map state to props like so. Then we're going to do map dispatch to props. And then we're going to do header like this. Okie dokie, Mr. Pokey. Okay. So that is pretty good for now. Let me actually just see if we need to change any additional things at the top. Did we import connect? Yes, we did import connect. So that's looking good so far. Okay, great. So it is working. In order to be able to see it, first of all, it's at the bottom right. You should be seeing your logged in photo because I'm logged in. And you should be seeing your logged in photo at the bottom right if you're logged in. And at the top right, you should actually be seeing it if in desktop mode. Okay, so you should be seeing your photo. Cool. Amazing. Okay, now what we want to do is add the ability to sign out. So when I hover over sign me, right? If I hit sign out, I cannot sign out. So let's add that ability. So let's go and start off by, first of all, inside of actions, we're now going to create a new file. Actually, no, let's not create a new file. Let's just go inside of our index.js. So in here, remember we added the sign in functionality and the get user auth functionality. So let's go underneath that and let's add the sign out functionality now. So let's do export function, sign out API. Okay. And then let's do return dispatch. Just like this. All right, inside of this dispatch, all we're gonna do is we're gonna do auth.signout. And again, this comes built in with Firebase. Okay, that's why Firebase is so nice. And then we're gonna do .then. Okay, leave that empty. And we're gonna do dispatch set user to null. Okay, so we're gonna run that function. We're gonna set the user to null. Okay, that's going to remove any user that's existing. And then I'm going to do .catch any errors. And if there are any errors, just simply console log them in this case. Great. So this is what your sign out API should be looking like right now. Okay, so continuing on with our functionality. Now we're going to do just a few things. Okay, so let's go to our when we sign out, so let's think about this, right? When we sign out, we need to be redirected back to the home page, right? Just like when we sign in, we need to be redirected back. Let me fix that. When we sign out, we need to be redirected to the login page. Just like when we sign in, we're redirected to the home page. Okay, so we're gonna work on that. That was Naz. Say hi to Naz, everybody behind me. Beautiful. So we're gonna add that redirect in just a second, but first let's start off with the functionality. So I'm gonna go to my header, okay? And let's first of all import the sign out functionality that we made. Okay, so let's import sign out API. Okay, and where are we gonna import that from? Well, you know where we're gonna import that from our actions, where we just finished making it, okay, in the index.js. So now this will actually import it. Okay, why is it saying modules not found? /actions. Oh, my bad. /actions. There we go. Okay, because I'm inside of headers, which is inside of components, so I need to back out first, and then I have access to this actions folder. Okay, gotta back out, then boom. Hence the 2 dots right there. Cool. Okay, so now inside of my sign out, let's find that. So sign out is right there. And to this sign out, all I'm going to say is, hey, on click, I want you to do something for me. Okay, and sign out is going to be like, hey, what do you want me to do? Well, on click, I want to actually sign out. Okay, I want to call the sign out method. Now, remember, because we're using Redux, you can't just normally make this work, because that would make too much sense, unfortunately. So in Redux, you do things always in a really obnoxious boilerplate method. Thank you, Dan Abramov, the founder of Redux. So I'm going to go to my dispatch to props. And in here, all I'm going to do is we're going to add in sign out. And what sign out is going to do is dispatch. And we're going to use our method that we created earlier, dispatch sign out API. Okay, so that should already be pretty good. Okay, so let's go ahead and see if that does anything or not. So sign out. Whoa, it actually worked. Did you guys see the photo change? That's freaking amazing. So let's actually go back to our home page and let's test this out. Let's hit sign in, and it should redirect us to the home page when I sign in. So boom, let me choose my email. Okay, it redirected me, and look, my photo is of the logged in user. That photo is being pulled straight from Firebase. Now, if I hover over and click sign out, it signed me out and the photo is gone. But what should happen? When I sign out, I need to be redirected back to the login page. So let's just go ahead and add that last bit of functionality. And how we're gonna do that is, let's start off by going to our home page. And inside of our home page, I need to make sure that I import my redirect, okay, from React Router DOM, because that's what allows me to manipulate the DOM and manipulate which pages I'm at. I also need to import connect, because I'm going to need that for this, from React Redux. And again, this is Redux without toolkit, okay? So this is why you still have to do mappings and connects, okay? Now, inside of my container right over here, here's what I'm gonna do. All right, we're just gonna add that right there. And I'm gonna say, hey, if the user is not logged in, or there is no user, then what I want you to do in that case is redirect me to the home page, or I'm sorry, I keep saying the home page, but the login page in this case, okay? And of course, we want to close this. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, cool. So now when I sign out, it actually brings me back to the home page, okay? And last things I want to do in order to make sure that that happens and my store knows about it, here's what I need to do, because that functionality is still not necessarily working. We're going to do map state to props. And I'm going to let the state know about, hey, user, update the user state, like so. And I'm going to delete this line, and we're going to do export default. And this is what we've been doing with Redux every single time. So connect, map state to props, and we're just going to leave it to that because we don't need to dispatch any actions in this case. And of course, add home just like this. Okay, so now refresh. So now watch what happens. Okay, I'm going to sign in with Google. Now it should update my photo at the bottom right. Now let me full screen it real quick. Full screen, hover over it. Let's click sign out, and boom, that works. That is nice. Right when I sign out, it actually brings me back straight to the home page. Okay, so hopefully you're enjoying this so far. And now we're going to start displaying the username right next to our user profile. Okay, user image. All right, so here we go. So now we're going to actually add the display username on the left hand side. Okay, so and we're going to do that right there. Okay, where it says welcome Rafik Kazi. That's kind of what we're going to do in our own app. Okay, so first of all, let's just log in, so it redirects us to the home page. Beautiful. That looks good. Okay, but now it says welcome there. Well, it should know who we are, so it shouldn't say there. It should actually say our name now. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go to my left side component that I have, and then where we have this link, this is where we need to change it. Okay, and here's how we're going to do that. So I'm going to say props.user. This is going to get me access to the user, and remember, display name. This is what should get me access to the name. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically be like, hey, if the user exists, okay, so props.user, if the user exists, this is a nice fancy ternary operator that says, then show me the username. Otherwise, show me blank, okay? Or I can just say, show me, well, there, okay? So that way it says there for now, and then if the user will be there, it'll say their name instead. Cool. Well, why is it not getting the name, you might ask? Well, what we're going to have to do is tell Redux about it. So this is where we need to map state to props. So let's do const map state to props like this. Open this bad boy up. And again, we're going to return user state.user state.user like this. Okay. Let's refresh. Okay, and we're gonna go ahead and connect it now to our component. All right, so let's go here. Boom, import, connect like this from React Redux. So now we have this imported. That's great. Let's go all the way down. Whew, it's a lot of lines of code in there. Remove this, and we're gonna do export default, connect, map state to props. And we'll just do left side like this. Okay. Again, we're not doing any dispatching here. We're only doing reading and retrieving. All right. So now Rafik Kazi is being read. Hey, that's amazing, right? Let me go home. Rafik Kazi. If I log out, it should basically be nobody. Okay. Cool. /home. Doesn't even let me go to home. Okay, when I log in, it lets me go to home. So that's really good. My authentication, it seems like it's working really well, and things are good. Now we're gonna start working on the modal. Okay, so let's go ahead to main.js file, and instead of post Malone, we're gonna be working on post modal. So congratulations. All right, post modal. There we go. You like that one, Naz? All right, and pretty much what I'm going to do is right underneath where article is ending, and there's a div ending right underneath the article. Let's go underneath that div, and I'm going to add the post modal. Okay, and you'll be like, hey Kazi, psst, hey Kazi, where are you importing the post modal from? That's a really good question. It doesn't exist yet, so we need to go ahead and make it. So inside of components, I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be called postmodal.js. Okay, and now we're gonna start working on this modal, and it's gonna be nice. So let's start off with styled from styled components, because we're gonna need to style this thing. And of course, let's go ahead and go. It's gonna get some props, okay, as arguments. And I'm gonna create a new component inside of here. It's gonna be a container, and I'm just gonna say post modal for now. Let's hit refresh. It's still complaining. Well, that's because I have to export default post modal, and now it should stop complaining soon. Okay, it goes, hey, I don't know what container is. No worries. I'm gonna just const container, and let's actually go styled div and leave it as an empty. Cool. So now all the errors are gone, and we're back to an operational app, which is exactly what we want. Now inside of our container, we're gonna style it. So I'm gonna say position fixed. Okay. Where is our modal? I'll show you. Our modal will be available for us shortly. Okay. Let's go top 0 for the modal. Let's go left 0. Okay. And we're gonna start seeing it soon. Hopefully. I'm as surprised as you when we see it. Just kidding. All right, bottom 0. Okay, so that allows us to put it at the top. We're gonna give it a really high Z index. Okay, so you can kind of do that. That will make sure that it's always on top of things. So now you're starting to see it. Post modal. Okay, and now 0, 0, 0, 0. It means 0 on the left axis, x-axis, y-axis, and that's what you end up getting when you go 0, 0, 0. So what this does here, by the way, right, is this 0, 0, 0, you're wondering what it does. So come here and inspect the element. Now when I inspect it, look, the modal is actually over the entire screen, okay? And if I actually change this to 10 pixels, or let's go 50 pixels, so something visible from the top, it's pushing it down, but notice now it's not the entire screen. So why we do that sometimes, 0, 0, 0, 0 like that, is to kind of, in an easy way, say, hey, take over the entire browser, okay? So this right now is taking over the entire browser, and it has a massive Z index, so it'll also take over more priority. Cool. So now inside of color, I'm gonna give it color black. And just to kind of show you this, right? If I actually gave it a background color of, let's say, black, watch what happens. Boom, my entire screen is now gone black, okay? And if I gave it a Z index of -20, now it's hiding behind, but you can still see the little black bars on the side, okay? So that Z index is just to make sure that always stays on top of everything else. And instead of black, of course, it's a crazy color to give it right now. We're going to just give it 0.8, just like this, okay? That's what's gonna happen when the modal opens. That's what's gonna happen to the entire screen. That's what we want, okay? So then we can see the modal easily. So that's how we make that happen. Cool. Now, last thing we wanna do is, I mean, we're already exporting it, and we're using it in main.js, right? So let's go to our main, and we have post modal. That's how we're getting this. Cool, beautiful, and make sure we're imported, okay? Perfect, good job so far. Let's keep rocking and rolling, and now we're gonna start adding main content component inside of post modal. So let's go to post modal, and inside of here, I'm gonna remove where it says post modal, okay? And I'm gonna say content. Cool, inside of content, let's just write content for now, and leave it pretty blank. And we're gonna add in a new styled component. I'm gonna say content with a styled div, of course, empty to just start it off with. And we'll give it a width of 100%. Okay, cool. All right, max width, we'll give it of 552 pixels. So it will never be bigger than that. We're gonna give it a background color of white. So now we can actually start to see this, okay? Cool, so we can see that the modal is starting to become visible. And now what we're gonna do is let's give it a, let's remove that. Let's actually keep that, my bad. And let's go and give it a max height of 90%. Cool. Overflow will go initial. Okay, and then let's go border radius of 5 pixels. Okay, so now we're starting to have slightly rounded corners right there. We'll go position, relative, display flex. Okay. And now let's do flex direction column in this case. Cool. We'll top 32 pixels. That pushes it down. And we're going to go margin 0 auto. Okay. So now we have this thing smack in the middle, showing up exactly where we want it. Beautiful. So that's all we wanted to do for this. And now we're going to add header and post modal component. Okay. So let's go and do that. So inside of content, I'm going to remove content and I'm just going to go header like this. Okay, cool. And inside of here, what I want to say is let's go and add an H2 and we'll do create a post like that. Right underneath this, I'll add a button. And inside of this button, I'm going to add an image, and this image is going to be a close icon.svg. Okay. And now the header is going to say, hey, I'm not defined. Well, no problem. Okay. And I'll show you how to add a close icon, by the way. So the close icon actually is right here. It looks like that little X at the top. So let's go grab that close icon and drop it inside of our images. Now you should have access to it. Okay. Let's go back to the code that we were on inside of components postmodal.js. So we added that image, and now we're going to actually create styling for that component. So const header. Let's start it off with blank. And then let's go ahead and start now styling it. Okay. So we now see create a post. So that looks pretty good. Display block. I'm going to add padding to it. Boom. Now the padding is starting to look good. I'm going to add a border bottom. So I'm going to add something on the bottom. Okay. And then lastly, we're going to do this. Clean. Let's give it a font size of 16 pixels. I'm going to give it a line height of 1.5. Beautiful. Okay, I'm going to go RGBA on this thing. And let's do this. Cool. So it's like a little grayed out now. We'll do font weight 400. And then justify. Actually, before we do that, let's enable display flex. Let's go justify content on this thing and we'll go space between. So now that X should springboard over all the way to the right hand side. I'm gonna go align items center. Dope. And then of course, let's style the button and I'm gonna go height 40 pixels, width 40 pixels. Great. Min width auto. Color. Let's do the same thing. A little bit of that gray never hurt nobody. Cool. And then SVG. Hey, pointer events, make sure that there are none. Pointer events are none. Okay. Cool. X. Cool. All right. So now we got that big boxy looking X in the modal. It's pretty good. It's a good start. Okay. Let's create shared content and add user info part inside of it. Okay. So let's go to, we're inside of here. Now let's make shared content. So where am I going to do that? Let's do it right underneath this header right here. Shared content. Let's go user info. Let's make another component. And inside of here, gonna go image / images / user svg. Okay, this is just gonna be the dummy user image. And for span, let's go name. Okay. All right, shared content is not defined. User info is not defined. You guys know the drill, right? You guys know what we do. Let's go ahead and start working on this, right? Style div. Let's leave it empty for now. User info style div, like that. Oh, refresh. Okay, so now that image is showing up, but it obviously looks crazy. So we're gonna now work on it. Let's enable display flex to start off. Things are already starting to look in control. Display flex is such magic. Flex direction column. Flex grow 1. Overflow Y. I'm gonna go auto on this thing. Vertical align baseline. Cool. Background, I'm gonna do transparent. Okay. And then of course padding 8 pixels by 12 pixels. Beautiful. Great. Now let's, inside of our user info, let's go ahead and do a couple of things. Enable display flex here. I'm going to align my items to the center. So I can see that N is in the middle, but it's still behind the photo. Let's add padding 12 pixels by 24 pixels, like so. Cool. And now let's control our SVG and our images, and we're going to give them the same type of styling. Boom. Boom. Cool. Background clip. I'm gonna go content box. Okay, border 2 pixels, solid, transparent. Border radius. This is gonna give it the nice little circle that we always love. Looking clean. And then of course, let's go inside of our span, and now we're gonna go font weight 600, font size 16 pixels, line height 1.5. Cool. So now the text is looking bolder. And then of course, let's give it a little bit of margin because it's getting a little too close to that logo. So let's push it a little bit. Okay. Beautiful. So that looks great to me. For shared content, right? This modal is looking good. I mean, of course, we still need to add functionality. So when I hit X, it actually goes away, right? And things like that. So we're going to now start adding those things in. Okay. We also need to make sure the text editor is editable. So that's going to need, quite a bit of work. So let's work on that now. All right, so cool. Let's start working on the text editor and add in a bunch of functionality. So I am going to go I'm going to just stay in my post modal. Okay. And then let's add another component, and I'm going to add it right underneath shared content. So we're going to call it share creation, like this. And let's just type in some word in there like actions. Let's go all the way down, and I'm going to add a component styling for this, styled div. Hit save just so that error stops. Display flex. So you should be able to see actions in there now. Okay, it's right there. Boom. Cool. Now I'm going to do justify content space between. Cool. And then of course padding 12 pixels, 24 by 16. Cool. So now we just added some padding kind of everywhere from every direction. So that looks good. Now we're going to add creation buttons. Okay. So you might be wondering, hey, where are you getting the creation buttons from? Here. So we're going to have the share image. Okay. That image right there at the top. And we're also going to have that image, the video image as well. So share image, share video. I'm going to drag this into my images and drop. Cool. So that's going to be there. Now let's go inside of my, right underneath share creation. Inside of share creation, I'm going to remove the word actions, and instead I'm going to write attach assets. Okay. And let's create a new component called attach assets. Okay. And inside of attach assets, let's create a new component called asset button, like that. And inside of asset button, I'm going to add an image, and that image is going to be images/share.image.svg. Cool. And then I'm going to have another asset button. And inside of that, I'm going to have another image, and it's going to be images/share.video.svg, like so. Cool. Now let's go ahead and add this. So all the way at the bottom, let's do const asset button is equal to styled button. Okay, and I'm gonna let's do display flex on this thing. Of course, it's saying that error, so let's actually start that styling too, so we don't have that error anymore. Styled div. Okay, boom. So we got the image here, and then we got the video button right there. Okay, that's what we were trying to add. So now let's go here and do align items center. Height, we'll make it 40 pixels. Let's give it a min width of auto. Color, I'm gonna go RGBA 0000.5. Okay. And then under attach assets, let's do align items center, do display flex, and let's go padding right. And I'll go 8 pixels on it. Boom. Okay, beautiful. So we got this, we got the buttons, and we got some styling for this asset button at least. Okay, so let's finish up the styling for attach assets now. Okay, so I'm gonna go right here, and we're gonna use this selector here to get our styled component called asset button, and we're gonna style that to be width 40 pixels like this. Cool. So now that should be good. Okay, if I made that 100 pixels, it'll be really obvious what happens. So if I go 100 pixels like that, you can obviously see that just buttons got really long. But let's go 40 pixels, and they're right there. Cool. So that looks good. And now let's add share comment component. Mouthful, a little bit of a mouthful. All right, so let's go find this. So share comment, it's gonna be this one. All right, let's drag that into our images folder. Okay, and then let's go to our post modal. And inside of our post modal, let's make that work. So where am I doing share comments? So let's go, let's go underneath attach assets. Okay, so let's go outside of attach assets. All right, let's go now share comment like that. And then inside of share comment, I will add, let me do it like this so you could see the entire time. Let's just do asset button like that. And inside of this asset button, I'm going to add an image, and this image is going to be the following: /images/share comment.svg. Cool. And then we'll just write anyone here. Okay. So now you see this button appear, but now let's wrap that new button that we made inside of share comment component. Okay. So I'll go here and paste it. Okay, so this is what it should look like. Share comment component. Now it's going to complain about share comment component, but you and I, we don't worry about that because we know this. We go ahead and create this style component like this, keep it blank, and then let's add some padding left. Okay, let's go ahead and let's go and add margin right auto. Cool. Let's go border left 1 pixel solid RGBA. This, cool. So now you're seeing this border, right? This thin little border that's being there. Let's go ahead, make a $sign. I'm gonna say asset button, select the asset button. And inside of that button, any SVGs we have, let's give it a margin right of 5 pixels. Cool. So that looks good. The share comment component is kind of done. Now let's add the post button. And how I'm gonna do it is like this. So let's go right underneath the share comment. And let's add in the button right here. Okay, so I'm gonna go post button. And let's just say post. Now let's go ahead and add that to our styling. So I'm going to do const post button is equal to styled button. Cool. So again, start off with empty. And now that button is there. I can see it. Min width 60 pixels. Cool. Border radius 20 pixels. Ooh, I like how it's looking. Padding left 16 pixels. Cool. Let's add some padding right by 16 pixels. Okay, so now it's made it a little bit bigger. Background like this. Okay, give it a little blue. We'll color it white. Okay. And then on hover. So I'll do this on hover. We're going to give it a background of that right there. Cool. So when I hover, boom, just a little bit extra blue, click it and I can press it. Okay, beautiful. All right, so now that we added that post button, let's remove close button image. Okay. And we're gonna do some stuff with being able to hide it and show it. So when we hit X, we want things to be able to happen. Okay, so let's go and work on that now. Okay, and I was gonna work on the text editor earlier, but let's go and work on it now. Okay, so let's go ahead and work on the text editor. Cool. So no worries. In post modal, what I'm gonna do is all the way at the top. Okay, let's go import use state like this. Okay, let's use React states because we're gonna need to work with state now. And let's start. So here I'm gonna say editor text, and then we're gonna do set editor text. So this is gonna be a function that allows us to change the text. All right, that's kind of how you also set variables in React, the React way of setting variables. And we're gonna start off with it being blank. Okay. So the functionality we're working on now is this one. So when I hit start a post, this modal pops up. The text in the start is blank. And then as I start typing it, it updates the text. So we're going to do that in our app that's not built yet. Cool. So let's go underneath user info. Okay. So underneath user info, I'm going to make my editor component. And editor component is going to take in the text area. Actually, before I make my editor component, let's leave it blank. Let's start off with just doing text area like this. Cool. I'm gonna just go ahead and remove all of this for now. All right. And what I will say is inside of text area, let's add something for value. So we're going to make value be the editor text. So whatever the state of the text is. Okay. So right now it's not really going to be doing much. So when I type, it doesn't do anything. It just kind of freezes. That's what should be happening with yours. Okay. Then after text, I want to do on change. I want something to happen. Okay. And what do I want to happen on change? I want to take, let's go like this. I'm going to take whatever the value you're giving me and I want to set it to the editor text. So I'm going to do e.target.value. So whatever you're typing. Okay. It's complaining E is not defined. Okay. Not to worry. We're going to take care of that shortly. Okay. So we have on change and we have the on change ending right there. Cool. Let's go ahead and add the placeholder as well in just a second. All right, just make sure you refresh. As soon as you refresh, you should be good to go. And all that's happening is as soon as I type in F in the text area, now it calls this on change. Okay, it goes on change. What should I do? On change says, hey, grab the event. Okay, what was the event? I wrote this thing. So now what we do is we change the editor text variable's value, which was blank in the start, with whatever the target value is. In this case, it's F. So now this editor text here becomes F, and then it shows F. Now when I write FE, it becomes FE. It passes that here, that passes that here. And then that shows that there. Super confusing, but that's what's happening. Okay, and then if I hit post, I have access to all of that information. So now let's do placeholder. Whoops, let's not do that. Placeholder. Okay, and then my placeholder is going to be, what do you want to talk about? Cool. So if you remove everything, that's what the placeholder will be. And of course, let's also do auto focus to be true. Okay, so as far as my text area is concerned, that's looking good. Now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create my styled component. I'm going to do this one the other way. So let's go ahead and create a styled component called editor and do style div. Okay, and I'm going to style it in just a second. Let's go and take what we created, this text area, and we're going to wrap this entire text area inside of a new component called editor. So make sure you cut that and you wrap the text area inside of editor just like this. Okay. Now we need to style our editor component. Okay, great. Let's add some padding. And I'll go 12 pixels by 24 pixels, like so. Let's now style the text area inside of this editor. Let's go with 100%. Cool, so it's big. Let's give it a min height of 100 pixels. Great. Did that do anything? Yes, I made it fat, which is exactly what we want. And then resize none. Okay, so notice this little touch, right? If I have resize enabled at the bottom right, you see this resize and I can resize it to whatever I want, right? Boom, it's kind of weird. By doing resize none, there's nothing, there's no way to resize this. That's what we want. Let's go here and let's go input with 100. Beautiful. Okay. So whatever we're writing here, input, cool. Height of 35 pixels. Cool. Font size of 16 pixels. Okay. All right. And then right underneath it, we're going to go margin bottom, 20 pixels. Okay, great. Our text box looks absolutely great. We're using state to do a bunch of stuff, and that's good. Now, again, let's focus back on being able to open the modal and close the modal. This is something very common that you have to do in React, and we're going to start working on that now. So let's go ahead and get started. So where should we get started? Well, the first thing I want to do is inside of main, I'm going to add the ability to hide and show the modal. Cool. So let's go all the way at the top. We're going to import state because we're going to need access to it. So use state. And I'm going to say from React. Okay. Now underneath main, we're going to do show modal, set show modal like this. My bad. Use state and default is going to be a closed state. Okay. So by default, it's going to be just always closed. All right. Now, right underneath here, let's add the code to make it hide and show the modal. So let's get started on that. So I'm going to do handle click. And here's what we're going to do. Okay. So we're going to start it off by preventing the default behavior, which is important for React. So you don't have these weird refreshing things going on when you don't want them. Okay. All right. Let's go. Let's stay here outside of our if statement. And now I'm going to just add a little switch statement, and I'm just going to say show modal. All right. And in the case that I get an open, what I want you to do is the following. I want you to set it to close and then break. Okay. In the other case where it's closed, then what I want you to do is I want you to show modal to be open. Okay. And break. In the case, otherwise, let's just do default. Set show modal to be just closed by default. Okay, and then we'll break right there. Beautiful. So that seems simple enough. Now let's actually go to the button and add that functionality. Where's my button? User SVG. Yep. So start a post. That's where we're going to add it. So let's go on click equals, and I'm going to say handle click. Okay, great. And where I have post modal, let's scroll down. Where I have post modal, I'm going to give it show modal. Pass it the current state of the modal. Okay, so it's going to take a prop that's show modal prop. And we'll add in the functionality for that prop in just a second, okay? And then the handle click prop, it's going to just do handle click. Actually, we're probably just taking in props, so we'll probably have to do props.show modal and props.handle click. So let's go ahead and check that out. Let's go to post modal. Dope. And inside of my post modal, I want to do just a few things. So right underneath that text that we're editing, let's go ahead and do the following. I'm going to create a reset. All right. And this reset is going to take in an event, and it's going to set the editor text to be blank. And it's also going to handle click and handle the event. Okay, so I'm going to wrap the whole thing in a JSX fragment all the way down to this container here. Okay, so let's just start off with that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm also going to wrap the entire thing in these squiggly brackets like this. Cool. Now within here, what I'm going to say is I'm going to say props.show modal equals open. If that's true, then what I want you to do is show me all of this stuff here. Okay. And what I'm going to do to my button, let's go to my, where is my create a post, right? So right underneath that, I have a button. Okay. And what to that button, I'm going to do on click, take in an event. Okay. And call my reset function and give it my event. Okay, that's what I want to happen when I click X. So now, also let's go all the way down. And where do I have my SVG? Inside of my header. const header. Where's my header styling? Right there. Let's also do comma img to it, okay? Let's add an image to it as well. Cool, let's refresh. Let's full screen this thing. Let's hit start a post. Ooh, hit X. Nice, look at that. That worked. I can't believe that worked. I really thought it was gonna break. Boom, boom. Look at that modal. And look, the whole screen goes dark because that we have that, you know, that post modal div that takes over the entire screen when I click it. When I hit X, it goes and it's done. Okay, that modal is a very beautiful functionality. So great work on adding that. I'm proud of you. Okay, and if you're proud of you, then smash that like button. Okay, just for yourself, if not for me. I'm proud of you. Let's keep going. Now we're gonna add a smooth fade that's gonna fade these things out. So here's how we're gonna do that. Let's go to post modal, and inside of our post modal, let's go all the way down to container, and right underneath here, I'm just gonna say animation, fade in, and let's do something like 0.3 seconds. That's 300 milliseconds. Okay, did that do something? I don't know. That didn't do anything, then we're gonna have to make it do something. Start a post. Cool. Let's go to our index.css and we're gonna make it do something. All right, so I'm now in my index.css file, which is of course inside of source. So let me close out of my images and close out of my public. Let's close actions. Okay. So inside of source, I have index.css. Let's go there. Let's go all the way down and let's make that fade in mean something and do something. So I'm going to say WebKit keyframes. Let's go fade in. And what fade in's job is going to be is this. From opacity of 0, what we want you to do is go to an opacity of 1. And now we're going to also define standard keyframes. Let's remove all of this. Let's do an @ right there. Okay, save. Is it still complaining? Failing to compile. That should be good. Start. Ooh, look at that fade in. Start a post. Ooh. Click. Yo, that looks beautiful. That is freaking beautiful. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say. All right, that modal work was just beautiful. Okay, now let's keep going. Beautiful. So now we got that working. Now we're gonna disable the post button when the editor text is empty. Okay, because right now, even when the editor text is not empty, I can hit post. So we don't want that. We don't want that. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead to post modal and let's start adding that functionality. So let's go to our post button, and inside of our post button, all I'm gonna say is this. I'm gonna say disabled, okay, when the editor text state is empty, when it just doesn't exist. Okay, if it's, so give me true. So give me disabled true if the text is empty, otherwise give me false. Cool. That's essentially it. Cool. Disable old D, just like that. Okay, so now because of the styling and stuff like that, you can't really see it, but it's actually disabled right now because there's no borders around it. But when I type, the borders appear. Okay, but it's just like a little hard to see. So we're gonna go ahead and add some styling to it. So let's go to our post button. So I'm gonna Command F, post button component, and let's add some styling to this. So inside of background, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do some cool ways of styling now. Props dot this. I'm gonna do it this way. Okay, let's go get access to the props, And if the props is disabled, question mark, then I want you to style it in this way, 0000.8. Okay. And if you're not disabled, then I want you to style it in a different way. So like what we had earlier. So now this is going to be really freaking cool. Whoa, what the hell happened? It looks ugly as hell. What the heck happened? We lost all of our styling. Oh man, the app is going all over the place. All right, let's take that out of parentheses here. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but Prettier wants me to do it the other way. Oh, and why am I going blind? Let's close this freaking parentheses right there, right? Because that would only make sense. And then that closes that. Cool. Ah, yeah, look at that. Okay. My post is dark, I write, and now it's blue. This is why I love styled components, you guys, because I'm saying if it's disabled, give it this color. If it's enabled, give it this color. It's just so freaking nice. It's just so freaking nice. Okay. And now I also want to change the text color. Okay, so let's go ahead and change the text color because right now it's just white. That's not what we want. So let's go props, and I'm gonna go props disabled. Okay, if it's disabled, then do the following. Of course, open, close this. Okay, and then outside of this, just give me white. Okay, so when it's disabled, it's hard to see it. When it's enabled, boom. Okay, so that's what I want that to happen with the colors. It's good. It's good. Okay, cool. And then on hover, I also want to give it a dynamic functionality. Okay, so I'm going to say props. And if it's disabled, again, let's go ahead and do 0.8 like that. Actually, let's do 0.08. Okay. Or in the other case, give me this. Okay, am I closing my parentheses right? Yes, I am. On hover. Beautiful. Okay, that's all that's happening. Cool, so when I hover over, it gives me like a lighter gray in the disabled mode. Okay, and then when I write, then it gives me this one when I hover over on this thing, right? Boom, boom, boom. Beautiful. That's exactly what I want, and that's really, really good. Now we're gonna start adding file input for uploading images, and that allows us to upload a file from our computer and add it to this, and that's really nice functionality. And if you're going to a recruiter, you can show them that functionality. Okay, and they're gonna be blown away. So let's go ahead and start adding that now. So file input, where do we start? Well, we start in post modal. Let's go all the way to the top. And right underneath this, let's go ahead and add share image, set share image. All right. And I'm going to go use state, leave it blank. Cool. And then what I want to do is I want to handle the change as it happens. Okay, we're going to get the first element from the files. And if the image is blank or image is undefined, okay, in those two cases, I want to basically say, hey, not an image. The image file is a, and then we're going to be able to access and say type of image. Cool. So that's going to be great. This is going to help me figure out like what the actual error is and what's the type of the image. And then otherwise, I'm just going to return. And I'm going to return right here. Return. Cool. And now right underneath that, let's go set share image. Okay. So meaning if we don't get an error, then do this thing. And when I do this thing, it's going to update that variable right there, share image. Cool. Cool beans. Now let's go ahead and actually add the upload image component. So I'll add the upload image component kind of right underneath the text area. All right, so text area, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove this and I'm just gonna end it right there. So just a little bit, tad bit cleaner. And right underneath the text area, I'm going to add the upload image component. Okay. And let's just go ahead and give it a empty styling for now before we start doing other things to it. Upload image is equal to styled div, and just leave it empty for now. Okay, that way we don't get into errors as I'm writing it, so you can see it build out. Upload image right there. And let's go input. Type is going to be file. So already just by doing type file for input, I can now choose file and it brings up all of this stuff, which is super cool. All right. So that's good. And I can even click choose file and click an image and it automatically knows Disney plus ASMR, right? It says it right there. That's a really good sign. So like things are already kind of working. I'm gonna say accept, and let's say accept what? Accept image slash GIF. So accept images and GIFs, and also accept JPEGs, and also I'll have it accept PNGs. Okay, like this. So that's good. Go name is equal to image. The ID of this will be file. Cool. Of this input. And then let's give it a style, and I'll give it a JSX inline styling. Okay, and I'm going to say display none. Okay. So if I remove that style, you see choose file. If I add display none, now that choose file is just not showing because I said don't display it, right? If I change it with something else, it's gonna have different behavior. Cool. All right. So that's good. Now on change, we need to add something that actually handles on change. Okay, so let's go on change. We're going to handle on change. Okay, so it's going to run our handle change function, which is going to do all of this, which is going to set the image for us. Cool. Cool. So now we're closing out of that input. That's good. All right. So that input should end right there. Right underneath that, we'll add a paragraph tag. And in here, let's add a label. Okay. And HTML4 will just be file. And now let's give it a style. Okay. And again, we'll also do this one inline as well for styling. Just please bear with me. This is going to be a little hard to follow, but bear with me here. And I'm just going to say cursor pointer, but actually, you know what? I don't even think we need that, to be honest. I'm just going to leave that. So that will make it simpler for you. And then let's just say inside of the label, let's just say select a image. Let's do an image to share like that. Okay, so now there is our styling. Very, very simple. Okay, and when I click it, okay, already it actually opens this up. Okay, so but what we have to do is probably make it look like something that you want to click on. So we're gonna do that in just a second. All right, let's end our label. We're ending our label, that's good. And right underneath ending our label, we're ending our p tag, that's good. Now let's right underneath our p tag, but still inside our upload image component, let's add in these squigglies. And we're gonna do share image. So if the image actually exists, then do the following. Okay, and I'm gonna say image source is equal to, and I'm going to say url.create object URL, and I'm going to pass this the share image path. Okay, like that. Let's close our image tag. Beautiful. Okay, boom, boom. Woo-wee! Hey, our image is showing. That was nice. And a lot easier to do than expected. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That's good. Let's go down, upload image. Now let's add this component styling all the way at the bottom for upload image, because right now the image is ridiculous, right? So we're just gonna need to control that. So let's go text align, center, and then after this, so now select an image to share is looking good. Okay. And of course, now what we want to do is we want to say, hey, the image, let's give it a width of 100%. So now the image is looking great. Wow, how nice, huh? We got click. Okay, let's refresh. Right, boom, let's click. Select an image to share. Pick that, hit enter. Man, that looks beautiful. That looks beautiful. I love it. Okay, very, very simple and very effective. Very, very effective. Now we're also gonna add a React player. So then that way we're able to actually show like any video URLs that we put. Okay, that's gonna like kind of auto expand them and make them look great. So let's go ahead and do that. Cool, so let's start working on it. Now, first things we need is I'm gonna hit Control C and stop my server. And what we actually need is, you can do npm install like this, but I'm actually gonna do yarn add, which is the same thing. And I'm gonna do yarn add react-player, okay, and hit enter. So install, what I want you to do is install this component right now. Not component, but man, my brain is getting fucking fried. But yeah, install this. So now you should have React Player. Okay, the React Player library. And let's go inside of our post modal and go all the way at the top. And I'm gonna do import React Player from React Player like this. Cool. And right underneath here, we're gonna say const video link, and then we're gonna say set video link like this. Equal, use state, and leave that blank. Okay, cool. Now, inside of our handle change, actually, are we gonna work on inside of our handle change? Let me see. Okay, so right here where I'm doing this share image thing, right above upload image, where should we add this actually? Let me think. So let's keep this inside of our upload image, but right underneath where we're doing the share image line. Okay. So right here, we're going to do a couple of things. I'm going to add a empty JSX fragment. Okay. And inside of this, let's add an input. We're going to keep it text, and placeholder will be please input a video link like that. And then the value will be whatever is the video link that we give it. And of course, on change, we're going to say, take the event and set the video URL, set the video link based on whatever the user gives you. Okay, the value of the event. Great. So input ends here. And right underneath input, what we're going to do is open close squiggly. And I'm going to say if video link exists, then what I want you to do, okay, and let's close this bracket and go React player. All right, and I just imported it. So I imported import React player from React-player. So make sure you go ahead and do that. Let's say React player width is equal to 10, let's go 100%. Okay. And then we're going to go URL and is whichever video link that's actually set in our state at the moment. Okay. Save. Beautiful. So that should be pretty good. All right, now we're gonna test it out and see if it does anything. Whoops, let's do yarn start again. So it starts up our app. Okay, wake up app, cool. All right, so we got please input a video link. Let's see if I have a YouTube video link. Boom, right when I embed it, it's right there. That is awesome. And this also happens to be my video if you wanna go check out my chess channel.
Welcome back to another
That's awesome. Yeah, beautiful. Let's go 20% on the width. So that made it really, really tiny, just like this. So make sure choose 100% on your React player width. So React player plays really nicely with videos. Okay, so we're good. Now we're gonna make it so you can switch between share image or share video.
All right, here we go. Welcome back to the same thing that you were on. So let's just continue going, all right? I just went to take a little break, but it's all good. We're back now and we're ready to go. Okay, can I hear myself? Beautiful. Awesome. So let's just go ahead and get started with this, right? So far, we're doing a great job. We got the video player showing. We got me looking beautiful here, right there, okay? Maybe for you, it's your video that you're putting, okay? You can use your own YouTube video link and then it'll be you. With that said, let's go ahead and make it so we can switch between whichever one we want, right? Because right now, we're seeing both image and the YouTube URL. I don't want to see both of them. I just want to see one of them. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and add that functionality. Okay, now the functionality is going to take a little bit. So first things first, we're going to start off by going inside of our post modal. So make sure you're there. And right here, we're going to add that component. Okay, so not component, we're going to add a state variable here. Okay, because this is going to change at some point. So asset area, and then of course, the way that we are using it is going to be set asset area. Cool, just like this. This is a convention we use. And default is going to be empty. Cool. Now let's go under where we have set share image. Okay. Underneath that, we're going to make a new function here that we're going to use, switch asset area. Cool. It'll take in the area as an argument, and then it's going to do a couple of things. So it's going to make the image just empty. We'll also do set video link, and we'll make that empty. Cool. And then we're going to do set asset area to the area that we received. Okay. And that's all good. Okay. Awesome. Now let's go to our reset. In our reset, we're just going to add a few more things. Okay. But we're going to add that above our handle click change. Okay. So I'm going to do set share image. Let's go blank here. Set video link will go blank because again, this is reset. So this should reset essentially all of those states. So that's all we're doing there. Now let's go down under where we have the area focus in our text area. Okay. So right below this, I'm going to do a couple of things. Okay. What I'm going to do is let's open up our squiggly bracket here. Okay. And let's go ahead and what I'm going to do is I'm going to close the squiggly bracket kind of in this weird area right underneath this JSX, the JSX fragment that's ending right underneath this player. That's where I'm going to add the ending of that. Okay. And essentially we're going to have a ternary operator in between there. So let's do this. Okay, so if asset area is equal to image, then I want the following to happen. All right, whoops, image. Then I want this, all of this to happen. Okay, the upload image thing to show up. Okay. All right, guys. So I'm gonna take this where this upload image is ending. I'm gonna take it. Okay, I'm gonna take this thing here and let's move it up. Okay. So boom, boom, boom. Let's go up top, and let's end this component right here. Okay, the upload image component. And here's where I'm going to add my ternary. So I'm going to do colon here. This is a little hard to read. And I apologize about that, but bear with me here. And then I'm going to say if the asset area is media, then I want you to do the following. Okay, in that case, do all of this. So again, a little hard to read, but I'm basically saying if it's image, then do all of this. Okay, the upload image component. Okay, if the asset area is media, then do all of this. Okay, great. And then let's go ahead and just switch a couple of things. So I'm going to find my asset button, and all I'm going to do for my asset button is very simple. I will simply add an on click on this thing like this. Let's open this up, go like that, beautiful. And I'm going to do switch asset area like so, and pass in image. Okay, pass in the image for that. And then where's my other asset button? Right here. This is the one for the video, and I'm just going to say on click, and we're going to do switch asset area, and I'm just going to say media like so. Okay, and then that should be pretty freaking good. Great. Pretty freaking cool. Wow. Look at that. It's working and it looks nice, right? When I click the image, I see this. When I click this one, I see this video right there. Okay. And how is that working? Well, this is one asset button, which is right here. And this is asset button number 2, this video one. Okay. So we got 1 and 2. I'll write 1 and 2 just like so. Okay, this image one is this one, the one, and this media one is this video one. Now, what happens when I click this video one, this picture one, is this on click thing runs and it changes my state variable, this asset area one, and it changes it to image. Okay, so well, let's go into that function and see what that's doing. Okay, it changes it to an image. Okay. So I go switch asset area and I pass it the image, and then it just changes it to an image. All right. And that makes the code appear and work and do essentially what I want it to do. Okay. If I go and do switch asset area to media, it goes ahead and changes it to a media. Okay. And then boom, you get your switching statements here. Boom. And here I can put my video link to a YouTube video like so, and it will actually even put the video here. Okay, and let's test putting an image, and let's see if our image works. Beautiful. Our image is working, and that's exactly what we want. So we're done with that functionality. Now we're going to connect with our store and get user info. Okay, so let's go down. First of all, let's actually just import. So I'm going to do import connect, because we're going to need to connect to our Redux store in a second. So let's do this. Okay. All right. So now we're going to map states to props, the boring, usual Redux stuff, which, you know, with the Redux toolkit, you don't need to know how to do. I'm going to do map state to props, state, and actually this is going to be an expression like that. Okay, let's leave it empty for now. And I'm just going to do export default connect map state to props. We'll do map dispatch dispatch to props. Okay, and then we'll do post modal like that. Actually, my bad. Okay, this one is going to be map dispatch to props. Okay, and that's going to be good for the dispatch to props. And above this, I'm going to add map state to props. Okay, and we'll make this state. Now this one is going to be dispatch. Okay, so this one that says state. Cool, let's go like this. All right, I like putting parentheses here. Hopefully Prettier likes it too. Great. And what I'm going to do is say return user state dot state, like that. Okay, so now that should be good to go. That's that. All right, now we're going to display the user info. So let's go to user info component, which is up here. And we're going to add our little ternary action. And let's go ahead and do that now. Okay. So I'm going to say props.user.photo URL. So, hey, if the photo URL is there, then I want you to do the following. Then I want you to show the image. And the source for this is going to be the actual URL for the photo. Props.user.photo URL, like so. All right. And I don't need to do anything else. I think that should be good. Cool. Let's end this photo one. Okay. And then we need an OR statement. So an OR statement, I'm going to basically give it this as my OR statement. And then we need to end this squiggly. Okay. So what is my error here? Let's see. I think I'm ending it too early, so let's remove that. There. So basically I'm saying, hey, does the photo exist? If it exists of the user, then show the photo of the actual user that we pulled from Firebase. Otherwise, show this anonymous user photo. So let's click the post, the modal. Okay, now it's having an error. Cannot read property photo URL of undefined. Okay, no problem. So what basically needs to happen is I need to right now, actually I'm logged in. Logged in. Okay. Weird error. We'll figure it out together. Not to worry. Okay, let's hit save on this thing. And then let's go ahead underneath here. We got our span tag, and in our span, what I'm going to say is props.user.display name. Okay, just like that. Great. And of course, we got to close our squiggly. Otherwise, we're going to be in some troubles. Cool. So let's try signing out. Let's try signing in with Google. Okay. Cannot read property photo URL of undefined. Interesting. Because pretty sure we're freaking logged in. Oh, duh. This is why I don't have access to the user. I gotta access the freaking user. Okay, that's what user is. Okay, state.userstate.user. Okay, so now up here, where I'm asking for the user, Command F user. Okay, where I want to get the user's photo. Now I have access to the user's photo. So let's hit save. Let's hit refresh. And now I'm going to have access to the user's photo. Okay, so for example, let's click. Boom, there we go. Okay, so now let's go full screen here. Okay, click start a post. And if you're logged in, we'll have a photo here. If you're not logged in, you shouldn't even be able to get to this page. But if you did get to this page, you'll have this anonymous photo as a fallback. Okay, so great. Now we got that photo. Now let's add functionality with the image. Okay, we want to be able to actually upload the image to Firebase storage. So let's go ahead and do that now. So first things first. Well, what are the first things first? So let's go to actions, because we're going to add an action. And we're going to add a new action. Okay, it's going to be called post article API. And it will take in a payload. Okay. And I'm just going to return a dispatch event that's going to look like the following. Okay. If what I want to do is payload is payload.image is not blank, so we have an image, then I'm going to set my upload to be storage.ref. Whoops, storage.ref. Okay. Images slash payload image.name. Okay. And then let's get out of here, and we're going to use the .put method, and we'll do payload.image. Cool. So this is going to help us upload our image. All right. And let's go ahead and make sure that we do that. All right. Now let's do upload. Okay, and I'll do upload.on. Cool. On state changed. Okay. Then we're going to do snapshot. All right. Let's go and not that one. Let's go like that. Snapshot. I'm going to say const progress is the following. We're going to have snapshot bytes transferred. Boom. And we'll do snapshot dot total bytes. Bytes, just like that. All right. And let's multiply that by 100 and close it off. Cool. All right. Now this is going to be helpful for making that loading bar soon, and you guys will see how this is actually going to help you. Okay. So now, boom, we have this one right here. Let's just wrap this thing inside of parens right here. It doesn't need it. Okay, it's redundant. Cool. Let's get out of here, and now let's basically go console log progress. Okay, and I'll do this. Progress. Okay, and we'll put a %. So that'll show us how's our progress doing so far. I don't want my function to be ending here. So this upload on needed to be ending a little bit later. All right, so we're gonna need quite a lot of little weird changes here. So just follow along. Gets messy, okay? So open the parentheses here, and we're gonna close this, okay? Because this whole thing is an expression. Then I'm gonna console log the progress, and then what I want to do is I want to essentially close out everything, right? So for example, this squiggly here, let's close that out. That parentheses right there, I'm gonna close that out. I also want to close this squiggly right there, okay? And then I also want to close that squiggly out right there. And I also want to close that squiggly out right there. And that should effectively take care of everything. And once I hit save, it should kind of format it like this, okay? But there's a couple of things that we got to do here. All right, now underneath this, what I want to basically say is, hey, if the snapshot state is running on the other hand, okay, then what I want to do is I want to console log the progress. Okay, progress like this. And boom. Cool. So in both cases, kind of show me what's going on. Okay. And then let's go underneath here. Okay, right there. And what I will say is if there's an error, then console.log error code. Okay. So again, I know there's a lot going on in this upload. So there's a lot, right? So for example, this upload function, it took in the state change, then it took in this function right here on the fly, and then it's also taking in what needs to happen when there's an error. Okay. Cool. And then let's also do async. Okay. We're going to have download URL, and what that's going to do is we're going to await upload. Cool. And we're going to do get download URL like so. Okay. All right. So storage is not defined. We will define storage by importing it. Okay. So let's go ahead up at the top, and in here, right after provider, I'm going to upload storage from Firebase. That'll take care of that. We also want to add our database. Let's do import DB from Firebase. We're going to need that later. Okay, cool. Let's come on down now. And we got our download URL. So that's good. Now we need to do a couple of things. So right underneath this download URL, we're going to do our DB collection. Okay, so DB collection. Articles. To the articles collection, we're going to add the following. The actor is going to have the following things in here. Description will be payload of the user email. Title will be display name like so. Date will be whatever is the timestamp of the payload. And then image will be the photo URL, of course. Okay. Great. And then underneath here, video will be payload video. Shared image will be the download URL that we made. Comments will be 0. We'll kind of just hard code that for now. And description will be the payload description. Okay, so that should be good. I know that that was like a pretty hefty piece of code, but let's go to our post modal and now actually add that functionality in. We're pretty close, so hang in there with me, guys. Let's import Firebase from Firebase. Okay, and then we're going to import our post article API like so. And let's do from ... actions. Okay. So that gets us that. Now let's go where our switch asset area shows up. Cool. And let's add in our new method, okay, or function here. Post article. Okay, it's going to take an event. And again, I want to kind of prevent any of the weird stuff happening in React where things need to refresh and so on. So let's take care of that. And I'm basically going to say if the target does not equal to the current target, then just return. Cool. And then I'm going to define our payload, and image will be the share image. Video will be the video link. Our user will be our actual user. Description will be whatever the text is that the user adds. And of course, timestamp will be Firebase timestamp. Okay. So that's why we imported Firebase. And then here we're going to have props.post article. That's going to take the payload. Okay. And then simply let's go ahead and reset E, and then we'll call this function and we'll reset everything. Okay. Once it's added. And now let's basically go ahead and add these buttons. So I'm going to go down to my post button, and inside of my post button, when I click that button, I want a couple of things to happen. Okay, so let's go here and we'll define an on click. Just leave it blank for a second. And in our on click, what I want to happen is I'm going to give it an event. And then I want the following things to occur. Run our post article function and give it the event details. Okay. That means the description, the text, any information that we have already about the user. And now just let's go to our dispatch and add all of that in. Cool. So let's go here and let's add in that. So post article, and we will do, it'll take in a payload. Okay. And then we'll dispatch post article API payload like that. Okay. Beautiful. Now let's see if it actually does anything for now. So I will take in an image, select an image, click an image, do that, test. Let's hit post. Post. So maybe it's doing something, maybe it isn't, but the only way to go and check is to go inside of our Firestore database and let's see if anything is actually happening. Okay. So let's go ahead and create a database. I'll put it in test mode. Let's hit next and enable. All right, that's going to be important because that allows our database to actually be created in the first place. Otherwise, we will not have a database. And Firestore is actually very, very powerful. So I like using this as our database, okay? All right, now we don't have any collections or anything like that. So let's try hitting post again. Does that do anything? Nope, not doing anything right now, which is totally fine. And by the way, Firestore also has storage. Okay, so I'm going to click on that. I'm going to go in there. So on the left-hand side, I have storage. And I can even upload a file, right? So let's just click here, upload a file, see what happens. I'm just kind of like hard coding it and uploading it there. Okay, so boom, it uploaded it. And now we'll be able to retrieve file from here. Okay, so that's the file data. It's kind of nice GUI that they have actually for uploading things. So pretty simple, but that's just kind of like I'm me hard coding it. Okay, but that's not the way we're going to do what we're going to do in our app. Oh, and going back to index file, by the way, our actions index.js, this is squiggly, okay, not parentheses. That's why it's not changing. That's why it's actually not using that variable. Okay, this is like template literals, so that's how they work. Boom, let's refresh. Cool. Okay, let's try uploading the image now. Hopefully that works. Let's test. Okay. If it works, it'll probably upload it to our storage folder inside of our Firebase, okay? So let's keep on trying this thing. All right, so let's actually debug this real quick together because I think that's going to be helpful. So let's go inside of post article and I'm going to type in console log post Malone. All right, let's add a rocket here. Okay, it's not going to add a rocket, so let's just add a person here. That's fine. All right, so I have my image. I'm going to hit post, and it says post Malone. So I want to see where it's getting to. So it's getting to this line. Let's now add a console log here, and I'm just going to say, can I add a cake here? Let's add that cake. I don't know why it's being funny, but I'm just going to say hello here, okay? And let's see if it gets in here. Uh-oh. Okay.
So it seems like it's getting to this if statement and then it's just returning. So it's actually not doing any of this, and it's not running this post article payload function, because that post article payload actually does everything that we need to do. It actually does this post article, right? We give it the payload, it dispatches it, and then it gives it to this function. This function knows how to upload. So it's never even getting to that. It's just dying right here. And that's because e.target is not equal current target. This should be current target. Okay. So I'm going to hit delete here. And now it should not be getting to that hello. So let's try again. And look, progress 0, progress 28, progress 85, progress 100%. Wow. So that actually looks good. Looks like something happened. So I'm going to go to my Firebase, refresh. Is it in my storage? Or is it in my database? Oh, it's in my storage. Oh, that's cool. I have an images folder, and here's my image, Gatsby versus Next.js. Okay, beautiful. Is it also in my database? Yes, it is. I have collections here. So I'm going to delete this other record I had. Actually, let me just leave that. I just had like some dummy freaking record. Okay, so delete. I don't know if it deletes the whole thing or not. It's not deleting it. That's fine. So just forget about that one. But it just added this new record here in my collection articles. Okay, how do I know that? Well, if I go to my code inside of my index.js, I have this line here that says, hey, DB collection articles inside of Firebase, add, and then add this whole thing. Okay, so we got actor, and actor has all these things inside of it, right? And then I also got just video, shared image, and comments. So video, shared image, description, and comments. Cool, which corresponds to these 4 things. And then actor and all of that corresponds to all of this. Okay, so that looks good to me so far. Now, finally, it's working, and this progress bar is working. So that's really good progress on our end. Now let's add the same post functionality, but with video as well, okay? And how we're going to do that is it's going to be very simple. So remember how we have this if statement right here that says payload image? Well, what we're going to do is say, let's find where that ends right there, okay? And I'm just going to do else if. Be careful with the indentation, otherwise you're going to get caught, okay? And I'm going to say if payload is video, then I'm going to do DB collection. And essentially, I'm going to do the same thing, which is going to be articles dot add. Okay, and we're going to do actor, description, payload dot user dot email, title. I'm just going to copy some of these, okay? Title is going to be that. Date is going to be, whoops, didn't mean to delete it. Okay, so paste, and then I'm going to copy image and also paste it right here. Okay, so those are going to be the same. And also this whole thing pretty much is also going to be the same. Video, payload video, shared image. So there's going to be only one difference though, okay? So I'll show you that in just a second. Let's hit save. Now, instead of shared image being the download URL, it's just going to be empty because it's not an image. Cool, capiche, makes sense. Okay, great. So that's it. That's all that happens if we choose to add a video instead of an image. Okay, so let's try adding, let's go here and refresh. And let's go here, try adding a video. We'll add a YouTube video, test, hit post, and hopefully something happens. Let's go to our app. Did it add a video? Yes, it added a video right there. Okay, it's inside of our database. We'll be able to get access to it whenever we want, so on and so forth. Okay, cool. Now we're going to add in an article reducer, and this is going to be helpful for when we actually want to start pulling the articles and actually showing the articles. Okay, so let's go ahead and start working on that. So I'm going to go inside of my reducers. So source, reducers, go into my reducers folder, and we are going to create a new file, and it's going to be called articlereducer.js, aka article updater. Okay, much better name for a reducer. And I'm just going to say export const init state like this. Loading is false. Okay, so the initial state is going to be loading is false. So we shouldn't see that loading circle in the start. Okay, my article reducer, what that's going to be is, hey, my initial state, let's make it the init state, and then it's going to take in an action. Whoops, my bad. There we go. And then we're going to take a switch based on the action type. That's just how Redux works, okay? And again, default is going to be just returning the existing state. And I'm going to export default article reducer like so. Now let's go inside of our index.js, which is inside of reducer. So the index.js inside of reducer. So go to that. And right underneath this user reducer, I'm going to add in an article reducer like that. And underneath my root reducer, I'm going to add, so user state is good. I'm just going to add article state. And we will do article reducer like so. All right, so that's good. Now we're going to start working on the loading bar. Okay, so we can see the loading bar showing up as we, upload a video or an image. We want to see like a little spinning circular loading bar. So let's start with going into our action type.js inside of action. So action type.js. So this is going to be export const set loading underscore status equals set loading status like that. Okay, beautiful. And let's go inside of our article reducer. Okay. And I'm going to do one thing inside of my article reducers, which is I'm going to add an import statement at the top, and I'm going to say import set loading status from actions action type. Okay, so let's import that one, and then we're going to do underneath our action type. Let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to say case set loading status. Okay. And I'm going to say a return whatever the state previously was, and then add this new loading state on top of that. Okay. Keep in mind, because this is Redux, nothing is being mutated. Now let's go to our index, not that index. Let's go to our actions, index.js. There's just so many indexes. Okay, so this import right here, we're going to do set user and also set loading status. And let's go underneath our, we can kind of add this wherever we want, but I'll just add it here. Okay. Let's just add it right there. Okay. And I'm going to just do export constant set loading is equal to, it'll take in status as an input, and we'll do type set loading, set loading status. Status is going to be whatever the status we pass it. Okay, and now let's go inside of our function post article API, and right underneath this return dispatch, I'm gonna say dispatch set loading to be true. Great. Let's
give a little gap here just so it looks cleaner. Great. Now let's go to our image and our image if statement, right? Go all the way down to where we have the payload.description. Okay, and right underneath that, I'm going to say dispatch set loading false. Okay, so once all of that happens, we're going to say finish the loading, meaning we'll keep spinning until the whole thing is uploaded and added to our articles. As soon as it's added to our articles in our Firebase database, then stop the spinning. Okay, dispatch an action to our Redux store, change the state of the set loading. Got it? And then we're going to do the same thing for when the video is done being uploaded. So these are the two parts where we're going to switch the loading to essentially false and for it to stop spinning. Okay. Beautiful. Now, next up, we're going to add our spinning logos and things like that. Okay. So here's the spinning logo. It's going to be called spin loader. This is what it is. Okay. Spinloader.svg. It already comes in with the graphic of the spinning. So we won't need to do any fancy CSS. So that's a good thing. All right. Take it and add it to your images. And then we're going to X out of it. Okay. And now we're going to go to main.js so we can add that there. Okay. So let's go to where our share box is because it's going to be inside of share box. So inside of share box, we have, we don't need this text here, by the way, anymore. Share. Let's hit refresh. Cool. So that share word is gone. Great. Okay. Now I'm going to add in a squiggly here. Okay, and I'm going to close this squiggly. Where should I close this squiggly? I'll close it. Let me think about where to close it actually. So let's just close this squiggly right underneath here. Okay, and what I'm basically going to say is, hey, if the user exists, then show the user photo like that. Okay. And then here's what I want you to do. If the user photo URL exists, then again, this is a ternary operator. We're going to do this. Show me the actual user's photo. End. Okay. Otherwise, show me just their anonymous photo. Okay, beautiful. I'm going to take that div and let's put it right underneath the share box. Okay, just like that. So now what it should look like is we have one div. Inside of here, what happens is we either see the user's image or we see the anonymous image, and then we have a button. Okay, so if I hit start a post, I see this. Cool, start a post. Okay, and then it when I click that start a post button, this thing is treated like a button. And when I click it, the handle click function runs. Okay, so that little thing we added there is helpful and awesome. And now on this button, what we're going to do is we're just going to add in what happens when it is disabled. Okay, so we're going to do props.loading. Okay, and if so, loading is either true, otherwise it's false. Okay, so if it's loading, set the disabled to true, otherwise set it to false. So we shouldn't be able to click that thing or do anything to it if it's loading. Cool. Let's go to where our content component is. So let's find content. Actually, we don't have content component yet, so let's go ahead and add it. And where I want to add it is, let's go to our share box right there. Okay. And right underneath my share box, I'm going to add this. Cool. So let's do this, and I'm going to do props.loading. So if my loading is going on, then show my loading spinner. Images slash spin loader.svg. Okay. And I think we should be good even with that. And let's end that image. That should be good. Okay. So our content component is actually going to be just a tad bit longer. So let's go ahead and remove this div that we're wrapping article in. And instead, we're going to wrap article inside of content. Okay, so I'm going to remove the, let's go ahead and remove that div. And let's grab the ending of that content. And let's go all the way down to where article ends. And let's remove this div as well and paste content. Okay, so instead of wrapping our article in a div, we're going to wrap article in our content component. Now, again, it's going to complain. It's going to be like, hey, you haven't defined content. Okay, no problem. We're pros now. So we're going to go ahead and define content. Going to do style div. Okay, let's go up. Boom, in there. And I'm going to do text align center. Just like this. Okay. And let me go ahead. Cool. Okay, let's do, again, this is for the loading part, okay? I'm going to do image width 30 pixels. All right, and then let's go to the end here. All right, and we're now gonna define what happens to our map state props. So map state to props. And we'll do a return loading state article state dot loading. And we'll also do what's going on with the user. So we'll get access to the user state. And then let's do map dispatch to props. Okay. And we'll just leave that blank for now. Like this. Leave it blank. Cool. And let's do export default, and we'll do connect map dispatch to props as well. And of course, main. That's this file that we're in. Now it's like, hey, I don't know what connect is. Okay, don't worry, it's not connect 4, but it's importing connect from React Redux like so. And that should know what we're trying to do. So let's try to add an image and see what happens now. We did not get a spinner. Okay, that was not fun. We definitely expected a spinner, and then we got like rickrolled. Oh, actually, first of all, let's go to this part here. I don't need these squigglies here, first of all, for the loading. So let's remove that. And let's try refreshing now. And giving it a good old college try. Seeing if the spinner shows up. Nope. Okay, and let's actually try putting a period here real quick and do period slash images slash spinloader.svg. Let's see if that helps us out here. Nope. Okay, I'm officially an idiot. So I was like, wait, what the frick is going on with the loading bar? So loading bar is completely working. I just forgot that it works not to show the image because the image pretty much just loads instantaneously. But this bar is actually useful for when I hit post, now the loading bar shows. So perfect. Okay. Everything is working as expected, and we're making great progress. This was really awesome and fun so far. So it wasn't because I put a little period in front of my whatever that thing was, the spinner logo. Okay. So anyways, good progress. Let's keep going. Now what we're going to do is when the page is loading, we're going to call the API using a use effect, and we're going to use that to get actually the articles from Firebase. Okay, so we're going to use React hooks to get articles from Firebase. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go into my index, which is index.js, inside of my actions. Okay. And let's go ahead and add a completely new function in here. So I'm going to do export function and do get articles API. Okay. And then we're going to say return dispatch like so. And we're going to say let payload. Okay. So let's just leave payload as is. And I'm going to say db.collection. I'll do articles. And now we're going to get data from the articles. Okay. So we're going to do order by. We're going to do actor.date. Cool. And we're going to do descending like so. And then I'm going to do on snapshot. Okay. This allows me to read data from my Firebase. I'm going to say payload is equal to snapshot.docs.map. And all the documents that I pretty much get back, I'm essentially going to just kind of put them in an array. Okay, map them. That's what map will output. That's what payload will become. And I'll console.log payload as well, so you can kind of see it. Okay, cool. Now I have to refer to this and use this inside of my main.js. Okay, so let's go to main. Let's go import. I'm gonna import use effect so I can use it, and I'm going to bring use state because I will also need state. Need to also manage state. Cool. Let's do import the get articles function as well that we made inside of our actions. Okay, we're gonna do actions // actions, just like that. Great. And let's go ahead and just add that right here. I'm gonna say use effect. Cool. And props.get articles. Okay. So this will just pretty much run it once. Articles like this. So essentially when I go to main page, we're going to try to run this once. Let's go down all the way. And now we're going to do our Redux stuff. So let's go to dispatch state to props. I'm going to go inside of here. Let's do get articles. And essentially going to say dispatch get articles API like so. And run it. Run it, run it, run it. Okay. Okay, let's see. Do I have an error here? Use effect and use state. What is it complaining about? Oh, I have it twice, so that can just be on one line. That's fine. Refresh. Cannot read property collection of undefined. Okay, great. So let's hit inspect and see if we're console logging anything. We got an array of 4, and this is perfect because as you can see, this array of 4 is telling me, what do I have?
Okay, so I have 4 items. Okay, one is this image right here, the user image. One is this image right here. Okay, let me copy that string and paste it. That image right there. Cool. Here's another one. It has a link to that video. And then here's another one. Okay. So shared image. Let's see where that takes me. Ooh, permission denied. Okay, all good. But it's looking like I have access to all of this and I can actually read it. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to dispatch an action to the store for setting articles. Okay, this will allow us to set articles, and then later we'll be able to do a lot more things with them. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go inside of my action type, and let's have another action type, export const get articles. And surprise, surprise, it's going to be called get articles. Cool. Now let's go inside of my main, and inside of my main where I'm defining my mapping state to props, let's add articles in here as well. And I'm going to say state.article state.articles like this. Cool. And let's go inside of my article reducer. Okay, if we don't have one, do we need to create one? No, we have article reducer. Great. Okay, let's go to our initial state, and we're going to do a few things actually all the way at the top. So we're going to import set loading status. We're also going to import get articles. Okay, underneath here, I'm going to say articles, and whoops, like this. Let's make articles an empty array in the start. All right, initial. And now in our switch cases, we're going to say, hey, if there's a case of get articles, then what we need to do is return the existing state along with whatever the article's payload is. Just like so. Cool. And now let's go to index inside of our actions. All right. And in our index, we are going to import, we have set user, we have set loading status. Now let's go ahead and add get articles and import this. And let's go here, and I'm going to do export const get articles payload type get articles like that. Payload will be payload. Okay, and let's go all the way down where I'm like sorting it by actor date and descending order. All I'm going to do instead of this console log, we're going to dispatch this. I'm going to say get articles payload. Okay, and I don't need this line anymore. So let's hit save on this thing. So we're done. Okay, this is allowing us to set the articles. Okay, cool. Test. I'm gonna just add a dummy image. Not too much be happening right now. Cool. Okay, so everything is working. Now what I want to do is I want to hide the main content until there are articles. So we don't want to show any of the content unless we have like articles in there. Okay, so like for example, if I don't have any articles, then like kind of don't show any of this, the content. Cool. So we're inside of our main JS. Let's go all the way up.
Let's go up right above the container. Okay. And right above the container, I'm going to open up a JSX fragment, and right underneath, where does the container end? So let's see where our container ends. Under where our container ends, I'm going to close off my JSX fragment. Okay. And here's another thing I'm going to do. I'm going to open up a squiggly all the way at the top right here. Okay. And we're going to close it all the way at the bottom right before the JSX fragment ending and hit save. Okay. Now, why we're doing this is so we can add our ternary operator. So I'm going to say, hey, if articles length is 0, meaning there's no articles, then what I want you to do is basically say what the hell just happened? There we go. There are no articles, like that. Okay, that's all I want you to say. Or give me all of the things. Okay, give me the share box, give me everything. Cool. So this is a pretty simple ternary operator, but it's also pretty badass because it's like, wait, where did my ending squiggly go? Okay, it's also pretty badass. It basically says if there's 0, then just show this, there are no articles. And if there are articles, then do all of this. Okay, kind of crazy. Cool. Okay, beautiful. Now we're going to add the loader component. All right, so a few things need to happen. So let's go and make the loader component. All right. Actually, you know what? Let's actually skip the loader component because I think it's going to add a ton of additional code and not that much functionality. So let's pass on that, honestly. And instead, what I want to do is let's display the articles that we actually get back from Firebase. Okay. I think that's going to be a lot more interesting to add. Cool. So to get started on this, we're just going to do a few things inside of our main.js. So let's go to main.js. Cool. I'm there. Let's go down to where I'm loading my spinner. Down, 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 down. Okay. So here's where my spinner is happening. Okay. Now, right underneath this, I'm going to do a couple of things here. Okay. So buckle up because a lot is going to be happening here. So hang in there with me. Let's go props.articles.length. All right, if it's greater than 0, then I want the following to happen. I want to map those articles. Okay, and I'm going to need the key for performance sake. So I'm going to say, hey, article key is equal to key like so. Okay, and there's a lot of stuff that we're going to be deleting soon as well. And it's going to make a ton of sense shortly, okay? So let's go articles.map key. Okay, let's put a bracket there. Okay. And we're going to need to end that article at some point, but not to worry. Let's actually do this. Okay, so I'm going to remove all of this here. So we're just opening this. Okay. And I'm just going to use this article right here, and let's give it a key. Cool, because like initially I was just like showing one post, but we're going to need to show multiple posts, okay? So this whole thing is going to end up getting wrapped up. Okay, so we're going to have to go all the way down and wrap up this whole thing. So let's go all the way outside of article. Let's go ahead and close it. Okay. So hopefully the error should stop just for a little bit. Okay. Now we're going to make our changes that we wanted to make. Okay. So inside of our A, we're not just going to have this hard-coded image of the user. We're going to have the image of the actual user. Okay. So let's do article.actor.image. Okay, so see now it's cool because it has my image right there. That's what we wanted. It's pulling that straight from Firebase. That's a really, really good sign. So that's done. The next thing is where it says title. We're going to dynamically get this as well. So I'm going to say article.actor.title, like so. Okay, so now notice that my name is coming through. That's also really good. Let's do the same thing here. Article.actor.description. Okay. And now my email is showing up. And then I'm going to do article.actor.date. And we're going to make it, if I leave it here, let's see what it does. Whoa, ho, ho. Very interesting. Let's see if it bugs out. It freaks out. Okay. And that's because we're getting a weird date from Firebase. So we're going to do .toDate like that. And let's see if that fixes it. Refresh. Okay. And if that doesn't fix it, then we're going to do .toLocale date string. Okay, hopefully that should fix it. And it does. Okay, all we had to do was change it. And indeed, it is April 24th here, Saturday, 1:17 a.m. So I'm grinding out here 1:17 a.m. for your beautiful face. So if you're happy about that and you want to show your appreciation, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. All right, that's what I got for you. So that to me looks good. Outside of this, let's see, what do we need to change? Where it says description, let's change, the description is hard-coded. So let's change that with article.description, like so. Okay, so test. That's actually what I wrote. Test. Okay. Let's see what happens if I write hello and hit post. Okay, so right now, those things are not actually being added to the databases and coming back. We're not able to read back from it, so no worries, okay? Because it's still also sometimes waiting for an image. So a couple of things are happening. And while it's loading, did you notice I couldn't make a new post? So that was cool because it disables the start a post button. So that's really cool functionality. Underneath shared image, we're gonna do a couple of things. Okay, inside of shared image. Should we leave this hard-coded image? Probably not. Probably not. So we're going to get rid of it. Okay, why? Well, because it's hard-coded. We don't want it to be hard-coded. We want to work on it and change things dynamically. Okay, so here we go. So I'm going to say, hey, if article shared image is not there and article.video is there, then what I want you to do is use the React player. All right, so we're going to do React player, and I'm going to give it a width of 100% like that. Okay, and URL is going to be article.video like this. And let's close it. Cool. All right, so let's also import the React player. Okay, so let's go all the way to the top. I'm going to do import React player from React player. Okay, dope. Cool. And now we'll add our or statement. And we're going to say or do the following. Okay, article.shared image. If that's there, then do this. Image article.shared image, and then just close it off. Okay, so open, close. What's the problem here? Did I add a question mark? Question mark. Oh, my bad. This should not be here. Yeah. Because that's going to end that whole thing. Okay. Wow, that looks great. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, buddy. Okay. So I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, hover over this. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's absolutely great. All right. Now let's do articles comments, okay? So let's go downtown, right underneath. So let's find our social. So we have our social accounts ending here. And let's go a little bit above that. I have comments, and my comments are hard-coded in here. I don't want it to be hard-coded. So we're going to make them dynamic, and I'm going to do article.comments. All right, 0. It's almost kind of like hard-coded, but, you know, not really. So that's good. Okay, great. So this is looking good now. This is a lot of code. A lot. Just this line is almost 400 lines of code. Or this file, I mean. So great. We have all of this showing up exactly like how we want it. That makes me really happy. And then, of course, let's do... Should we add more text? No, I don't think I'm going to add this more text functionality. Okay. Let's try now adding another post, and let's see if it actually reads. Hey there, we just got done building LinkedIn clone with with ReactJS, Firebase, and Redux. Whew. For image, I don't know. Let me go and pick a cool image. So I'm going to go inside of thumbnails. And sure, let's just pick one of these. Let's just pick this. Why not? Why not? Let's hit post. Whoa, look at that. We just got done building our LinkedIn clone with ReactJS, Firebase, and Redux. So now our post functionality is completely working exactly the way we want it to. That is absolutely gorgeous. All right, and before we deploy this thing, because we're so freaking close, and I'm so proud of you that you've done such a good job, we just need to fix one thing. This over here looks funny, and these like buttons and these things look funny. So this is going to be pretty simple. So let's go inside of our main.js, and first let's fix social count. So social count component is that one right there, this one right here. Okay. So inside of our button, let's try going border none. So let's take away the border, and let's also do background color white. Okay, so just matches the rest of the background. Okay, great. So that looks good to me. Let's also go inside of social actions, and we're going to do something similar inside of our button. Let's go border none. Okay, great. And let's go background color white. Okay, beautiful. So now there you go. That is our LinkedIn clone. It is looking absolutely gorgeous. You can log in, you can log out. I mean, every single functionality is there. We're using Redux. We have our drop-down menus working. I mean, this is beautiful. Like, think about it, right? Like, if I go mobile mode, right? Look at how good the mobile version looks. Just absolutely freaking beautiful. Okay, so this is an amazing clone. You've done a great job so far. And now for the last piece of the puzzle, all we're going to do is we're going to deploy it together. Okay, so sometimes I forget my deploying commands, but let's just go ahead and figure it out, in this video. So first things first, one thing I know that I need to do is I'm going to need to run npm run build, and I'm also going to need to set up Firebase hosting. Okay, so we're going to go ahead through that process now. Let's try npm run build. Okay, and let's see it go through the build. Okay, and then we're going to do Firebase deploy, and let's see what happens. And when we run into errors, we'll try to solve them together. Okay, not to worry. Just make sure you're inside of the main folder, like LinkedIn clone. Okay, main directory. Now we should have a build folder, and this is going to be all our optimized images and files that are going to be ready, are going to be essentially production ready. Okay, so there we go. That's good. Our build is good to go. And now I'm going to try doing Firebase deploy. So I'm imagining I'm going to get some kind of error or some kind of process. Okay, cool. No worries. Let's see. Do I have any Firebase commands that I've written? So I remember the command is actually Firebase init. That's what I was looking for. Okay, so we're just going to initialize it. Let's go here and select hosting because we're going to need to host it. So that's good. Let's go use an existing project, and let's go to, where's LinkedIn clone? Is it actually logged into the right one? Because I'm not seeing my project. Okay, I'm going to end out of it. Let's do Firebase init one more time, and let's go hosting. Okay, and let's create a new project because that project just might not have been there. Okay. Let's call it LinkedIn clone. What would you like to call your project? LinkedIn clone. I did not mean to specify an ID. There's already a project with LinkedIn clone. Okay, all good. So let's actually go to Firebase from here. Okay, let's go to project overview, project settings. Okay, link to a Firebase hosting site. Let's see if we can do that. Boom. Okay. And let's go through the init project, init process one more time. Let's do hosting. Hit enter. I don't think it's going to let me select an existing project. Why is it not seeing any of the LinkedIns though? That's what I'm curious about because it sees all this other stuff, but it does not see any of the LinkedIns, which is very interesting to me. So one thing you can do is make sure, so it's because I'm logged into the wrong Firebase. So I'm going to see if I can log out and I'm going to log into the right Firebase. Okay, that's really where my problems were coming from. Cool. So you can do this too. If you're not logged into Firebase, make sure you log into Firebase. If you haven't installed Firebase, make sure you install Firebase. Now would be a good time. Now I'm logged in to Firebase. Okay, so good. Now let's do Firebase init. Now I should see my dummy LinkedIn clone, use an existing project. The dummy LinkedIn clone that we worked on. Our directory is going to be build. I'm going to hit enter. Configure as a single page app. I'm going to say yes. Set up automatic builds. File build already exists. Do you want to overwrite? Just hit enter. Okay, so now we've gone through the initialization process. I've also done npm run build, so I have my build folder. Let's try Firebase build. Dun, 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 dun. Is it gonna work? Is it gonna work? I don't know. Yo, let's go, guys. Amazing. Congratulations. The LinkedIn clone that you worked and we worked so hard for is deployed. So now let's go ahead and check it out. Hopefully it actually works and it doesn't embarrass us. Let's go full screen. This is the deployed version. You should be able to go and play around with this. Let's hit sign in with Google. And let's see if it allows us to log in. Log in. Boom, I'm inside. And look at that. It has access to my entire database. It's fully up and running. Okay. It has a bunch of my files, everything I need. Okay. And maybe by the time you're watching this, I'm probably going to have disabled for you to write to the database because people add all kinds of funny stuff when they're allowed to. Let's try taking an image like this. Trash devs need to become pro devs. All right. And I'm going to hit post. All right. Let's see if that posts. Ooh, that came through. Clutch. And let's do, let's post a YouTube video of mine and let's go Kazi playing chess. Let's hit post. Ooh, that's posted. Let's hit play.
Guys, welcome back.
Yo, I can even watch that video. I can even watch all my other chess-tastic videos. So there you have it, folks. Amazing. Great job. The entire app is deployed. It is completely working. You've crushed it. Now, look, if you want to take your skills to the next level and you want to become the badass developer that you've always dreamed of, go to cleverprogrammer.com/PWJ. Okay.
So then you don't just watch me do this, so that you can actually build apps like this, okay? This is why we made this course, Profit with JavaScript. So you can get your skills up so freaking high and really get to that next level. So go ahead, if you want to take it to the next level, watch this video, go to this page, cleverprogrammer.com/PWJ. We'll put a link in the description as well. But guys, this is what we do. We have the best community on the planet. Okay, we have success coaches for you. We show you how to make money with JavaScript and coding. We have an amazing community. It's like a family, okay? You're going to build some incredible projects inside of this course. You have some of the best instructors in the world, okay? And you have people landing 6-figure developer jobs. All right, I got a job offer for $90,000. Frank got a job offer for 6 figures. This guy got a job offer for $110,000. I mean, the results are crazy. Okay, you can go ahead and check it out yourself. And honestly, join this course. Worst case scenario, you have a money back guarantee. Okay, so there's nothing for you to worry about. So go ahead, sign up for this course so you can actually build these clones yourself. You can actually build these projects yourself, and you're going to learn the fundamentals that you actually need.
All right, hopefully you enjoyed making those amazing projects. You put them on your portfolio. Like I said, if you loved building these projects, go ahead and smash that like button to help out the YouTube algorithm. Hit the subscribe so you don't miss any video like this. And of course, we have a free training for you on how to become a front developer in 90 days. Link is down below, so go ahead and click that. But other than that, hope you guys have a great day, and we'll see you in the next video.